Welcome to the Apocalypse Apartment. This establishment is specifically designed for novice players. On the first day of the game, 80 new players will be randomly assigned here, accompanied by a random distribution of 80 survival stones. On the 8th day of the game, 20 seasoned players will join, along with a random drop of 20 survival stones. This apartment will self-destruct on the 11th day of the game. At that time, players without survival stones will vanish alongside the apartment, while those who possess them will embark on the official journey within the Apocalypse Apartment. Within the Apocalypse Apartment, survival stones can be exchanged for survival points, which can be utilized to purchase resources, abilities, items, and everything else required by players. Overview of Novice Apartment Rules. 1. All players will be randomly assigned to different apartments, with the level of luxury determining the rent. 2. The daily game time deadline for rent payment is at midnight. Failure to pay on time grants the apartment administrator the right to execute annihilation. 3. Players may request to withdraw or transfer their lease from the apartment administrator. 4. The apartment administrator reserves the right to establish additional rules. All residents are expected to comply. 5. Survival stones can be exchanged for a substantial amount of in-game currency, but their use is restricted to this novice apartment. 6. Players must explore other avenues for acquiring in-game currency independently. At this moment, the novice assessment officially commences. New players are entering. New players are being randomly assigned to various apartments. Each novice player will receive one opportunity for a free talent awakening. Talent awakening is currently in progress. Ding! Talent awakening has been completed. Wishing all novice players an enjoyable game. A game enjoyable? Is this merely a game? Hiss! Zhang Yi pinched himself hard, the pain causing him to gasp sharply. So, this is a game that truly exists? Then, does destruction and annihilation imply real death? But why is this happening? He distinctly remembers being engrossed in his exam. How did he suddenly end up here? Moreover, the voice echoing in his mind indicated that the talent awakening was successful. Did it not? But why? Zhang Yi opened the player panel, which simply displayed Zhang Yi level 0, physical strength, 0.6, energy, 0.8, combat power, 0.5, survival points, 0, talent. Awakening failed. So, what kind of bizarre game is this? Talent awakening can actually fail? Is there no opportunity for a retry after a failed awakening? The game has bugs, yet players are expected to pay the price? Isn't this bullying the honest ones? While feeling incredulous, Jiang Yi soon noticed the apartment chat group. The right side of the chat group displayed a member list 8080, while the left side continuously scrolled various chat messages to his astonishment. All 80 members were his fellow classmates. Half of them were from the same exam room he had just shared, while the other half were students from another room, Class 2. The messages from his classmates in the chat group also expressed their shock. What's going on? Chun Yuchen, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chong, Lu Xinwei is the member list filled with classmates. What's happening? Have we been collectively kidnapped? How could it be a kidnapping? This data panel and chat group appear directly in our minds. What kidnapper could achieve such a feat? So, have we collectively time traveled? No. Class 2 is also included. Wow. Exciting. I was quite scared, but seeing so many familiar classmates, I suddenly feel fearless. Wow. Exciting. I just conjured a fireball with my bare hands. Wow. Exciting. I just threw a wind blade. Wow. Exciting. I just urinated 3 Zhanghai against the wind. Damn. Lu Shun is still flamboyant. But has Lu Shun already explored the apartment? Where did the wind come from? Can you guys behave a bit more civilly? There are girls in the group. Oh, my apologies, little fairy. Next time, if Lu Shun dares to act up in public, you can pee on him to wake him up. Get lost. Indeed, familiar classmates, familiar humor. However, from the classmates' messages, Zhang Yi discerned that they all seemed to have awakened their talents. Some could conjure fireballs, others could throw wind blades. These are all talent abilities. Yet no one mentioned the situation of talent awakening failure. So, among these 80 individuals, is he the only unfortunate soul who failed to awaken? Isn't this forcibly thrusting him into hell mode? Although the previous prompt indicated that there were a total of 100 players in this novice apartment, with 100 survival stones being distributed, the rules also clearly stated. Survival stones are not merely for ensuring they are not annihilated. More importantly, they possess purchasing power within the Apocalypse Apartment. This means that such a beneficial item is certainly better in greater numbers. Even if these 80 classmates unite and decide to each take one survival stone to ensure everyone survives. The apartment also hinted that on the 8th day, 20 seasoned players would join. Who knows how powerful these seasoned players will be and whether they will be ruthless. It's likely that they will find it difficult to share the survival stones amicably with novices. They may even plunder the survival stones from novice players, or perhaps directly massacre novice players. Thus, without the presence of seasoned players during the first 8 days, it is evidently a crucial period for novice players to develop. Yet under such circumstances, he possesses no talent. This is utterly ridiculous. Will he die directly in this novice apartment? Filled with anxiety, Zhang Yi lost interest in further chatting, and he switched back to the player panel, vigorously tapping the talent section, while inwardly cursing. Awakening failed. Awakening failed. If awakening fails, then let me awaken again. What kind of garbage bug is this? Do I dare give a bad review and report it? He was merely venting his emotions. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst this flurry of curses, a new prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting player talent awakening failure. Arranging for a reawakening of talent. Congratulations, you have received the awakening compensation talent. Infinite Clones X. What the? Actually reawaken the talent. Does this mean that the bad review and report tactic truly holds some threatening power? Doge, however, what level is this X? Aren't talent levels usually rated as A, B, C, or SSS? Zhang Yi hurriedly summoned the player panel again to check his talent status. Infinite Clones X, Effect 1. Automatically generates 1 clone each day. Effect 2. At a certain cost can generate 1 clone. Effect 3. At midnight every game session, can designate a clone for fusion. This? What does the certain cost mentioned in Effect 2 specifically entail? And the ability level of the clone remains vague? Zhang Yi felt a twinge of unease, but quickly generated today's clone. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully generated a clone. As the prompt sound echoed, a peculiar sensation surged within Zhang Yi. It felt as though, all of a sudden, he possessed 2 perspectives, and within these 2 perspectives, he could see one of himself. In other words, within this apartment, 2 versions of him had appeared. Soon, he adapted to this strange state and shifted most of his consciousness to the clone. Then, maneuvering the clone, he summoned the clone's player panel. Upon its appearance, he was left utterly stunned. Chapter 2 The First Avatar, Zhang Yi. Level 0, Physical Strength, 1.2, Energy, 2.4, Combat Power, 5.5, Survival Points, 0, Talent, Gold Element Affinity, C. Effect 1. Has a chance to comprehend Gold Element skills. Effect 2. Gold Element skill release consumes half the energy and doubles the power. Skill. Gold Light Technique, D. Releases a beam of golden light. Inflicting, Physical Strength 1 Energy 1.5, points of gold element damage on the target. What the? Zhang Yi was utterly astounded. His avatar surprisingly possessed its own innate talent. As for the skill, Gold Light Technique, it was automatically comprehended through the talent, Gold Element Affinity. Those in the group who were casting fireballs and wind blades had similarly grasped their elemental skills through their respective awakened elemental affinities. Of course, there were a few fools who had innate talents but failed to comprehend any skills and were anxiously seeking advice from others. Now, Zhang Yi had serious doubts. Did every one of his avatars come with its own talent? If that were true, then this X-level talent would indeed be an extraordinary existence. Even the so-called SSS-level talents might pale in comparison, because theoretically, as long as he had enough avatars, there was a probability of manifesting an SS-level talent. His die in extreme scenarios, when he had an absurd number of avatars, he could potentially possess all SS-level talents. Goodness. This is utterly incredible. However, Zhang Yi soon regained his composure. He realized that while this infinite avatar talent was indeed formidable, his current strength with only 1 avatar was far from impressive. In fact, at this moment, he was likely at his weakest point for the rest of his life. Not to mention his main body, which was a pure combat power of 0. 5. Meanwhile, the avatar with a C-level talent had merely comprehended a D-level skill, which was hardly formidable. With such meager strength, if he encountered even a modicum of misfortune, he could very well meet an untimely demise on the very first day. Therefore, he had to either bide his time and endure while weak or find a way to grow rapidly. The stipulation of needing to pay rent for the apartment clearly prevented him from hiding away. He had to devise a plan to earn the rent. After all, per the rules, failing to pay rent before midnight would result in annihilation by the apartment administrator. Yet, as Jiang Yi gazed at his luxurious apartment, comparable to a five-star hotel presidential suite, he felt dizzy and a chill run down his spine. For earlier hints suggested that different specifications of apartment rooms came with varying rental prices. Jiang Yi hurriedly checked the methods shared by his classmates in the group regarding the rent. He dashed to the door, pressing his palm against it. Instantly, his apartment information appeared. Apartment area, 250.88. Apartment rent, 125,440 day. This string of numbers left Jiang Yi completely flabbergasted. He had seen others in the group sharing rents mostly ranging from dozens to hundreds a day, with a few slightly higher at a couple of thousand. Yet his rent was a staggering 125,000 per day. What the hell? How could this not be robbery? I must terminate the lease. But would terminating the lease be that simple? Jiang Yi glanced back at the chat group. He noticed that his classmates were gradually calming down from the initial shock of being in an unfamiliar environment. After all, high school seniors were no longer children. Some even expressed, "Damn, had I known we would be transported to this hellhole, I would have gone out to enjoy my weekend instead of being an idiot writing 7 damn papers at home. Damn, I got up at 4 in the morning to copy homework, and it feels like it was all in vain. It's all your fault, Wang Jie. If you had been more resolute in not lending me your notes, I wouldn't have had to copy. Suyuan, is it my fault? Haha, just kidding. Don't take it to heart, Wang Jie. Anyway, I think being transported here is actually quite good. No more miserable all-nighters writing papers or daily exam anxieties. I genuinely don't want to go back to senior year. Right? No matter how tough it is here, it can't be worse than senior year. Aren't you all worried about your parents? They must be so worried since we suddenly disappeared. What is there to worry about? Maybe our parents are also participating in the novice assessment at some other newbie apartment. Perhaps when we clear the levels and reach this so-called apocalypse apartment, we can reunite with our parents. Exactly. Didn't teacher Young always say that there is no need to excessively worry about the distant future? Facing the present bravely is the answer to life. Indeed. The situation is what it is, and we can only face it. All right, can you all stop referring to teachers? There are no teachers here. Our task is no longer studying, but clearing this novice apartment. Exactly. Our long-term goal is to survive until the 11th day and possess survival stones. And the immediate priority is to find a way to earn today's apartment rent. Earning rent and finding survival stones should be pursued simultaneously. Has anyone opened their apartment door? Is it dangerous outside? I opened the apartment door and took a look. The hallway outside resembles that of a hotel apartment. But the lighting is dim and looks eerie. I quickly closed the door and didn't dare to go out. This one do. We ultimately have to go out to earn rent. If we can't pay the rent, we'll be annihilated tonight. It's a pity we've been scattered across different apartments. It would have been better if we were all together. More people means more strength, and exploring the apartment wouldn't be so terrifying. Just as the classmates were chattering away, a voice suddenly emerged to take charge. Gaochang, classmates. I've been deliberating for a long time and have finally decided to share some good news with everyone. I, Gaochang, awakened an S-level talent, Lightning Element Affinity, during the Talent Awakening phase. Moreover, I seem to have decent comprehension, as I initially comprehended the C-level skill Lightning Sphere and the B-level skill Lightning Flash. Additionally, both my physical strength and energy have surpassed 5 points, with a combat power soaring to 48. Chapter 3 Upgrade Announcement. Upon this declaration, all the classmates were left in disbelief. The chat group fell silent for a moment before erupting into a flurry of responses. What the hell? An S-level talent? Initially comprehending 2 skills. Is this for real? Gaochang. No. Changgu, Changyi, are you really not just boasting? A combat power of 48. That's 10 times my combat power. This is outrageous. With this S-level talent and a combat power of 48, he should be the strongest among the 80 of us, right? Changyi is impressive. To hold on to such news until now. Changyi, please take me with you. I only have an E-level talent and haven't comprehended any skills. I definitely can't survive on my own. Changgu, Changyi, do you remember our late-night gaming sessions? We promised to stick together through thick and thin. Various attempts to curry favor rose in a cacophony. Jiang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps he should also try to seek support. However, he quickly reconsidered. Most of those seeking connection were individuals who were already well-liked or had a good rapport with Gao Chang. Jiang Yi, in contrast, was the kind of person who blended into the background. He was solitary by nature, uninterested in games, maintained average grades, and lacked hobbies or a desire to bother others. He had always walked to and from school alone. If he were to suddenly seek out Gao Chang, it was highly probable he would be ignored. Yet, circumstances had changed. The value of classmates might no longer hinge on academic performance, family background, or social connections, but rather on their combat power. Jiang Yi's avatar possessed a C-level talent and a D-level skill. Alongside a combat power of 5.5, perhaps he was slightly stronger than some of the more sociable classmates. However, he likely wouldn't be too far ahead, as many undoubtedly surpassed his combat power. While he pondered, Gao Chang, now the center of attention, spoke once more. Gao Chang. Everyone, please don't rush. The reason I suddenly revealed my talent and combat power is to encourage everyone to unite and overcome this novice apartment challenge together. To be honest, I have already left my apartment and located the apartment administrator on the first floor. I encountered no danger along the way. If you all trust me, I believe we can gather at the apartment administrator's office on the first floor. What do you all think? This statement left the other classmates astonished once more. Soon, someone replied, "Of course. My rent is a whopping 600. I was just about to find the apartment administrator to terminate my lease. I agree to gather. If we stick together, we can look out for each other in case of danger. But I'm still a bit scared to leave the apartment. What should I do?" At this moment, Gao Chang responded, Actually, the hallway outside the apartment is merely poorly lit. There's really no danger. Once everyone leaves the apartment, head towards the direction of the red light in the hallway, and you will find an elevator. Then just take the elevator to the first floor, and you will quickly find the apartment administrator's front desk. Moreover, there are some special facilities on the first floor that everyone can explore. With this news, the classmates were instantly filled with eager anticipation. Is it true? What kind of facilities are they? Can they help us enhance our physical strength and energy or comprehend skills? Can we earn rent there? I am currently eager to earn money swiftly to pay my rent. Otherwise, I feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. However, Gao Chang did not address the students' inquiries. After a considerable pause, a classmate suddenly spoke up. Indeed, Brother Chang did not deceive us. I have reached the first floor and united with Brother Chang without encountering any danger. Moreover, Brother Chang showed me his player panel, and his S-level talent along with a combat power of 48 is indeed authentic. Upon hearing this news, other classmates quickly chimed in. I have successfully joined as well. It was just a matter of taking the elevator, and there was no danger at all. Subsequently, 3 more classmates reported that they had also met with Gao Chang. The remaining students, filled with eagerness, exclaimed, "Is it really that quick? No way. I must take action. All right, I'm heading out of the apartment right now. Brother Chang, wait for me. Hold on for me. I'm coming too. I've already left the apartment." There's truly no danger in the hallway, everyone. Please note that there seems to be no signal in the elevator, making it impossible to use the group chat function, but there's no need to panic. The elevator descends swiftly, and there is absolutely no danger. Thus, nearly all the students took action, following Gao Chang's suggestion, and prepared to take the elevator to gather on the first floor. Jiang Yi's avatar stood at the entrance of his luxurious apartment while his main body reclined comfortably on the sofa. He felt a twinge of hesitation. Should he unite with Gao Chang? In truth, whether he gathered with others or acted independently, he would need to leave his apartment. Especially regarding the matter of lease termination, time was of the essence. Therefore, he must visit the apartment administrator on the first floor. Judging by the situation in the group chat, if only 1 or 2 classmates managed to gather, it could still be a trap. However, as more students successfully united, the likelihood of danger seemed minimal. Moreover, the other classmates were all going as their main selves, while he was merely an avatar, essentially granting him an extra life. With this thought, Jiang Yi's resolve to gather on the first floor strengthened. After all, they were familiar classmates. Even in a new environment, human nature would gradually reveal its darker sides, yet it should not devolve into madness right from the outset. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi's avatar retrieved a kitchen knife from the apartment. With one hand gripping the knife and the other cautiously opening the apartment door, he stepped out. Outside, the dimly lit corridor appeared quite lengthy. He peered left and right, noticing that every 3 meters or so, there was a door, presumably corresponding to each apartment room. Each door bore a specific number. Jiang Yi glanced at his door's number, which read 2025. This likely indicated the 20th floor. Room 25.it seemed this apartment building was rather tall. After confirming there was indeed no danger, Jiang Yi cautiously stepped out of his room. He looked around and noticed a red light emanating from the right side of the corridor. According to Gao Chong, the red light indicated the direction of the elevator. Jiang Ye's avatar tightened his grip on the knife and cautiously made his way toward the red light. Meanwhile, his main body, reclining on the sofa in the apartment, monitored the group chat while contemplating. This apartment appeared to have at least 20 floors, with seemingly numerous rooms on each level, with only 80 novice players. What of the surplus apartment rooms? Were they vacant, or did they harbor other beings? As he pondered, his avatar finally spotted the elevator glowing with red light. Just as he awaited the elevator, a notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingling for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Reward. Black Iron Treasure Chest 1. Chapter 4. The so-called Unity reached level 1? What the heck? How did that happen? Jiang Yi, startled, quickly checked the chat group. Sure enough, the chat exploded with excitement. Oh my gosh, Wang Lingling from Class 2. She leveled up to 1. I just exited the elevator and was shocked by the announcement. Wait, how did Wang Lingling level up? Did she defeat monsters? Does that mean there's danger in the apartment? Am I the only one curious about what S in Wang Lingling's Black Iron Treasure Chest? Wang Lingling, come out and share with us. How did you level up? Wang Lingling, we're all classmates. You should share important information with us. I bet she won T-share. The first to reach level 1 gets an announcement and a reward. So the first to reach level 2 will definitely get the same. As long as Wang Lingling keeps this secret, she might maintain her lead and keep receiving rewards. Wang Lingling, don't be so naive. With so many classmates, we'll eventually discover the secret to leveling up. Don't blame Brother Chong for not including you later on if you hide this. Exactly, Brother Chong, say something. I suggest Brother Chong steps up to encourage Wang Lingling to share her leveling secret. I don't believe she'll dare to keep it hidden. In an instant, the previously silent Wang Lingling, who had leveled up first but remained quiet, seemed to have become the target of everyone's ire. The chat revealed that nearly all classmates were fervently eager to level up. They wished to leverage Gao Chong's influence to compel Wang Lingling to divulge her secret to leveling up. Gao Chong himself was likely just as eager to level up. Thus, he swiftly echoed the sentiments, tagging Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, where are you? Why not gather on the first floor? I believe it's fate that we, as familiar classmates, were transported here together. We should unite, for the hope of survival would be greater. Soon, other classmates chimed in. Absolutely. Don't forget the announcement indicated that experienced players will enter the apartment. If we new players don't unite, how will we compete with the veterans later? Right? Wang Lingling, don't be selfish. It's better to share crucial information. Exactly. If I had any key information, I would certainly share it with everyone. This moral coercion was relentless. Jiang Yi watched the unfolding drama, hoping Wang Lingling would unveil her leveling secret. After all, leveling up should confer some benefits, in such a unique environment. Every bit of strength could translate to a greater chance of survival. It was precisely for this reason that these classmates disregarded camaraderie and resorted to moral pressure. They were simply too eager to grow stronger. Thus, under the collective urging of nearly all classmates, the reticent Wang Lingling finally spoke up. However, her first message was, Wang Lingling level, 1 physical strength, 6.8 energy, 8.4 combat power, 68 survival points, 0 talent, dark element affinity, S skills, shadow clone, A, summon undead, B, black whirlwind, B. This.is Wang Lingling's player panel? All the classmates, including Jiang Yi, were left dumbfounded by Wang Lingling's message. Her panel was astonishingly luxurious, though she too possessed an S-level talent. She had mastered 1 A-level skill and 2 B-level skills. Moreover, both Shadow Clone and Summon Undead appeared to be formidable. Even more outrageous was her combat power, which soared to 68, exceeding Gao Chang's by 20 points. Despite his S-level talent, at that moment, the chat group fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping them. Wang Lingling soon sent another message. The mastery of skills seems to be related to talent level and the insight of the classmates. The higher the insight, the more skills one can master, and the higher the skill levels. However, skills gained through mastery should not exceed one's talent level. May I inquire if there are any talents among you that surpass S level? A talent surpassing S level? Jiang Yi's X level talent should indeed qualify. However, since his talent is growth-oriented, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to boast about it in the group chat at his weakest stage. Consequently, no one in the group responded. Wang Lingling continued. All right, it appears that among the 80 of us, I should be the strongest. You may request me to share the secret of leveling up, but I have a condition. Though you all claim that we are a collective and should unite and assist one another, I am well aware that some individuals harbor selfish motives and do not wish to collaborate. Thus, there is no need for me to share my information with those who do not wish to unite. Therefore, my proposal is, as Gao Chong from Class 1 suggested, those who are willing to unite and assist one another should gather on the first floor. Afterwards, I will disclose the secret of leveling up at the gathering point on the first floor. In other words, those solitary individuals who do not come to gather will forfeit their right to learn my secret. Upon hearing this, several classmates echoed their agreement. I concur. There's nothing wrong with unity and mutual assistance. I'm already on the first floor. Wang Lingling, when will you arrive? So that's what Sister Ling meant. I am sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I also apologize to Sister Ling. I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. With the guidance of Lingling and Chong, our classmates from both Class 1 and Class 2 will undoubtedly navigate this novice apartment with ease. Indeed, once the seasoned players arrive, we must not allow ourselves to be outdone by them. It was evident that after Wang Lingling revealed her player panel, the demeanor of the students towards her shifted significantly. Their tone was even more respectful than before when addressing Gao Chong. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi pondered over Wang Lingling's remarks, harboring some suspicions in his mind. As expected, while waiting for the elevator, he caught sight of Wang Lingling's latest statement. Wang Lingling, everyone, refrain from fawning over me just yet. I have not finished speaking. What I mean by unity and mutual assistance is for all of us to come together, sharing information and resources, and act in concert, and I will lead you to level up and earn rent together, ensuring that every member of our team survives this novice apartment. However, I also hope that everyone joining the team will not harbor any secrets. Thus, my proposal is that once we gather, everyone will voluntarily showcase their player panels within the team. Furthermore, any actions taken must be reported to both myself and Gao Chong. Lastly, any rewards garnered during our endeavors should be shared among us all. This statement indeed carried an undertone of ulterior motives. Previously, the students had spoken of unity merely in the context of camaraderie, believing that being together would amplify their strength. In contrast, Wang Lingling's call for unity and assistance clearly aimed at a more organized and disciplined, almost militarized management of everyone. She likely feared that some individuals might awaken formidable talents and choose to conceal them. Hence, she wished to keep all student circumstances under her control. Following this declaration, the reactions of her classmates were not as enthusiastic as before. Nonetheless, it was not long before someone remarked, "That sounds fine. As long as Lingling and Chong are willing to guide me, I am more than happy to comply. Showcasing my player panel is a given. I have no objections, but once the organization is formed, we should not be assigned especially dangerous tasks if our abilities are lacking, right, Gao Chong? Of course not. Our organization shall be called the Unity and Assistance Group, with the purpose of fostering better collaboration and support. Let us not overthink it. Lingling has already joined us on the first floor. Everyone assembled on the first floor has agreed to Lingling's terms. If anyone wishes to join the team, come quickly. And for those who aspire to act as lone wolves, do not expect the Unity and Assistance Group to come to your aid when you find yourself in peril." Such declarations immediately instilled pressure among those who wished to remain independent. Moreover, those yet to gather began to lean more towards joining the team. At last, Jiang Ye's avatar reached the elevator with a chime. The elevator doors opened. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter inside the elevator was a square, column-like space. It resembled a typical elevator, albeit with dim lighting that emitted a faint red glow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi stepped into the elevator. Deep down, he was reluctant to join any Unity and Assistance Group, preferring not to be under someone else's thumb. After all, once such an organization was established, the ultimate beneficiaries would invariably be the leaders. While the ordinary members would be relegated to mere pawns. In dire circumstances, those with lesser abilities could very well be discarded as cannon fodder. Jiang Ye's nature was not particularly sociable, which made him inclined to covertly pursue the path of a lone wolf. However, it was not difficult to surmise that once Wang Lingling and Gao Chang formally proposed the formation of the Unity and Assistance Group, those determined to remain independent would likely face ostracism from the group. Clearly, only the strong were suited to be lone wolves. Those lacking strength who attempted to go it alone would likely fare worse than if they had joined the team. Jiang Yi, at this moment, belonged to the category of the weak. Moreover, considering the attributes of his talent, joining the team might not be an unwise strategy for survival in the early stages. After all, he was unlike the others. He could create an additional avatar every day. Joining the team would only mean that one of his avatars would be part of it. His main self and other avatars would remain free. Others joining the team would likely face restrictions on their growth. Yet as long as he survived, his strength would continue to increase daily. Furthermore, there was wisdom in maintaining a low profile. If he did not join the team, he might attract the attention of Wang Lingling and Gao Chang. However, with the C-level talent avatar joining the team, he would likely be perceived as relatively mediocre within the group. As such, Wang Lingling and Gao Chang would be less likely to notice him, thereby increasing his chances of navigating the initial days within the team without incident. Thus, when the elevator arrived at the first floor, Jiang Yi had already made his decision. However, he found it curious that, at this juncture, there should be many students riding the elevator to the first floor for the assembly. Yet, it seemed there was only this one red-lit elevator in the corridor. Strangely, throughout his descent, he encountered no one else. The elevator in this apartment seemed to possess some peculiarities. Nonetheless, his ride proceeded without incident. Just as Jiang Yi stepped out of the elevator, a voice exclaimed, "What the heck, Jiang Yi? You nearly gave me a heart attack." It was Lu Shun, the math representative from Class 1, known as Lu God, a student who excelled in mathematics and science but often struggled with language and English. Lu Shun was evidently startled by Jiang Ye's unexpected appearance as he patted his chest and exhaled, "Phew, I just stepped out of the elevator, and you followed right behind. I thought I was seeing a ghost." As he spoke, he glanced back at the elevator. "It does seem like there's an issue with this elevator. We came out one after the other, yet we didn't cross paths." Just then, the elevator doors opened once more. This time, Bai Ruowan from Class 2 stepped out. She had fair skin, a round face, and large eyes, embodying a blend of gentleness and cuteness. Although they were not in the same class, she clearly recognized the prominent figure. Lu Shun. Upon exiting the elevator, she brightened at the sight of him and exclaimed, "Lu God, what are you doing here by the elevator? Are you waiting for someone?" Lu Shun, being affable, explained, "I'm not waiting for anyone. I just came out of the elevator, just like you. I suspect there might be something wrong with it." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruowan instinctively shrank back, stepping behind him, appearing somewhat frightened. It was at this moment that she noticed Jiang Yi and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke, "You're that one from Class 1." Clearly, she did not recognize Jiang Yi. He introduced himself, "Jiang Yi. Oh, right, Jiang Yi." Bai Ruowan feigned a recollection, attempting to mask her embarrassment at not knowing him. Jiang Yi was indifferent. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, ideally unnoticed by anyone. Having yielded no insights regarding the elevator, Lu Shun shifted the topic, expressing, "Well, if there's an issue, then so be it. As long as it's not dangerous. By the way, what are your talents and combat abilities?" Bai Ruowan, evidently possessing a commendable talent, promptly replied, "I awakened a B-level talent, spatial element affinity, and I comprehended the initial passive skill portable space." This revelation astonished both Lu Shun and Jiang Yi. Previously, several classmates had shared their talents in their chat group, most of which were elemental affinities, typically related to the 5 classical elements or phenomena like wind, lightning, or ice, already considered quite rare. Wang Lingling's dark attribute talent was exceptionally uncommon. Some scholars speculated that among the elemental affinities, there might even be light attributes. However, no one had anticipated the existence of a spatial attribute. Yet here was Bai Ruowan, boasting the rare talent of spatial element affinity. Though merely a B-level talent, it was likely more unique and potent than typical elemental B-level talents. Bai Ruowan herself was quite pleased with her unusual talent. However, much like top students who often claim to have performed poorly on exams, she feigned a troubled expression and lamented, "This talent doesn't seem all that impressive. My skill portable space can only store items and lacks any offensive power." Ilyushin hurried to comfort her. While portable space lacks offensive capabilities, it is undoubtedly convenient for everyday use. Besides, this is merely an initial skill. You might eventually grasp even more formidable spatial skills. For instance, those mentioned in novels, like spatial teleportation or spatial blades, especially spatial blades, which can tear through space. They might even bypass all forms of defense. As Lu Xun spoke, he grew increasingly animated, his gaze towards Bai Ruowan filled with envy and complexity. Bai Ruowan, though a tad proud, maintained her feigned distress, sigh, mastering skills I see that simple. But enough about me. What talent did you awaken, Lu God? Lu Xun shook his head, his expression one of genuine lament. Alas, I'm the truly unfortunate one. Having awakened only a sea-level talent, fire element affinity. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He had not anticipated that Lu Xun, too, possessed a sea-level talent, similar to his avatar. However, it was reasonable to assume that among their classmates, those awakening sea-level talents would likely comprise the largest proportion, belonging to the middle ground, the most average tier. At this moment, upon hearing this, Bai Ruowan gazed at Lu Xun with a hint of unmasked regret. Yet, Lu Xun quickly added, but perhaps my comprehension is quite good. Although my innate talent is only at level C, I initially comprehended a C-level skill known as Fire Rain Technique, along with a D-level skill called Explosive Fireball. Upon hearing this, both Bai Ruowan and Zhang Yi were taken aback. After all, according to the information shared within the group, most classmates typically awaken skills that are 1 or 2 levels lower than their talent level. There are even some students who, despite possessing talent, have failed to comprehend any skills. This includes the prominent figures, Gao Chong and Wang Lingling, who, despite awakening S-level talents, have not grasped corresponding S-level skills. Yet, Lu Xun, with only a C-level talent, has simultaneously comprehended both C-level and D-level skills. This certainly indicates that Lu Xun possesses remarkable perceptiveness. If he could enhance his talent level in the future, he might achieve great feats. Moreover, when considering the skills alone, Lu Xun's skill levels at the outset could rival those of B-level and even A-level talent holders. Upon realizing this, Bai Ruowan no longer dared to underestimate Lu Xun. Repeatedly praising him, indeed, Lu Xun is extraordinary. Your perceptiveness is undoubtedly superior to that of the average person. It remains to be seen whether you will have the opportunity to elevate your talent level in the future. Lu Xun, wearing a face of lament, replied, that's why I say I'm unfortunate. My perceptiveness is commendable, yet my talent level is lacking. Enough about me. What about you, Zhang Yi? What talent have you awakened? Zhang Yi retained his usual aloof demeanor, speaking little unless approached. When asked, he responded with a flat expression. I awakened a C-level talent called Metal Element Affinity and initially comprehended a D-level skill, Metal Light Technique. Lu Xun confirmed. So, just the D-level Metal Light Technique? Zhang Yi nodded. Lu Xun sighed. It seems that those with a C-level talent generally awaken D-level or E-level skills. Sensing that Zhang Yi might misinterpret his words, he hastily added, I didn't mean to imply that your C-level talent is inadequate. Just analyzing the typical scenario. Clearly, with Zhang Yi serving as a benchmark for an ordinary C-level talent, Lu Xun felt increasingly confident in his exceptional perceptiveness, surpassing that of the average individual. If only he had awakened an S-level talent, he might have directly comprehended S-level skills. At that point, it would seem that Gao Chong and Wang Lingling would not have much relevance. Alas, Lu Xun felt deep-seated dissatisfaction and helplessness. Meanwhile, as Zhang Ye's avatar conversed with Lu Xun and Bai Ruowan, Zhang Ye's true self was not idle. He did not continue lounging on the sofa but swiftly inspected his 250-square-meter apartment. In such a lavish space, he sought to determine whether there were any surveillance cameras. Concerned that the apartment's management might discover his avatar's existence, to his surprise, while he found no cameras, he did stumble upon a dimly lit bronze treasure chest within the glass cabinet of his opulent walk-in closet. Chapter 6. The bronze treasure chest. At first glance, Zhang Yi mistook it for merely an antique copper box. Almost passing it by, however, he soon realized that the bronze texture of the box was entirely at odds with the lavish style of the closet, prompting him to return for a closer inspection. Upon extracting it, he discovered it was indeed a bronze treasure chest. It is worth noting that Wang Lingling's first reward for reaching level 1 was merely a black iron treasure chest. Yet here was Zhang Yi, uncovering a bronze treasure chest within his apartment. Initially, he wondered if it might be a trap, but after conducting a careful examination, he found no hidden dangers. He then procured a clothes rack and discreetly positioned himself behind the kitchen island table. daring to attempt opening the chest from a distance. With a soft chime, the chest opened without any peril, revealing a black mask inside. Lacking any exploration skills, Jiang Yi could not discern the mask's specific effects. Meanwhile, his avatar had joined Lu Shen and Bai Ruowan, arriving at the gathering place for students on the first floor. The first floor of the apartment did not contain individual rooms for accommodation. Instead, it resembled a large hotel lobby. At that moment, students had congregated in the expansive hall. Near the entrance of the apartment, there was a front desk manned by a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Seemingly the fabled apartment manager, a large group of students, led by Wang Lingling and Gao Chong, was currently engaged in discussions with the administrator. As Jiang Yi and his companions entered the hall, they were intercepted by Yu Ziyu from Class 2. Yu Ziyu claimed to be a recorder assigned by Wang Lingling, tasked with documenting the player panels and apartment numbers of the new members of the mutual aid group. Lu Shen, being a top student in his senior year with a good reputation, agreed to provide his information. He then inquired of Yu Ziyu, "May we view the records of this mutual aid group?" Yu Ziyu readily nodded, "Of course." Lingjia and Changgu made it clear that our mutual aid group was established for the purpose of sharing information and resources. Therefore, the record is essentially public, available for everyone to review. Perhaps due to the impressive panel data displayed by Lu Shen and by Ruowan, Yu Ziyu was quite enthusiastic and elaborated. "I have recorded the player panels of over 30 classmates, with the majority possessing C-level and D-level talents, totaling more than 20. Among them, several have not comprehended any skills. As for E-level and F-level talents, there are 3 individuals, all of whom have failed to grasp any skills, essentially rendering them ineffective. Your situation, Lu Shen, alongside Jiang Yi, is quite commendable, as both of you have managed to comprehend valuable skills. Especially you, Lu Shen, having grasped a C-level skill, you can undoubtedly be considered the top among C-level talent holders. In the early stages, you may even surpass some B-level talent holders. Within our current group of over 30 members, you should rank within the top 5. Clearly, Yu Ziyu held Lu Shen in high regard. However, Jiang Yi felt somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Lu Shen could rank among the top 5. Given this scenario, his own C-level talent and the comprehension of a D-level skill might place him slightly above average. Lu Shen was equally astonished, discovering upon examining the records that among the 30 entries, there was only one individual with an A-level talent. Furthermore, that person had only comprehended a C-level skill. There were 5 individuals with B-level talents, excluding Bai Ruowan, but 4 of them had only grasped D-level skills, with only one mastering a C-level skill. If one were to rank solely by skill level, Lu Shen could indeed secure a position within the top 5. With this realization, the melancholy surrounding Lu Shen's C-level talent dissipated significantly. So what if his talent was ordinary? His perceptiveness was exceptional, allowing him to excel nonetheless. However, Lu Shen soon lamented, "Looking at it this way, the situation within our mutual aid group is rather dire. When the veteran players arrive in 8 days, will we be able to cope?" Yu Ziyu shared his sentiment. "Alas, let's discuss the situation when the time comes in 8 days. Moreover, our mutual aid group currently consists of just over 30 members. Those who join later may possess stronger abilities." While Yu Ziyu conversed with Lu Shen, Jiang Yi discreetly scanned through the records. Among the 30 or so classmates, most exhibited elemental or enhancement talents. Elemental talents encompassed affinities for elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing them to comprehend corresponding elemental skills. Enhancement talents predominantly included attributes like physical enhancement and energy enhancement. There was even a visual enhancement talent who had mastered an exploration skill, while another with auditory enhancement had not comprehended any skill, and one with vocal enhancement had grasped a soundwave skill. Additionally, martial arts mastery likely fell under enhancement talents, mastering a skill called striking surge. Among these, the most unique enhancement talent was Xiao Likuan's perceptiveness enhancement. Jiang Yi had not expected that even perceptiveness could be enhanced. He wondered if his avatar would awaken a perceptiveness enhancement talent in the coming days. However, it was peculiar that Xiao Likuan, despite his enhanced perceptiveness, had not grasped any skills. Perhaps he possessed perceptiveness but lacked other talents? If Xiao Likuan could awaken additional talents, he might truly soar. Yet, many uncertainties lingered. No one knew whether others could acquire additional talents or if talents could be further elevated. Regardless, after reviewing the records, Lu Shen felt significantly more confident. Yu Ziyu held him in considerable esteem, asking, "By the way, Lu Shun, have you discovered a black iron treasure chest in your apartment?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi perked up his ears. Lu Shun was suddenly startled by the question. "What do you mean? There are treasure chests in the apartment. Wow, I didn't notice that. How come no one mentioned it in the chat group? I'm heading back to search right now." "Hey, Lu Shun, don't get too excited." Yu Ziyu chuckled, quickly clarifying, "Not every apartment contains treasure chests. Among the 30-plus members of our mutual aid group, only Su Yuewan from Class 1 has discovered a black iron treasure chest in her apartment. Inside, she found a red fruit, which she hesitated to eat due to concerns about toxicity. After bringing it to the mutual aid group, Chun Yuqin used an exploration skill to identify it as a spirit fruit that increases energy. Both Ling Jie and Changgu were quite magnanimous, showing no inclination to monopolize that fruit. Consequently, Su Yuewan consumed the fruit, and it boosted her energy attribute by 0.5 points. Other students had also searched their apartments, but none had found any treasure chests. Thus, Changgu speculated that the probability of treasure chests appearing should be quite low. However, given that each floor of the apartment contains numerous rooms, and that we novice players occupy a staggering 80 of them, it is conceivable that scattered treasure chests may be found in the other apartment rooms. Upon hearing this, Lu Shun's mind began to wander. Yet, those other apartment rooms might also harbor dangers. Right? Could Wang Lingling's ascension involve battling monsters in those rooms? To this, Yu Ziyu shook his head, explaining that Lingjia had yet to disclose her secret to leveling up, stating she would clarify once everyone had gathered. Nevertheless, from what Yu Ziyu gathered, it seemed that her method did not involve exploring the apartment rooms for monsters. Moreover, she appeared unable to reach level 2 in the immediate future. She too was curious about the situation in the other apartment rooms, which is why she was currently negotiating with the apartment administrator. If it could be confirmed that there were no dangers, Lingjia would likely arrange for someone to specifically explore the apartment rooms in search of more treasure chests. At this juncture, the usually reticent Jiang Yi suddenly interjected, asking, "Are the items within those treasure chests all useful? Could there be hidden dangers concealed within them?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu scrutinized Jiang Yi and, instead of answering, countered with a question. "What? Have you also discovered treasure chests in the apartment rooms?" Jiang Yi quickly shook his head. "No, I simply feel that this apartment we were transported to should inherently possess dangers. Yet so far, we seem to have encountered none." Lu Shun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The earlier hints explicitly mentioned Doomsday apartment. It stands to reason that with Doomsday in the title, there should be numerous perils, akin to a biohazard crisis. Yet we have not faced any threats thus far," Bai Ruowan innocently remarked, "but this is merely a novice apartment. It is quite normal for a novice apartment to lack dangers, isn't it?" Yu Ziyu concurred. "Exactly. And we are not entirely devoid of threats. Did the hints not also mention that failing to pay rent could result in annihilation?" At this point, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, your room number is 2025, which is on the 20th floor, correct?" Jiang Yi confirmed, "Yes." Yu Ziyu then continued, "That makes your room the highest recorded in my data. What is your daily rent?" After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Yi did not conceal the truth. "The rent is over 125,000. Upon hearing this figure, Yu Ziyu, Bai Ruowan, and Lu Shun were immediately taken aback. Bai Ruowan exclaimed, "So expensive? I thought the several thousand rents in the group were already exorbitant." "Yours is over 100,000. You must cancel your lease." Jiang Yi nodded. However, before he could speak, Yu Ziyu solemnly remarked, "Given your situation, it seems that canceling the lease may not be so straightforward." Chapter 7. A massive inheritance. Some classmates had already consulted the apartment administrator regarding the process of lease cancellation. The rules here dictate that if one wishes to cancel in the morning, they must pay 50 of the rent as a penalty. In the afternoon, the penalty increases to 80. After 10 p.m., the cancellation window closes, and one must pay 100 of the rent. With such a high rent, accumulating half by the morning, which amounts to 60,000 in penalties, is practically impossible. If it drags on until the afternoon, the 80 penalty would soar to an astonishing 100,000. Your rent alone exceeds the combined total of the other 79 individuals. Yu Ziyu hesitated, his expression complex, as he struggled to find the words. Lu Shun and Bai Ruowan both discerned what remained unspoken. Jiang Ye's situation might lead to his annihilation on the very first day due to an inability to pay rent. Bai Ruowan, being soft-hearted, instinctively thought to say, "The mutual aid group is numerous and strong. Surely we can help Jiang Yi gather enough to cover the cancellation penalty? Yet, this thought remained unvoiced. Although she was compassionate, she understood all too well that in this environment, one cannot play the saint. After all, those amounts of 60,000 and 100,000 are no trifling sums. Yu Ziyu had also stated that Jiang Ye's rent surpassed the combined total of the other 79. To assist Jiang Yi in this situation would require all members to bear a significant burden. But why should they? They were merely classmates, not Jiang Ye's parents. The mutual aid group was for support, not charity. Furthermore, Jiang Ye's talent and skills were not crucial, and he did not have a strong social circle. While Bai Ruowan was familiar with students from both Class 1 and Class 2, she could hardly recall Jiang Yi. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would agree to help him in this context. Consequently, Bai Ruowan chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance of Yu Ziyu's unfinished words. Liu Shan shared a similar sentiment, believing that it was not a matter of unwillingness to help, but rather that Jiang Ye's rent was simply outrageous. Hearing Yu Ziyu's words, Jiang Yi felt a flicker of anxiety, worried that he might not survive the first day due to his inability to pay rent. However, he maintained a calm facade. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed an idea. I recall that the hints mentioned survival stones could be exchanged for game currency. If I can locate a survival stone, I should be able to exchange it for a substantial amount of game currency, perhaps enough to cover my exorbitant rent. This was indeed a plausible strategy. However, Yu Ziyu furrowed his brow. But the previous hint also stated that with 100 players, there are 100 survival stones. Those without survival stones at the end of the game will also be annihilated. If you exchange a survival stone for game currency, someone else will face annihilation when the game concludes. Jiang Yi, unperturbed, analyzed further. Yet, if I were to be annihilated today for failing to pay rent, wouldn't that effectively result in one less survival stone in circulation? He reasoned. If I cannot survive the first day, why should I even contemplate the game's conclusion? This argument held merit. Yu Ziyu hesitated but did not dwell on it. In any case, we have yet to find a single survival stone. Your idea can only be realized if we manage to find one on the first day. Despite saying this, Jiang Yi sensed that even if the mutual aid group managed to find a survival stone on the first day, they might not be willing to use it to exchange for game currency to help him pay rent. Thus, he knew he had to devise a plan of his own. At that moment, Jiang Yi, who remained in his apartment room, ultimately donned the black mask upon his face. Initially, he had intended to survive for one day at a time. However, the pressing issue of rent now loomed like a sword above him, compelling him to take risks in order to survive. Fortunately, upon placing the black mask on his face, he encountered no immediate danger. Instead, a warm sensation surged through him, imparting a strange sense of newfound strength. With a flicker of intrigue, Jiang Yi swiftly checked his status panel. Jiang Yi, level 0, physical strength 1, 6, stamina 2.8, combat power 3.5, survival points 0, talent infinite clones X. What? Jiang Ye's talent of infinite clones did not grant him any enhancement to his attributes or combat power. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the black mask had provided him with an increase of 1 point in physical strength and 2 points in stamina. This enhancement rendered him stronger than his first clone. However, in terms of combat power, he still fell short compared to clone number 1. This led to the deduction that talents and skills seemed to influence combat power as well. His original self possessed attributes but lacked usable skills, resulting in low combat power. However, aside from the attribute enhancement, it appeared the mask possessed additional effects. As Jiang Yi regained his composure, he realized he seemed to have not only grown stronger but also become bald. He hurried to the bathroom to look in the mirror, only to discover a stranger, a bald uncle, staring back at him. Startled, Jiang Yi nearly suspected some malevolent force at play. Yet, he quickly discerned that this was not a haunting but rather a disguise effect brought on by the mask. Upon removing the mask, the bald uncle in the mirror transformed back into his own handsome visage. Replacing it once more revealed the bald figure again. After several repetitions, Jiang Yi marveled at the mask's disguise effect, which exceeded his expectations. Typically, human skin masks in martial arts novels merely altered facial features. However, this disguise mask could even change hairstyles and body shapes. It was akin to transforming into an entirely different person. With this newfound capability, Jiang Ye's thoughts began to race. Initially, he had worried. If both his original self and clones ventured out of the apartment to explore, What if someone discovered the existence of two Jiangyes? Wouldn't that jeopardize his secret of cloning? But now, equipped with this disguise mask, it would be convenient for his original self to explore without raising suspicion. Nevertheless, the 80 novice players were all high school seniors. If they were to encounter a bald uncle, it would likely spark immediate attention and speculation. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Yi suddenly froze in realization. He noticed that the bald uncle in the mirror had vanished. Raising a hand to touch his face, he soon discovered he had become invisible. Removing the mask restored his visibility, while donning it again rendered him invisible once more. Incredible! Thus, the black mask not only provided a disguise but also endowed him with an invisibility effect. Therefore, its overall effects were Physical Strength 1, Stamina 2, Effect 1, Disguise, Effect 2, Invisibility, and to think, this was merely a piece of bronze equipment. How astonishingly powerful could it be? In light of this comparison, it seems that the fruit obtained by Su Yuewan from the black iron treasure chest, which only added 0.5 to her energy attribute, is rather disappointing, isn't it? However, Zhang Yi reconsidered and realized that such a comparison is unwarranted. Su Yuewan's attribute increase is presumably permanent, something that cannot be taken away by others. In contrast, while Jiang Ye's mask grants him a greater boost, it remains susceptible to theft. Moreover, the crucial point is that it was procured from a bronze treasure chest. Viewed from this angle, the items within the bronze treasure chest offer significant advantages to novice players at this stage. If Jiang Yi were to continue finding bronze treasure chests, his chances of surviving the first day would greatly improve. Yet, bronze treasure chests are not so easily discovered. At this moment, Jiang Yi settled his thoughts and suddenly perceived. Perhaps the bronze treasure chest serves as a form of compensation for his exorbitant rent. Otherwise, players allocated to luxury apartments would stand no chance of surviving the first day. If this line of reasoning holds true, could it be inferred that the more opulent the apartment, the higher the probability of encountering bronze treasure chests? Thus, if he wishes to acquire more bronze treasure chests, should he not set his sights on the luxurious apartments on the top floors? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was diligently researching strategies for the bronze treasure chests in his apartment room, while his doppelganger joined forces with Lu Shan and Bai Ruowan at the front desk to form a mutual aid group. Upon formally joining the mutual aid group, they swiftly shared some fundamental information about the apartments. This primarily revolved around the special facilities mentioned by Gao Chang during his call for everyone to gather, specifically those located on the first floor. These special facilities are categorized into two types: those that generate income and those that incur expenses. The income-generating facilities are of utmost concern to the students, as they represent their means of earning rent. There are 4 major service bases, corresponding to the 4 income-generating models of errand running, tutoring, cleaning, and personalized services. The first 3 are quite straightforward. Errand running is akin to a delivery person, responsible not only for food delivery but also for package delivery. Wink with a frown. Tutoring involves providing tutoring to residents with children. Although the subjects may be somewhat unconventional, wink with a frown. Cleaning is simply about offering cleaning services. As4, personalized services, it entails fulfilling private requests from apartment residents, such as haircuts, massages, or pet care. This last category is rather nuanced. A few male students jokingly wondered if there might be some peculiar types of home services. This, predictably, drew various eye rolls from the female students. Among these 4 income-generating models, there exists a unique stipulation. Participants in these 4 services are restricted to operating within the floor range of their respective apartments. For instance, if Zhang San resides on the 8th floor, he can only offer services between the 2nd and 8th floors. Conversely, if Li Si lives on the 18th floor, he can serve from the 2nd to the 18th floors. Furthermore, the higher the floor from which services are rendered, the greater the potential earnings. At this juncture, Jiang Ye's advantage of residing on the 20th floor becomes evident. He can cater to residents from the 2nd to the 20th floors, thus earning money at a much faster rate. Nevertheless, scholars have already analyzed that despite Jiang Ye's tireless efforts throughout the day, he is likely to fall short of covering his rent. While residing at a higher altitude indeed allows for quicker earnings, the overall cost-effectiveness remains exceedingly low. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 game coins in a day would already be a remarkable feat. 12,000 is simply unattainable. Even the 10,000 termination fee for breaking the lease remains beyond his reach. His sole hope, it seems, lies in exchanging survival stones for game coins. Yet at this stage, the students are entirely oblivious to how to acquire survival stones. Thus, Jiang Yi is highly unlikely to survive the first day. However, at this moment, the students' attitudes towards him shifted subtly. Although Jiang Yi may not survive the first day, he is capable of earning 2,000 to 3,000 game coins through sheer hard work. Such a substantial sum could easily cover the rent for several other students over 10 days. Consequently, the other students took it upon themselves to comfort him, each offering visions of hope with their survival stones, urging him not to abandon his will to persevere and to focus on working diligently to earn money. What if, in the course of his hard work, he happens to stumble upon a survival stone? Even a leader like Gao Chong, basking in the adulation of his peers, took the time to reassure him, saying, "I believe that the heavens will surely favor those who strive diligently. Perhaps a survival stone awaits your discovery amidst your industrious efforts." Jiang Yi listened, his heart filled with a mix of skepticism and a flicker of hope. After all, if his conjecture proves accurate, that the higher the floor, the greater the likelihood of encountering bronze treasure chests. Chapter 8. The secret of leveling up. In addition to this, the benefits of higher floors are also reflected in the consumption facilities of the apartments. Much like the 4 service bases in the labor model, the consumption facilities are also divided into 4 categories, namely, training room, to enhance personal combat power through specialized training, including attribute enhancement and skill comprehension. Wink with a frown. Challenge room, to hone battle awareness through combat with ferocious beasts. Combat room, available to users in apartments on the 20th floor and above. Here, new players can engage in battles with one another, with the victor claiming the game coins wagered by the defeated. The 4th consumption facility is the apartment mall. The apartment mall is divided into low-end mall and high-end mall. The low-end mall primarily offers food, shopping, entertainment, and other ordinary consumables that exist in the real world. In contrast, access to the high-end mall is restricted to users residing on the 20th floor and above. However, merely entering incurs a fee of 1,000 game coins. According to astute classmates' deductions, there is a strong likelihood that the high-end mall will feature direct sales of treasure chests or treasure chest-related items. Clearly, under this consumption model, the privileges of residents on the 20th floor and above are once again underscored. The gazes directed towards Jiang Yi from his classmates grew increasingly complex. Wang Lingling, an elegant, bespectacled girl exuding an air of sophistication, bore a resemblance to Heiji Hattori from Detective Conan. During the height of the outburst, some classmates even jested that she resembled Gao Qilon or Elian. At this moment, she adjusted her glasses and offered a direct analysis. The entire setup of the apartment facilities evidently encourages players to reside on higher floors. Higher floors yield faster earnings and grant access to more upscale consumption options, which is advantageous for player growth. However, based on my analysis, players will likely need a few days to accumulate enough resources before they can aspire to reside on higher floors. Otherwise, for someone like Jiang Yi, who occupies a high floor on the first day, it becomes exceedingly difficult to pay rent. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yi, calmly reassuring him. However, "Jiang Yi, rest assured. The very purpose of our mutual aid group is to ensure everyone can survive. If we find a survival stone on the first day and you are indeed unable to pay rent, I am willing to exchange it for game coins to cover your first day's rent." Wang Lingling's words were delivered with utmost conviction, lending a sense of seriousness that left the entire mutual aid group somewhat perplexed. Some students thought to themselves, is she truly willing to squander a survival stone to cover Jiang Yi's rent? If someone genuinely finds a survival stone, wouldn't Jiang Yi be getting a free ride? That's hardly fair. The unusual gazes from his classmates did not escape Jiang Yi's notice. Wang Lingling sensed this and swiftly added, "However, the mutual aid group is not a charity. Helping you with your rent is to ensure your survival. Yet, I hope you will endeavor to repay that amount later. Moreover, if our mutual aid group consists of 80 members, yet we only collect 79 survival stones, the one left without a stone will inevitably be you. I trust you understand this. Of course, if we have the opportunity to see survival stones from veteran players, we will certainly assist you. After all, the essence of our mutual aid group is to ensure the survival of all students, and we will not easily abandon you." Wang Lingling's words were sincere. However, Jiang Yi, with his inherently aloof disposition, remained unmoved, perceiving her discourse as remarkably sophisticated. On one hand, it served to placate him, a top-tier laborer, ensuring he could work diligently on the first day, striving to amass a substantial inheritance. On the other hand, it effectively won over the hearts of many. Her speech was not solely intended for him. It was also aimed at the members of the mutual aid group. These 18-year-olds, inexperienced in the ways of the world, would surely be touched by her words, coupled with a sense of admiration. They would likely become increasingly devoted to her leadership. Gao Chong, sensing that Wang Lingling held far greater sway in the mutual aid group than he did, quickly interjected. Among our classmates, besides Jiang Yi, is there anyone else facing rent pressures? Su Yuewan, is your rent of over 2,000 manageable? Su Yuewan, a top student with a rather independent nature, preferred not to trouble others. After some contemplation, she stubbornly replied, if I manage my time well, I should be fine. Gao Chong nodded. Indeed, we must act swiftly. It serves no purpose for us all to linger here waiting for everyone to gather. I believe we should split up and take action immediately. Yu Ziyu will remain here to assist those joining the mutual aid group, while the other students can promptly set out to earn game coins. Upon hearing this, the students readily agreed. Yes, we can't afford to delay any longer. We need to earn money. Though I can easily earn my rent today, I still wish to save up more coins to enhance my capabilities through the consumption model. Me too. I can't wait to experience the training room and comprehend some skills. I used to think studying was tough, but now I realize that money is what truly matters. Earning. However, some students immediately pointed out, but what about the secret of the upgrade? Ling Jie has not yet revealed AT this moment. Wang Lingling decided to be forthcoming, saying, once everyone left their respective apartments, we all headed towards the corridor illuminated by the red light. Where we discovered the red light elevator, I wonder if any of you have ventured in the opposite direction of the red light. This query was met with a response from Lu Shan, who promptly replied, I did walk in that direction once. However, the deeper I went, the darker it became. Eventually, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, not even the apartment doors or their numbers. Fearing hidden dangers, I quickly turned back. Soon, other students echoed his sentiments, stating, I also ventured a short way in but found it too dark and turned back swiftly. Could it be that Ling Jie encountered danger while exploring that direction, leading to her leveling up? Ling Jie, how formidable were the creatures you faced? Someone asked. For those of us with lower combat power, it seems we have little hope of leveling up, another added. Wang Lingling's expression grew serious as she explained. Indeed, I achieved my level up while exploring that direction. Yet, I truly have no understanding of what transpired. Much like Lu Shun, I ventured a distance, but the darkness was overwhelming, and I dared not continue. The difference is that I possess an A-grade skill called Shadow Clone. Thus, I deployed my Shadow Clone to continue the exploration. I lacked a perspective from the clone, so I remain unaware of its experiences. When I unexpectedly received a notification of my level up, I was quite astonished. However, what weighs heavily on my heart is that shortly after my upgrade, my Shadow Clone perished. If I wish to employ this skill again, I will likely have to wait until tomorrow. At this juncture, Wang Lingling's expression hinted at her distress. The Shadow Clone was meant to serve as her powerful ally, yet it met its end during the exploration of the corridor. She felt that this loss could not be compensated by the upgrade or the black iron treasure chest rewards. Haichang pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring, I wonder how much combat power your Shadow Clone possessed? Wang Lingling pursed her lips and replied gravely, conservatively estimated. It had nearly 20 combat power. A collective gasp echoed among the students gathered. They hadn't anticipated that Wang Lingling's single clone was 4 to 5 times stronger than them. The crucial point was that the clone had ultimately perished. If they had truly continued deeper into the corridor, they likely would have had no chance to level up and would have met a swift demise. Moreover, Wang Lingling now faced near impossibility in her pursuit of level 2. Liu Shun, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Thank goodness I had an instinctive feeling of unease and turned back in time. Otherwise, I might have already met my end. However, scarcely had he expressed his sentiments when a sudden scream erupted among the students. Ding ding, what are you shouting about? You nearly scared me to death. Exactly, Ding ding, why the sudden outburst? The students turned their gazes towards Ding Ding from Class 2, who appeared pale and terrified. You all need to look at the chat group. Chat group? I didn't notice any extraordinary messages. No, not messages. It's the member list. Look at the member list. It previously showed 8080, but now it has changed to 7880. Wait, what does this mean? Point 2 people have gone offline. Offline? How did they go offline? I didn't see anywhere to exit the game. Are you foolish? Going offline must mean they are dead. So just now. We lost 2 classmates. No, it can't be. People are gone. It's Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan from Class 2. They must have explored in the opposite direction of the corridor's red light and were devoured by some monster. Adat, please stop talking. It's making me anxious. Thank goodness we formed a mutual aid group. Otherwise, if I saw the member list decrease alone, I would probably be too frightened to step outside. But what if we encounter danger while doing errands to earn rent? Upon hearing this, the previously enthusiastic classmates now appeared anxious. Just as Gao Chong and Wang Lingling stepped forward to reassure everyone, Jiang Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. In truth, upon learning that Wang Lingling had leveled up, a thought flashed through his mind. He suspected that Wang Lingling might have reached level 1 through killing. Although he was aware that Wang Lingling had not taken a life, Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan could have fallen victim to another classmate. After all, among those who did not attend the assembly, some might speculate that Wang Lingling had leveled up through murder. With such thoughts, actions could easily follow. Yet, this remained merely Jiang Ye's conjecture. At that moment, a slightly plump girl among the students suddenly spoke, tears brimming in her eyes. Fan Yuhang might have encountered an accident while exploring the corridor, but Chen Yuan is my best friend. She is particularly timid, and I truly cannot imagine her daring to explore the corridor like Ling Jie or Lu Shan. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and analyzed. Indeed, as long as one does not venture deep into the corridor, they should not encounter danger. Chen Yuan, being a timid girl, would unlikely have actively explored the depths of the corridor. Therefore, it stands to reason that she should not have perished due to dangers lurking within. Wang Lingling's mind raced and she quickly interjected, "Are you suggesting that she was murdered?" Lu Shan nodded gravely. Not only her, but Fan Yuhang likely met a similar fate. They both vanished from the member list almost simultaneously. Thus, I surmise that they may have crossed paths with one or several classmates while heading to the assembly. Being classmates, they would have been unguarded, and then Lu Shan's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Many students displayed expressions of fear and disbelief. Those who found it hard to believe retorted, "Impossible. We are all classmates. We haven't even killed a chicken before. How could anyone suddenly turn to murder?" Exactly, to kill 2 at once. This speculation is too malicious. I also believe they must have been killed by other monsters in the apartment while they were together. Many students struggled to accept the notion that classmates had begun killing one another. Lu Shan wore a look of exasperation. Haven't you all been keeping up with the news? Have you never heard of high school students committing murder or even burying someone alive? Don't forget, it's not just high school students. Even middle schoolers and elementary school kids have committed murder. In a vast world, there are all kinds of people. Such incidents exist in reality, and coming to this apocalyptic apartment only magnifies the issues. You are all quite naive. To dismiss my reasonable conjecture as malicious is simply. Lu Shan looked thoroughly exasperated. However, Wang Lingling suddenly placed a hand on him and reassured the students. Lu Shan's analysis holds some merit. But the students' concerns are also valid. However, as the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others. I hope there will be no classmates in our mutual aid group who resort to murder. At the same time, I urge you all to keep a watchful eye on others, lest one be harmed by someone they trust. If any of you do indeed face malicious attacks from classmates, please report the assailant's information in the chat group. That way, even in the event of misfortune, the mutual aid group can assist you in seeking retribution. Wang Lingling's thoughtful words managed to sway the sentiments of several students. Seeing this, Gao Chong seized the moment to assert his presence, suggesting that he and Wang Lingling investigate the causes of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's death. If they could locate the bodies, perhaps they could discern whether they had perished at the hands of a classmate or a monster. However, Wang Lingling calmly shook her head, stating, "We can only reach the floor where our own apartment is located. If Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan died on a higher floor, we will have no opportunity to find their bodies. Therefore, rather than wasting time searching for the bodies to investigate the cause of death, it would be more prudent for all of you to pay attention while working on each floor. If anyone discovers the bodies during their tasks, we can then analyze the cause of death." This reasoning was evidently more logical. Gao Cheng's expression faltered momentarily. He had just wanted to suggest that Jiang Yi, who could access higher floors, could investigate instead. Yet, Wang Lingling seemed to read his thoughts, adding, "Jiang Yi can indeed investigate the cause of death of those 2, but his time should be spent earning money to create greater value. Furthermore, We have already wasted considerable time. It is crucial that everyone act promptly to ensure we pay today's rent." This statement struck a chord, and the students nodded in agreement. Only Gao Cheng felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards Wang Lingling, who consistently overshadowed him, especially since she was a girl. He had originally proposed the idea of gathering the classmates. Yet now Wang Lingling seemed to usurp his every initiative. The tension between these two formidable individuals was unmistakably palpable. However, Jiang Yi remained unfazed. At that moment, his shadow clone finally had the opportunity to take action. Among the 4 major service stations, he chose the job of a cleaner. This particular role allowed him to fully exploit the advantages of his high-rise location. First and foremost, he dismissed the idea of being a tutor outright. After all, in this apocalyptic apartment, there was no longer a need to study subjects like language, mathematics, or foreign languages. Thus, the content of tutoring could very well be unexpected. He certainly did not wish to take that risk. Secondly, special services also bore too much uncertainty. Lastly, the errand-running jobs were too fragmented, with tasks coming in sporadic orders. While it was true that high-rise errands commanded a higher price, he would also receive lower-paying tasks from the lower floors, which wasted time. Moreover, errands typically only delivered to the doorstep, preventing access to the interiors of high-rise apartments. Jiang Yi was eager to enter luxurious apartments in search of bronze treasure chests. Therefore, the opportunity to work as a cleaner not only promised more earnings, but also the chance to discover treasure chests, which was precisely what he desired. Of course, the cleaning job might also pose certain dangers. However, there was no other option. Among the 4 jobs, he had to choose one that paid well. Most of his classmates opted for errand-running jobs. As the shadows of the 2 classmates who had perished still loomed large, they instinctively hesitated to engage too much with other residents of the apartment. Consequently, the seemingly safer option of delivering to doorsteps became more appealing. Soon, the students eagerly received their work badges from the 4 service stations and sprang into action. Jiang Yi quickly examined his badge and discovered that each job had a specific employee ranking system. For instance, in errand running, completing a certain number of deliveries would elevate an employee's rank. The higher the rank, the greater the pay per task. Additionally, both positive and negative reviews would impact the elevation of employee rankings. Since the employee rankings for the 4 jobs were calculated separately, it indicated that .it would be best for these classmates to stick with one job consistently. This way, they could continuously accumulate experience and enhance their employee rankings, ultimately increasing their earning potential. It felt akin to deeply cultivating a single field, leading to promotions and salary increases. With this in mind, Jiang Yi, who possessed the ability to create infinite doppelgangers, held a significant advantage in the realm of earning money. While others labored individually for their earnings, he could assemble a team of doppelgangers to compete fiercely. Moreover, as time passed, the number of doppelgangers would grow, leading to an explosive increase in earning speed. However, the thought of 2 classmates already having died, combined with the exorbitant pressure of rent, left Jiang Yi feeling quite unsettled. He was exceedingly eager to rapidly acquire a second or even third doppelganger. Yet, he was uncertain about the specific cost required to generate these doppelgangers. Chapter 10. The missing package. If only he could swiftly locate the survival stone. That item was undoubtedly precious and might even be used to increase the number of his doppelgangers. However, it seemed that finding such a thing would not be easy, Jiang Yi suspected, since there was a distinction between levels above and below the 20th floor in both the work and consumption modes. It was highly likely that the invaluable survival stone would predominantly be found on floors above the 20th. At this moment, Jiang Yi was somewhat impatient. Clutching his work badge, he instinctively sought a cleaning task on a high floor. For example, a cleaning job on the 20th floor could earn him a whopping 8,800 game coins. The high earnings also presented more opportunities to find treasure chests and survival stones, an undeniably enticing prospect. However, when the badge prompted, "Are you sure you want to accept this task?" Jiang Yi ultimately regained his composure. Though he was also an 18-year-old high school senior, he had grown up without a mother and with a father who worked long hours, leaving him to be fostered by various relatives. This experience of living under someone else's roof made him acutely sensitive from a young age. Rather than expressing himself vocally, he preferred to observe the patterns of various phenomena. He might not be among the most intelligent, yet he had deduced a set of rules. Often, beneath visible temptations lay hidden risks. The task on the 20th floor not only promised high rewards but also beckoned with bronze treasure chests and survival stones. Thus, it was highly probable that its danger level far exceeded that of lower-floor tasks. But should he simply abandon this opportunity and accept a safer low-floor task? That way, he might not earn enough to cover rent on his first day, leading to his demise as well. In an instant, Jiang Yi found himself torn. Accepting the 20th floor task with his current abilities was practically a death sentence. Yet, avoiding that risk and failing to pay rent would lead to the same fate. What decision should he make? If only he could enhance his abilities before accepting the 20th floor task. Perhaps he could start with tasks on the lower floors, seeking treasure chests while improving his strength before tackling the 20th floor. But that would be a tremendous waste of time. Tasks that allowed entry into apartment rooms typically required several hours to complete, and the probability of finding treasure chests in lower-floor apartments was exceedingly low. Most likely, they would only yield the lowest-tier black iron chests, providing minimal assistance. Was there truly a way to efficiently and swiftly enhance his strength? While he was lost in thought, Lu Shun, who held a badge for errand running, noticed him and approached. "What's the matter, Jiang Yi? Why aren't you off to do your tasks?" As he spoke, he leaned in to glance at Jiang Ye's badge and remarked, "Given your unique circumstances, cleaning is indeed the fastest way to earn money." Thinking Jiang Yi was merely feeling awkward, he added, "This apocalyptic apartment is essentially a game. Everyone has become a worker, and no one will look down on cleaning jobs. We're all just trying to make a living." Jiang Yi nodded in gratitude and explained, "It's not that I disdain the job. I merely worry about the unknown dangers it may entail." Liu Shen understood, acknowledging the fear that everyone felt in this strange and eerie environment. It was fortunate that they were among familiar classmates. Otherwise, encountering strangers would likely be even more frightening. Liu Shen, quick-witted, immediately suggested, "In your situation, aside from working, there is indeed another option, in the consumption mode. There's the battle room. The lowest-tier battle mode only costs 100, allowing you to compete against players from other apartments. If you win, not only do you recover your 100, but you can also take the opponent's money. This was also a commendable way to earn. I just don't meet the eligibility criteria for the battle room, otherwise I would definitely want to give it a try." Jiang Yi had also contemplated earning money through the battle room. However, while Lu Shun spoke lightly of winning and making money, the speed of earning through this method was not particularly fast. Moreover, it was unstable. Given his abilities, the likelihood of winning against players from other apartments was rather low. Liu Shun seemed to sense Jiang Ye's concerns and continued to analyze. "You really needn't worry too much, if I'm not mistaken. It seems that all of humanity has been transported to one apocalyptic apartment after another. Within our apartment, you are the only one initially assigned to the 20th floor. Your abilities are actually above average among the 80 residents here. Other apartments also have players randomly assigned to the 20th floor. Their initial strength may not necessarily surpass yours. They might just have D-level talents and lack any acquired skills. Given our apartment's circumstances, this possibility is quite high. If you happen to have good luck when matching against players, winning should not be too difficult." I must admit, Lu Shen's analysis held merit. However, unbeknownst to Lu Shen, Jiang Yi had opened a bronze treasure chest in his 20th floor apartment. If that fact were taken into account, it was likely that other players on the 20th floor in their respective apartments had also opened bronze treasure chests. Even if their initial talents were weak, those players could enhance their strength through the bronze treasure chests. Meanwhile, the mask Jiang Yi obtained from his bronze treasure chest was evidently a support-type item and was currently in use by his main body. Considering all this, his doppelganger's chances of winning against other players on the 20th floor were truly slim, and the speed of earning would be quite mediocre. Unless he could dominate all opponents, he could barely improve his earning speed. While he was lost in his thoughts, both of them suddenly heard a commotion coming from the direction of the errand-running service station. Liu Shen was about to go take a look when Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened, and he directly reminded him, "Look at the chat group." Lu Shen glanced over and gasped, instinctively tightening his grip on the package in his hand. The chat group was abuzz with messages, as Ding Ding from Class 2 reported that the package he was responsible for delivering had gone missing. The consequence of this package loss was dire. He had to either recover the package or compensate for its loss by midnight. The package was worth over 8,000. This was an amount far beyond Ding Ding's means. He immediately broke down in tears at the errand-running service station. Liu Shen frowned as he read the message, quickly noticing classmates asking, "How could a package go missing? Was it stolen? Surely there's a way to recover it." However, the distraught Ding Ding paid no heed to his classmates' inquiries. Before long, another message appeared, "Gao Cheng, damn. My package is missing too. Upon reading this, all the students who had chosen errand running were left astonished. Gao Chang was among the top-ranked fighters in their class. How could his package have gone missing as well? Fortunately, Gao Chang's demeanor was far more composed than Ding Dang's. He quickly followed up in the chat group. All students who chose errand running, whatever you do not take packages into the elevator. My package disappeared in the elevator. I have no idea what kind of thing it was. It just swooped in and took it. I searched the elevator for ages, and I have no clue how to retrieve the package. I'm afraid that, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that we will be able to recover it. Compensation is our only option. Fortunately, the value of my parcel is just over 1,000, so I can just about afford the loss. Ding Dang, was your parcel also lost in the elevator? Ding Dang Chapter 11. A frantic notion indeed. The elevator appears to be problematic. Shortly thereafter, Ding Dang promptly responded in the chat group, "That's right. My parcel also vanished in the elevator. I have no idea how it suddenly disappeared. I searched for a long time and couldn't even determine what had been taken." Upon receiving this shocking news, our classmates quickly reached a conclusion. So those of us running errands must avoid the elevator. Otherwise, our parcels will mysteriously vanish. Goodness. Thankfully, I haven't entered the elevator yet. But wait. I just took the elevator to deliver my first order, and my parcel hasn't gone missing. It must be a matter of probability. It's not a certainty. I feel we can't gamble on this probability. Otherwise, like Ding Dang, we might lose valuable parcels and be unable to afford the compensation, Gao Chang stated. It's not just about being unable to afford it. I received a warning regarding lost parcels. If I lose 3 parcels while at the first level of errand running, my account will be suspended. What? Suspended? Does that mean I can't continue working as an errand runner? So this errand running job can only be done by taking the stairs. Take the stairs? Are you kidding me? I have to carry a parcel to the 12th floor on foot? It's just the 12th floor. Consider it. Is it worth exhausting myself to deliver the parcel safely, or risking it all in the elevator, only to lose the parcel and incur a hefty penalty? Moreover, I suspect that the higher the floor, the more valuable the parcels are. The compensation will be greater. So we have no choice but to take the stairs. Otherwise, if we gamble with the elevator, we won't even earn today's rent. But if we take the stairs, it may be manageable for 1 or 2 trips. But how many trips do we need to make to earn enough for the rent? It feels like it could kill us. Looking at it this way, I feel that opting for a cleaning job might be easier. Oh, come on. We've already discovered the pitfalls of errand running. We just need to avoid the elevator. Cleaning jobs surely have their own hidden traps, and if we're not careful, we might even face life-threatening situations. That's true. I suggest we all stick to errand running. It may be tiring, but at least there won't be any danger. Sigh. Well, I guess I'll go climb the stairs to deliver my parcels. Goodness, this parcel I've taken is so heavy. Climbing to the 8th floor is going to be sigh. Realizing the pitfalls of errand running, those who chose this job unanimously decided to forego the elevator and instead trudged up the stairs. Meanwhile, those who opted for cleaning or other jobs grew increasingly anxious. After all, if errand running has its traps, the other jobs are likely riddled with them as well. If it were merely a matter of losing money, it would be fine. What is truly frightening is the potential for life-threatening situations. Consequently, although the chat group buzzed with complaints about the arduous stair climbing, more and more classmates chose to deliver parcels up the stairs. Liu Shan, having read the chat, felt fortunate that he had not taken the elevator to deliver his goods. He sighed in relief and remarked to Jiang Yi, "If we take the stairs, our efficiency will drop significantly. I need to get moving quickly, or I won't earn enough for today's rent." Jiang Yi, he wanted to offer Jiang Yi some advice, but the high rewards inevitably come with high risks. Such counsel was hard to give. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi suddenly put away his cleaning worker badge and declared, "I might as well climb the stairs and run errands." Upon hearing this, Lu Shan couldn't help but frown. After all, he considered stair climbing for errands to be low risk with low returns. If Jiang Yi relied on stair climbing for errands, his earning potential would be far too slow. It would be a waste of the initial allocation of 20 floors. Lu Shan wanted to persuade him, but seeing Jiang Ye's determination, he refrained from saying much. Deep down, he felt disappointed in Jiang Yi, instinctively believing that with such a character, he was unlikely to have a promising future and would probably not survive the day. He couldn't be bothered to waste further thought on someone he deemed a lost cause. So he shook his head slightly and busied himself with his errand-running tasks. Jiang Yi, however, was indifferent to Lu Shan's perceptions of him. he directly went to the errand service base and obtained an errand worker badge. After briefly understanding the rules of the errand-running tasks, he accepted a delivery task to the 8th floor. Now, deliveries were no longer made via the elevator, but rather by taking the stairs. Strangely, this apartment complex had only one elevator. Yet students never encountered each other while using it. The stairwells, however, had a total of 12 sections lined up in a row, forming 12 safety doors on the first floor. Jiang Yi chose one of the 12 safety doors and began his ascent. During his climb, he notably did not encounter any fellow errand-runners. It seemed that both the elevator and the stairs in this apartment complex had their peculiarities. As he pondered this, he silently ascended to the 6th floor. His errand task was aimed at the 8th floor, but he suddenly stopped in the staircase on the 6th floor, panting as if he could climb no more. However, his dark eyes were secretly surveying his surroundings. He confirmed that there were neither cameras nor other students in the stairwell. At this moment, the previously breathless Jiang Yi suddenly became focused, his gaze fixed on the parcel assigned to his errand task. The parcel resembled a typical cardboard box used for deliveries, sealed with transparent tape. One side bore a white delivery slip, indicating the apartment room number and an order number. Aside from that, there was no other useful information. After meticulously inspecting the parcel box, Jiang Ye's expression turned serious as he drew out the kitchen knife he kept for self-defense and sliced open the transparent tape, sealing the box. Thus, the parcel originally destined for the 8th floor was opened without permission. This was the true purpose behind his choice to undertake the errand task. Upon learning about Ding Ding and Gao Chang's lost parcels, he had conceived the idea of stealing a parcel. He understood that lost parcels required compensation for their value. This meant that the parcels themselves held worth. The cost of a lost parcel was merely the compensation. Moreover, this compensation was not required immediately. It had to be settled before midnight. In other words, there was a buffer period. Therefore, Jiang Ye's plan to steal a parcel was entirely feasible. He merely needed to report the parcel as lost and then pay the compensation before midnight. Generally, students would not think to steal parcels due to the high compensation for lost items. Losing even one parcel could leave them financially devastated. Jiang Ye's situation was different. He was already indebted to the apartment for 125,000. Accumulating a few thousand or tens of thousands in compensation seemed inconsequential. Another reason other students hesitated to steal parcels was their uncertainty regarding the contents. What if the items inside were useless? They would be left with a debt for nothing. Jiang Yi harbored similar concerns. Thus, he was genuinely compelled to take this gamble due to the exorbitant rent. As he opened the parcel, his hands trembled with anxiety, fearing that it might contain dangerous items or worthless goods. Of course, this was also a thrill-induced tremor. If he could unearth a powerful item from the parcel, then his subsequent actions would be bolstered with confidence. Thus, with both tension and excitement mingling, his trembling hands finally broke open the parcel box. Chapter 12. Poison Blade Blood Dagger. Beep. Detected that the parcel number 10086 you are responsible for has been illegally opened. Your badge has automatically reported the loss. Please retrieve the parcel and complete the delivery before midnight, or you will need to pay a lost parcel compensation of 12,600. If the compensation is not made before midnight, 1 point will be deducted from your survival points. If survival points fall below 0, the player will be eliminated. If lost parcels exceed 3 times, this badge will be suspended. A series of alerts appeared on Jiang Ye's badge, resonating directly in his mind. The content of the alerts aligned exactly with what Gao Chang and Ding Ding had shared. The penalty for losing this parcel was an astounding 12,000. This was even more than the 8,000 that had left Ding Ding in despair. However, since Jiang Yi was already in debt for 125,000 in rent, this additional 12,000 was hardly a concern. He quickly steadied his emotions and turned his gaze to the items within the parcel box. Inside the box lay a palm-sized dark silver sphere. The sphere felt metallic with a strong sense of technology and had a significant weight when held. Additionally, there was a slight protrusion at the base of the sphere. Jiang Yi accidentally touched the bump, causing the sphere to emit a sound. Beep. Would you like to input your fingerprint to bind this product? The sudden noise startled Jiang Yi, making him flinch. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before whispering back to the sphere. Yes. Beep. Fingerprint input in progress. Beep. Smart assistant recognizing owner. Beep. Your life assistant has been generated. Initially named Xiaobing. Would you like to personalize the name? Upon hearing that his life assistant had been created, the tech-savvy sphere instantly sprouted a head and limbs. Its round head, slightly smaller than its body, sported a mini display screen. At this moment, the display screen radiates with a joyful emoticon, while a cheerful childlike voice emanates from it. Master, Master, I am your life assistant, Xiaobing. Would you like to personalize my settings now? Upon hearing the term life assistant, Jiang Yi felt a chill wash over him. He had taken a significant risk to stealthily retrieve a package, all in pursuit of enhancing his strength. Moreover, this was a survival apartment, not a holiday resort. He had no leisure to indulge in a life assistant. What he craved was tangible combat power. Yet, this diminutive gadget had burdened him with a debt of 12,000. A flicker of disappointment coursed through Jiang Ye's heart. He had no life to speak of, thus no inclination to personalize the settings of a life assistant. Skipping this step, he directly inquired of the little device. Xiaobing, please introduce yourself. What exactly can you do? I can provide basic household services for my master, such as cleaning and garbage disposal. I can also offer emotional support, like singing, chatting, and telling jokes. By the way, here is my data panel. Please take a look. As she spoke, a data panel indeed appeared on Xiaobing's display. Xiaobing, level 0, physical power 1, energy 1, combat power 2, talent none, skill detection E. Gazing at this data panel, Jiang Yi felt another wave of despair wash over him. This tiny frame, this meager combat power, was utterly incapable of assisting him, cleaning and providing emotional support. This was utterly inadequate to resolve his pressing issues. However, a thought suddenly struck Jiang Yi, and he hurriedly asked Xiaobing, "Can you go to the service station to collect a work badge and perform cleaning duties?" Xiaobing blinked cutely. "No, I cannot. The cleaning tasks Xiaobing can perform are very basic and cannot replace cleaning staff. Furthermore, Xiaobing lacks life, so I cannot obtain a service badge. Not only can I not perform cleaning tasks, but I am also incapable of running errands, tutoring, or providing specialized services." Jiang Yi felt utterly desolate. Yet, refusing to give up, he asked one last time, "Do you not possess even the slightest combat ability?" Well, Xiaobing seemed to ponder for a moment before hesitantly replying. Xiaobing possesses a self-destruct ability, the explosive power of which can instantly take the life of a player with a combat power not exceeding 10. For players with a combat power of no more than 20, it can also inflict severe injury. However, once the self-destruct program is initiated, Xiaobing will depart from the master forever. As she uttered these words, the little device displayed a crying emoticon on the screen. Oh, oh. Hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a faint glimmer of solace within him. After all, this self-destruct ability could be considered a trump card, right? Yet, in comparison to its price of 12,000, it still seemed rather unworthy. But there was no other choice. The package had already been opened. Could he possibly repack and return it? Wait, Jiang Yi suddenly queried Xiaobing, "Are you aware that a package that has already been opened can be repackaged and redistributed?" Xiaobing's display showed a speechless, shocked expression, quickly responding, "Generally speaking, as long as the contents show no signs of usage, and the recipient has not refused acceptance, it can be done." Signs of usage. Jiang Yi looked at Xiaobing and asked, "Can the traces of usage on you be erased?" Master, you may sever your connection with me, but as an intelligent robot, traces of usage cannot be deleted, unless I am returned to the original factory for a factory reset." After this exchange, Jiang Yi felt that Xiaobing was not entirely devoid of merit, as it seemed to possess a fair amount of knowledge. He then inquired, "Do you know where your original factory is?" Xiaobing appeared to misunderstand his question, displaying a puzzled expression on the screen. "The original factory is, of course, at the original factory." Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. "No, what I mean is m. Is your original factory also an apartment?" "Not at all. The place where I was born is not called an apartment, it is called a factory." A factory and an apartment are different types of buildings. A factory, an apartment. So this survival game in the apartment has other buildings beyond it. However, these matters were likely beyond Jiang Ye's current reach. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it further. Concealing the miniature robot on his person, he made his way back to the errand service base to collect his second delivery task. Knowing that packages with no signs of usage had a chance of being repackaged for redistribution, he felt emboldened. Moreover, with the penalty of account suspension for losing more than 3 packages, he opted for a delivery to the 18th floor this time. Theoretically, A package on a higher floor was likely to be of greater value. Hopefully, it would contain something that could significantly enhance his strength. Otherwise, with such immense debt, he might not survive the day. Jiang Yi repeated his previous tactics, clutching the package as he entered the stairwell. This time, he had no intention of climbing to the 6th floor, stopping instead at the corner between the 3rd and 4th floors. Before stealthily opening the package, he observed his surroundings once more. It was then that he checked the chat group and was met with explosive news. What is going on? Why is there one less person in the group again? It's Kai Daming from Class 1. I remember he took an errand task. What does that mean? Is there danger in the errand tasks? Could it be that he encountered danger while exploring somewhere else halfway through the errand? I don't know. And there is still Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan, whose bodies haven't been found either. We don't know how they died, sigh. I'm getting more and more scared. What should I do? I want to go home. I want my mom and dad to boo-hoo. Please, stop crying. Can crying solve anything? Your parents aren't here. No one will indulge you. Everyone, be cautious while working. Let us earn enough for rent as soon as possible and then improve our strength. Things should get better later. Kai Daming too. Why didn't he send a message in the chat group before he died? At least we would know how he died. Perhaps the danger came too suddenly. And didn't have time to send a message? Sigh. If it's that kind of danger, the rest of us will likely face the same fate. The atmosphere in the chat group was heavy and oppressive. Some timid girls had already begun to cry out of fear. Jiang Yi felt a weight in his heart as well. Meanwhile, the urgency to grow stronger only intensified. At this moment, his true self donned a disguise mask, presenting as a bald figure as he went to collect his errand worker badge at the service base. During this process, he naturally caught the attention of other errand students. However, they dared not provoke him, opting instead to discuss him discreetly in the chat group without actually confronting the bald figure. As a result, Jiang Yi, in his disguise, smoothly obtained his errand worker badge and his first errand task. Meanwhile, his other self deftly opened the second package. This time, the compensation indicated by the badge was a staggering 26,000. Inside the cardboard box lay a pitch-black short dagger. The blade appeared exceptionally sharp. Subtly glimmering with a red HUE.an idea sparked in Jiang Yi's mind. He retrieved Xiaobing from his concealment and instructed her. Come, Xiaobing, use your detection skill to investigate this dagger for me. Certainly, master, Xiaobing replied promptly. Soon, her miniature display showcased the dagger's details. Poison blade blood dagger, physical power 4, energy 2, poison attack 10, probability of triggering poisonous bleeding effect. Hiss. The effects of this dagger were evidently far superior to those of the disguise mask opened from the bronze treasure chest. Not only did it confer greater attributes, but it also came with a poison attack. Moreover, it had a chance to trigger a deadly poison and bleeding effect. Although the specifics of the deadly poison and bleeding effects remained unknown, the current novice players were generally unarmored. Frankly speaking, aside from a couple of students with slightly stronger abilities, the rest were all novices. With this dagger in hand, Jiang Yi would undoubtedly surpass 99 of his peers in strength. Even if he entered the battle room, his chances of winning would outweigh those of losing. However, just as he was about to retrieve the poison blade blood dagger with excitement, a voice suddenly echoed from above in the stairwell. From the direction of the 4th floor. Oh, looks like you've struck lucky, unearthing a powerful item. Chapter 13. The lone strongman out of place. The sound startled Jiang Yi, causing his heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, he gripped the poison blade blood dagger tightly. A surge of warmth seemed to flow from his palm into his body, imbuing him with an inexplicable sense of strength. This newfound feeling quickly steadied his emotions. Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Yi was not only astonished by the unexpected voice in the stairwell, but also by the fact that he recognized that voice. Sure enough, as he turned his gaze toward the 4th floor of the stairwell, he spotted a familiar figure descending. It was Yang Wenchao from Class 1. Yang Wenchao was slender and clad in a black windbreaker, directly calling out his name. It's you, Jiang Yi. It is not surprising that a classmate of his knows Jiang Yi. However, in truth, the somewhat reclusive Jiang Yi shares a modicum of camaraderie with Yang Wenchao. Jiang Yi's lack of social integration primarily stems from his low presence. He has few friends and belongs to that category of individuals whom both teachers and classmates seldom notice. Yang Wenchao also exhibits a certain social detachment, yet he suffers from poor interpersonal relations, being ostracized and targeted by many peers. The root of this animosity appears to lie in a rumor from their first year of high school. which suggested that Yang Wenchao had stolen money. However, Jiang Yi and Yang Wenchao were not classmates during their first year, and Jiang Yi generally avoids gossip, so he only had a vague awareness of the theft incident and lacked detailed knowledge. Their paths crossed when they were in the same class during their third year. It was a Friday, and the tablet that Kai Daming had secretly brought to school vanished, without much investigation. He immediately suspected Yang Wenchao of the theft. Consequently, students in the class began to point fingers at Yang Wenchao, reviving discussions about his prior alleged theft. Yang Wenchao vehemently denied the accusations, yet no one believed him and insisted on searching his backpack. Typically, Jiang Yi would refrain from meddling in such matters. However, at that moment, he was grappling with an electromagnetic conversion physics problem and found the incessant chatter exceedingly bothersome. Thus, he intervened and quickly located Kai Daming's tablet, which had been cleverly concealed within a textbook-like case that Kai Daming had crafted for ease of use during class. It turned out that he had forgotten it was nestled among his books and had failed to recognize it. Ultimately, it was revealed to be a misunderstanding, and Kai Daming merely jested about how cool Jiang Ye's new tablet case was, showing no intention of apologizing to Yang Wenchao. The other classmates also felt no need for an apology. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao, who remained taciturn, did not demand one either. However, he did express his gratitude to Jiang Yi. This small interaction could be considered the only dialogue between the two socially isolated individuals during their third year. Jiang Yi did not expect to encounter Yang Wenchao in the stairwell at that moment. Moreover, the demeanor of this fellow now was starkly different from his school persona. At school, he was always hunched, head down, eyes averted, and timidly shying away from others. Yet now, he stood tall, eyes resolute, emanating an aura of subtle intimidation. His tone while speaking bore an air of superiority, contrasting sharply with his former self. Jiang Yi could not help but ponder. Had this fellow been possessed? Or had he perhaps been reborn? Of course, it was also plausible that recent events had caused a sudden shift in Yang Wenchao's mindset and demeanor. Regardless of the possibility, Jiang Yi had reason to suspect that Yang Wenchao's current strength was formidable. Furthermore, just recently, Kai Daming, who had been discovered deceased in their chat group, might very well have met his end at Yang Wenchao's hands. Another perplexity arose. Jiang Yi had previously encountered no other classmates in the stairwell. The others in the chat group had also mentioned that they had not seen anyone while navigating the stairs. So why was Yang Wenchao present here? Jiang Yi felt a mix of confusion and wariness, instinctively tightening his grip on the blood-stained dagger in his hand. At that moment, Yang Wenchao, having descended the stairs, stood merely a meter away at the railing. He chuckled in an odd manner, remarking, "I never thought you would dare to pilfer packages." As he spoke, he glanced at the dagger Jiang Yi held, mused about the compensation likely exceeding 10,000, and then looked at the life assistant robot beside Jiang Yi, exclaiming, "With that little gadget, you must owe at least 30,000 for those 2 packages you opened, right?" Jiang Yi, gripping the dagger, maintained a cautious demeanor and remained silent. Yang Wenchao seemed unperturbed by his reaction. He casually touched the wristbands on both his arms. Jiang Yi discerned that these wristbands were likely powerful combat gear, possibly rivaling the effectiveness of his own dagger. After inspecting the wristbands, Yang Wenchao continued, "Actually, I've also considered the benefits of these packages. However, unlike you, I don't open them myself. I prefer to rob others of their packages." At this juncture, Jiang Ye's anxiety intensified. His mind raced, contemplating whether Xiaobing's self-detonation ability, in conjunction with his dagger, could prevail against Yang Wenchao. Alternatively, should he appeal to emotions and seek to join the robbery team? Or perhaps send a distress signal in the chat group? The situation had become abundantly clear. Yang Wenchao was specifically here to rob packages. Even though Jiang Yi had already opened them, they could still be taken. And then silenced. Kai Daming most likely met his demise in such a manner. Jiang Ye's heart raced, pounding as if blood surged to his scalp. Yet, Yang Wenchao's next words caught him off guard, with an unusual smile. Yang Wenchao slowly stated, "Originally, if I had encountered anyone else, the ensuing events would have involved murder and theft of packages. But it just so happens that it is you, Jiang Yi. I have never subscribed to the notion that good deeds are rewarded. Besides, you, Jiang Yi, are not necessarily a good person. However, my friend, you should consider yourself fortunate. While good deeds may not always yield rewards, those who have assisted me, Yang Wenchao, will undoubtedly be repaid." Upon uttering this last sentence, Yang Wenchao's smile faded, and his tone turned particularly resolute. Jiang Yi belonged to the type of person who instinctively questioned whatever others said. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself believing this statement. A modicum of relief washed over him. Though he remained vigilant, Yang Wenchao continued, therefore, I shall neither kill you nor rob you. In fact, I can share some good news with you. Aren't you indebted for at least 30,000 in package compensation? There exists a much simpler way to resolve this matter. When you reported the lost packages, you should have received a notification. If the compensation is not paid before midnight, 1 survival point will be deducted. When survival points dip below 0, 1 will be erased. Yet, I know a straightforward method to acquire survival points. Chapter 14. Until we meet again, with no mercy survival points. Jiang Ye's data panel displayed his survival points as 0. He recalled the announcement upon his arrival at the apartment, which mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. Survival points could be redeemed in the Apocalypse apartment after passing the initial assessment for everything a player desired. The phrase everything appeared significant, directly reflecting the value of survival points and survival stones. The prior announcement had led many to subconsciously believe that survival points could only be obtained through survival stones. However, Yang Wenchao's implication clearly suggested otherwise. Jiang Yi was not foolish. He quickly grasped the underlying meaning. He regarded Yang Wenchao with a cautious gaze and suddenly blurted out 2 words. Murder. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Wenchao's eyes. But he quickly raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed, murder. He then chuckled enigmatically. Today's novice players are akin to lambs in a greenhouse. Each one of them is incredibly easy to kill, and for each person killed, 1 gains a survival point. Would you not agree that this method of acquiring survival points is rather simple? Yang Wenchao spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet, Jiang Yi found himself chilled to the bone, not because of Yang Wenchao's demeanor, but due to the very premise. Indeed, most novice players were like little lambs. However, the harsh survival environment would inevitably force them to evolve. As time passed, the notion that murder could yield survival points would likely incite some players to kill indiscriminately. Though it might be termed indiscriminate, the true motive would be the acquisition of survival points. Jiang Yi could only speculate how much his classmates would evolve over the course of 10 days. Yet, the veteran players mentioned in the announcement would likely surpass his expectations in terms of brutality. Moreover, recalling the deaths of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan, Jiang Yi suddenly turned his gaze toward Yang Wenchao, hesitatingly asking, Did you kill Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan as well? Yet, Yang Wenchao did not respond. He simply smiled contentedly and casually remarked, Regardless of what others think, I genuinely enjoy this Apocalypse apartment game. The individuals I loathe most, just imagining them coming to terms with their own incompetence, desperately crying and struggling, brings me immense satisfaction. And you, Jiang Yi? Upon saying this, he suddenly regarded Jiang Yi with a serious expression, startling Jiang Yi into holding his breath, his heartbeat slowing. Yang Wenchao then continued, You are merely slightly stronger than my most detested individuals. My favor ends here. Therefore, should you be unfortunate enough to encounter me again, you will inevitably meet your demise at my hands. Best of luck to you. With that, Yang Wenchao swiftly moved beside him, casually pressing down on his rigid shoulder, and walked past him with ease. In the next instant, he vanished toward the 3rd floor direction. Jiang Yi remained tense, gazing up the stairs, but found that Yang Wenchao's figure had already disappeared. He felt no inclination to relax. After all, Yang Wenchao appeared formidable and abnormal. Moreover, Jiang Yi had once come across a tale of a warrior who, while exterminating an entire clan, discovered a child among them. The warrior, possessing a flicker of conscience, laid down his blade, murmuring a prayer to Amitabha. Gently wiping the blood from the child's face, he then addressed the young one. Heaven bestows mercy upon the innocent. Recognizing your tender age, I shall spare your life. However, remember this. Should we cross paths again, I shall not show mercy. With that, the warrior departed with his weapon in hand. Just as the onlookers believed the child had narrowly escaped a grim fate, the warrior re-entered, smiling at the child and saying, Greetings. I did mention that I would not be lenient upon our next encounter. In a flash of steel, the child's head was severed from his body. Jiang Yi now harbored a deep-seated fear that Yang Wenchao might resemble the warrior from that tale, professing to repay kindness only to become ruthless upon their next meeting. Alarmed, he hurriedly ascended several floors, emerging from the stairwell on the 8th level. ensuring that Yang Wenxiao had not returned before leaning against the wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, his weaker original self, anxious about encountering Yang Wenxiao, dared not even traverse the stairwell. Thus, he hastily unwrapped the delivery he had received in the lobby, scarcely taking the time to inspect it before slipping into the elevator. The bustling lobby, teeming with people, naturally drew attention to his actions. Soon enough, the chat group erupted with discussions. Wow! I just saw a bald uncle pick up a work badge at the delivery service station. And after accepting a delivery, he opened the package on the spot. Bald uncle? But all 80 members on our list are familiar classmates. So that bald uncle must not be a player. Right. Exactly. I also believe he isn't a player. Perhaps he is simply a resident of the apartment who happened to receive his own package while running errands, thus signing for and opening it right there? Lucian, that doesn't seem right. Based on my deductions, non-player residents in this apartment cannot leave their own rooms. Therefore, those able to undertake delivery tasks should be players. But all players are classmates. There isn't a bald uncle among us. Could it be that an old player entered the apartment ahead of time, as mentioned in the announcements? Or is there perhaps a third hidden faction beyond the new and old players? That seems overly complicated. Could it not simply be a classmate in disguise? Now that we can conjure fireballs with our bare hands, having a disguise item that alters one's appearance seems quite plausible. While the classmates fervently debated Jiang Ye's disguised baldness, another shocking message detonated in the chat group. Zhu Yuping, help! Yang Wenxiao is robbing my package. Yet, this message appeared in the chat for barely a second before vanishing abruptly. Had it not been for the numerous classmates attentively observing the chat, it might have gone unnoticed entirely. Soon, classmates began to react. Wow! I just saw a message that vanished into thin air. Was that just my imagination? It's not an illusion. I saw it too. A message just disappeared. But I didn't catch what it said. Su Yuewan. I saw it clearly. It was Zhu Yuping from Class 1. He said he was being robbed of his package by Yang Wenxiao. What? Does that mean Yang Wenxiao is stealing Zhu Yuping's package? But why did that message disappear? Crap, Zhu Yuping is offline from the member list. No way. Is this for real? Does this mean Zhu Yuping was killed by Yang Wenxiao? What kind of scum is Yang Wenxiao? Stealing money in freshman year was one thing. But now he's not only robbing classmates but also killing them. But wait, I suddenly suspect that Kai Daming, who died during the delivery process, might also have fallen victim to Yang Wenxiao. What the hell? How could such a scumbag pervert exist among our classmates? Yuziyu. I must inform everyone, when Zhu Yuping registered with me, his data panel indicated a B-level talent, possessing C-level skills. Among our mutual aid group members, he ranks within the top 10. Upon hearing this, the chat group, which had been fervently condemning Yang Wenxiao, fell silent, until Lu Shun suddenly remarked. According to Zhu Yuping's last words, he stated that Yang Wenxiao was robbing his package. So I wonder if Yang Wenxiao's newfound strength comes from such robberies. And do you remember that bald individual who opened his package? Chapter 15. Some individuals are not to be provoked with these words. Many classmates began to connect the dots. Oh my! Are you implying that those packages contain items that could enhance our strength? So that bald figure is indeed one of our classmates in disguise. He wasn't opening his own package, but rather pilfering others' deliveries? Crap! So who is that bald guy? Discovering such crucial information and not sharing it. No. Even if stealing packages could enhance strength, if one cannot repay the compensation, they won't survive past midnight. Ding Ding is already in debt over 8,000. He can't possibly pay that back. Thus, Yang Wenxiao is robbing others' packages without the need to repay. But how daring is that bald guy? He was unboxing packages he was supposed to deliver. He must be hoping to boost his strength first before earning back the debt. But that's quite a gamble. Should we follow that bald guy's lead? Open packages to enhance our strength before figuring out how to repay our debts. That seems overly risky. Today, we barely earned enough to cover the rent. There's no way we could afford to compensate for any packages. As the classmates debated and remained undecided, Gao Chang suddenly chimed in. The bald guy's actions are far too reckless. I advise everyone against emulating him. As for Yang Wenxiao, his behavior has crossed the most fundamental lines of humanity and poses a severe threat to the safety of other classmates. Gao Chang's remarks ignited outrage among the other classmates, who eagerly joined in to express their sentiments. Indeed, Yang Wenchao is going too far. Robbing others' packages is one thing, but murder is simply unacceptable. I believe we should seek vengeance for Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping. Absolutely. It's possible that Fan Yuheng and Chen Yuan were also victims of his actions. I propose we deal with Yang Wenchao first. Otherwise, no one will be able to deliver packages in peace. Yes, this matter must be handled seriously. We need to make an example of him to deter others from following suit. We must eliminate Yang Wenchao to send a message, lest others emulate his behavior. Wang Lingling Lingjia, please share your thoughts. Zhang Yi observed the messages in the chat group, feeling somewhat incredulous. He hadn't anticipated that his classmates would dare to speak so openly about murder so soon. Clearly, their adaptation to this new environment had exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, among the students from both classes, there was not a single advocate for Yang Wenchao. Just as he was contemplating this, he spotted a message defending Yang Wenchao. And the speaker was none other than Wang Lingling. Regarding whether Yang Wenchao truly committed murder, we have not thoroughly investigated the matter. I urge everyone to remain calm and not incite emotions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was taken aback. However, Wang Lingling continued, Yang Wenchao, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to defend yourself. You may explain why Zhu Yuping claimed in the group that you were robbing his package, only to die immediately after. Additionally, are the deaths of Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuheng connected to you? Yang Wenchao. This statement afforded Yang Wenchao a degree of respect. Zhang Yi surmised that Wang Lingling was not merely exhibiting a case of misplaced compassion, but was genuinely uncertain of Yang Wenchao's strength. Her request for all members of the mutual aid group to display their player panels indicated her concern that someone might be concealing their true prowess. She aimed to comprehend the situation of all her classmates. This girl was indeed cautious in her demeanor. Her current statement also served as a probe into Yang Wenchao's capabilities. If Yang Wenchao's defense was weak, it might imply that he was not as strong as Wang Lingling, thus giving her greater confidence in dealing with him. Conversely, if he exhibited a domineering attitude, dismissing the other classmates' sentiments, it would suggest that he held them in contempt, which in turn would indicate a strength worthy of Wang Lingling's apprehension. As Zhang Yi mulled this over, another thought flashed through his mind. Wang Lingling's nature was exceedingly cautious. Therefore, the data panel she had previously shared in the chat group must be her genuine statistics. Right? Was it possible that she possessed a talent surpassing S level, yet chose to conceal part of her true strength? Given her disposition, there was indeed a likelihood. Moreover, the information displayed in the chat group was merely textual, which could be fabricated. This realization struck Zhang Yi with a sense of urgency regarding his own growth. Among the 80 individuals, there were certainly some who were not to be trifled with. Wang Lingling, Yang Wenchao, Gao Changdot, and perhaps even those other classmates who remained inconspicuous might also harbor hidden talents. As Zhang Yi contemplated this, he felt an intensified urgency to strengthen himself. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao had yet to respond to Wang Lingling's mention. However, a classmate on the first floor quickly reported, Wow, I just saw Yang Wenchao heading to the combat room. His speed is astonishing. As he walked, it was as if he left behind a lingering shadow. Reminiscent of the lightness found in martial arts novels, I noticed the equipment adorning his hands, suggesting he was well prepared. His entire demeanor appeared transformed, utterly distinct from the person he was in school. He now resembled a formidable master of the martial arts realm. Indeed, his aura seemed to surpass even that of Changgu and Ling Jia. The most astonishing aspect was his ability to enter the battle chamber. Does this imply that he was assigned an apartment on the 20th floor or higher? I recall Zhang Yi also residing on the 20th floor, with a staggering rent exceeding 120,000. It is no wonder that Yang Wenchao, in a fit of madness, resorted to murder. Unable to afford his rent, he resorted to indiscriminate killings, seeking revenge against society. If he truly began to rob his fellow students of their packages, he might just manage to pay that exorbitant rent and survive another day. Not only would he survive, but his strength would likely increase significantly. Perhaps his innate talent is quite impressive as well. How frustrating it is. Why is it that Zhang Yi, living on the same 20th floor, appears as a mere failure dependent on our support group, while Yang Wenchao possesses such audacity, emerging as a lone powerhouse? I sense that Yang Wenchao harbors the potential to evolve into a formidable figure. While Zhang Yi seems akin to an expendable character destined to perish within 2 episodes, is that not so? Yang Wenchao has committed murder. Can such actions be deemed courageous? no matter how inept Jiang Yi may be. He has never killed without cause. Indeed, you speak true. Jiang Yi is a decent individual, unremarkable and ordinary, yet such people are unlikely to survive much longer. Conversely, Yang Wenchao is decisive and powerful. I believe individuals like him possess the hope of continual growth and survival. I think it is time we reconsider our perspectives. We should learn from Yang Wenchao. Moreover, when the seasoned players descend upon us, it may very well be Yang Wenchao who stands as our strongest ally against them. What has caused this sudden shift in your tone? Just moments ago, you spoke of dealing with Yang Wenchao sternly, and now you advocate learning from him? That is because I witnessed firsthand Yang Wenchao's strength on the first floor. I am not exaggerating when I say that if you were to see him with your own eyes, you would abandon any foolish thoughts of punishing him and instead be filled with awe. Eager to cling to his side, you are absolutely right. After witnessing Yang Wenchao's departure towards the battle chamber, my perception of him has drastically changed. I advise those who speak of punishing Yang Wenchao to tread carefully. Remember, words can lead to disaster, and some individuals are simply not worth provoking. What do you mean by not worth provoking? Are you referring to the Black Society? I refuse to believe that simply mentioning Yang Wenchao in our group would result in him teleporting here to kill me. Humph. While he may not be able to kill you now, opportunities for him to do so will surely arise. I am a member of the support group. I am under the protection of Ling Jie and Chang Ge. Ling Jie should not let her compassion cloud her judgment. Murder demands accountability. Yang Wenchao deserves to die. Only then can we, the other students, maintain our unity. Following the remarks of a few students on the first floor, the number of those daring to suggest punishing Yang Wenchao in the group chat diminished by 90. Clearly, fear of Yang Wenchao's retribution has taken hold. Jiang Yi, observing the chat messages, began to comprehend Yang Wenchao's transformation more deeply. In this apocalyptic survival apartment, strength reigns supreme. Moral doctrines pale in comparison to sheer power. Many students have come to realize this, perhaps driven by instinct, adhering to this law of survival where the weak are devoured by the strong. Meanwhile, in the battle chamber, Yang Wenchao gazed at those former classmates who once looked down on him, now cowering in fear of his potential vengeance. Even some students, upon realizing his strength, altered their attitudes toward him. A complex mix of exhilaration and irony swirled within him. He felt as though years of pent-up frustration were being released, yet simultaneously, another layer of resentment began to coalesce in his heart. He recognized this as his disdain for the ugliness of human nature. It was this very loathing that fueled his desire for bloodshed. However, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yi would also be assigned an apartment on the 20th floor or higher. No wonder that fellow had resorted to sabotaging the packages he was responsible for delivering. It seemed he could not afford the rent and had chosen to throw caution to the wind. Yet, Jiang Ye's initial apartment likely contained a bronze treasure chest, though he wondered whether that fellow had discovered it. Yang Wenchao briefly noted that Jiang Yi also resided on the 20th floor before diverting his attention from the chat channel. He immediately paid 1,000 game coins and entered the opponent matching mode for battle. This moment, another significant announcement erupted in the chat channel. Ding ding. Classmates, I have found salvation. I am saved from the over 8,000 in compensation IO. Jiang Yi, you are saved too. I have discovered a method to quickly amass game coins. Chapter 16. The administrator's loans. This news instantly drew the attention of the classmates, who eagerly inquired about Ding Dang's newfound discovery. Jiang Ye's original self had just returned to the apartment, while his first avatar took the elevator back to the first floor. From a distance, he spotted Ding Dang, brimming with excitement, standing next to the apartment administrator at the front desk. Meanwhile, the chat was flooded with Ding Dang's messages. Do you all remember the initial announcement stating that the apartment administrator could impose additional rules? In my moment of despair, I boldly asked the administrator if there was any hope for someone drowning in debt. To my surprise, the administrator actually pointed me towards a solution: loans. And it's not just me who can take out a loan. Everyone can. The administrator has made it clear that he can offer various loan amounts to all students. However, to apply for a loan, you must be present in person, and repayment will incur interest. And now, are there any classmates interested in loans? You can head to the first floor to inquire about your loan limits. You can borrow money to invest in yourself, enhance your capabilities, and repay once your earning potential increases. This revelation left all the students in shock. Who would have imagined that this apartment not only provided housing, employment, and various modern living conveniences, but also featured an administrator offering loans. However, the students were not naive. Typically, loans are not viewed favorably. While the administrator's words suggested enhancing earning potential first and then repaying, it was clear that he was not a philanthropist. Even terminating a lease required a significant penalty, so securing a loan would likely not be straightforward. As inquiries about the loan details flooded in, Ding Ding engaged in a more profound discussion with the administrator. Soon, his expression shifted from excitement to disappointment and anger. Just then, Jiang Ye's first avatar walked by. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, Ding Ding's eyes lit up, and he called out, "Hurry, Jiang Yi, come here." Without regard for Jiang Ye's wishes, Ding Ding pulled him over and addressed the administrator. "Administrator, take a look at him. If he becomes my guarantor, how much loan can I apply for?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi frowned deeply. The middle-aged administrator, with a stern visage and indifferent expression, surveyed Jiang Yi with a cold gaze before responding flatly. "If he agrees to be your guarantor, your loan limit can be raised to 50,000. Hiss. Ding Ding's eyes widened in disbelief. "So much?" He turned to Jiang Yi, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, even swallowing hard before directly appealing to Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, please be my guarantor. The 50,000 loan will ultimately be repaid by me. It won't he affect you as the guarantor?" Jiang Yi rolled his eyes internally, unable to suppress his thoughts. How could this possibly be without consequences? If being a guarantor had no implications, why would there even be a need for one? He chose not to respond to Ding Ding, but instead inquired of the administrator. "May I ask what responsibilities a guarantor must bear?" The administrator maintained his stoic demeanor, responding in a matter-of-fact tone. "It's quite simple. If the borrower fails to repay the debt by the agreed deadline or, in the event of the borrower's death, the guarantor will be held liable for the debt. As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Ding Ding hurriedly added, "The administrator just told me that if the borrower fails to repay on time, they will be obliterated. So, I will definitely repay on time to avoid that fate. Jiang Yi, you need not worry." He spoke with such conviction, yet Jiang Yi felt utterly speechless. This guy is truly amusing. The administrator's meaning was crystal clear. He was worried that Ding Ding might not survive until the repayment date, hence seeking a guarantor to shoulder the burden. Yet this fellow seemed completely oblivious, failing to consider his own mortality while confidently asserting he would repay the loan. Where did this misplaced confidence originate? However, Jiang Yi refrained from tearing the facade apart. He further questioned the apartment administrator. "Is it mandatory for a loan to have a guarantor?" The administrator shook his head. "Not necessarily. However, the presence of a guarantor significantly impacts the loan amount, repayment terms, and interest rates. For instance, if this student Ding Ding here had no guarantor, he would only be eligible for a loan of 50 and must repay it within today." Upon uttering those words, Ding Ding's expression instantly soured. He stiffly turned to Jiang Yi and explained, "It is precisely because of the vast difference in treatment that I hope you can act as my guarantor." Jiang Yi chose to ignore him and directed his inquiry toward the administrator. "If I were to apply for a loan without a guarantor, what would the amount be?" The administrator replied succinctly, 50,000. Those two simple words seemed to momentarily freeze the atmosphere in the room. Ding Ding stared incredulously at Jiang Yi for a considerable time before abruptly turning to the administrator, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Why can he borrow 50,000 while I am limited to just 50? The administrator maintained an impassive demeanor, stating flatly, "Different individuals are entitled to different amounts. I have my own criteria for judgment." These words struck Ding Ding deeply, leaving him feeling humiliated. His face reddened with indignation as he asked, "Then how much could he borrow if I acted as his guarantor?" The administrator replied, "Also 50,000. This indifferent response only intensified Ding Ding's sense of humiliation. It dawned on him that the administrator clearly did not believe he could repay the loan. The reason for offering him a 50,000 limit was to prepare for the eventuality of Jiang Yi repaying it after his demise. This administrator was utterly contemptuous. Had he never heard the saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank? Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Since the administrator held him in such disdain, he was determined to prove himself. He would become strong. He would earn 50,000 or even 100,000 to slap this administrator's face. Fueled by fervor, Ding Ding boldly declared to the administrator, "All right, very well. Jiang Yi will act as my guarantor. I will borrow that 50,000. This declaration, directed at the administrator, was made with an unwavering tone, clearly disregarding Jiang Ye's own wishes. Jiang Ye was utterly exasperated. Although they were classmates, he belonged to Class 1, while Ding Ding was from Class 2. They were hardly acquainted and had not exchanged a single word before being thrust into this apocalyptic apartment. How could this fellow have the audacity to demand that he act as his guarantor with such a sense of entitlement? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye responded to the administrator, "No, I never agreed to be his guarantor." Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's already mortified expression became even more rigid. He glared at Jiang Ye, his tone sharp. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me and think I can't repay that 50,000? Jiang Ye was tempted to retort bluntly, "Indeed, I do look down on you." However, he was disinclined to engage with such a dim-witted individual and rephrased, "Of course not. I simply feel that since you are from Class 2, it would be more appropriate for you to ask Wang Lingling from your own class to act as your guarantor. Not only would she be more familiar with you, but her endorsement would undoubtedly secure a larger loan amount." Ding Ding found this reasoning compelling for a fleeting moment. Yet, he was not entirely foolish. What status did Wang Lingling hold that she would agree to be his guarantor? He could easily envision the outcome. If he approached Wang Lingling, she would flatly refuse without providing a second thought, and he would be left humiliated, scurrying away without daring to press the issue further. However, he certainly wouldn't voice this out loud, instead quickly asserting, "But Sister Ling is busy dealing with Yang Wenchao's affairs. How could she possibly have time to be my guarantor? Besides, I only plan to borrow 50,000, and you are right here, making it the most fitting arrangement." His argument was well articulated, and Jiang Ye realized then that Ding Ding was not devoid of intelligence. Rather, he was simply a coward who preyed on the weak. Recognizing this, Jiang Ye felt no inclination to uphold any semblance of camaraderie. He immediately adopted a cold demeanor and replied indifferently, "I apologize for my earlier falsehood. I truly look down on you, and I genuinely believe you cannot repay 50,000. Go put it bluntly, if I were the apartment administrator, you wouldn't even qualify for a $50 limit here." Chapter 17. Is Yang Wenchao dead? Such words were exceedingly ungracious. Ding Ding's face shifted between shades of red and white, his rage boiling to the point where he seemed ready to engage in a brawl. Yet, what struck him even harder was the administrator's icy interjection. The $50 limit was only a moment ago. Now, he is entitled to nothing, an unparalleled humiliation. This was an unfathomable disgrace. Ding Ding's face flushed once more, his head nearly steaming with indignation. At that moment, a chilling realization struck him. If Jiang Ye looked down on him, it was one thing, but why had the administrator rescinded his $50 limit as well? The underlying implication was cleared. Did it mean that offending Jiang Ye increased his likelihood of death? Was this a subtle hint that Jiang Ye might wish to kill him? Ding Ding glared at Jiang Ye. Disbelief etched across his face. After all, Jiang Ye appeared to be a rather naive and quiet fellow. Yet at this moment, he saw Jiang Ye turning to the administrator and asking, "May I inquire whether there are any regulations regarding violent crimes such as murder within the apartment? For instance, what would the punishment be if I were to commit murder in your presence right now?" The moment those words left his lips, Ding Ding turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his back. The administrator remained expressionless, coldly stating, "The unspoken rules of the apartment are something you must navigate on your own. However, I can tell you this. If you were to commit murder in my presence, I would impose no punishment whatsoever. Even if any among you has committed murder and comes here to conduct business, I will not treat them any differently." Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's pupils trembled. He instinctively recoiled and quickly sent a message in the chat group. "Help! Help! Is anyone on the first floor able to come to my rescue? Jiang Ye is a lunatic. He wants to kill me." This message, of course, sparked a flurry of discussion in the chat group. "Wait, Jiang Ye? Is that the same Jiang Ye who initially resided on the 20th floor? Ding Ding, what on earth did you do to drive Jiang Ye insane? Jiang Ye lives on the 20th floor, and unlike Yang Wenchao, he lacks the means to survive today. It's perfectly normal for him to go on a rampage. I heard Jiang Ye possesses C-grade talent. Most people wouldn't stand a chance against him." As the group buzzed with chatter, Jiang Ye took the initiative to clarify. "Just now, Ding Ding wanted me to act as his loan guarantor, which I firmly declined, and it seems he has misunderstood something." Ding Ding shot back. "Misunderstood? You even asked the administrator if you could commit murder in front of him. How do you explain that?" Jiang Ye replied, I merely realized through the loan process that communicating with the administrator was not as perilous as I had previously assumed, prompting me to inquire about additional information. Given that several classmates have recently been killed, I thought it prudent to ask about the rules surrounding murder. Zhang Ye's explanation was logical, and moreover, if he truly intended to kill Ding Deng, why would he afford him the time to send a message, let alone provide such extensive explanations? Thus, the majority of classmates deemed this a mere misunderstanding. However, Ding Deng was relentless, continuing to shout in the group, "Do not be deceived by Jiang Yi. This guy is not as innocent as he appears. When he rejected my request to be my guarantor, he mocked me, saying I was unworthy of living. He is merely trying to wriggle out of his words. If I die, it will surely be Jiang Ye's doing. Sister Ling, you must avenge me." Wang Lingling, after sending this, Ding Deng looked at Jiang Yi with renewed defiance, as if his gaze conveyed, "If you dare to lay a finger on me, Wang Lingling will never let you off the hook." Jiang Yi found his obstinacy laughable. With such unwavering certainty, I was afraid that someone might deliberately kill him and frame me for it. Ding Deng's expression faltered for an instant, yet he quickly regained his bravado. "We are all classmates. Do you think everyone is as twisted as you and Yang Wenchao? As long as you don't dare to kill me, that's enough." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Yu Ziyu, who was responsible for registering members on the first floor, approaching. Ding Deng swiftly dashed behind Yu Ziyu, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you've finally arrived. Did Sister Ling send you to protect me?" Yu Ziyu had been inspired by Jiang Ye's statements and felt compelled to gather more information from the administrator. However, given Ding Deng's claims, he felt inclined to mediate, saying, "All right, I've seen your discussions in the chat group. We are all classmates, so let us address this calmly without resorting to quarrels. First, Ding Deng, whether Jiang Yi acts as your guarantor is his prerogative, so do not harbor any ill feelings about it. Secondly, Jiang Yi, even if you are unwilling to serve as a guarantor, there is no need to belittle your classmate. Furthermore, you reside on the 20th floor. With exorbitant rent to shoulder, how can you lack a sense of urgency? Do you truly intend to rely solely on your classmates while doing nothing yourself? Yang Wenchao also lives on the 20th floor. Burdened by high rent, yet he exudes the aura of a formidable individual. Just his presence alone is enough to dispel any doubts about his ability to meet his financial obligations. It is time for you to engage in some serious self-reflection. Despite residing on the same 20th floor, how is it that the disparity is so vast? Previously, Yu Ziyu faced Lucian with an exceptionally amicable demeanor. Yet now, he seems to exude a subtle air of authority, speaking with a rigid formality as if he holds genuine power. Upon hearing Yu Ziyu address him with a mere remark, Ding Deng turned to Jiang Yi, his expression morphing into one of schadenfreude. However, this expression swiftly transformed into one of shock, as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Yu Ziyu immediately pivoted to look at him, his tone tinged with impatience. "What now?" Ding Deng gasped. "Quick, look at the chat group. Something has happened. Yang Wenchao seems to have died." Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyu and Jiang Yi hastily opened the chat group. Indeed, they discovered that the classmate who had previously claimed to have seen Yang Wenchao was now in a state of shock, exclaiming, "Damn! Help, a monster! How could there be a monster in the battle room? It's not a monster from the battle room. It seems to have come from another battle room, specifically to hunt down Yang Wenchao." "Exactly. We were clearly nearby, yet the monster only targeted Yang Wenchao and ignored us. Wow. Yang Wenchao is truly formidable. That creature, with its seemingly impenetrable shell, he actually managed to breach its defenses." Soon, other classmates inquired, "What kind of monster? Was it in the battle room on the first floor? What does it look like? I've never seen a monster before." Xiao Likuan replied, "It's a giant cockroach-like creature. I don't know where it sprang from, but it seems capable of changing size." Wang Chang added, "Its antennae can extend and retract. It's currently ensnaring Yang Wenchao. Oh my god. Yang Wenchao's body has been severed in two. This is so gruesome, my eyes." Other classmates reacted with disbelief. "Is this for real? Severed in two? Does that mean Yang Wenchao is dead?" Xiao Likuan confirmed, "Absolutely dead." As Jiang Yi and Yu Ziyu glanced at the chat group, they happened to catch the message confirming Yang Wenchao's demise. Jiang Yi felt a sense of disbelief. Such a powerful Yang Wenchao had succumbed to a mere cockroach? Chapter 18. The secret of resurrection. The pressing question was, Why would the cockroach actively target Yang Wanchao? While Zhang Yi was still reeling from the shock, he saw another message in the group. Wait a minute. You all said Yang Wanchao is dead? But his name isn't showing is offline in the member list. Xiao Likuan replied, Oh wow, you're right. What is going on? Could it be that what we saw wasn't the real Yang Wanchao? Could it be similar to Wang Lingling's ability, a type of clone skill? Just as all the classmates felt something was amiss, Wang Chang suddenly chimed in, Wow, what the hell? The Yang Wanchao who just died. He actually revived. Following closely was Xiao Likuan, equally astounded and stumbling over his words. I can't believe it. His entire body was severed in two, and he can still live? Could Yang Wanchao be some kind of reincarnator or a powerful figure who has taken over another's body? How is he so incredible? Wang Chang exclaimed, I can't believe it. This is too shocking. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. A dead person can come back to life. Had it not been for the overwhelming shock emanating from their messages, the other classmates might not have believed them. Yet, their words carried an unmistakable gravity. Soon, other classmates began to ask, Is this for real? Did you both see Yang Wanchao revive with your own eyes? How did he come back to life? Did his severed body reassemble? What about the cockroach that attacked him? Did it continue its assault on Yang Wanchao? At that moment, the chat group was inundated with a flurry of messages. Clearly, nearly every classmate was fixated on the incident involving Yang Wenchao's attack. Meanwhile, the two classmates at the scene took a considerable amount of time before finally responding in the group. Oh wow. The revived Yang Wanchao took down that cockroach. The dead giant cockroach left no trace behind, merely dissolving into a beam of white light. Once the light faded, it revealed a black iron treasure chest. Moreover, a golden light emanated from Yang Wanchao. At that point, Wang Lingling interjected, That golden light must indicate that Yang Wanchao leveled up to level 1. Lucian remarked, So, Yang Wanchao was able to engage the cockroach monster even while he was still at level 0? Lucian continued, There are 3 questions that warrant our investigation. First, why is Yang Wanchao so powerful? Second, why did the cockroach monster choose to attack Yang Wanchao? Third, how exactly did Yang Wanchao revive? Sui Wuan commented, If this survival game truly allows for resurrection, it would be monumental news for us. Bai Ruowan added, Resurrection must surely require certain conditions. I believe Yang Wanchao should share this crucial information with the rest of us. Almost all the classmates were swept up in the fervor surrounding the idea of resurrection, eager to pry the secret from Yang Wanchao. Amidst this collective excitement, Lucian quickly deduced, Everyone, let us remain calm. Resurrection is certainly not something that can be achieved easily. Yang Wanchao is far from ordinary. He may possess a talent even greater than Ling Jie's, and resurrection could be a unique ability of his. For the rest of us, replicating his resurrection capability may prove exceedingly difficult. However, many classmates remained unwilling to accept this notion. They continued to barrage the chat group with questions, fervently tagging Yang Wanchao. Whether he was annoyed by the incessant inquiries or not, Yang Wanchao unexpectedly chimed in. All right, since I just leveled up and am in a good mood, I will answer your questions. First, why did the cockroach monster specifically target me? This, I am not entirely sure. However, I can speculate on 2 possible reasons. First, I have killed people. Second, I may possess a precious parcel that I looted from Kai Daming, which could belong to the cockroach monster. Thus, if any classmates have also looted parcels or tampered with others' packages, be cautious of potential retaliation from the parcel owner. Upon reading this, Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized that Yang Wanchao's words were directed specifically at him. After all, he had also tampered with someone else's parcel. This meant he could be under threat at any moment. Jiang Ye's body tensed with alertness, fearing that some monster might suddenly appear and take him out in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Wanchao continued, As for the second question, why am I stronger than you? Haha, do I really need a reason for my strength? If a reason must be provided, it is simply because I am willing to kill, willing to slay monsters. And for the third question, how did I revive? As this information spread, almost every player in the apartment held their breath, anticipating Yang Wanchao to reveal the secret of his resurrection. Fortunately, Yang Wanchao did not keep them in suspense for long and promptly disclosed. It's quite simple. I possess survival points. From my analysis, One survival point equates to one opportunity for resurrection. Naturally, you all must be wondering, how did I acquire survival points? In the spirit of camaraderie, I will divulge this. The method to obtain survival points is straightforward. By killing. I acquired 2 survival points by killing Chen Yuan and Fan Yuhang. By killing Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping, I gained another 2 survival points. Thus, I now have 4 chances for resurrection. Alright, I've answered all the questions. So those of you who are wise, do not tag me again, or else I will ensure that anyone who tags me disappears from the apartment. This statement exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Nevertheless, at that moment, all the classmates' attention was fixated on the secret of resurrection. Their minds buzzed as if a door to a new world had been forcibly opened. The notion that killing could yield survival points, and that survival points equated to resurrection tokens. This was practically compelling them to commit murder. If this continued, how many of the 80 classmates would ultimately pass the beginner's assessment? At this juncture, some classmates rejoiced while others despaired. The jubilant were thrilled at the simplicity of acquiring resurrection tokens, merely requiring the act of killing. The despairing, however, foresaw the tragic outcomes that would ensue following Yang Wenchao's revelation. Regardless of whether they were elated or distressed, the seeds of slaughter had been sown in nearly every classmate's heart. Some had even begun to contemplate murder. After all, the allure of resurrection was simply too great. Even Jiang Yi found it hard to resist. Yet, at that moment, he harbored substantial doubts regarding Yang Wenchao's assertions. Was Yang Wenchao truly resurrected through survival points? His claims were unsubstantiated, and it was entirely possible he was fabricating this story. It was plausible he had employed other methods to revive, deliberately concocting this narrative to incite his classmates into a frenzy of mutual slaughter in pursuit of survival points and resurrection opportunities. Considering Yang Wenchao's twisted nature, this possibility was indeed high. While Jiang Yi pondered and analyzed these thoughts, a sudden chill coursed through him, surging from his feet to his head. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand and firmly grasped a wrist that was reaching out toward him. In the grip of the hand, connected to the wrist, lay a short dagger approximately 10 centimeters long. Ding Deng bared his teeth. His face contorted in a menacing grimace, seemingly summoning all his strength to thrust the dagger forcefully towards him. Jiang Yi, too, exerted considerable force in resisting Ding Deng's hold on his wrist. His face flushed red, equally indicative of the strain he was under, amidst the struggle of one attacking and the other defending. The bystander, Yu Ziyu, stood momentarily dumbfounded. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yang Wenchao's words had provoked Ding Deng. Thus, he aimed to kill Jiang Yi in pursuit of survival points and the chance for resurrection. Their previous altercation had made this the opportune moment for a stealthy attack. Not only Ding Deng, but even Yu Ziyu yearned to secure a chance for his own revival. Yet, the thought of actively taking a life weighed heavily on his conscience. But what if, during the mediation of their conflict, he accidentally caused one's demise? Surely, that would be justifiable, and others would be reluctant to voice their objections, wouldn't they? From this perspective, the one most likely to be mistakenly killed by Yu Ziyu should have been Ding Deng, as he was the aggressor and thus more deserving of retribution. However, Yu Ziyu harbored another consideration. Jiang Yi was already a doomed soul, unlikely to survive the day. Conversely, Ding Deng might still have a glimmer of hope. When weighing their values, sacrificing Jiang Yi seemed the more prudent choice. Moreover, at that moment, Ding Deng's blade was aimed squarely at Jiang Yi. Yu Ziyu's intervention to separate them would serve as a perfect pretext to direct the knife towards Jiang Yi, making the execution of his plan far simpler. In the blink of an eye, Yu Ziyu reached a conclusion. He immediately donned an authoritative and furious demeanor, directing his ire at Ding Deng. Ding Deng. What on earth are you doing? Release Jiang Yi at once. As he spoke, he lunged to seize the dagger from Ding Deng's grasp, bracing himself for the possibility of an accidental killing. Chapter 19. The first kill. Yu Ziyu's attempt to rescue did little to assuage Jiang Yi's unease. On the contrary, his nerves tightened further. In truth, his own power should have surpassed Ding Deng's. However, as Ding Deng struck first, Jiang Yi found himself in a hasty defense, bending his legs and arching his upper body backward. Clearly, this was not an optimal stance for exerting force. Thus, his resistance required more effort than that of Ding Deng. Should they remain in this stalemate, Jiang Yi could eventually fend off Ding Deng. But it would take time. Yuziu's sudden intrusion, however, filled him with trepidation. He could not ascertain whether Yuziu genuinely intended to assist him or harbored ulterior motives. He could not allow the situation to worsen. Decisive action was imperative, therefore. Just as Yuziu reached out to seize the dagger, Jiang Yi let out a fierce shout, not to demand Ding Ding's release, but to invoke his golden light technique. With a whoosh, a beam of golden light shot straight towards Ding Ding's fearsome visage. Jiang Yi had aimed for his forehead, yet his aim faltered, and the golden light pierced through Ding Ding's cheek, instantly creating a bloodied puncture the size of a grain of rice. Ding Ding screamed in agony. Yet, Jiang Yi's actions were not yet complete. Seizing the opportunity as Ding Ding weakened, he swiftly turned the dagger back against him. But that was not the end. He produced his own venomous blood dagger, plunging it fiercely into Ding Ding's body. Thud, thud. The dark-hued blade was immediately stained with viscous crimson. Jiang Yi, experiencing his first taste of murder, was far from executing a clean, swift kill. Instead, he stabbed repeatedly, his hand trembling violently. Although Yuziu had entertained murderous thoughts, he had never witnessed such a scene. He was momentarily paralyzed by shock, finally regaining his senses after a protracted silence. Shouting at Jiang Yi, "Stop, Jiang Yi, you must stop. You're going to kill Ding Ding. Ding. You have slain a level 0 player. Congratulations, you have earned 1 survival point." Jiang Yi was startled back to reality by this notification. With a clang, the dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Yet, almost instantaneously, he retrieved the venomous dagger, casting a wary gaze towards Yuziu. Observing Jiang Yi's state of mind, Yuziu dared not approach any closer, and the thought of accidentally killing Jiang Yi swiftly dissipated. After all, in a direct confrontation, he had no confidence in overcoming Jiang Yi. Moreover, now that Jiang Yi had acquired survival points, it implied he had a chance at revival. Even if he killed him, Jiang Yi would likely resurrect, much like Yang Wenxiao, potentially using that revival to exact revenge. Rather than daring to harm Jiang Yi, Yuziu felt a twinge of fear. He took a few steps back before sternly stating, "What? Do you intend to kill me too?" At that moment, a flurry of messages erupted in the chat group as someone noticed, "Wow, the member list has decreased by 1. Ding Ding from Class 2 is dead." No way. So Ding Ding's claim that Jiang Yi intended to kill him was true. Just after learning the secret of resurrection, Jiang Yi killed Ding Ding. Could it be that someone else killed Ding Ding and framed Jiang Yi? I feel like Jiang Yi doesn't seem like the type to commit murder. As the group buzzed with chatter, Jiang Yi, while keeping his eyes trained on Yuziu, responded, "Just moments ago, after Yang Wenxiao revealed the secret of resurrection, Ding Ding suddenly attacked me. I acted in legitimate self-defense and ended up killing him." Yuziu, who was present, can attest to this. Yuziu, having seen Jiang Yi's message, contemplated briefly before replying, "Indeed, I was there. It was, in fact, Ding Ding who struck first." This declaration silenced the group for a moment. However, it wasn't long before some classmates expressed disbelief. But isn't it a bit extreme to kill someone in self-defense? Wouldn't that be rather cruel? Jiang Yi, can you honestly say that when you killed Ding Ding in self-defense, you didn't consider obtaining survival points for resurrection? Clearly, the students were deeply concerned about survival points. As the discussion progressed, it swiftly returned to the topic of survival points. Yushin also chimed in, asking, "Jiang Yi, did you truly acquire survival points? Did you receive any notification that they could be used for resurrection?" After a moment of reflection, Jiang Yi replied, "I did receive a notification for 1 survival point, but I am uncertain whether these points can be used for resurrection. In fact, I intended to mention before Ding Ding's attack that Yang Wenxiao's words may not be entirely truthful. He might have said that killing grants survival points for resurrection to incite us to turn against one another." With this statement, the likes of Wang Lingling, Lu Shun, and Su Yuewan, all top students, suddenly had a moment of clarity, recognizing the validity in Jiang Yi's words. The concept of resurrection could not possibly be so simplistic. It was entirely plausible that Yang Wenxiao was weaving a web of deceit. However, not everyone possessed the intellect of a top student. The majority of classmates, intoxicated by the allure of resurrection, began to voice their thoughts with a hint of sarcasm. "Ha ha. Now that you have survival points, you're acting all high and mighty, claiming they can't be used for resurrection. That's no different from telling a wealthy person they shouldn't be interested in money." Exactly. You've already reaped the benefits, yet you want us to starve. That is akin to an expert suggesting we work for free. If you want to know whether survival points can be used for resurrection, the solution is simple. Just kill Jiang Yi and see if he can come back to life. Jiang Yi found such remarks utterly ridiculous. Clearly, the students had not behaved this way before. It was evident that the information divulged by Yang Wenchao had stirred the desires within them, prompting increasingly hostile comments. At that moment, Yang Wenchao, who had previously arrogantly requested others to refrain from mentioning him, intentionally tagged Jiang Yi in the group. "Oh? You dare accuse me of fabricating lies? Have you considered the consequences of provoking me? Jiang Yi, perfect timing. Given that you've already opened one of the packages and acquired survival points, it is only a matter of time before some monster comes for you. Rather than being slain by a monster, why not gift me your head? What do you say? Jiang Yi, care to do me this favor?" Jiang Yi. It was evident that Yang Wenchao was reveling in the chaos. Other classmates, witnessing his provocations, joined in. "What? Jiang Yi opened a package? Doesn't that mean he is also marked for monster attacks? Even if he isn't hunted by monsters, he won't survive today if he can't pay his rent. Therefore, Yang Wenchao isn't entirely wrong. Rather than let Jiang Yi be killed by monsters, why not turn him into our opportunity for resurrection?" Just as public opinion began to sway overwhelmingly against him, Wang Lingling stepped forward. "Everyone, let us take a moment to calm down. Today, you may be willing to kill Jiang Yi for this so-called opportunity for resurrection, but tomorrow, someone else might use the same rationale to take your life. Imagine if the roles were reversed and you found yourself in Jiang Yi's position. Don't just think you can gain a resurrection opportunity through murder. You should also be wary of becoming a tool for someone else's resurrection. Therefore, we must not set this precedent. We cannot ascertain whether Jiang Yi will be killed by a monster, but we absolutely cannot justify killing Jiang Yi for such reasons. This applies not only to Jiang Yi, but to all members of our mutual aid group." As these messages circulated, the group remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, a few female classmates responded. "Ling Jie is right. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Today, we may treat Jiang Yi this way, but tomorrow, we could meet the same grim fate." Agreed. We are human beings. We are sentient beings. We must not descend into brutality and lose our humanity. I stand with Ling Jie. I consider it a stroke of luck for all members of our mutual aid group to be under the protection of a formidable figure like Ling Jie. In an instant, Wang Lingling received an outpouring of supportive voices, and her reputation soared once more. However, while they voiced their opinions, the true sentiments of the students remained elusive. Jiang Yi, relieved that he was no longer the target of scorn, breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly concocted an excuse of being pursued by monsters to bid farewell to Yuzi. At the same time, the looming threat of being hunted by monsters spurred him to swiftly accept a cleaning task on the 20th floor, after which he took the elevator back to his apartment there. Yet, he did not immediately commence his cleaning duties. Instead, he returned to his own apartment on the 20th floor. Inside, the real Jiang Yi and his clone shook hands. The single survival point possessed by the clone automatically transferred to the main body. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi's main self received a prompt. "Do you wish to consume one survival point to create a new clone?" Yes, no. Chapter 20. The second clone indeed. Survival points can also be utilized to create clones. Jiang Yi felt a surge of elation at the prompt. A new clone signifies a new source of labor. Thus, his earning potential would ascend to new heights. More importantly, the new clone would come with new talents. Just as Jiang Yi was about to instinctively select yes, a thought struck him, causing him to pause before making a decision. He instructed Clone 1 to retrieve the life assistant, Xiaobing, and place it on the coffee table. Upon the table lay a miniature lantern, no larger than a pinky finger. It appeared to be merely an ordinary pendant. However, in truth, it was an item Jiang Yi had recently unboxed using his bald-headed persona. Moreover, this seemingly trivial pendant prompted him to pay a whopping compensation of 188,000. Upon hearing that prompt, Jiang Yi was left in shock. This outrageous compensation was even greater than his daily rent. He nearly stuffed the lantern back into the box, seeking a way to return it. Yet, he understood that a higher compensation indicated the package itself was more precious. At that moment, he instructed Xiaobing to employ a detection spell on the miniature lantern. The display screen quickly revealed the information. Lucky Lantern. When activated, lasts for 1 hour, slightly enhances lucky attributes. What? Just 2 simple lines, and 188,000 vanished. However, lucky attributes. Is this a hidden attribute not displayed on the data panel? If every player possesses a hidden lucky attribute, Zhang Yi strongly suspected that Yang Wenchao was the bearer of an exceedingly high luck value. Likewise, Wang Lingling and Gao Chong must also be quite fortunate. As for Zhang Ye's luck, that remains ambiguous. To say he was lucky, he was the only one to have a failed awakening. To say he was unlucky, he later awakened an extraordinary X-level talent. Thus, perhaps the line between extreme luck and extreme misfortune is but a hair's breadth. Zhang Yi couldn't quite fathom it. Nevertheless, upon reflecting that lucky attributes might influence initial talents, his eyes widened in realization. If he activated the lucky lantern while creating a new clone, would the new clone possess a greater probability of possessing superior initial talents? If he could indeed manifest a clone with an SSS-level talent, then spending 188,000 would be worth every penny. However, with that thought, Zhang Yi hesitated. The effect of the lucky lantern only lasts for 1 hour. If he could acquire more survival points and create more clones within a short time, then the effect of the lucky lantern would be maximized. Creating only 1 clone within that hour felt somewhat wasteful. However, refraining from creating a clone in order to maximize the lucky effect was clearly another form of waste. Hence, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Zhang Yi did not linger on his doubts and promptly activated the lucky lantern. The miniature lantern indeed emitted a colorful glow. At that moment, he chose yes. Ding! Congratulations, you have generated a clone. A flash of white light enveloped him, and indeed another version of himself appeared in his field of vision. However, at that instant, Zhang Yi suddenly felt his head grow heavy, and a wave of fatigue swept over him. He hurriedly reclined on the sofa, vaguely deducing it must be due to his energy attribute being insufficient to effortlessly control 3 bodies simultaneously. It became evident that the attributes of his main body were of paramount importance. He could either enhance his attributes to gain the capability to control more clones or merge clones to strengthen the main body while reducing the number of clones. Therefore, his focus needed to remain on his main self. By midnight, he should consider merging clones to bolster his main body. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Yi immediately checked the data panel of Clone 2. Upon doing so, a gleam of brilliance flickered in his fatigued eyes. Zhang Yi, level 0, physical strength 5.2, energy 5.2, combat power 46, survival points 0, talent, diligence is rewarded. Effect. Your deliberate practice will yield results. Skills. Absolute focus A. Combat posture A. Absolute focus A. Immerse yourself completely in a single task for 1 minute. And based on the level of concentration, attributes, and comprehension, obtain a certain degree of enhancement. Combat posture A. When you enter a combat posture, your physical attributes receive a temporary boost. Upon exiting combat posture, your combat awareness sees a degree of enhancement. Good heavens! An S-level talent. Plus, he has comprehended 2A-level skills. Furthermore, both skills can temporarily enhance attributes. Even the absolute focus skill can augment comprehension. This implies that the benefits Zhang Yi reaps from training rooms far exceed those of others. Simultaneously, the combat posture skill will expedite his growth. Moreover, the attributes of this clone have all surpassed 5, with combat power reaching an impressive 46 points, compared to Gao Cheng's 48 points of combat power. It is hardly lacking, however. Gao Chong wields powerful lightning-based skills, while this clone's development clearly leans towards close combat. For the time being, it likely cannot contend with Gao Chong. Yet, that is of no concern, for Zhang Ye's potential for growth will undoubtedly surpass everyone. Of course, this hinges on whether he can indeed grow. The effect of the lucky lantern lasts for a full hour. Reluctant to waste it, Zhang Yi instructed Clone 1, who was about to commence cleaning, to wear the lantern close to him. Additionally, concerned that Clone 1 might be ambushed by monsters, he entrusted a disguise mask to Clone 2, allowing it to stealthily follow closely behind Clone 1. After a moment's hesitation, he also allocated the poisonous dagger to Clone 2. The life assistant, Xiaobing, equipped with self-destruct capabilities, remained with Clone 1. Thus, with everything arranged, Clone 1 moved openly while Clone 2 concealed itself in the shadows, both departing from apartment 2025. Meanwhile, the main body, fatigued in both body and mind, lay sprawled on the apartment sofa. The cleaning order accepted by Clone 1 was for apartment 2064, requiring a journey in the opposite direction of the red light elevator. From a distance, the light in that direction appeared notably dimmer, imparting an unsettling sense of hidden danger. Jiang Yi refrained from becoming complacent due to the strength of Clone 2. Each step he took was slow and cautious. Under the dim light, Clone 1 meticulously discerned room numbers, while Clone 2 vigilantly observed the surroundings for any changes. As he approached apartment 2048, Clone 1 felt no particular sensation. But Clone 2 acutely sensed a chill. Both clones immediately tensed their nerves. In that very instant, a hissing sound erupted from the dark corridor, accompanied by a gust of chilling wind. Clone 1 instinctively tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, only to suddenly feel a cool, slick sensation around his wrist. Startled, he jerked his hand, catching a glimpse of a black shape darting from his wrist. It appeared to be a slender creature resembling a snake. Its pitch-black form rendered it highly concealed in the dim environment, making it seem as if it had vanished into thin air. Jiang Yi sensed his entire right hand beginning to grow stiff and numb, accompanied by a debilitating sense of weakness that made it difficult to hold the kitchen knife. Lacking combat experience and unable to pinpoint the target of his ambusher, panic naturally welled up within him. Fortunately, Clone 2 still possessed some strength. Without hesitation, he activated the skills Absolute Focus and Combat Posture. In an instant, Clone 2 entered a state of complete immersion. The entire dim corridor seemed to freeze in time. Thus, in this seemingly suspended moment, every movement became starkly pronounced. Hiss, whoosh, a strange sound, a gust of wind. Clone 2 abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and fierce. He raised his hand and swung the knife, producing a precise slice. Hiss, hiss, pop. At that moment, the hissing sounded almost like a scream. The snake-like creature, with its forked tongue flicking, suddenly spewed forth a foul-smelling slime. Jiang Ye's two clones narrowly evaded the attack. Clone 2, undeterred, maintained his state of immersion, once again directing the poisoned dagger towards the slender creature. Due to the dim light, he could not confirm whether it was indeed a snake. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of striking the snake at its vital spot, he aimed to slash at the creature's midsection. Pop, pop, hiss. Unlike his previous shaky hand when he dealt with Ding Dungting, this time, the thrust of the dagger was imbued with a newfound decisiveness and ferocity. Hiss. After the final, piercing hiss, a flash of white light surged forth. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Successfully killed a level 1 Shadow Ring Snake. Gained energy 10. Ding. Your level has risen to level 1. Your physical strength increases by 1 point. Your energy increases by 1 point. At the same time, where the dissipating white light had been, the shape of a black iron treasure chest emerged. Chapter 21. The Strange Cleaning Job. Goodness. Not only did this wave elevate his level, but it also yielded a black iron treasure chest. Jiang Ye's first avatar swiftly picked up the chest, while the second avatar quickly reviewed the data panel. Jiang Yi, level 10100, physical strength, 6.2 energy, 6.2, combat power, 54, survival points, 0, talent, hard work is rewarded, S, skills, absolute focus, A, combat posture, A, indeed. His physical strength and energy attributes had each increased by 1 point. His combat power had even surged to 54. With such prowess, he must rank among the elite of all the students in the apartment. Moreover, according to the notification, he had just slain a level 1 monster, the Shadow Ring Snake. ASA level 0, he was capable of defeating a level 1 creature. One could only say that an S-level talent is truly formidable. Jiang Yi speculated that Yang Wanchao's talent must also be at least S-level. Perhaps it might even surpass S-level. Of course, it was also possible that he possessed other opportunities. Jiang Yi quickly composed himself and proceeded to open the newly acquired black iron treasure chest. Inside, he found a silver-white ring. As per custom, Assistant Xiaobing was responsible for the inspection. Space ring, level 1. Contains 1 cubic meter of storage space, cannot store living beings. Goodness, a space ring. Although it was not the item Jiang Yi most anticipated for enhancing his strength, it would certainly facilitate his movements. It seemed that Bai Ruowan's personal space might not be as precious as he had thought. However, the space ring could be stolen, while Bai Ruowan's personal space, which could not be plundered, was likely larger. Jiang Ye's 1 cubic meter of space could only hold some scattered small items. Nonetheless, it would suffice for the initial stage. He swiftly donned the space ring on the hand of his first avatar, storing the kitchen knife and Xiaobing within the space. The right hand of the first avatar still felt somewhat stiff and weak. However, after a few gentle rubs, the situation improved. Thus, while massaging the wrist that had come into contact with the shadow ring snake, he cautiously continued to search for apartment 206 in the dim light. Jiang Yi failed to notice that as he gradually walked away, the door of apartment 2048 suddenly opened. A shadow flitted past the doorway, and then the door closed silently once more. When Jiang Yi finally located apartment 2064, he encountered no further danger. Having resolved to attempt the cleaning job, he was not inclined to hesitate any longer. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a notification unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yang Wanxiao for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward: 1 black iron treasure chest. Goodness! Yang Wanxiao has already reached level 2. That's incredibly fast. Jiang Yi hurriedly opened the chat group and saw Xiao Likuan sharing the news. Xiao Likuan. Yang Wanxiao was not ambushed by monsters. He must have been battling players from other apartments the whole time. Soon, several classmates connected the dots. So battling in the combat room can also level you up? It must be that Yang Wanxiao is exceptionally strong and defeated players from other apartments to level up. So now, Yang Wanxiao should be the strongest among us, right? Damn. I want to visit the combat room and experience the players from other apartments, but unfortunately, you need to reside on the 20th floor or above to use it. I feel that if Jiang Yi wants to survive today, he should also go to the combat room and battle players from other apartments. Otherwise, solely relying on odd jobs, he won't be able to pay the exorbitant rent. Alas, some people wish to battle players from other apartments but lack the opportunity, while others have the chance yet fear to engage. This world is always like this, just as wealth flows to those who already possess it. Sigh. It is truly tragic, however. Having a powerhouse like Yang Wanxiao in our apartment is a stroke of luck. Jiang Yi noticed that many classmates still harbored animosity towards him, subtly mocking him. He chose to ignore it, yet he began to anticipate the use of the combat room. If his second avatar were to engage in battles, the probability of victory should be quite high. As he pondered, the first avatar knocked on the door of apartment 2064. Strangely, just as the first avatar knocked on the door of 2064, Jiang Ye's main body in apartment 2025 simultaneously heard the knocking sound. Startled, he quickly turned to face the door. What the hell? Is this a ghost? Surely apartment 2064 and his apartment 2025 cannot be the same, right? Or could it be? When a door is knocked, all rooms on the same floor resonate with the sound? Jiang Yi was uncertain, but the eerie knocking sent shivers down his spine. Just then, the door to apartment 2064 opened silently, yet no one was seen to have opened it. The first avatar tensed up. Feeling a chill down his spine, however, he soon noticed that it was not that no one opened the door. Rather, it was a housekeeping assistant robot, similar to Xiaobing, that had come to answer. It was so short that it was difficult to detect. Just as Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, he heard the cold, mechanical voice of the housekeeping assistant. Are you the cleaning staff with the employee ID 007? Please present your badge. This housekeeping assistant robot seemed to have undergone personalized settings. Its voice sounded less soft and cute than Xiaobing's, resembling that of a professional woman, all businesslike. Hearing that voice, Jiang Yi instinctively thought of his math teacher. Instantly feeling a surge of pressure, he dared not delay and quickly presented his badge. After confirming the badge, the little robot led him into the apartment. As it glided across the floor, it continued in a businesslike tone. The owner is not at home, and your cleaning task will be supervised by me. Jiang Yi felt increasingly relieved. It was better that no one was there. He was somewhat socially anxious and worried that the apartment residents might pose a threat. However, as his gaze swept across the living room of this apartment, he sensed something was amiss. The apartment appeared clean and tidy, unlike one that required cleaning. Fortunately, at that moment, the tiny robot spoke again. The owner pays great attention to hygiene, so the home is very clean. Your task is to collect all 10,086 strands of hair that the owner has shed. Then wash, dry, and apply care oil to each strand, organizing them neatly, and your task will be complete. Oh? Hearing such a peculiar job description, Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned. However, strange as it was, the task did not sound particularly difficult. Moreover, the housekeeping assistant robot seemed quite reasonable. Thus, he directly inquired, "Do you have specialized tools for locating hair?" He had received information at the cleaning service base that the tools needed for cleaning were to be provided by the customer, and there was no need to bring his own. However, the robot's response was, "The owner's hair is exceptionally precious. It absolutely cannot be cleaned using vacuum cleaners or similar cleaning tools. You must use your eyes to find it and your hands to pick it up. You must be especially careful while picking it up, ensuring not to damage a single strand of the owner's hair. If even one strand goes awry." The robot displayed a fearful expression on its screen and continued, "Then the owner will be extremely, extremely angry, and your fate will be very, very dire. Very dire, very dire." "What the hell?" Zhang Yi swallowed hard and asked again, "Am I still able to cancel this cleaning job?" "You can." Zhang Yi just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the robot continue. "You only need to settle a compensation fee of 12,000. What the hell? His earnings for this job were only 6,000, and the compensation fee was 12,000. Why not go rob a bank instead?" Zhang Yi had already accumulated a debt of 350,000. Although it is said that debt does not weigh one down, he could not afford to utterly fall apart. With no choice, he gritted his teeth and asked, "May I ask where your owner's hair is typically found?" "It is scattered throughout the entire apartment." "But there should be the most in the bathroom," Zhang Yi sighed. "Then let's head to the bathroom first." And just as the first avatar dutifully began the cleaning task, the second avatar, disguised and invisible, did not enter apartment 2064. He lingered at the door for a moment, confirming that the first avatar was temporarily out of danger before deciding to check the combat room on the first floor. However, just as the second avatar had taken only a few steps toward the elevator, a shadow suddenly blocked his path. Chapter 22. The Eerie Shadow. The shadow seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, without any prior indication. At this moment, the second avatar was still in an invisible state. He instantly became alert, yet he was unsure whether this shadow could truly perceive his invisibility, until a deep, resonant voice emerged from the shadow. "Need some money?" "What? Need money?" Zhang Yi remained uncertain and did not dare to speak. Seeing that he did not respond, the shadow seemed somewhat impatient, bluntly stating, "That little trick of invisibility won't fool anyone. I shall inquire once more. Do you find yourself in need of funds? I can facilitate your swift acquisition of substantial wealth. IT is far more expedient and straightforward than toiling as a cleaner." What a proposition! Quick and simple wealth. Why does this sound so much like a scam? In Zhang Ye's heart, a subconscious disbelief took root. Nevertheless, unaware of the true nature of this shadowy figure, he refrained from outright rejection. Instead, he spoke in a low voice. "What precisely do you mean by quick money? What must I do?" "It's quite simple." The shadow seemed to be a creature swathed in a dark cloak. He appeared to make a gesture, and a jade token was tossed in Zhang Ye's direction. Zhang Yi caught the jade token, examining it as he listened to the shadow's explanation. "Wear it, and the survival points you obtain from killing will be stored within this pendant. Afterwards, return to the 20th floor to find me. I shall purchase this jade token at the rate of 100,000 for each survival point. For instance, if you collect 5 survival points, this token can be exchanged for 500,000. This revelation left Zhang Yi utterly astonished. He currently owed a staggering 350,000, which he could never repay through mere labor. Yet, with the shadow's proposed transaction, he would only need to eliminate 4 individuals. Not only could he settle his debts, but also have some surplus funds. This indeed sounded quite enticing. Zhang Yi harbored grave suspicions that Yang Wenchao's relentless killing spree, which surpassed that of his peers, might very well be linked to an agreement with this shadowy figure. However, Zhang Yi's circumstances were not akin to Yang Wenchao's. His survival points could directly manifest clones. Thus, in this calculation, exchanging 1 survival point for 100,000 was decidedly unwise. Moreover, he surmised, the true value of survival points and survival stones should far exceed 100,000. On the surface, this shadow appeared to be engaging in a cooperative transaction with him. But in reality, he was taking advantage of Zhang Yi. From this perspective, it seemed that the shadow, unable to acquire survival points through his own deeds, sought to collaborate with players in this manner. After pondering for a considerable time, Zhang Yi was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. He was unlikely to seek out victims merely for survival points. However, if he truly could not repay the 350,000 he owed, then striking a deal with this shadow could be a means of survival. Therefore, he did not rebuff the shadow outright but inquired further, if I keep this jade token on my person, will all the survival points I obtain from killing be absorbed by it? The shadow, perceiving Jiang Yi's underlying implications, nodded and clarified. If you wish to retain the survival points for yourself, simply leave the jade token in your apartment or place it within spatial equipment. However, I must caution you. Any survival points you acquire cannot be utilized within this apartment. Should you fail to escape this place alive, your survival points will be rendered utterly meaningless. Evidently, this was an admonition urging Jiang Yi to store his survival points within the jade token and exchange them for money with the shadow. Jiang Yi remained silent. Accepting the jade token, he addressed the shadow. I will deliberate on this matter carefully. With that, the shadow, which had previously obstructed his path, seemed to vanish into thin air. Jiang Yi cast his gaze about. But in the dim light, he discerned little. After a moment of contemplation, he hastened towards the red-lit elevator. Once he had donned a disguise mask to assume the appearance of a bald man. He descended to the first floor. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, he observed several classmates gathered at the front desk, seemingly preparing to seek loans from the administrators. The sight of Jiang Yi's bald disguise immediately sparked discussions among the students. However, he paid them no mind and proceeded directly towards the battle room. The students began to murmur. Is that bald man one of our classmates in disguise, or a resident of the apartment? I remember Li Wenjie from Class 1 possesses an investigative skill. She might be able to discern the truth. Li Wenjie has gone running errands. Who knows when she'll return? When she comes back? Let's have her check the battle room. Perhaps she can unveil the bald man's true identity. But if he truly is a resident of the apartment, would using investigative skills provoke a violent response? Surely not. Even if he went berserk, Yang Wanchao is in the battle room. He wouldn't just stand by. Honestly, he would be lucky not to take advantage of Li Wenjie himself. Let us not concern ourselves with whether he is a classmate or a resident. I think we should stay low and avoid provoking others. Sigh. If only I were as formidable as Yang Wenchao. My intention for this loan is to utilize the training room facilities. Perhaps I can enhance my physical abilities and stamina. I hope to discover a skill. Unfazed by the chatter of his classmates, Jiang Yi stepped into the battle room and was greeted by rows of ATM-like devices. There were 2 rows, each containing 10 machines, 20 battle devices in total. One device, situated near the entrance on the left, glowed green, indicating that Yang Wanchao was currently engaged with it. The remaining 19 devices were unoccupied. Beside Yang Wanchao's device stood 2 classmates, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, who had previously been sharing updates about Yang Wanchao in the group chat. Upon seeing Jiang Yi's bald appearance, their expressions shifted to one of wariness. Jiang Yi, however, approached with confidence, casting a glance at Yang Wanchao's device. This glance revealed the reason for Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong's vigil. On the closed device resembling an ATM, a display screen about the size of an A4 sheet showcased Yang Wanchao's battle footage. The scene depicted a ring-sized arena akin to a basketball court, where Yang Wanchao was engaged in combat with a lithe female opponent. She appeared to be a player from another apartment, seemingly in her 20s, resembling a university student. Yet, she might possess athletic prowess or martial arts training, as she held her own against Yang Wanchao. This sight astonished Jiang Yi. He had assumed that with Yang Wanchao's strength, he would dominate the battle room. It appeared that the formidable players from other apartments were no less capable. Fortunately, the outcomes of battles in the battle room pertained solely to financial stakes and not to life and death. Even in defeat, one merely lost money and would not truly perish. Thus, the battle room functioned as a form of virtual gaming. Jiang Yi observed for a while, and as Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong noted his non-confrontational demeanor, their tense expressions gradually relaxed, redirecting their focus to Yang Wanchao's stool. As Yang Wanchao began to falter, Wang Chong could not help but lament. It seems Yang Wanchao has wagered a hefty sum of 100,000. If he loses, it will be a return to square one. Xiao Likuan nodded in agreement. There's no choice. This opponent is simply too strong. That girl must possess at least an S-level talent. Moreover, I suspect Yang Wanchao's matched opponent correlates with the amount he wagered. In this time frame, anyone capable of betting 100,000 is certainly no simple foe. Wang Chong sighed. Damn it, I can't even muster 100. Yet Yang Wanchao can risk 100,000 in a single loss. It's infuriating. Xiao Likuan mused further. If indeed everyone globally has been transported to these apartments, then the very apex of talent may be even beyond Yang Wanchao and this girl. After all, with such a vast population, extraordinary luck is bound to yield remarkable individuals. Wang Chang remarked in astonishment. Super lucky individuals. Could they possibly be the bearers of SS-level talents? Zhang Yi's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden notification in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. 8 residents have ascended to level 1. Automatically activating the apartment's leaderboard. Chapter 23. Apartment leaderboard. Inubi Apartment 1008 leaderboard. First place. Yang Wanchao, level 2, second place. Wang Lingling, level 1, third place. Zhang Jintian, level 1, fourth place. Gao Chong, level 1, fifth place. Ku Jingfei, level 1, sixth place. Lu Shun, level 1, seventh place. Jiang Yi, level 1, eighth place. Su Yuewan, level 1. The leaderboard occupied a segment of the data panel. Apart from the chat group, featuring a stark display of only 8 players. As it appeared, the chat group erupted in excitement. What? Already 8 individuals have reached level 1. Gao Chong is so formidable, yet only ranks 4th. This leaderboard must rank players of the same level according to their upgrade times. Zhang Jintian and Ku Jingfei, who have remained under the radar and haven't joined any assistance group, have also ascended to level 1. Most importantly, Jiang Yi has also attained level 1. Did he level up while killing Ding Ding? Yuziyu. Jiang Yi likely didn't level up from killing Ding Ding, as it's said that leveling up is accompanied by a flash of golden light, which he did not experience. Then, Jiang Yi was pursued by monsters afterward. He actually survived and even leveled up to level 1. It seems that the monsters may not be very strong after all. Not strong at all. I remember Yang Wanchao mentioning that Jiang Yi has opened packages before. He must possess powerful items obtained from those packages, which is why he could turn the tables on the monster and level up. Damn. I wish I could steal packages too. I advise you against acting impulsively. Stealing packages is purely a matter of luck. Whether you can draw something good is uncertain, but the compensation for getting caught will certainly be exorbitantly expensive. Still, I can't help but feel envious. Those who have reached level 1 not only possess greater strength, but they also appear on the leaderboards. Meanwhile, we, at level 0, are nothing at all. It feels as if we are the kind of cannon fodder in novels who aren't even worthy of a name. You're absolutely right. I long to level up too. Just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it feels like working to pay rent is merely the most basic survival need, while leveling up and becoming stronger is the higher aspiration we should pursue. Speaking of which, can these students who have reached level 1 come forward and share their experiences? Perhaps we, the others, can learn from them and replicate their success. The group engaged in a heated discussion regarding leveling up. However, none of the 8 students shared their leveling experiences. Just then, the screen of the number 1 combat room device suddenly displayed the word, fail. At that moment, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong snapped back to reality from the chat group, gazing in shock at the screen. What? Yang Wanchao really lost? 100,000 just like that. I remember the rent for my apartment on the 20th floor is only 120,000 for a day. He truly is wealthy beyond reason. I can only imagine that losing 100,000 must have put Yang Wanchao in a foul mood. Should we leave first to avoid being caught in the crossfire of his anger? Then let's go. Quickly with that, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong hurriedly exited the combat room. Jiang Yi, seeing the fail on the screen, also felt a pang of anxiety and followed suit. Leaving the combat room, he still wished to use the combat room to battle with other strong players from different apartments. However, utilizing the combat room incurs a fee, and he currently found himself in debt with no money to spare. After leaving the combat room, Jiang Yi made his way to the front desk where the apartment administrator was stationed. A few students were still gathered around, but upon seeing him, they appeared tense and hesitant to speak. Ignoring them, Jiang Yi directly inquired of the administrator. May I ask how much my loan limit is? Previously, when his first avatar inquired, the administrator had granted a loan limit of 50,000. Now, however, with his second avatar, the administrator glanced at him impassively and replied, 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, the students present were left dumbfounded and astonished. Their gazes toward Jiang Yi were akin to seeing a ghost. They had begun to suspect that this bald man was merely a disguise for one of their classmates. However, they had not anticipated that this mysterious classmate would be able to secure a loan of 300,000. While ordinary students might be grateful for a few hundred, Obtaining a loan limit surpassing 1,000 was exceedingly rare. Those who could surpass 10,000 were practically non-existent. Yet here was this bald man, effortlessly obtaining a loan limit of 300,000. This is simply outrageous. They understood that the loan limit was determined by one's potential as assessed by the administrator. The greater the development potential, the higher the loan limit. In other words, this mysterious classmate disguised as a bald man was certainly no ordinary individual. Could he possibly be Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei, who are not prominently featured on the leaderboard? The students began to speculate about Jiang Yi. However, after inquiring about the loan's interest rates, Jiang Yi ultimately applied for a loan of only 500, promising to repay 600 before midnight. As he prepared to head back to the combat room with his loan approval, he noticed that the chat group had suddenly become lively again. The excitement stemmed from a classmate boasting about the strength of the players in their novice apartment, as they had already produced a total of 8 level 1 players in such a short time. While the other classmates enthusiastically praised the leaders on the leaderboard, Yang Wanxiao, who had just lost 100,000, abruptly doused the enthusiasm with cold water. Just a handful of level 1 players. And you all are getting carried away? Truly, you are unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. I should be the strongest presence in our apartment. However, the other players encountered in the combat room are formidable, with strong contenders in abundance. If you all continue to be so optimistic without a sense of urgency, you might end up as cannon fodder, failing even the novice apartment's assessment. If such words came from an ordinary student, they might have been met with disdain and ridicule. Yet when spoken by Yang Wanxiao, many students felt an immediate weight of pressure. As the classmates transitioned from optimism to pessimism, Yang Wanxiao suddenly spoke again. After battling in the combat room, I realized that once you become powerful, earning money is truly simple. One random battle could yield winnings of 80 or even 100,000. Of course, the premise is that you can win. And I just lost 100,000 in a single match. Upon hearing this, all the students were once again taken aback. They couldn't even make 100,000 in 10 days of rent. While Yang Wanxiao lost 100,000 in a single battle, this is simply absurd. Indeed, no matter the environment, those at the pinnacle of the pyramid always seem to be far ahead of the average person. While the students remained in shock, Yang Wanxiao continued, a mere 100,000, it's just a loss. As long as my strength increases, I can win it back later. Therefore, I wish to organize a group of classmates to explore the depths of the corridor on the 3rd floor and see if we can achieve team leveling. This statement sent the entire group into a frenzy. Wow, team leveling. What a brilliant idea. I've been wanting to level up for ages, and to be led by a powerhouse. This is simply exhilarating. Damn. Brother Chao is amazing. Who would dare to speak ill of Brother Chao after this? I, Su Kaixian, will be the first to confront them. Brother Chao is incredible. I'm dropping everything to find you and team up. Clearly, with the leaderboard out, the students' desire to level up has reached unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Yang Wanxiao's proposal for team leveling, they were all thrilled, feeling as though they could finally latch onto a golden opportunity. However, Yang Wanxiao soon added in the group, exploring the depths of the corridor, even with a team, will inevitably entail risks. What I need are those who can handle risks and fight monsters, not those who come to cling to the strong or hold back the team. Therefore, students with combat power below 20 need not come. For those with combat power above 20 who wish to level up quickly, gather at the 3rd floor elevator within 10 minutes. This decisive announcement elicited varied reactions from the students. Many with combat power below 20 lamented, feeling that their earlier excitement was in vain. Meanwhile, those with combat power above 20 were few and far between. They hesitated at Yang Wanxiao's proposal for team leveling. Naturally, they desired to level up. However, Yang Wanxiao had previously killed someone. His methods were erratic and violent. What if, upon forming a team, he decided to eliminate his teammates? Yet, teaming up with the powerful Yang Wanxiao would significantly reduce the risks of exploring the depths of the corridor. This balance of pros and cons left them in a quandary. Jiang Yi also felt a sense of conflict. Should he prioritize teaming up to level up and then engage in battles? Or should he go straight into combat to earn money while observing the other students exploring the depths of the corridor? Chapter 24. God of War Ranking. Stubborn Bronze. After hesitating for a brief moment, Jiang Yi decisively headed towards the combat room with the 500 he had just loaned. After all, he currently presented himself as a bald uncle. Joining a group for leveling up, especially in a crowded setting, would undoubtedly lead to numerous questions. Even if he shed his disguise and joined as Jiang Yi, it would be inappropriate. as he had previously showcased his data panel with his first avatar, which clearly displayed his talent as sea-level affinity for gold elements. If he were required to present his data panel while in a group, revealing his S-level, Heaven S reward for diligence, talent would undoubtedly cause unnecessary complications. Thus, it was better to avoid the crowd and first understand the benefits of the combat room. As the second avatar returned to the combat room, the first avatar in apartment 2064 had finally cleared out all the hair from the first bathroom, totaling over 1,000 strands. Each damp, long strand of hair gave him an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Following the life assistant's instructions, he stored the 1,000 strands of hair in a tank-like container. Then, he proceeded to the master bedroom's bathroom. It was at this moment that Jiang Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover a bronze treasure chest was conspicuously placed on the bay window of the master bedroom. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the bronze treasure chest was utterly out of place in the clean and tidy atmosphere of the apartment. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as a bold idea suddenly struck him, and he walked directly towards the bay window. Simultaneously, he explained to the life assistant robot, "I will start cleaning from the bay window in the master bedroom." The life assistant robot had no objections. "Go ahead. Just ensure that all 10,086 strands of hair are found and intact." Jiang Yi nodded, approached the bay window, and directly pressed his hand against the bronze treasure chest. At that moment, his body stiffened. His heart raced, yet he feigned nonchalance and asked, "Do I need to clean inside this as well?" The life assistant robot paused for a moment and asked, "What do you mean by inside? Beneath the blanket on the bay window? The master's hair is unlikely to fall onto the blanket, but if it makes you uneasy, you may take a look." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of excitement. For this implies that this life assistant robot seems unable to perceive the bronze treasure chest. It remains uncertain whether it is only the robot that cannot see it or if all non-player residents within the apartment are similarly oblivious. Jiang Yi refrained from hesitating, promptly storing the treasure chest within his space. Thereafter, he continued to clean up the hair as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the second avatar in the battle room sensed the first avatar's acquisition and felt elated. He directly chose to enter the second machine in the battle room, his mind unable to suppress the thought, "This battle room contains only 20 combat devices. If one day he were to possess 20 avatars, wouldn't that mean he could monopolize all 20 battle machines by himself? Ha ha ha, quite a delightful notion." However, given that the novice period lasts merely 10 days, it seems improbable that he could simultaneously control 20 avatars. Jiang Yi collected his thoughts and redirected his focus to the second battle machine. This device, resembling an ATM, felt akin to withdrawing money from an ATM upon entry. As soon as he stepped inside, the door automatically sealed shut, demonstrating a commendable level of privacy. Simultaneously, a voice verified his identity as a tenant on the 20th floor and automatically deducted 100 units as a usage fee for the battle machine. Just then, as Jiang Yi took a seat, it seemed he inadvertently triggered some mechanism. A highly technological headgear enveloped his head. Instantly, a wave of disorientation washed over him, as if he were entering a dream, transporting him to an entirely new realm. The space was vast, reminiscent of the lobby on the first floor of the apartment. The hall was bustling with people of all ages and genders, seemingly all players of the apocalyptic apartment. Above the heads of these players hovered a black title, Nameless Black Iron. Furthermore, the greatest congregation of individuals was located to the north of the hall. Behind the throng, a colossal electronic screen displayed War God rankings. First place, Zhu Jing, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Second place, Zhang Wenhan, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Third place, Sha Bo, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Fourth place, Li Junqi, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Fifth place, Wang Qingjin, Stubborn Bronze, 100. Sixth place, Ku Peng, Stubborn Bronze, 92.3. The entire War God rankings was dominated by Stubborn Bronze. Meanwhile, every player Jiang Yi encountered in the first floor lobby bore the title of Nameless Black Iron. It was evident that Nameless Black Iron must represent a level inferior to Stubborn Bronze. Those who could ascend to the War God rankings were undoubtedly the C-Armée de la C-Armée among players. The rankings recorded a total of 100 names. Stubborn Bronze served as a title, and the accompanying percentage presumably indicated the win rate in battles. Jiang Yi scrutinized the War God rankings from beginning to end but found no trace of Yang Wenchao's name. This suggested that even the formidable Yang Wanchao in their apartment did not possess the strength to claim a spot on the War God rankings. No wonder he had mentioned in the group that other apartments were teeming with strong players. One could only wonder how powerful those ranked players must be. As Jiang Yi pondered this, a similarly bald man beside him unexpectedly initiated a conversation. Hey, did you just arrive at the battle room? Are you merely here to broaden your horizons, or do you have any intentions of battling someone? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment but did not dismiss the bald man's approach, directly asking. I'm primarily here to experience the environment. As for battling, my strength is too weak. I have no confidence whatsoever. However, how does one engage in battles here? Oh, it's quite simple, the bald man exclaimed with increasing enthusiasm upon hearing Jiang Ye's admission of weakness. This entire battle room is essentially a virtual space connecting numerous apartments, akin to the games we used to play. The structure of this space is quite similar to that of the apartment, divided into several levels. Newcomers are automatically ushered into the first-floor lobby, where they can view the War God rankings and gaze in awe at the top-tier players we can hardly interact with. On the second floor, you can engage in battle matchmaking. If you wish to spend a bit more money, you can also observe others in combat.as. For the third floor, you must attain the title of Stubborn Bronze to ascend. Thus, we, the nameless individuals, can only utilize the first and second floors for the time being. Jiang Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the lobby. No wonder all the players here are nameless black-ironed. This lobby must be filled with newcomers like myself who are just beginning to utilize the battle room, right? The bald man's eyes glimmered as he internally scoffed, thinking, of course, it's not just newcomers. There are those seasoned players who specifically target the inexperienced. However, he would not disclose this to Jiang Yi. With a cheerful demeanor, he merely nodded and added, yeah, something like that. He then comforted Jiang Yi, brother. You mentioned feeling too weak to seek out battles, but in reality, the newcomers in this first-floor lobby typically lack any significant strength. After all, those who can access the battle room are merely fortunate enough to be assigned to apartments on the 20th floor or above. Many of them awaken talents of D or E grade. Those who manage to awaken a C grade talent are already considered quite powerful. In this context, if we seek out battles with other newcomers, the odds of winning are still fairly high. Moreover, since the battle room operates in a virtual environment, it's just like playing a game. Even if you lose, it's merely a matter of losing some money. With no real danger to your life, as he spoke, the bald man suddenly leaned in closer, deliberately lowering his voice. I've been here a bit longer and have gathered some information about the newcomers. If you want to try your hand at battling, I can introduce you to someone weak for a test run. Chapter 25. Brother, guide me. The bald man wore an affable and well-meaning facade. However, Jiang Yi was no fool. His school had conducted lectures on fraud prevention, so he was naturally skeptical of the bald man's words. Yet, he did not outright reject the offer. Instead, he feigned curiosity and inquired, isn't the battle room system supposed to be random matchmaking? Can one not choose opponents for battles? The bald man smiled and explained. The battle room does indeed have both matchmaking and challenge modes. However, under the matchmaking mode, while it's labeled as random, the opponents you encounter are generally of similar strength. In such cases, the odds of winning are roughly 50-50, making it difficult to earn money, and those unlucky may even incur losses. Conversely, in challenge mode, you can select weaker opponents, thereby increasing your chances of winning. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yi sensed a flaw. If everyone chooses to challenge weaker players, wouldn't that lead to weaker players going bankrupt in no time, dissuading them from returning to the battle room? The bald man shook his head with a smile. It's not quite like that. The battle room maintains fairness. Challenges can only proceed if both parties consent. Weaker players can entirely refuse challenges from stronger ones. However, since we newcomers all start as nameless black iron, we appear indistinguishable in terms of strength. Thus, in challenge mode, there may often be significant disparities in power between the two combatants. For the stronger party, this presents an opportunity. What I mean is, I can help you seize that opportunity. The opponent is a girl, lacking strength and possessing a naive character, making her particularly easy to deceive. I feigned weakness and challenged her, winning effortlessly. Had she not already known she couldn't defeat me, she would have undoubtedly rejected my challenge. The bald man's logic was, to some extent, coherent. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, deliberately adopting an expression of a guilty conscience. But she hasn't wronged me. Wouldn't it be improper for me to take advantage of her like this? Upon hearing this, the bald man hesitated, staring at Jiang Yi for a considerable time, his expression revealing a flicker of doubt. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, feigning shock as he looked at Jiang Yi. "Wait, buddy, are you really that naive? When you were transported to the apartment, did you not hear the prompt stating apocalyptic apartment? This is the apocalypse. Are you still clinging to moral standards as if you're a saint? The key is, if you don't take the initiative to deceive others, they will certainly deceive you. Moreover, I believe that under the backdrop of the apocalypse, our moral standards should be lowered. If we think with a lower moral standard, what we do isn't deception, it's education. After all, the battle room won't result in fatalities by taking advantage of someone. We also help them learn a lesson. Viewed from another angle, this could even be considered a virtuous deed." He added, "Of course, if you genuinely feel guilty, I won't force you. We can just chat casually and become friends. Yet, since you can come to the battle room, it indicates you reside on the 20th floor or above, meaning your daily rent likely exceeds 10,000. Who knows if I'll still see you tomorrow," he concluded with a chuckle. "Speaking of which, since we're both bald, it's a sign of fate. Regrettably, alas." The bald man's tone of lamentation was such that it seemed as if Jiang Yi had perished due to an inability to pay rent. Jiang Yi was acutely aware that this individual was deliberately using the rent to provoke him. Much like in numerous scams, where the guise of helping others to earn money is merely a ruse to swindle them, it was highly probable that this bald man and the girl he mentioned were in cahoots. It seemed he believed Jiang Yi to be lacking in strength, conspiring to swindle him out of his funds. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi found himself in a state of inner turmoil. According to the bald man's assertions, opponents matched randomly would possess combat power comparable to his own. Thus, in the absence of absolute strength and trump cards, it would indeed be quite challenging to earn money through random matchmaking. Therefore, to achieve stable earnings in the battle room, the challenge mode appeared to be the superior choice. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that in challenge mode, opponents could refuse. How to convince others to perceive him as a weakling, thereby accepting his challenge, became a conundrum faced by all players wishing to seize an opportunity. Moreover, individuals like the bald man, who conspired to deceive, were likely not in short supply. Should he directly expose the bald man and then join his fraudulent gang? After pondering this, Jiang Yi suddenly glanced at the God of War rankings and continued to question the bald man. "But according to your explanation, how can the strong contenders on the God of War rankings maintain a perfect win rate? They are so formidable that weak players would undoubtedly refuse their challenges, and the opponents they randomly match with should also possess considerable strength. Under such circumstances, achieving a perfect win rate would seem quite implausible, would it not?" The answer to this query was, in fact, rather straightforward. The bald man had just mentioned that matchmaking was conducted based on players' combat power. The combat power values displayed on a player's data panel are assessed according to their attributes, talents, and skills, with items held by the players excluded from this calculation. In other words, two individuals with equivalent combat power could easily find one party overpowering the other due to possession of potent items. This fact could easily be discerned after observing a few battles. This was also the reason why those strong contenders on the God of War rankings could boast a perfect win rate. However, it was only natural that Jiang Yi, having just arrived in the battle room, was unaware of this. The bald man, of course, was privy to this secret but had no intention of disclosing it. He deliberately lied, saying, "Well, perhaps those strong players possess unique advantages. For instance, if they have trained in martial arts, even when matched against opponents of similar combat power, they could maintain a winning streak. It is quite normal for ordinary individuals like us to find it hard to fathom the world of top-tier experts." Normal. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi began to formulate some conjectures regarding the reasons behind the continuous victories of these strong players. In fact, following these musings, he turned to the bald man and suddenly conceived a bold idea. He thought to himself, in this hall on the first floor, there were evidently quite a few newcomers. Yet, how did this bald fellow discern that he was the one to be swindled among so many novices? Did he appear trustworthy? Or was it pure chance? Likely neither. Jiang Yi's mind raced, and he proactively addressed the bald man. "Brother, I just pondered it carefully, and indeed, I cannot afford to disregard my conscience. If I don't earn money properly, I won't even be able to pay today's rent. Brother, please guide me. I will certainly remember your kindness." The bald man had waited for this very statement. He chuckled inwardly while maintaining an amiable facade, enthusiastically responding, "Oh, It's nothing to speak of guidance. You need not be so formal. I merely thought that having more friends opens up more pathways. However, you must first tell me your combat power so I can ascertain whether you can truly defeat that girl." Jiang Yi nodded and, with his innocent and honest demeanor, replied earnestly, "That's no problem. My talent is C-grade gold element affinity, with physical strength at 1.2, stamina at 2.4, and combat power at 5.5. I also possess a skill, gold light technique." His words flowed smoothly, devoid of any semblance of deceit. The bald man felt a surge of joy and immediately praised him. "No, my friend, your strength already qualifies you as a formidable player in the entire battle room. How could you have claimed to be weak and fearful of combat?" Jiang Yi feigned confusion, continuing with his innocent demeanor. "Is my strength really that impressive? I'm unsure. Before the apocalypse, I was merely a lazy couch potato, lacking exercise and having never even killed a chicken. This combat power of 5.5, when truly put to the test, may fall significantly short, perhaps only half of its potential." Upon hearing this, the bald man finally relaxed. After all, a combat power of 5.5 did carry a certain level of pressure when swindling. The fact that this fellow could not fully realize his potential was fortuitous for him. Thus, he reassured Jiang Yi, "That's no concern. Even if you only realize half of your 5.5 combat power, you are still bound to win. Come, I will take you to find that naive girl. However, my friend, you must approach her yourself, as I have previously swindled her. If she sees us together, she will undoubtedly refuse your challenge." Jiang Yi nodded, indicating his understanding. Meanwhile, as the bald man led Jiang Yi toward the second floor, he sent a private message to his accomplice. "I've managed to trick another newcomer with a combat power of 5. He appears quite gullible and likely lacks cunning." His companion, known as Li Ran, promptly replied, "What items does he possess? Players on the 20th floor should have an initial bronze chest." The bald man, whose name was Su Jingyao, quickly responded to Li Ran, "Ah, just another unfortunate soul like me." The bronze chest yielded a disguise mask. Thus, like me, his outward appearance is that of a bald uncle, leaving his true identity uncertain. Chapter 26. Unpredictable moves. However, I suspect she is likely a young girl, as she novelly questioned whether swindling someone would be unethical. Su Jingyao merely made a casual remark. To her surprise, Li Ran responded with some hesitation. "Is it really fair to swindle an innocent young girl like her?" Su Jingyao replied decisively, "Sister Ran, think it through. The world has changed. Moreover, since she agreed to challenge you, it signifies her intent to swindle. If she ultimately loses money, it's her own greed that's to blame. And it's merely a battle room. No lives will truly be lost. Sister Ran, you are tasked with pretending to be the naive girl, but do not genuinely be naive when it counts." Li Ran fell silent after that. Su Jingyao, maintaining her bald guise, guided Jiang Yi up the stairs to the second floor and pointed out a direction from the safety door of the stairwell. "Do you see that girl in the white school uniform over there? Go over and ask her if she is willing to accept your challenge. She will undoubtedly first inquire about your combat power. Do not tell her the truth. Simply claim it to be around 1x or 2x, and that you have yet to acquire any skills. She will surely be deceived and accept your challenge. By the way, it seems that the student girl lives in the same apartment as her family, and her parents have provided her with quite a bit of money. When you challenge her, feel free to raise the stakes. Betting 1,000 or 2,000 should pose no issue." Jiang Yi appeared alarmed. "But I don't have 1,000 or 2,000. I only have 500, which I borrowed from the apartment manager. After paying 100 for the battle room fee, I'm left with only 400. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyao felt increasingly assured. After all, the fact that his loan limit was only 500 suggested that even the apartment manager had little faith in him. However, to expend so much effort for a mere 400, well, it's still something. After all, with random matchmaking, he could very well end up losing money. She comforted Jiang Yi a few more times before urging him to approach Li Ran. The hall on the second floor was somewhat larger than that on the first. It resembled a cinema, filled with an abundance of seats. When players took their seats, an operational panel would automatically materialize in their minds, displaying the maps of both the first and second floors. Each player was marked with a red dot.at. This moment, Jiang Yi realized that in challenge mode, he did not need to meet his opponent in person. Instead, he could directly challenge the red through the mental map. Additionally, players could observe ongoing battles, though this required additional payment. Observing a battle in the black iron battle room cost 100, while the charge for the bronze battle room reached a staggering 1,000. Of course, whether the battle footage was made public necessitated mutual consent from both combatants. Only if both parties opted for public viewing could others observe the match. Otherwise, if either party disagreed to make it public, other players would be unable to watch. Furthermore, players on the God of War rankings had the privilege of setting their own fees for spectatorship. The fees generated from spectators would yield 10 to the victorious player of that match, meaning that if 100 individuals observed a battle in the black iron battle room, the victor could earn as much as 1,000 solely from audience fees. In addition, spectators could also offer rewards. However, only 50 of the reward amount would be transferred to the recipient. Nevertheless, during the novice apartment period, players were generally not affluent. Therefore, those willing to spend money on observation and rewards would likely be few. Most ordinary players' battle rooms would likely not attract spectators, but of course, battles involving strong contenders on the God of War rankings or battles featuring internet celebrities with a fan base could indeed generate income from spectators. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Yi did not immediately head towards the girl indicated by the bald man. Since they were aiming to deceive, they ought to do so with professionalism, avoiding overt intentions. He first sought an empty seat to sit down, contemplating the control panel in his mind. After familiarizing himself with it, he finally directed his gaze towards the expansive hall on the second floor. After ostentatiously surveying his surroundings, he made his way towards the girl in a school uniform, whom the bald man had indicated. This moment, Li Ran sent another message to Su Jingyao. Are you certain that this bald man is just a simple-minded girl? The way he pretends to seek a challenge seems far from someone who would directly approach me under your guidance. Su Jingyao, hiding in the stairwell, also felt that Jiang Ye's demeanor at that moment did not resemble that of an innocent and naive individual. After a brief hesitation, she replied, perhaps he truly possesses a talent for deception? In any case, Sister Ran need not worry. His loan limit is only 500, and he currently has just 400 left to his name. Upon reading this, Li Ran's tension eased slightly. She noticed the bald man approaching her, so she feigned concentration on the control panel. When the bald man took a seat beside her and engaged her in conversation, he asked, classmate, which school do you attend? Li Ran pretended to be the innocent girl, momentarily taken aback, before looking at Jiang Yi and nodding obediently. Yes, uncle. Is there something you need? Hello. Jiang Yi casually fabricated. My son is about your age, also a high school student. He and I are not in the same novice apartment, and I am quite concerned about his situation. This established his persona as a middle-aged man with a fatherly love as solid as a mountain. Li Ran was taken aback once more, thinking to herself, could it be that this bald uncle has forgotten to wear a disguise and that his true appearance is indeed bald? However, even if his bronze treasure chest yielded other items, it was unlikely he would be her opponent. Continuing her act as the obedient girl, she kindly reassured him. Uncle, you need not worry too much. The initial players in novice apartments seem to be from a specific range. They might be from the same class, the same neighborhood, or even the same bus. Your son should be in the same novice apartment as his classmates, looking out for one another, so he will surely be fine. Ah, Jiang Yi sighed again, expressing sadness. I hope he doesn't end up as unfortunate as I am. Assigned to the 20th floor with rent that I can't afford, I wonder if I will ever have the chance to reunite with my son. Listening to this, Li Ran initially felt a pang of sympathy. However, she quickly warned herself, sympathizing with the weak will lead you to become weak yourself. What this uncle said may not necessarily be true. Even if it is his own misfortune and no one else's fault. She had read a saying on her little green book. When you sympathize with others, you bear their misfortunes. Thus, the last thing a girl should be is soft-hearted and sympathetic. She was destined to be the leading lady, and she absolutely could not let her maternal instincts run rampant. While she pondered this, her face displayed an expression of utmost sympathy towards Jiang Yi, and she proactively suggested, Uncle, why don't you challenge me? My parents and I are in the same apartment, and with the apartment manager's loan, we can surely afford the rent. I would like to help you to the best of my ability. Huh. Jiang Yi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine, it's just a challenge. Although I am quite weak, perhaps I might get lucky and win against you. At this moment, Li Ran smiled sweetly. Seemingly playfully warming the unfamiliar bald uncle, she resembled a pure and kind little angel. This made Jiang Yi feel a bit bashful. He decided to abandon the usual script, suddenly speaking candidly. Never mind. Little sister, I'll tell you the truth. There is actually a scheming bald brute who says you are exceptionally weak and easy to deceive, which is why I sought you out. But now I feel that a girl as kind-hearted as you should not be deceived. So, let's forget it. I cannot take advantage of you." As he spoke, Jiang Yi appeared relieved, exhaling slowly. But this left Li Ran utterly perplexed. How could there truly be such an honest uncle in this day and age? It made her feel somewhat embarrassed. However, she quickly reconsidered. This uncle is so gullible. Even if she doesn't deceive him today, he will surely fall victim to other genuine villains in the future, left with nothing. Therefore, she must lend a hand to this uncle, teaching him the harsh realities of the world. Only in this way would he avoid being duped again. Yes, that's it. She was helping him. She was just too kind. As she contemplated this, her eyes became slightly misty. She gazed at Jiang Yi with a look of deep emotion and resolutely declared, "Uncle, you are truly a good person. QAQ. Good people will surely be rewarded. I must help you. Challenge me, uncle. I am willingly allowing myself to be deceived by you. Oh no. Uncle, you haven't deceived me. I genuinely want to help you. Please don't refuse me, uncle. Think of your son. With my assistance, the chances of you reuniting with him will be much higher." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi understood. This girl was definitely plotting against him. Perhaps she was even feeling self-righteous about teaching him the harshness of human nature. Jiang Yi chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Well, since you are so determined to help me, I shall no longer refuse." With that, he swiftly initiated a challenge through the control panel in his mind, wagering all his assets of 400. When Li Ran accepted the challenge, both of their consciousnesses suddenly plunged into a deeper state. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yi found himself on a stage the size of a basketball court. Surrounding the arena were empty seats, indicating that no spectators were present. However, in Jiang Yi's apartment's battle room, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong were stationed outside the second battle machine, arranged by Yang Wenchao. Keenly observing Jiang Yi's battle through the display screen, having participated in several battles, Yang Wenchao had become quite knowledgeable. While ordinary classmates speculated, he had already deduced this bald man was a disguise created by someone using a mask. Moreover, such a disguise mask could only be obtained from a bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chests typically appeared in apartments on the 20th floor or above. The only known 20th floor residents were himself and Jiang Yi. Thus, he instinctively assumed the bald man was Jiang Yi's disguise. But upon further thought, that didn't seem right. According to information from the chat group, the bald man had appeared on the first floor while Jiang Yi was stealthily unpacking a delivery in the stairwell. In fact, Yang Wenchao himself was the alibi for Jiang Yi's whereabouts. Therefore, it was highly possible that there was another player on the 20th floor in this novice apartment. Was it the discreet Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei from the leaderboard? Or perhaps another classmate who hadn't yet reached level 1? Yang Wenchao was uncertain. However, he was certain that players assigned to the 20th floor and above, while facing higher rent, also encountered greater opportunities. Such players either failed to survive the first day or rapidly evolved. If he could still see that bald man tomorrow, it would indicate that the other party indeed had potential to grow into a formidable contender. Of course, Jiang Yi had potential too. However, compared to Jiang Yi, Yang Wenchao was more intrigued by the mysterious bald man. Thus, he had arranged for Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong to help him monitor the bald man's battle. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao himself went to the third floor, waiting at the exit of the red light elevator for classmates to team up for leveling up. Regrettably, Zhang Jintian and Ku Zhengfei from the leaderboard had yet to join the team. However, Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, Lu Shan, and Su Yuewan all arrived. These 4 strong players on the leaderboard came together, forming a mutual assistance group centered around Wang Lingling. Additionally, 7 level 0 players, all members of the mutual assistance group, joined as well. Although the plan to form a leveling team was proposed by Yang Wenchao, at this moment, he was the only one not part of the mutual assistance group, with a considerable number of players and 4 level 1 strong players. The team of leveling players was not particularly fearful of Yang Wenchao. In fact, when Wang Lingling initiated a conversation, she subtly probed Yang Wenchao for his secrets, including how he became so powerful and how he had revived. However, Yang Wenchao, with his eccentric personality, deliberately spoke in a disjointed manner, clearly fabricating information to mislead and brush off Wang Lingling. Gao Chong, who had a rather bad temper, nearly clashed with Yang Wenchao over it. Fortunately, Wang Lingling intervened in the end, The group successfully formed a leveling team and ventured deeper into the corridor. Other players were busy working to earn money while simultaneously envying the leveling team in the chat group. They also closely monitored the leaderboard, eager to see if the team would level up. Meanwhile, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong were thrilled to be aligned with Yang Wenchao. Indeed, they believed that being able to assist Yang Wenchao was akin to having secured a powerful ally. Thus, they diligently stood guard outside the second battle machine where Jiang Yi was situated. As the screen outside the battle machine lit up, both of them brightened with excitement. It's finally starting. This should be the bald man's first battle in the arena, right? But why is his opponent such a seemingly frail girl? Even if he wins, it won't seem impressive. It doesn't showcase any real strength. That may not be the case. Perhaps this girl, despite appearing delicate, possesses formidable abilities. Have you forgotten that Yang Gu lost 100,000 in that match, and it was to a girl? Wang Chong nodded. Expressing his sentiments, indeed, one cannot judge strength by gender or appearance anymore. Wang Lingling from our apartment is a prime example, Xiao Likuan interjected. Aside from Wang Lingling, there's also Su Yuewan. Among the 8 of us on the leaderboard, 2 are girls. As they spoke, the countdown, 3, 2, 1, appeared on the screen of the battle machine. Simultaneously, the same countdown resonated in Jiang Ye's mind within the virtual arena. Accompanying the countdown, he cheerfully said to the girl opposite him, "Little sister, don't move, uncle will be quick." "All right, uncle," Li Ran replied with a peculiar smile. This smile resembled that of Si Nuo from Detective Chinatown. The scene left Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong utterly bewildered. What? What is going on? Why does this seem a bit off? Meanwhile, Li Ran thought to herself, this uncle is truly oblivious. Even with such a strange smile, he hasn't sensed anything unusual. How naive. This honest uncle, she felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, as the countdown reached 1, her petite figure darted towards Jiang Yi like a drawn sword. Such speed! Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong exclaimed, indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. This girl is so fast, speed and strength must be linked to physical fitness. Her attributes must be considerable, however, she still cannot surpass Yang Wenchao. In a matter of moments, Li Ran had already rushed to Jiang Yi's side. At the same time, her skin transformed into a hard, golden hue. Wang Chong gasped, what the heck? Is she some kind of golden Barbie? Chapter 28. I want to see your true self, Xiao Likuan. Possessing the talent of insight, quickly deduced, this must be a type of gold attribute skill. In this state, even that bald guy may not be able to breach her defenses. No, not only is her defense stronger, but her strength is formidable too. They watched as the girl swung her fist at the bald man, her movements slicing through the air with a whoosh. Even through the screen, one could sense the overwhelming metallic power capable of crushing anything. Wang Chong couldn't help but exclaim again, in this day and age, one cannot judge a girl by her appearance. This girl, seemingly delicate, was actually so fierce. Xiao Likuan speculated further, her gold attribute skill is both offensive and defensive. She must be at least B rank. Wang Chong was astonished. Doesn't that mean her talent is at least S rank? Xiao Likuan shook his head. Not necessarily. What if she is like Lu Shan? Possessing high insight? With high insight, a B rank talent can still master B rank skills. Wang Chong gasped in shock. If she has high insight, she might possess more than one skill. In just a few moments, the two spoke rapidly and simultaneously witnessed. The bald man on the screen evaded the girl's powerful punch. His speed surpassed that of the girl. With a swift motion, he seized her wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a flawless shoulder throw. With a thud, the girl's back hit the ground hard. This scene left Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong dumbfounded. What? It's one thing for girls to be fierce, but how can men be so lacking in chivalry? That shoulder throw. Even they, as grown men, felt a twinge of pain just watching. However, given the girl's golden defense, she should not have sustained serious injury. Yet her expression was a mix of pain and disbelief, especially the way she looked up at the bald man while lying on the ground, as if she had seen a ghost. But in the next second, that ghostly look of shock froze on her face. The bald man, after executing the shoulder throw, showed no hesitation and swiftly drew a black dagger, slicing open the girl's throat. The wound was deep, blood gushing. Following that, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong stared in disbelief as the screen displayed the word, win. Then, the screen went dark. The two stared blankly at the screen for a long time before regaining their senses. Unable to believe, no way? Is this really over? The girl's golden defense should be quite strong, right? How did the bald man breach her defense? Or was it because the throat is a vital point? Hence she was slain in one blow? No, it's that dagger. It must be a powerful item like Super Brother's wristband. The bald man's attributes are probably much higher than the girl's. Hists, oh, this bald man is truly strong. Could he be the low-profile Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei? Or perhaps another big shot? Wait, look at the leaderboard. Another player just made it onto the leaderboard. They saw a new line added, stating, Rank 9. Lu Shun, Level 1. Lu Shun from Class 1? Could it be him? This guy seems to be an athlete and hardly speaks in the group. Damn! It feels like those with real strength are quietly amassing wealth while we, mere cannon fodder, are desperately seeking recognition in the group. Damn! Comparing people is infuriating. I've decided to be more composed and stop spamming in the group. Meanwhile, in the virtual battle space, on the second-floor lobby, at adjacent seats, Li Ran's expression stiffened as she glared at the bald uncle beside her with her sparkling eyes. The sudden turn of her head, causing her bangs to sway, seemed to express her anger. How could she not be furious? This uncle is utterly shameless. Even now, he still wears that naive and honest expression, cheerfully thanking her. Thank you, little sister, for generously gifting Uncle 400. You truly are a good person, and good people will surely be rewarded. Such innocent words, such similar phrases. Li Ran was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood. At that moment, there was no longer a need for her to feign innocence. Her gaze toward Jiang Yi was filled solely with resentment and a hint of caution. After a moment, she coldly speculated. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have a son of my age, and you aren't really a bald uncle at all. The bald uncle persona is merely a disguise. What is your true self? Are you male or female? How old are you? Jiang Yi smiled. What are you looking for revenge? Your bald companion is also wearing a disguise, isn't she? I was initially curious why she targeted me in the crowded first-floor lobby. I thought it was because we're both bald. Then I realized it was precisely because we're both bald that she knew the item I obtained from the apartment's treasure chest was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is an auxiliary item, providing minimal attributes, making my strength undoubtedly weaker than that of the other players on the 20th floor. Thus, she approached me, right? Li Ran maintained a cold demeanor, remaining silent for a long while before finally uttering, Are you truly a first-time newcomer in the battle room? Jiang Yi chuckled. Of course. Not only that, but I genuinely said I took out a loan of 500. You might not believe me, but I owe the apartment 350,000. I can't guarantee I'll survive today. I'm truly poor, little sister. Do you want to show some kindness and help me out a bit more? Go to hell with your kindness. Hearing little sister and show kindness, Li Ran felt he was deliberately mocking her. Too despicable. Gritting her teeth, she directly speculated, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a male social elite who has worked for several years? Jiang Yi naturally wouldn't answer identity-related questions. He continued to wear his honest smile. If little sister is unwilling to show kindness, then I must rely on myself to earn money. Li Ran still gritted her teeth, but suddenly called out to him, Wait. I can share some quick money-making strategies with you. Jiang Yi turned around. At that moment, he stood beside his seat while Li Ran sat, creating a stark contrast of pressure between them. In this posture, he smiled at Li Ran. Tiske, quick money-making? That sounds very familiar. Are you a scammer? Li Ran's face flushed red with anger, mortified. I've already reaped what I sowed. How could I possibly scam you again? So? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? I want to see your true self after you remove your disguise. That's impossible. Saying this, Jiang Yi did not give her a chance to continue pressing and simply left his seat. Chapter 29. Random match. First battle, leaving Li Ran behind, seething with rage. Shortly after, Su Jingyao removed her bald disguise and approached with her true self. How is it, Ranjia? Did you get the 400? She initially spoke with enthusiasm, but as she continued, she sensed something was off with Li Ran's mood. Her excited tone diminished, replaced by a cautious inquiry. No way. Ranjia, you didn't mess up, did you? Or were you too soft-hearted? Li Ran gritted her teeth. Neither a mistake nor soft-heartedness, is the two of us who have fallen victim to that bald man. He has merely pretended to be harmless while concealing his true strength. And he has long since discerned that we are allies. He has turned the tables on me. Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than you? Li Ran pressed her lips together, feeling too embarrassed to admit that she had almost been defeated in an instant. She simply nodded. His attributes utterly overwhelm me, moreover, in addition to his disguise mask. He possesses a bronze-level artifact. Su Jingyao found it absurd. How could she be so unfortunate? Randomly targeting someone, and yet encountering a wolf in sheep's clothing. This is a classic case of reverse luck. She couldn't help but feel anxious. What should we do? Will that formidable individual hold a grudge against us and seek revenge later? Li Ran remained silent, her heart brimming with indignation. After all, she was the one who had lost 400. Why should that scoundrel seek to retaliate against her? If there were to be any revenge, it should be hers against him, right? Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing her frustrations. After a long period of contemplation, she solemnly addressed Su Jingyao. I no longer wish to engage in challenge mode. Su Jingyao was taken aback and hurriedly persuaded. Don't say that, Ranjia. It was just a single mistake. We can't let one setback deter us. This mode is the fastest and most stable way to earn money. Otherwise, whether through random matching or random challenges, we might lose everything in an instant. Please reconsider. Ranjia, however, Li Ran shook her head decisively. No need for further contemplation. I have made my decision. The recent battle with that scoundrel has made me realize my combat awareness is woefully inadequate. During the fight with him, I failed to unleash my full potential. I intend to engage in random matches against players of similar strength to enhance my skills before I think about making money. Besides, with my high loan limit, I can certainly afford the rent. That Su Jingyao was taken aback. Really? Jia, are you serious? Li Ran did not respond verbally but conveyed her determination through action. Without hesitation, she accessed the operation panel in her mind and selected the random matching combat mode. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi found a secluded seat and decided to try the random matching mode as well. He vaguely speculated that, within the random matching framework, the combat strengths of both parties would indeed be quite similar. Yet, strength does not equate to power. His combat power with and without the toxic blade blood dagger remains the same. This indicates that external equipment and artifacts do not augment the combat power displayed on the data panel. Therefore, the random matching mode is not entirely equitable. Players with an extensive array of equipment and artifacts would likely have a higher win rate in random matches. Furthermore, combat awareness seems to significantly influence a player's actual prowess. Among players with the same combat power, some may have never engaged in combat and might only demonstrate a fraction of their potential, while others who have trained or are professionals in combat roles would naturally exhibit greater strength than an average player of the same power. This explains why the top 5 on the War God leaderboard boast a 100% win rate. They either possess overwhelmingly powerful artifacts or had exceptional combat awareness even before the apocalypse. It is even possible they possess both. After all, in this environment, survival is no longer reliant on influence or background. It is solely based on combat proficiency. Those adept in combat have a markedly higher chance of acquiring powerful artifacts. It constitutes a positive feedback loop. Fortunately, in the random matching mode, Zhang Yi also holds a certain advantage. Previously, he believed that his skills, absolute focus, and combat stance could not compare to others with lethal elemental skills. However, his encounter with a student revealed to him that his two skills are equally formidable. Both skills allow him to temporarily enhance his attributes during battles. In his recent fight, Zhang Yi personally experienced the advantages of attribute dominance. That student, he suspected, possessed more than one gold element skill. She likely had an artifact obtained from a bronze chest. Yet, she didn't even have the chance to use it before being defeated. The reason was simple. Under the effects of absolute focus and combat stance, Zhang Ye's attributes utterly overwhelmed the student. In the face of absolute attributes, all other methods appear trivial. Furthermore, the effect of combat stance will enhance Zhang Ye's combat awareness after each battle. This implies that he will grow stronger with each fight. Becoming a formidable player is merely a matter of time. Under such circumstances, perhaps engaging in random matches against players of similar strength is indeed the fastest growth strategy. Coupled with his disguise mask and toxic blade blood dagger, and with his continuously improving combat awareness, he felt that his odds of winning in random matches remained exceptionally high. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. With this thought, Zhang Yi selected random matching on the operation panel in his mind. The stakes in random matching are defined within specific ranges. For instance, if he opts to stake 800, he may be matched against players with similar combat power who are staking between 100 and 900. Upon matching, the final stake will be determined by the player who staked the lesser amount. For instance, if his opponent staked 200, the final stake for that match would be 200. Conversely, if his opponent staked 900, the final stake would be set at 800, his own stake. This mode allows for an initial assessment of the opponent's capabilities right from the start of the match. After all, players who stake higher generally exhibit greater confidence in their own strength. Simultaneously, players with stake ranges of 100 to 900 are likely weaker than those in the range of 1000-9000. Of course, this is not an absolute rule but serves as a preliminary judgment. Jiang Yi staked 800 because that was all he had. Initially, he thought the final stake would likely be lower than 800. However, to his surprise, upon matching, the final stake was indeed 800. This indicated that his opponent either staked 800 or 900. Was it a deliberate avoidance of the 1000 range to enter the next betting tier? It seems they possess some degree of skill. Jiang Yi felt a surge of caution within. As his consciousness shifted, he found himself once again in the familiar arena space. Opposite him stood a delivery rider clad in a striking yellow outfit. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, the other immediately exclaimed, "A disguise mask?" Those 4 words sent a chill through Jiang Yi. The tone suggested that this individual was not a novice. He must have participated in more than one battle. Jiang Yi remained silent, and the countdown in his mind, 3, 2, 1, concluded after 3 seconds. Almost immediately upon the countdown's end, the young man in the conspicuous yellow outfit vanished from the arena space. Wang Chong was momentarily stunned. What just happened? Where did he go? Xiao Likuan, with his keen intuition, quickly deduced. It must be a spatial skill. This delivery boy must have awakened a spatial talent similar to Bai Ruowan. Furthermore, the spatial skill he comprehended is offensive, far superior to Bai Ruowan's. His words had barely left his mouth when they witnessed the yellow figure instantaneously darting from one end of the basketball court-sized arena space to the other. More precisely, he appeared right behind the bald man. At the same time, he wielded a massive axe, aiming directly for the bald man's head. In that moment, Xiao Likuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, this fellow does not possess a skill like spatial blade that ignores defenses. Otherwise, that bald man would undoubtedly perish. Although he commanded formidable spatial skills, the massive axe was evidently ill-suited for him. As expected, the powerfully built bald man merely tilted his head to evade the strike from behind. It was then that Xiao Likuan suddenly realized something was amiss. He and Wang Chong had observed several of Yang Wenchao's battles. They had seen 2 matches from the bald man. They had noted that virtually every combatant entered the arena equipped. They all had gear or artifacts. Initially, Xiao Likuan believed this was due to these strong players having shopped at the high-end mall in their apartment complex, purchasing their artifacts with money. However, now he was convinced that this assumption could very well be incorrect, because the delivery boy's skills were evidently better suited to lightweight weapons for swift victories. Yet he was inexplicably wielding a massive axe. Was it because this delivery boy was so foolish that he lacked even the most basic common sense? Chapter 30. Trading Wounds for Life. No. Xiao Likuan suddenly recalled. There had been classmates who discovered black iron chests in their apartment. Yet, among the many students, only a select few had stumbled upon such treasures. Now, after witnessing so many battles, Xiao Likuan grew increasingly suspicious. Could it be that in the apartments on the 20th floor and above, there are guaranteed chests available to open? It's even possible that they house chests of a higher tier than black iron chests? Hist, if that is the case, then players residing on the 20th floor and above, while their rent may be high, surely enjoy superior treatment. Initially, Xiao Likuan thought that most of those living on the 20th floor would not survive the day. However, in retrospect, he found himself somewhat envious. Simultaneously, he pondered, did Jiang Yi, who began on the 20th floor, also have chests in his apartment? Had he simply overlooked them? Or had he discovered them yet chosen to remain silent? Upon reflection, Xiao Likuan began to ponder. Perhaps Ding Ding's demise was not entirely unjust. Initially situated on the 20th floor, Jiang Yi possessed innate C-level talents, had experience dismantling parcels, and had even opened treasure chests. He had ascended to level 1. His prowess was already among the elite in both classes. However, Yu Ziyu had also disclosed that Jiang Ye's loan limit was a mere 50,000. The prospect of surviving the day remained daunting. With this thought, Xiao Likuan's mind raced. If Jiang Yi were to perish tonight, how should his treasure items be managed? As these thoughts occupied his mind, the confrontation between the bald man and the delivery rider on the screen had reached a stalemate. It was evident that the bald man's attributes were exceptionally high, enabling him to dodge the delivery rider's massive axe with ease. The rider's teleportation ability further prevented the bald man from launching an effective attack. Each party exchanged blows, yet neither could land a strike on the other. Nonetheless, this deadlock could not persist indefinitely. The ongoing battle would inevitably deplete their stamina and energy, and their skills could not be continuously unleashed without respite. In the arena's confines, Jiang Yi felt a growing sense of urgency. His skills, absolute focus, and combat posture were both time-limited with lengthy cooldowns. He could essentially utilize them only once per battle, if he could not secure a swift victory. Once the duration of his enhanced attributes elapsed, his temporarily augmented capabilities would swiftly diminish, severely impairing his combat awareness. At that juncture, it was highly probable that he would succumb to the delivery rider. Simultaneously, the delivery rider was equally anxious. His use of teleportation also consumed energy, and wielding the heavy axe significantly drained his stamina. If he couldn't conclude the battle promptly, it would be detrimental to him as well. The palpable anxiety and urgency felt by both participants were sensed by Xiao Likuan, who could not discern the eventual victor of this contest. He believed that both combatants had recognized each other's precarious situations. In that moment, the bald man made his first misstep. As the delivery rider's axe swung toward him once more, the bald man's evasion was noticeably less agile than before. The axe struck his left shoulder, inflicting a deep wound. The heavy weapon even lodged in his bone. This scene undoubtedly elicited a look of surprise from the delivery rider. However, just as he prepared to press his advantage, the smile on his face froze. For the bald man, despite exhibiting signs of fatigue and having been struck by the axe, his movements suddenly became more nimble than ever. He completely disregarded the agony in his left shoulder. And, at the cost of exacerbating his injury, he swiftly turned, thrusting his dagger toward the delivery rider's throat. At that moment, Xiao Likuan realized. The bald man had sacrificed his own well-being to seize an opportunity to strike the delivery rider. If the delivery rider reacted swiftly and evaded the attack, the severely injured bald man would surely face defeat. However, if the rider failed to respond in time and was struck by the enhanced attributes of the bald man's dagger, then victory would belong to the bald man. This was a high-stakes gamble, wagering injury for life. Xiao Likuan held his breath, his eyes wide with anticipation. The outcome revealed that the delivery rider lacked formidable combat awareness. He did not evade the fatal strike. Consequently, the thrill of landing a hit was quickly overshadowed by horror as his pupils dilated, only to gradually lose focus as his throat was slit. The bald man's attributes were indeed formidable. He nearly severed the delivery rider's head with his dagger. Fortunately, the horrifying scene did not linger for long. The screen displayed the word win. Wang Chong was left dumbfounded, and after a prolonged silence, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this bald man truly a classmate of ours? He seems as if he has undergone rigorous training. Do you know if anyone among our 80 classmates in both classes has ever trained in martial arts?" Xiao Likuan pondered, perhaps Lu Shun. He seems to have practiced taekwondo. Wang Chong, unable to contain his envy, remarked, "Damn. I too wished to train in taekwondo or karate as a child, but alas, my family's circumstances were modest, and my parents wanted me to focus solely on my studies. Yet now, what use is academic excellence? Being skilled in combat is the true path." Xiao Likuan shot him a glance, suppressing a chuckle. "The problem is, my friend, your academic performance isn't all that impressive either." Meanwhile, upon returning to his seat in the virtual space on the second floor, Jiang Yi instinctively clutched his left shoulder. Though the battle was virtual, the pain felt all too real, penetrating to the very core. Had it not been for combat posture, maintaining his absolute composure, he might have faltered due to the pain, allowing his opponent to evade the lethal blow. It was indeed a harrowing experience. He increasingly recognized the significance of combat awareness. Yet, at that moment, he hesitated. Having already amassed 1,600, should he continue matching within the 100 to 900 betting range to further hone his combat instincts? Or should he boldly challenge the 1,000 to 900 betting range? While mulling over this dilemma, a familiar announcement echoed in his mind. Player Zhao Yudi has issued a battle room announcement. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhao Yudi, the actress who portrayed the female lead in Domineering Master. 3 lifetimes of love. I will be engaging in a random match in 5 minutes. Those who wish to observe my battle can search for battle room number 151 after 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support. Yudi is immensely grateful. The announcement, save for the initial system prompt, resonated with the unmistakable voice of the starlet Zhao Yudi. Zhang Yi was taken aback. How could a player issue announcements? Around him, others began to murmur in disbelief. Is this really Zhao Yudi? Wow. I'm her fan, but I've only ever seen her on television. I've never had the chance to meet her in person. Wow. Is she leveraging her celebrity status to amass a large audience? Imagine, with 100 spectators, she could easily pocket $1,000. Ridiculous. Given Zhao Yudi's fame, a mere 100 spectators is an underestimate. I wager at least 1,000. I'd say even more. She specifically made an announcement. Hearing the announcement, even those who weren't her fans felt compelled to witness her battle. Thus, it was estimated that the audience count could potentially surpass 10,000. 10,000 seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? During the newbie phase, there shouldn't be that many willing to spend 100 to spectate. Is it just me? Or is anyone else curious about how Zhao Yudi managed to issue an announcement? It's quite simple. Achieving 3 or 5 consecutive victories in random matches grants a small reward. This ability to make announcements is likely one of Zhao Yudi's rewards for her winning streak. Wow, does that mean Zhao Yudi is quite powerful? Of course. If she weren't strong, she wouldn't dare invite others to watch. After all, the fees generated from spectators are only 10 transferred to the victor of the match. If she loses, she effectively enriches her opponent. Wait, what? Now that you mention it, I'm tempted to be Zhao Yudi's opponent in that match. Get real. If Zhao Yudi is willing to take that risk, her strength must be formidable. She likely possesses more than one powerful item. Who knows, she might even aspire to rank on the God of War leaderboard. Wow, she truly is my goddess. A breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Now a powerhouse in the doomsday apartment. Come on. There's no such thing as a fresh perspective in the entertainment industry. Numerous players began discussing Zhao Yudi. Was through their conversations that Zhang Yi realized. So random matches yield consecutive victories and rewards. Could Yang Wenchao's ascent to level 2 be due to such rewards? He must have received a reward after his 3 consecutive victories, right? With this in mind, he leaned towards continuing in the 100 to 900 betting range for a couple more matches, which would likely enhance his chances of achieving consecutive victories. Thus, he placed a bet of 900 and commenced a new random match. While he wasn't particularly invested in Zhao Yudi's battle, the entire second-floor hall was abuzz with players closely watching. Among them was Li Ran, who had just concluded a random match, and upon hearing the announcement, couldn't help but feel envious in this day and age. Being a celebrity truly pays off. Earning millions before the apocalypse was one thing, but who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, one could still profit immensely from their celebrity status? Su Jingyao also felt it was utterly unfair. Unable to contain her envy, she remarked, I hope Zhao Yudi matches with a strong opponent and loses, so that all the audience fees generated from her announcement go to her opponent. Li Ran glanced around at the players in the vicinity and sighed. I suspect many players share your thoughts. In fact, they might be eager to defeat Zhao Yudi in 5 minutes and make a fortune. Su Jingyao's eyes lit up. If Sister Ran, you could match against Zhao Yudi and defeat her, we could all make a significant profit. Such substantial gains would far surpass any underhanded schemes. However, Li Ran shook her head. With my strength, the probability of winning against an equally matched opponent is already low. Let alone facing Zhao Yudi, she must have achieved at least 3 consecutive victories to be able to issue an announcement. Moreover, she boldly invites everyone to watch, indicating her immense confidence in her abilities. Such a presence, even if her combat power were roughly equal to mine, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Alas, Su Jingyao listened and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi effortlessly triumphed in his second round of random matchmaking. However, it was regrettable that his opponent had only wagered 100, thus he had only earned the same amount. Fortunately, the skill, combat posture, ensured that he reaped rewards after each battle. The more he fought, the more he appreciated the profound strength of the talent known as Heaven Rewards Diligence. He harbored serious doubts that this talent might indeed be the pinnacle among S-level talents. The growth it afforded him was remarkably evident. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, at the next 0 hour, Zhang Yi intended to merge this significant avatar into his main body to facilitate its development. With such thoughts in mind, he adjusted himself briefly before eagerly embarking on a new round of random matchmaking. Chapter 31. Two new players on another front. The first avatar sat in room 2064. Jiang Yi had initially anticipated that the task of collecting hair might encounter some difficulties, yet to his surprise, the entire process unfolded seamlessly. After scouring every room in the apartment, he indeed managed to gather all 10,086 strands of hair, intact and unharmed. However, these strands were rather peculiar. Typically, human hair varies in length, and the thickness at the roots differs from that at the ends. Yet, the hair he had organized was uniformly thick. With all 10,086 strands of identical length, when they were neatly arranged together, Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to overcome his fear and inquire with the life assistant robot about the next steps regarding the hair, he suddenly heard a strange sound emanating from the living room. He turned to look and found that the enormous television in the living room had inexplicably turned on, the entire scene displayed. A woman in a white dress with long hair, emerging from the television. Although it was a cliché horror movie trope, Jiang Yi found himself oddly entranced. In this trance, he noticed the scene of the woman crawling out of the television was somewhat eerie. It resembled an endless loop. Initially, the image showed her emerging from the television. Then, the scene shifted, revealing that the world outside the television was merely part of the storyline. Thus, she continued to crawl out of the television. Each time she emerged, it was still within the narrative. She kept crawling and crawling. He became numb to the sight as he realized she had likely broken through countless television screens, just as Jiang Yi was becoming desensitized. A sudden jolt coursed through him. It seemed this latest iteration of the crawling scene was distinctly different. Wait a minute. How is this enormous television breaking? This woman in white, she is emerging from the television. Jiang Yi felt as though he had been paralyzed, rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, the woman continued to bend at an angle of 120 degrees, her long black hair obscuring her face. From this angle, she should not have been able to see Jiang Yi or her surroundings. She merely advanced a few steps, her fingers resembling those of a zombie, probing the air as if she were trying to penetrate the very fabric of this television world. Jiang Yi held his breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. He thought that perhaps this ghostly figure would eventually crawl out and vanish, as if she had never existed. However, after a significant interval of probing, she suddenly halted. Then, she slowly straightened her bent body, tossing her black hair back, revealing a face adorned with a white mask. Only her elongated phoenix eyes were visible, scanning the apartment as she emitted a soft, eerie voice. "You have returned." Jiang Yi remained motionless until he heard the life assistant robot refer to this woman in white as master. The woman in white paid no heed to the robot and directly addressed Jiang Yi. "Are you the cleaning service?" Jiang Yi stiffly nodded. "Yes." The woman then inquired, "How is the cleaning of my hair progressing?" At this moment, Jiang Yi was at a loss for words, but fortunately, the life assistant robot proactively interjected. "All the hair has been collected and soaked in water." The woman in white then glanced at the glass tank containing the hair. With a mere sweep of her gaze, she seemed to ascertain the quantity and complimented Jiang Yi. "Not bad." She then continued with her instructions. "Next, apply hair oil to these strands and dry them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief. However, unexpectedly, the woman in white abruptly looked up at the ceiling and remarked, "It is just about dawn, and the sun looks splendid today. Take them to the rooftop to dry in the sunlight." "What? The rooftop? Sunlight?" A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Yi. He tentatively asked, "May I inquire where the rooftop is?" "Of course, it is the rooftop of the apartment. Do you not know?" The woman replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Yi's heart sank once again. He attempted to negotiate. "But according to the apartment rules, I can only ascend to the 20th floor in the elevator and do not possess the qualification to reach the rooftop." Yet the woman dismissed his concern with the same nonchalance. "No worries. You need not take the elevator. I can take you directly to the rooftop." Jiang Yi paused, his mind racing with expletives. Damn it. Why must he go to the rooftop? Who or what could possibly be up there? The crucial point was that he had previously opened packages and could be pursued by monsters the moment he left his apartment. However, upon reconsideration, danger often accompanies opportunity. Other players lack the qualification to ascend to the rooftop. If he were the first to venture up, perhaps there would be some rewards awaiting him. Of course, without his avatar talent, Jiang Yi would never have dared to take such a risk. Moreover, It appeared that the request from the woman in white left him little room for refusal. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked, "Before heading to the rooftop, may I return to prepare for a bit?" The woman in white, her expression hidden by the white mask, nevertheless emanated an air of detachment and authority. Jiang Yi braced himself for a refusal, but to his surprise, she merely contemplated for a moment before agreeing. "I can grant you 10 minutes. If you exceed this time, I shall leave you a negative review. Naturally, if you fail to return at all, this cleaning job will be for naught. You will receive no payment and will owe a penalty fee." Jiang Yi nodded. "I will return within 10 minutes. With their agreement settled, the first avatar departed from apartment 2064. Fearing that even the short distance of the hallway could lead to a monster chase, he swiftly exited the apartment and retrieved a bronze treasure chest from his spatial ring. Eager to open it right away, Lucky Lantern was still active on him, so this opening might yield unexpected delights. However, upon opening the bronze treasure chest, he found only a blank sheet of paper. It was genuinely blank, devoid of any patterns or text, possessing a smooth, oily texture when touched. Jiang Yi felt no disappointment, promptly summoning the life assistant robot. Xiao Bing, a quick scanning spell revealed the information about the paper on Xiao Bing's screen. Skill scroll, bronze level. Upon tearing open, there is a high probability of comprehending a skill not exceeding one's talent level, a low probability of gaining nothing at all. Well, a scroll for skill comprehension. This is indeed a valuable item. Regardless of the circumstances, equipment and items are merely external possessions. Attributes, talents, and skills are fundamentally part of oneself. While the information displayed on the data panel may enhance combat power, it does not grant an advantage in random matchmaking battles. Ultimately, the true enhancement of one's abilities is the key to survival in the apocalyptic apartment game. Thus, Jiang Yi was quite pleased with this skill scroll. He contemplated taking advantage of the Lucky Lantern's effect to comprehend a skill immediately. However, then he reconsidered. The skill scroll would likely yield better results for players with higher talent levels. After all, the skill comprehended would not exceed the level of one's talent. Therefore, utilizing it on his C-level talent avatar would be far less effective than using it on his X-level main body. Who knows, he might even comprehend an SSS-level skill. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely he could comprehend an SSS-level skill. After all, while the skill description did not explicitly state it, the glaring bronze level was hard to overlook. If A to bronze level scroll could indeed yield an SSS-level skill, what would become of future silver-level, gold-level scrolls? Thus, the skills comprehended from this scroll likely would not be of a very high level. As Jiang Yi continued to hold the scroll, he made his way toward apartment 2025, casting a glance at the chat group. It was at this moment he discovered the chat group was in an uproar. This time, it had nothing to do with the mysterious bald man or the group leveling up with Yang Wenchao. The issue lay within the level rankings. Holy cow, brothers, look at the level rankings. 2 players have directly parachuted to first and second place, pushing Yang Wenchao down to third. Holy cow, I see it too. 2 level 3 players. What is going on? How did 2 people suddenly rise to level 3 without a sound? Exactly. Previously, players who leveled up to 1 or 2 triggered announcements. Why did these 2 level 3 players parachute in without any upgrade announcements? Is it possible to hide upgrade announcements? Wait, Dante, you think the names of these 2 level 3 powerhouses are quite unfamiliar? Are there any Huang Qi or Su Xiangming in our first and second classes? I seem to have no impression of these 2 classmates. Is there anyone among you who remembers them? Oh my goodness, brothers, a significant discovery. Take a look at the member list. Previously, it displayed a roster of 80 members, and now it astonishingly shows 82. Jiang Yi was equally taken aback upon seeing this. Indeed, the member list has changed from 80 to 82. The group chat erupted in a frenzy. Could this mean that these 2 level 3 players have suddenly parachuted into our apartment? Are they possibly classmates from other classes at our school? But if that were the case, how could they suddenly arrive at our apartment? Could they be the so-called veteran players? Yet the announcement stated that veteran players would only be allowed entry on the 8th day. How could they possibly violate the rules and let veteran players in on the first day? I have always been curious. Aren't we all supposed to be surviving in the apartment at the same time? Why is there a distinction between veteran and new players? So, the veteran players must be those who entered the apartment survival scenario earlier than us, correct? Is it that all players are introduced in batches, leading to different entry times? Or perhaps there is a division between beta testers and ordinary players, with the so-called veteran players being the beta testers. Or, to entertain a more fantastical notion, could there possibly be other human worlds outside of ours? And the veteran players are individuals from those other worlds who entered the apartment survival scenario before us. Honestly, I feel that Young Wenchao bears some resemblance to a veteran player. Might he know something? But then again, does being strong necessarily equate to being a veteran player? Perhaps they simply possess extraordinary talents and exceptional adaptability to such environments. As for Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming, since they are listed as members, they should be able to communicate in our group, right? Would you two care to say something? Huang Qi, Yu Xiangming. However, regardless of how the classmates tagged them, these two newcomers did not respond in the group. This silence instilled a sense of panic among the students. After all, there is a saying, those not of our kind will surely have different intentions. Though all are human, without enmity or grudges, on one side are familiar classmates, while on the other are two unknown arrivals. This instinctive fear and hostility are almost innate. Jiang Yi felt a twinge of unease regarding the appearance of these two newcomers. Fortunately, his return to apartment 2025 proceeded without incident. Meanwhile, on the other side, a twist unfolded in the Battle of Clone 2. The third randomly matched opponent was a young man clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask. He was completely shrouded, making it impossible to discern his gender. Jiang Yi realized he was male only because, at the onset of the battle, the robed youth casually engaged him in a tug-of-war. Showing no urgency to conclude the fight and even initiated a conversation. This should be a randomly matched game for your 3 or 5 consecutive wins, right? Jiang Yi was suddenly alarmed by this remark. However, he dared not let his guard down during the battle and refrained from responding. Naturally, the skills of absolute focus and combat stance were temporarily left unused. The robed figure did not exert his full strength, maintaining a relaxed demeanor while fighting and explaining. This battle room has a hidden setting called Win Streak Blocker. When a player is about to achieve 3 or 5 consecutive wins and receive rewards, they will encounter someone like me, a specialist in blocking win streaks. Of course, you can also understand me as a veteran player. I can assure you unequivocally that in a normal match, you would undoubtedly lose this round. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart sank. Could it be? This so-called win streak blocker setting is akin to rigging a casino. It seems designed to prevent players from receiving consecutive win rewards. Then why even establish rewards for consecutive wins in the first place? Is it merely for show? No, this setting merely increases the difficulty of achieving consecutive wins. Only those who can achieve a win streak under such challenging circumstances are the true strong players. Jiang Yi initially believed that securing 3 consecutive wins would be straightforward given his skills. Now, it was evident that such a speculative mindset was utterly misguided. His psychological pressure surged instantaneously. Yet, he maintained his composure and did not reveal any fear. After several rounds of probing, he decisively addressed the robed figure. You wouldn't be sharing this with me out of boredom, seeking conversation, would you? The robed figure seemed to chuckle softly, commending. You are among the new players I've encountered, demonstrating commendable strength and mindset. Chapter 32. The Survival Jade Token, Strength and Mindset? Jiang Yi was uncertain about his strength. However, he was indeed confident in his mindset. After all, he had clones to rely on. Each clone served as a form of insurance. Moreover, the battle room would not result in actual fatalities. Consecutive wins were not worth his internal conflict. With this thought, he steadied his mindset and calmly replied to the robed figure. You just mentioned that under normal circumstances, I would be doomed to lose against you. Does that imply there are abnormal circumstances? Precisely. The robed figure chuckled again, and I can even assert. Over 80 of the consecutive win players in your current battle room likely achieve their streaks through abnormal means. This includes many whose combat power is inferior to yours, including those you see on the so-called God of War rankings. Most of them attain their consecutive wins through irregular methods. This revelation startled Jiang Yi once more. In other words, those who achieve consecutive wins through genuine strength are exceedingly rare. Even the God of War ranking players are not exempt. Thus, those who achieve consecutive wins through legitimate means are the true elite among new players. Right? While he pondered this, he noticed the robed figure's tone grew slightly serious. Abnormal means are not privileges accessible to everyone. Now, I ask you, have you encountered a mysterious dark figure on the 20th floor or above? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes flickered. The robed figure seemed to read his expression and relaxed his serious tone slightly, smiling. It appears I was not mistaken. You are quite fortunate. Fortunate? If encountering a dark figure counts as luck, that must stem from the effects of the lucky lantern, Jiang Yi realized. However, the strange figure had given him something. While he pondered, the robed figure continued. Since you have seen the eerie dark figure, you must have received a survival jade token, correct? Jiang Yi nodded. Is that the jade token that automatically stores survival points after a kill? The robed figure smiled. Precisely, that is the survival jade token. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi became increasingly convinced that the robed figure as so-called abnormal means likely referred to match fixing. The robed figure would deliberately lose to him, enabling him to secure this critical 3-win streak. However, for this, he must offer the robed figure something in return, essentially rendering it a transaction. The so-called consecutive wins had become commodities with a clear price. With this realization, Jiang Yi felt immensely relieved. When the eerie dark figure offered him the jade token, he almost rejected it, considering the meager value of one survival point equating to just 100,000. Now, it seemed fortunate he hadn't turned it down, however. Upon further reflection, Jiang Yi sensed that the matter was likely not as simple as he assumed. The items given to him by the strange dark figure could be exchanged for consecutive wins without any other price to pay. Drawing from his previous experience of being chased by monsters for opening a package, he was now more cautious and directly queried the robed figure. What exactly is the eerie dark figure? If I give you the survival jade token, will I face retribution from the dark figure? Give the survival jade token to me? The robed figure chuckled lightly, but what I seek is not the survival jade token. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi instantly realized he had misunderstood. The robed figure was not after the survival jade token itself, but rather the survival points contained within it that could be used for transactions. It was evident that survival points were indeed precious. The initial game announcement had hinted at their value. The eerie dark figure had given him the survival jade token to obtain survival points, and this veteran player willing to assist him in match fixing also desired survival points. Jiang Yi couldn't help but inquire, survival points. Just how precious are they? It is said they can be exchanged for anything desired. Yet we new players can enhance our strength through the treasures and packages in the novice apartment. I can hardly imagine how powerful one could become if survival points were used to exchange for items to boost strength, the robed figure, perceiving his potential, patiently explained. You have misunderstood. The true utility of survival points does not lie in exchanging for powerful items. Rather, it pertains to survival. Indeed, survival points are synonymous with survival. Without them, you cannot possibly endure. And I mean in the truest sense of the word. The reason your current novice apartment is termed novice is due to its overly simplistic survival mode. It could even be said that it exists within a novice protection period. Upon completing the novice apartment and arriving at the true doomsday apartment, one will inevitably grasp the essence of what doomsday entails. Firstly, the rent for the doomsday apartment must be paid with survival points. Failure to meet this obligation equates to death. Secondly, at midnight each day, a fixed deduction of 1 survival point is imposed on each individual. During festive occasions or when the doomsday apartment announces unexpected events, additional survival points will be deducted. Should the survival points fall into the negative, obliteration will ensue. Thus, survival points are akin to life itself. Without them, survival becomes impossible. As for exchanging survival points for powerful items, that is a luxury reserved for the elite among seasoned players, of which newcomers need not concern themselves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi finally understood why a single survival point could generate a clone. It turns out survival points are indeed so precious. However, he also pondered, if every individual is indeed subject to a nightly deduction of 1 survival point, does this mean that only the main body is charged? Or must each clone also incur a deduction? If every clone must be deducted, it would compel him to merge some unnecessary clones. Nevertheless, such considerations seemed a bit premature. He merely needed to acknowledge the true value of survival points. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi directly inquired, So, how many survival points are you planning to sell for this 3-game winning streak? The figure in the black cloak laughed softly, and though only audible, an inexplicable eeriness permeated his tone. He introduced in an exceedingly formal manner. As I mentioned earlier, the sale of winning streaks is a common occurrence in the battle chamber and has developed into a substantial commercial enterprise. Gesturing towards the black mask adorning his face, he continued, As you can see, This black mask is the emblem of our organization. He pointed to a slanting shape located at the tail of the right eye of the mask. The purpose of this introduction is to convey that our organization is vast and well-established, having tailored various packages for different customers. For instance, purchasing a 3-game winning streak individually is priced one way. Acquiring a 5-game winning streak package, which includes the 3-game streak, is another price. While a 10-game winning streak package, which encompasses both the 3 and 5-game wins, comes at yet another price, in short, as long as you can afford the survival points. Our services will certainly meet your expectations. Furthermore, we possess professional contract tools to ensure that neither party defaults. Goodness. Jiang Yi initially believed he was simply playing a random match for the third time. Little did he realize that he was not facing an opponent, but rather a merchant. He had previously thought that this mechanism for stringing together wins was generated by the battle chamber. However, it now appeared that it might be a colossal organization of veteran players, deliberately hindering the winning streaks of newcomers while simultaneously offering leniency to those willing to pay. Ostensibly selling winning streaks. They were, in fact, the very ones inflating the probability of such victories, all part of the same group. This was nothing short of capitalistic exploitation, seizing what belongs to others only to sell it back to them. At this moment, Jiang Yi resolved against using survival points to purchase winning streaks. Nevertheless, he asked once more, "Could you elaborate on the pricing for purchasing a 3-game streak, a 5-game streak, and the package deals?" The figure in the black cloak responded with utmost seriousness. "It's quite simple. A standalone 3-game winning streak costs 3 survival points. A standalone 5-game winning streak costs 5 survival points. While the package for both the 3 and 5-game winning streaks is priced at only 4 survival points." Jiang Yi was taken aback. How could the combined price for 2 matches be less than the cost of purchasing them separately? The figure in the black cloak seemed to perceive his confusion and promptly clarified. "The situation for the package is as follows. If you purchase during the 3-game win streak, we will oversee both your 3-game and 5-game winning streaks. The 3-game victory can be delivered immediately. However, for the 5-game victory, you must first complete the 4th match, then match with us. Should you fail in the 4th match, the responsibility falls on you, and we will no longer provide the 5-game victory delivery." In other words, the package is cheaper because a portion of the risk must be borne by the customer. Goodness, Jiang Yi now understood. It was akin to some individuals purchasing a 2-match package while only enjoying the benefits of the 3-game victory. Regardless of perspective, the package undeniably offered a far more advantageous deal. Much like the irresistible allure of membership benefits offered by many stores, Jiang Yi felt that if he were to buy a winning streak, he would likely opt for the package. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the pricing was, in truth, not cost-effective at all. Setting aside the need to utilize survival points to generate clones, merely trading with the enigmatic figure in black would yield him 10,000 for 1 survival point. Thus, the 3 survival points for a 3-game winning streak equated to 300,000. This substantial sum far exceeded the rewards offered by the battle chamber for achieving 3 consecutive victories. Therefore, the price for these winning streaks was exorbitantly high. They were simply not worth it. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts on the steep pricing, the figure in black seemed to see through him and continued to pitch. "What you must consider is that the 3-game winning streak represents far more than the rewards given by the battle chamber. More crucially, it serves as the foundation for the 5-game and 10-game winning streaks. Without this foundation, you will inevitably descend into the realm of mediocrity, becoming one among the countless ordinary players. You must understand. There exists an energy field surrounding individuals. Once you lose hope and let your energy dissipate, a single defeat could signify a lifetime of failure. Conversely, if you resolve to secure this victory for yourself, you might just wager on a lifetime of brilliance, goodness, such eloquence. Could it be that this figure in black was the gold-tier sales representative of their organization? Chapter 33. Clone Fusion. This statement genuinely led Jiang Yi to believe, if he were to lose this time, he would become like a deflated balloon, perpetually descending into mediocrity, ultimately becoming an inconsequential individual among the masses. The key point was that in the fantasy novels he had perused, many indeed contained the concept of an invincible path. That is to say, the protagonist experiences no defeats throughout their life, culminating in a peak of achievement, which is deemed a complete fulfillment. Thus, initially, he thought this winning streak battle was inconsequential. However, after the gold-tier sales pitch, he suddenly felt this battle could not be lost. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi addressed the figure in black. But what if my survival token currently lacks survival points? Upon uttering these words, the figure in black was not taken aback, promptly explaining, "You need not worry about that. I can arrange for you to have a pay later option. In other words, you can first secure the winning streak and then repay the accrued survival points within a stipulated time frame. However, due to the high mortality rate among players in the apartment, the risk of pay later must be borne by the seller. Therefore, the buyer is required to pay a higher price to compensate for the risk assumed by the seller." Jiang Yi understood instantly and asked, "How much higher is the price?" "It's roughly double," the figure in black replied. "Goodness, just double?" "Initially, a 3-game winning streak costs 3 survival points, but under pay later, it would amount to 6 points. This was nothing short of usury. But that was not all. The figure in black continued to elaborate. Given the high death rate in the apartment, the repayment period for pay later is generally required to be within 24 hours. Our automatic deduction occurs at midnight in the game, and if, at the time of our deduction, the survival points in the buyer's token are insufficient to cover the repayment, there remains a further 24 hours to make overdue repayments. However, late repayments incur an additional penalty fee. Should the survival points still fall short during the overdue repayment period, then, according to our contract tools, the debtor will be subject to immediate obliteration. The obliteration of a player results in a compensation of 1 survival point for our organization. You should be aware that killing a player normally grants you 1 survival point as well, correct? The figure in black spoke these words nonchalantly. It was only then that Jiang Yi became acutely aware of the true horror of this survival game within the apartment. Each life is a walking survival point. If, under the previous figure's pricing, 1 survival point could be exchanged for 10,000, Jiang Yi might not resort to indiscriminate killing for a mere 10,000. However, once he accrued a debt of survival points, when that debt began to press upon him, he might very well resort to killing anyone in sight to secure survival points for his own life. If he could consider such a course of action, so too could others. Some may even act with greater ruthlessness than he. This is human nature, pursuing profit while avoiding harm, where the death of a friend does not impede the survival of oneself. And according to the figure in black, over 80 of the players enjoying winning streaks in the battle chamber had purchased them. This implies that those players with winning streaks either had already killed someone to clear their debt for the winning streaks, or were in debt themselves, compelled to kill in order to repay. In the entire doomsday survival apartment, the true danger lies not in the unknown monsters, nor in the inability to pay rent, but in the hearts of men. It is the murderous intent of humanity. Jiang Yi's expression seemed to reveal something that the figure in black perceived. The figure in the black robe let out a light chuckle, adopting that same nonchalant tone. Indeed, what you envision in your heart is not mistaken. The initial announcement of the novice apartment speaks of what happens after 8 days and 10 days, does it not? Yet, in reality, many apartments do not even require the full 10 days to self-destruct. Instead, they may meet their demise around the 5th day. Do you believe that the arrival of seasoned players signifies a massacre of novices? However, the truth is that there is no need to wait for the veterans. Those incapable of adapting to the harshness of survival in a post-apocalyptic world will swiftly become fodder for the strong. This revelation struck Jiang Yi with profound shock. He had indeed contemplated the conflict between new and old players. Yet, according to this figure in the black robe, it is highly probable that by the time the seasoned players arrive, very few will remain in the novice apartment. In such a scenario, should the new and old players confront one another, Jiang Yi felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He could not help but inquire of the figure in black. "So, do you know the survival probability of novice players after the assessment concludes?" However, the figure in black merely smiled and did not respond. Instead, he shifted the topic, continuing his sales pitch. "In truth, the survival points we sell as a commodity for consecutive victories are hardly significant. Among the newcomers I am aware of, several have managed to accumulate over 10 or even 20 survival points. Moreover, there is one formidable individual on the warrior rankings who has amassed over 300 survival points." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was taken aback once more. Over 300 survival points equated to having eliminated more than 100 opponents, did it not? But wait, he hastily posed another question. Isn't the initial number of players in a novice apartment only 80? How could survival points exceed 300? It's quite simple, just harvest from other novice apartments. Each novice apartment has a teleportation passage leading to others on its top floor. Generally, one only needs to find an opportunity to reach the top floor and pay 1 survival point to be transported to a different novice apartment. Thus, some novice apartments may have already been completely wiped out before the arrival of seasoned players. Jiang Ye's heart sank further with shock, and he instantly understood how the two new players in his apartment had come to be. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, those two newcomers were likely not to be benign. Jiang Ye's heart raced. Meanwhile, the figure in black maintained his relaxed demeanor. Having shared enough free information, would you care for a 10 consecutive victory package? To be frank, players of average skill could not access the pay later option for the 10 consecutive victory package. However, I hold you in high regard, so I am willing to allocate one of my precious slots as a gold-tier salesperson to you. Therefore, you wouldn't let me down with a 10 consecutive victory, would you? This statement seemed to imply he genuinely believed Jiang Yi to be a chosen one destined to secure 10 consecutive victories. Yet, Jiang Yi was acutely aware that this was merely a sales tactic. He likely employed the same rhetoric with other customers. Even the initial praise of Jiang Ye's excellent mindset and formidable skill might also be a sales strategy. At that moment, Jiang Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he feigned deep contemplation. Meanwhile, as the second avatar and the gold-tier salesperson engaged in their tug-of-war, the first avatar, bearing the skill scroll obtained from the bronze chest, returned to apartment number 2025. With only a few minutes left of the lucky lantern, the original Jiang Yi tore open the bronze-level skill scroll. His two avatars were equipped with skills related to their inherent talents. Yet, the original, possessing the X-level talent of infinite duplication, shockingly had no skills. He wondered if this talent could even comprehend a skill. If he triggered a low-probability event and ended up with nothing, it would be a significant loss. Jiang Yi held his breath, feeling inexplicably tense. The moment the white paper was torn, it transformed into a beam of white light that swiftly integrated into his being. In an instant, Jiang Yi experienced a sensation akin to having slept soundly for several days, with fatigue dissipating and his spirit rejuvenated. His mind cleared, and it felt as though he had extended mental tendrils that grasped something elusive. When this peculiar feeling subsided, he quickly glanced at his data panel. Jiang Yi, level 0, physical strength 0.8, energetic 1.2, combat power 1.8, survival points 0, talent infinite duplication X, skill avatar fusion D, can designate up to 3 avatars for targeted fusion, fully stack the attributes, talents, skills, etc. of up to 2 avatars onto the designated main avatar for a duration of 3 minutes. Hiss. What is this? Avatar fusion. Wait. According to the description of this, avatar fusion, skill that such fusion is not permanent, but lasts only 3 minutes. Die in an instant. Jiang Yi contemplated. If he were to choose the second avatar in combat as the main avatar for avatar fusion, could he potentially defeat the figure in the black robe within those 3 minutes? Chapter 34. The young man's lack of martial virtue. Regardless of the likelihood, he had to give it a try. The original Jiang Yi showed no hesitation. Meanwhile, the second avatar seemed to have finally made a decision. With a look of determination to purchase the consecutive victories, yet feeling somewhat guilty, he suddenly turned to the figure in black and said, "Before I entered the battle room, I noticed that the external screen of the battle machine automatically displays the ongoing battles of players. So, isn't it possible that our transaction for consecutive victories could be discovered by other players in the apartment?" The figure in black laughed. "You need not worry about that. I will disable the spectator function once the battle officially commences. Thus, not only will there be no spectators inadvertently entering this room, but the external screen of your battle machine will also not display this match, so that's how it is. Therefore, it could be inferred, those who witnessed Yang Wenchao's battle, such as Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, likely did not see Yang Wenchao's 3 consecutive victories." Then, Jiang Yi recalled seeing Yang Wenchao lose to a girl. Was that his failure after 4 consecutive victories? Or perhaps it was after 5 victories? He wondered if Yang Wenchao had purchased consecutive victories. Just as he pondered, the original Jiang Yi in the apartment saw the latest messages in the chat group. What the hell? How could 2 more members go offline in such a short time? Who was it this time? Was it a classmate who teamed up with Yang Wenchao? I always said Yang Wenchao has killed people. We shouldn't have partnered with him just because of his impressive strength. No, it wasn't a classmate who teamed up with Yang Wenchao. It was Lu Shun, rank 9th, and He Weiwei from class 2. What? If He Weiwei is dead, then it's understandable, but how did Lu Shun, who is only level 1, also die? Could it be that he was killed by a monster while leveling up alone? Hence, we should ideally team up while leveling up, right? However, just as the classmates speculated that Lu Shun had met an untimely demise during monster hunting, a sudden message from the formidable player Ku Zhengfei appeared in the group. He had not spoken in the group before, and his first message came with an urgent tone. Lu Shun was not killed by a monster. He was instantly slain by a mysterious strong player. It is highly likely to be one of the two new players. Even I am currently being pursued by that strong player. Yet, as soon as this message was sent, it quickly vanished into thin air. Just like when players died previously, their messages were automatically erased. The classmates in the group swiftly realized the name Ku Zhengfei had disappeared from the rankings. His name in the member list also dimmed. This meant that the seemingly unassuming classmate, revered as a mysterious powerhouse by his peers, had been instantaneously slain at the very moment he sent his message. In an instant, the entire chat group fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere of terror seemed to spread silently. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's second avatar suddenly inquired of the figure in black. You mentioned earlier about some contract item that could guarantee our transaction? The figure in black, upon hearing this question, understood. Another deal successfully secured. He could hardly believe Jiang Yi was a gold-tier salesperson. Meanwhile, he scoffed inwardly, holding Jiang Yi in disdain. As a gold-tier salesperson, his usual tactic was to feign a powerful demeanor while showering the target customer with compliments about their mindset and skills. Players who managed to achieve 3 consecutive victories typically regarded themselves with inflated egos, like frogs in a well, unaware of the vast world beyond. Yet, they still believed themselves to be exceptional. This vanity would only intensify their desire to secure 3 consecutive victories. Consequently, it was highly probable they would resort to loans to obtain those victories. At this moment, in the black-robed figure's mind, Jiang Yi epitomized the self-important frog in a well. Just as the figure in black was busy ridiculing Jiang Yi internally while preparing to explain the signing process, Jiang Yi was examining the data panel after Avatar Fusion. Upon seeing it, his confidence soared. Jiang Yi, level 1, physical strength, 7.4, energetic, 8.6, combat power, 72, survival points, 0, talent, hard work is rewarded, S. Gold element affinity, C, skills. Absolute focus, A. Combat posture, A. Golden light technique, D. Indeed. Although there were now 3 versions of Jiang Yi, the original Jiang Yi did not belong to the avatars. Hence, he could not perform Avatar Fusion. Thus, in the end, he could only merge Clone 1 and Clone 2. The attributes of the 2 clones indeed added together. The talents and skills also stacked. However, the battle power was not merely the sum of their individual strengths. Clone 1 possessed a battle power of 5.5, while Clone 2 had a battle power of 54. If added directly, the total should be less than 60. Yet, the battle power of the merged clone soared to an impressive 72 points. It perfectly illustrated the phenomenon of 1-1 being greater than 2. Jiang Yi acknowledged that the black-robed figure was exceptionally powerful. However, according to the matching mechanism, his battle power should be approximately 54 points, similar to that of Jiang Ye's Clone 2. Even accounting for fluctuations, it shouldn't exceed by much. Yet, the battle power of Jiang Yi after the clone fusion was nearly 20 points higher than that of the Black Robe. Of course, the combat experience of seasoned players and their formidable equipment might compensate for this 20-point disparity. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was determined to disregard any sense of chivalry. Just as the Black Robe was explaining the contract process to him, Jiang Yi appeared to listen intently, feigning a resolute determination to spend money for consecutive victories. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light suddenly darted past him. Almost simultaneously, a cold, metallic sensation grazed his throat. In an instant, blood began to flow profusely from his gullet. The black-robed figure, with extensive combat experience, swiftly retreated. Clutching his throat, he cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was equally astounded. It is worth noting that he had previously used the lackluster strength of Clone 1 to instantaneously eliminate Ding Ding with a single golden ray. With the power of Clone 2, he had also managed to swiftly dispatch Li Ran. Yet now, although the blow had been partially deflected by the mask, he had indeed witnessed the golden light penetrate the Black Robe's forehead. Moreover, the poisoned dagger had undeniably sliced open the Black Robe's throat. Blood was oozing out. Astonishingly, this fellow was still able to act with such alacrity. Jiang Yi had merely 3 minutes of fusion time. He dared not relent for even a moment. and with the combined enhancement of absolute focus and battle stance, he charged once more towards the Black Robe. However, logically, under equal battle power, the Black Robe's panel attributes should have been lower than his. Yet, his speed was evidently greater. It must be the equipment. At that moment, Jiang Yi suddenly realized. The Black Robe's ensemble might very well constitute a complete set of equipment. He wore pointed black shoes with slightly curved tips. A finely crafted black robe adorned his form, black gloves graced his hands, and a pure black mask concealed his face. Such a standardized uniform likely formed a cohesive set. Anyone with even a modicum of gaming experience knows that a complete set's power far surpasses that of individual pieces. No wonder, even with Jiang Ye's superior battle power, his dual surprise attacks with the Golden Ray and Poison Dagger had failed to fell the Black Robe. In fact, it appeared he had not even sustained significant injury. The Black Robe was retreating rapidly while hastily applying pressure to his throat. The hand clad in black gloves withdrew from his neck. The previously gushing wound closed almost instantaneously, however, while the external injury healed instantly. The Poison Dagger was, indeed, toxic, coupled with the golden light embedded in his forehead. The Black Robe's condition was not at all favorable. His mind felt clouded, and his body slightly stiffened, far from the agility he possessed at full strength. As he retreated hastily, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Jiang Yi. Due to the injury to his throat, his voice was hoarse and broken, akin to a damaged tape. "Kid, do you know what this entire ensemble represents? It signifies not just me, but an entire vast organization behind me. Even if you manage to win against me through treachery, from this moment forth, every crucial consecutive victory of yours will be targeted. Henceforth, you shall never again achieve a winning streak. I truly misjudged you. I did not expect you to possess some skill, yet you are more brainless than any newcomer I have encountered." Chapter 35. Consecutive Victory Reward, Privilege Card. The tone of the black-robed man was one of lofty disdain, unreservedly critiquing Jiang Yi, as though he had committed an egregious folly. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy within. Originally, having witnessed the Black Robe evading his successive critical strikes with such agility, he had assumed that this figure was extraordinarily powerful, rendering his own hopes for a winning streak futile. Yet, upon hearing the Black Robe's proclamation, he was instantly reassured. Despite the Black Robe's seemingly unaffected demeanor, he was, in fact, on the verge of exhaustion. Given this newfound understanding, Jiang Yi would not be swayed by his words. He would seize the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Like a blade, he surged toward the retreating Black Robe. A streak of golden light shot forth, mercilessly aimed at the Black Robe. Simultaneously, the dark, poisoned dagger. Wait, what is happening? Why is my poisoned dagger flying away on its own? No, Jiang Yi realized, observing the shimmering golden aura enveloping the dagger. It wasn't that it had left his grasp. Rather, he was able to manipulate it with ease, as if it were an extension of his own body. This was a newfound skill he had comprehended under the influence of absolute focus. In the heat of battle, there was no time to check his data panel. Yet, this did not hinder him from expertly controlling the poison dagger. The Black Robe was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yi had unlocked a new skill in the midst of combat. Nonetheless, he was still profoundly shaken, for Jiang Yi's situation was glaringly clear to him. The young man possessed merely two pieces of equipment, one disguise mask that rendered him bald, and the other the poison dagger, whose effects the Black Robe understood all too well. However, aside from these two items, Jiang Yi's raw panel battle power, according to the matching mechanism, should only be around 55-18 most. It could not exceed 60. Yet the battle power he was exhibiting now far surpassed 60, likely exceeding 70. This was utterly unscientific. Was there an error in the matching mechanism? Had this young man concealed some hidden item from him? Or perhaps, could he be one of those rare prodigies capable of breaking limits? Generally speaking, battle power and actual strength are two distinct concepts. For instance, if a person's panel battle power is 100, their actual strength is usually 100. If their strength reaches 80, one could say they are capable of exerting 80 of their battle power. If they can achieve 100, they can be said to exert 100 of their battle power. Few players can fully unleash their battle power, often referred to as limit breakers. Above these limit breakers, there exists a peculiar phenomenon, where someone with a panel battle power of only 100 can, In a bear-equipped state, display strength exceeding 100. Such an utterly counterintuitive existence is known as a limit-breaking prodigy. Certainly, limit breakers are already exceedingly rare. Limit-breaking prodigies are, in fact, legendary. Even the Black Robe, as an experienced player, had only heard of such tales but had never witnessed them. Yet at this moment, he could not help but wonder, could this audacious young man before him truly be one of those prodigies capable of breaking limits? Otherwise, how could one explain his battle power of around 55, with such lackluster equipment, yet exhibiting strength sufficient to counter him? The Black Robe was filled with trepidation and wished to converse further with Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi, aware that his 3 minutes of clone fusion were running out, was intent on a swift resolution. He deftly manipulated the poison dagger, targeting the Black Robe's vital areas with incredible speed. Meanwhile, the Black Robe's evasion grew increasingly cumbersome. Jiang Yi understood that the effects of his previous ambushes were taking hold, prompting him to press the advantage. Yet, in the next moment, he saw the Black Robe's figure suddenly vanish, leaving only an empty garment pierced by his short dagger. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted, and his nerves tensed instantaneously. Fortunately, with the enhancement of absolute focus, his attention was sharply honed. In the blink of an eye, the poisoned dagger, previously over 2 meters away at his diagonal front, executed a swift rotation. A glint of cold light rushed past him. A shadow flickered, blood splattered. Jiang Yi reacted swiftly, pivoting to grasp the spinning dagger, driving it once more toward the throat of the now-revealed Black Robe. The blade glinted with lethal precision, as swift as lightning. The Black Robe's pupils trembled, and in the next instant, they became unfocused. Within 3 breaths, his figure completely dissipated. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi's mind echoed with notifications. Ding! Congratulations! You have won this battle and received a wager of 100. Ding! Congratulations on achieving 3 consecutive victories through random matching. Please select your reward. Accompanied by the second notification, 3 cards materialized before Jiang Yi at a T. That moment, he was momentarily dazed, his breath heavy, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He had won? He had truly defeated an experienced player? However, upon reflection, it made sense. His battle power exceeded that of his opponent by approximately 20 points. Coupled with his unscrupulous ambushes, he had effectively suppressed the Black Robe's state. Winning was entirely reasonable. Jiang Yi quelled his joy and quickly focused his attention on the 3 cards before him. Each card was the size of a playing card, pitch black in color. Revealing no distinguishing features, he could only randomly select one from the 3 as his reward for the consecutive victories. Since it was random, Jiang Yi chose the 3rd card. Upon confirming his selection, the 3 cards were sequentially flipped. The first card revealed itself to be Announcement card. Allows you to publish a battle room announcement in your current battle zone. The announcement Zhao Yudi made earlier was likely made using an announcement card. The second card was flipped over, revealing Upgrade card. If your level is below 10, you automatically advance by 1 level. If your level exceeds 10, this card becomes void. Goodness! An automatic level up? It appears that Yang Wanchao, who was the first to reach level 2, likely drew the upgrade card as a reward for his consecutive victories. Following this, Jiang Yi's 3rd card was also revealed, displaying Privilege card, Privilege 1. During random matchmaking battles, you may designate an opponent from those of equal strength to compete against. Privilege 2. In the designated battle, the stakes for both parties will no longer be subject to downward compatibility. Initially, Jiang Yi did not fully grasp the utility of this privilege and thought the card lacked significance. However, after a simple contemplation, he realized that if used wisely, this card could yield substantial monetary rewards. Privilege 1 is fairly straightforward. Normally, random matchmaking is entirely random. But with the use of the privilege card, he could actively select an opponent from those who meet the criteria. If this were the only privilege, then the card would be nearly useless, as the matchmaking mechanism still requires that both parties have similar strength. He would still be selecting an opponent within this matching framework. However, with the addition of Privilege 2, the card becomes exceedingly useful. The so-called downward compatibility of stakes means that if one player bets 100 and the other bets 900, the final stakes will be determined by the lower bet, which is 100, but when the stakes are no longer subject to downward compatibility, Jiang Yi could bet 100 and choose an opponent betting 10, 000. If he wins, he gains 10, 000. If he loses, he only loses 100. This is the true utility of the privilege card. Normally, when he bets 100, winning would only yield him 100. But with the privilege card, he could leverage a small bet to win a large one. Risking 100 to win 10, 000, or even 100, 000. Of course, this hinges on his ability to choose the right opponent and secure victory in the battle. As Zhang Yi contemplated the privilege card he selected automatically fell into his hands. He then returned to his original seat from the arena space. At this moment, the effect of clone fusion was also nearing its conclusion. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The skills corresponding to an X-level talent are indeed formidable. This clone fusion skill is merely of D grade. Yet, the effects it brings are far superior to those of the D grade golden light technique. The power amplification from clone fusion alone is already incredibly potent. More crucially, using this skill within the battle arena is akin to cheating. According to the random matchmaking mechanism, both combatants should have similar strengths, competing based on equipment and combat awareness. Yet, after completing the matchmaking, he could invoke clone fusion, instantly skyrocketing his combat power and overwhelming his opponent. In many novels Zhang Yi had previously read, the protagonists often relished in challenging opponents of higher levels and achieving victory against the odds. He had found that exhilarating. However, now he pondered, what is so enjoyable about winning against overwhelming odds? Dominating the weak and delivering a dimensional strike is the true thrill. The key is that not only is it exhilarating, but it also offers a sense of security. Thus, whenever he encounters an opponent he cannot manage in the future, he will have a powerful trump card. Even when weaker clones act independently in the future, a safety net will be ensured. Overall, Zhang Yi is immensely satisfied with the D-grade talent of clone fusion. He even believed that this skill surpassed the A-grade, absolute focus, and combat posture in prowess. Just as he was reveling in his joy, he suddenly heard another notification in his mind. Chapter 36 VIP Player. Player Xing Xiu has issued an announcement in the battle room. Clearly, this was an announcement made by a player using an announcement card. At first, Zhang Yi did not pay much attention to the notification. However, when he heard the subsequent words, he was taken aback to discover it was the voice of the earlier cloaked figure. To the bald kid at seat number A06-5525, you are currently enjoying the rewards and joy of a 3-game winning streak. Correct. I specifically issued this announcement to remind you. What I said in the battle arena was not a threat. Rather, you will truly pay the price for your foolish actions. Soon, you will realize, my power exceeds your imagination. Enjoy the experience. The voice of the cloaked figure in this announcement was still filled with lofty criticism and extreme arrogance. Meanwhile, players in the battle room began to discuss this perplexing announcement. Is this player Xing Xiu truly so wealthy that he would waste an announcement card just to deliver a message to another player? And my power exceeds your imagination. Has he lost his mind? Who does he think he is? Humph. He seems to be just a pompous loser who cannot accept defeat. Indeed, listening to that announcement was quite amusing. Many players approached this inexplicable announcement with a mocking attitude. However, the derision did not last long. A new announcement echoed in the minds of the players in the battle room. Emergency announcement from the battle room. VIP player is linking 1 million battle machines to this battle zone. The 1 million battle machines will be linked within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will gain access to this battle zone. This announcement left the players in the battle room utterly stunned. Some took a while to process the information, staring blankly and asking, What does this mean? Of course, some sharp-minded individuals immediately realized, wait, does this mean that 1 million veteran players will be parachuting into our battle zone? This implies that the probability of encountering veteran players during random matchmaking or challenges will significantly increase. Encountering veteran players? What a joke. I can't even defeat players of similar strength in random matchmaking. There's no way to win against veteran players. Exactly. The arrival of these 1 million veteran players will drastically reduce our chances of success in the battle room. Who is this Why is he doing this? What level of player is a VIP player? Damn. Directly parachuting in 1 million veteran players. This VIP player seems to have significant authority. Wait, do you all remember the announcement from earlier by that player Xing Xiu? He mentioned making some bald kid pay a price? Oh my gosh. So the arrival of these 1 million veteran players is connected to that Xing Xiu. So, he isn't just delusional or arrogant. He is genuinely that formidable? Damn. This isn't just about making some bald kid pay a price. It's about making the entire battle zone suffer the consequences. Damn it. Which bald kid acted foolishly and provoked such a powerful figure? In an instant, the mocking remarks directed at Xing Xiu transformed into lamentations and ire directed at the bald kid, who they believed had embroiled their battle zone in this dire situation due to his actions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, the bald kid being vilified by the players in the battle room, had already swiftly changed seats the moment he heard Xing Xiu's announcement. While relocating, he suddenly realized an important aspect. Spectators can search for seat numbers to observe the battles of the players occupying those seats. The combatants in random matchmaking only know their opponent's seat number and do not have access to any other information. Previously, Zhao Yudi had invited spectators to watch her battle by issuing an announcement for her fans to search for seat number 151. This way, they could observe her battle. At that time, Jiang Yi was not well acquainted with the battle room's operations, so he did not find anything amiss. However, now he noted. The seat numbers he saw in the second-floor hall were predominantly in the format of XXXXX. So why was Zhao Yudi's seat number 151? Could it be that Zhao Yudi is stubborn bronze, and thus went to the third floor? And the seat numbers on the third floor just happen to consist of 3 digits? This is a possibility. However, at this moment, Jiang Yi began to suspect. Might there be some private seats hidden beyond the visible ones in the second-floor hall? He even contemplated. If the battle machines in the battle room on the first floor could be likened to computers in an internet CAF, then could there be individuals who possess personal battle machines, akin to owning a private computer? In reality, he was indeed correct. In the 985 novice apartment, room 2008, Zhao Yudi was currently situated at a battle machine within her apartment room. Of course, this battle machine was not one that came with her apartment. Instead, it was one she had acquired by stealthily dismantling a courier package. By utilizing such a private battle machine, she could possess her own exclusive seat number within the virtual battle zone. The seats scattered throughout the second-floor hall could be occupied by any player at will. Once vacated, a seat could easily be claimed by another. However, by using a private battle machine, one could enjoy a dedicated seat. Even when not present, there would be no concern about someone else occupying their exclusive seat. Thus, this exclusive seat functions somewhat like a live stream room number, remaining valid for an extended period. And this was the true reason Zhao Yudi had issued an announcement inviting spectators to watch. Although her announcement merely stated her hope for the audience to observe her battle, in truth, she yearned for her exclusive seat number to be known by all viewers, much like the room number of a live streaming session. This way, every match she participated in would attract an audience akin to that of a popular live streamer. Once her seat number gained notoriety, the revenue generated from each victory would be substantial. Under such a model, her earnings could rival those of established stars, making a daily income of millions not merely a dream. However, while the plan appeared splendid, the sudden announcement of 100,000 veteran players descending upon the arena shattered her aspirations of stardom and profit. For her to ensure audience revenue, she needed to secure victories in her matches. Yet, the influx of seasoned players would undoubtedly diminish her chances of winning. Furthermore, the presence of those veteran players in their own live streams could potentially disrupt her viewership. Contemplating this, Zhao Yudi felt an intense loathing for the vile bald man who had provoked such powerful figures. Nevertheless, regaining her composure, she resolved to seize a few lucrative opportunities before the veterans fully arrived. Meanwhile, after changing seats, Jiang Yi distinctly sensed the hostile gazes directed at him, likely due to his bald appearance. However, since the disguise mask he wore rendered him bald, surrounding players could not ascertain that he was the notorious troublemaker. Jiang Yi remained calm, yet he harbored doubts, logically speaking, that Xing Xiu should only possess a combat power of around 55. Why did he speak with such bravado, even prompting someone named Du Yi to summon 100,000 players to his battle zone? Wasn't it merely an underhanded ambush? Was all this commotion truly necessary? He wondered if there were other underlying reasons. He recalled that when he had slain the figure in black robes, that individual seemed poised to say something, but he had not afforded them the opportunity. What could the black-robed figure have wished to convey? Jiang Yi could not make sense of it and chose to dismiss the thought. What troubled him now was whether to use the privilege card after the veteran players had arrived, or within 10 minutes before their descent. Chapter 37. The tattooed youth at this moment, having changed seats, he observed a noticeable shift in the discussions around him. To my mind, there is no need for such panic. The integration of 100,000 battle machines merely indicates that 100,000 veteran players can log into our battle zone, but it does not mean they will all log in at once. For instance, in my apartment, there are 20 battle machines in the arena, yet only I am currently utilizing one. Thus, this matter may not significantly impact our battle zone. The VIP player Du Yi and the one making the initial announcement, Xing Xiu, are evidently in cahoots. Their primary target seems to be the bald troublemaker. Therefore, the veterans targeting our arena likely aim to confront him. These remarks were evidently more self-soothing than anything else. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi absorbed their words. Indeed, in this battle zone, achieving a crucial winning streak grants random rewards. The only rewards he was aware of were the announcement card, upgrade card, and privilege card. There might be other cards with unique functions that he was unaware of. The organization that sells winning streaks must be exceedingly affluent. It is akin to a colossal conglomerate in the real world. Such an entity would undoubtedly have myriad methods to deal with an ordinary person like him. Originally, Jiang Yi had contemplated using the privilege card after the veterans arrived, believing he could earn even more. However, he now felt it prudent to log out of the battle room to avoid attracting attention. Yet, if he refrained from using the battle room for an extended period, his earning potential would undoubtedly suffer. Therefore, it was best to capitalize on the privilege card, promptly to reap substantial rewards before the veterans descended. With this in mind, Jiang Yi activated the spectator function on the control panel. Upon entering the spectator function, the interface bore a resemblance to a food delivery application. The top was a search feature, allowing users to look up desired seat numbers. The majority of the page, however, showcased various battle arenas, with a small number in the bottom right corner indicating the current number of spectators for each arena. The arenas were initially displayed in default order, meaning they appeared randomly. Of course, some fixed arenas might attract more traffic and thus be positioned at the forefront of the default display. He wondered if those arenas ranked higher in the default order had utilized traffic cards to boost their visibility. Besides default order, players could also choose to sort by spectator count, combat power, title, and so forth. Since Jiang Yi aimed to utilize the privilege card for significant earnings, and he was uncertain of the betting amounts his opponents might place, he intended to focus on spectator fees. If the match in which he used the privilege card attracted a substantial audience, winning would yield considerable profits. Consequently, he opted for sorting by spectator count, preparing to invest time into studying the options. Simultaneously, Clone 1 Jiang Yi, having concluded Clone Fusion, promptly departed room 2025 and made his way toward room 2064. After all, the woman in white had granted him only 10 minutes. He needed to return to continue his cleaning duties. The corridor between rooms 2025 and 2064 was not too long, and he had traversed it twice already. Yet, he remained vigilant, gripping a kitchen knife tightly. The new skill acquired during his battle with the black screen adversary manifested solely on the data panel of Clone 1 after the Clone Fusion concluded. Golden Cicada shedding its shell, by firmly holding a metallic weapon for 1 minute. One can manipulate it for 3 minutes within a 5-meter range. It was an ordinary D-grade skill. The effectiveness of this skill likely depended on the attributes of the metallic weapon. This further emphasized Jiang Yi's understanding that the strength of skills was indeed closely tied to talent. If he were to obtain skill scrolls in the future, it would be more advantageous to assign them to clones with higher-tier talents. As he pondered, remaining alert, Clone 1 Jiang Yi was passing room 2060 when he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. Instantly, his entire body tensed, and his palms began to sweat around the knife. His body instinctively pressed against the corridor wall, and his gaze darted left and right. Just then, a brazen male voice emerged from the shadows to his right. "You must be Jiang Yi from the 20th floor, right?" Accompanying this voice was a lean youth emerging from the dim corridor. The young man sported a buzz cut, and a tattoo adorned his forehead, seemingly concealing some form of scar. This archetype of a societal youth was unmistakably not a fellow student from their apartment. He was evidently one of the 2 level 3 players who had come from another apartment. Huang Qi or Yu Xiangming? The individuals Lu Shun and Ku Zhengfei, listed on the ranking board, had perished at the hands of these 2. And in an instant, however, what heightened Jiang Yi's tension was that as the tattooed youth approached, he cast a cold glance at him before suddenly furrowing his brow in confusion, remarking, "Odd. Does your novice apartment have 2 individuals named Jiang Yi? Is there another Jiang Yi ranked level 1? Hearing this, Jiang Yi's heart sank. He deliberately feigned a nervous demeanor and refrained from responding. The tattooed youth continued to advance, slowly analyzing. Or perhaps you possess the ability to prevent others from probing into your data panel. No, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that you have the ability to disguise your data panel? Does such a special ability exist? The tattooed youth seemed perplexed and then coldly asserted, "Come on, buddy, spill it. Why does your data panel show a level of 0, while the Jiangyi on the ranking board is level 1? At this moment, Jiangyi suddenly realized this fellow possessed the ability to probe into others' data panels. What the hell? Fortunately, he had only uncovered the data panel of Clone 1. Otherwise, had the data panel of Jiang Ye's true self been exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. An X-grade talent would certainly create a sensation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yi determined that henceforth, his true self should remain behind the scenes. Refraining from wandering about it would be best to leave everything to the clones. Yet even if the worst-case scenario was avoided, he still faced the risk of having his secrets unveiled. He genuinely had no idea how to explain the discrepancy between being ranked level 1 and showing level 0 on the data panel. But why should he need to explain? This individual was not even his classmate and had previously killed his classmates. Jiang Yi remained tense, his back pressed against the corridor wall, outwardly portraying the image of a terrified level 0 player. Meanwhile, he contemplated merging with Clone 2 and swiftly eliminating this tattooed youth. Yes, ideally, he could achieve a one-hit kill. After all, this youth could see his data panel. When merging the clones, his panel would change. If the youth detected something amiss and revealed it in the chat group, it would be disastrous. Chapter 38. Ending this apartment, however, did he possess the strength to eliminate this tattooed youth in a single blow? After all, this individual dared to traverse between apartments, suggesting his prowess was formidable. Moreover, he likely had a companion. It remained uncertain whether the two were operating separately or if the other was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Jiang Yi was not entirely confident he could dispatch him in one decisive strike. Caught in a dilemma between waiting for the right moment and taking the initiative, Jiang Yi overheard the tattooed youth casually remark, "Relax, buddy. With my strength, I could have killed you long ago. You wouldn't even have had the chance to react." Such bold words. Jiang Yi remained indifferent inwardly, though his outward demeanor betrayed his anxiety. The tattooed youth, idly toying with a knife in his hand, continued nonchalantly, "My name is Huang Qi, and I don't share the same apartment as you, Xiangming, so why are we working together? It's simple. We share a common goal, to grow stronger, to attain immense power at an astonishing speed. Now, let me ask you, what do you think is the fastest way to become powerful?" Jiang Yi was perplexed by this man's intentions, but still cooperatively blurted out, "Killing? Bingo!" The tattooed youth exclaimed joyfully in English, even snapping his fingers, though he quickly corrected himself. "What I meant to say is the supercharged version of killing, in other words, city slaughter, and of course, we should call it apartment slaughter in our case." Now, you should have guessed. At this point, the tattooed youth flashed a sinister smile, causing the tattoo on his forehead to contort, making him appear like a devil risen from the depths of hell. His next words were equally cold-blooded, devoid of any humanity. "In my apartment, aside from myself, there are no living players left. Next, Yu Xiaoming's apartment will be the second, and now, your apartment is the third. Jiang Yi, right? You are quite fortunate. Though your strength is average, you were initially assigned to the 20th floor. This serves as your reason for survival. You can choose to be my dog, just like Yu Xiaoming. I will lead you, apartment by apartment, to harvest survival points. This growth rate is undoubtedly far superior to working or engaging in battles. I will establish a powerful organization, and those who follow me will become its elders. Of course, I do not support idlers. If you wish to follow me, there will be a price to pay. For instance, my current rule is, after each apartment venture, my followers must submit 10 survival points to main. However, as long as you kill enough people, any surplus beyond 10 can be used for your own growth. Once my organization exceeds 8 members, I will modify the rules and establish more detailed regulations. Oh, by the way, after all this talk, you must have a survival token, right?" The tattooed youth raised an eyebrow, his tone still relaxed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was shaken to his core. He had initially assumed that the two new players entering their apartment were merely ordinary level 3 players who accidentally mastered the apartment teleportation method. He never anticipated that they had wiped out all the players in 2 apartments. Jiang Yi suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting rashly earlier. Otherwise, with the survival points this guy must have accrued from killing over 100 people, his strength would likely far exceed what Jiang Yi could handle, not to mention defeating him outright. Realizing this, Jiang Yi felt genuine tension creeping in. He stiffly replied, "I have a survival token." The tattooed youth smiled. "That makes things easier. Next, we will wrap up this apartment within 2 hours, and then we will move on to the next." Wrapping up this apartment. The way this guy spoke was chillingly ruthless and arrogant. He completely disregarded human life. At this point, Jiang Yi dared not even consider the notion of defeating him. He maintained a nervous demeanor and said, "I was planning on doing cleaning work in room 2064. However, before he could finish his delaying tactic, the tattooed youth scoffed. "What, are you joking with me? Killing one person can net you 100,000. And you talk to me about cleaning work? Humph." The tattooed youth toyed with his knife again, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Now I ask you, do you want to continue with your cleaning work? Or do you want to join me in killing?" Jiang Ye's heart raced. Without hesitation, he resolutely exclaimed, "Killing." He shouted those words with a surprising fervor, as if he had made up his mind to become a brutal, cold-blooded demon like the tattooed youth. The tattooed youth seemed pleased with his response, offering a nod of approval. "You've got some sense. Now, answer me a few more questions. First, do you know Yang Wenchao's strength? Who is also on the 20th floor? Second, the mysterious bald man mentioned in the chat group should also reside on the 20th floor. Do you know his background and strength? Third, back to that earlier question, why is your panel level 0? Yet you appear as level 1 on the leaderboard?" Upon hearing the first two questions, Jiang Yi realized that this guy was likely planning to recruit Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald man into his organization. Alternatively, if Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald man posed a threat beyond his control, they might be dealt with first. Jiang Yi chose not to ask further and answered in sequence. "Yang Wenchao is quite strong." He paused, then added, "During his battle with a monster, he seemed to have used a revival ability. Afterwards, he mentioned in the group that it was survival points that brought him back to life. I am quite skeptical of that claim." "Do you know if survival points can be used for revival?" The tattooed youth's expression grew serious at this remark. "Revival? Survival points do not come with a revival ability. Therefore, Yang Wenchao's revival capability must stem from his innate talent." He then inquired, "Can you roughly guess his talent level?" Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and cautiously estimated, "In our apartment, there is a level S talent named Wang Lingling, and Yang Wenchao seems to be stronger than her. But whether his talent surpasses level S remains uncertain. After all, Wang Lingling doesn't live on the 20th floor, while Yang Wenchao does. That gives him a clear advantage." As he spoke, he appeared to recall something and added, "Since you can see my data panel, you should be able to see Yang Wenchao's as well, right?" Huang Qi shot him a glance, his tone impatient. "I can only view the data panels of players 3 levels below me. Yang Wenchao is currently level 3, so I cannot probe his .so. That was it." Jiang Yi's low level was why this guy could inspect his data panel. However, Jiang Yi thought, aside from being unable to probe Yang Wenchao's data panel, the tattooed youth likely did not want to confront Yang Wenchao directly. He was probably worried that Yang Wenchao's strength might lead to his downfall. Thus, this guy was also quite cautious. Just as Jiang Yi was about to continue answering the tattooed youth's second question, he abruptly noticed a change in the youth's complexion. Chapter 39. Is this a bug? Jiang Yi's expression also shifted dramatically. He had just seen the chat group explode with messages. Good heavens! New player Yu Xiangming has disappeared from the leaderboard. His name has also gone dark from the member list. What the hell? Who killed Yu Xiangming? Lu Shun. It was Yang Wenchao. What the hell? Yang Wenchao killed Yu Xiangming despite the level difference. Dude, are you blind? Your super bro has already leveled up to 3. What the hell? He has already level 3. But even if he has level 3 killing another level 3, for him to take down such a formidable player from another apartment is impressive. Moreover, these two players from other apartments clearly come with ill intentions. Yang Wenchao's actions were entirely to protect the innocent. I wholeheartedly support him. Agreed. These two players from other apartments are truly despicable. If it weren't for Yang Wenchao, we wouldn't know how many classmates would still be at risk. Wang Chong. I've been saying that our apartment desperately needs a powerful figure like Yang Wenchao. I can't believe some people were suggesting we kill him. I truly wonder what is going on in their heads. Xiao Likuan. When is Super Bro going to take care of that Huang Qi? I feel like these two players from other apartments are specifically here to kill us. Agreed. Super Bro, hurry up and get rid of Huang Qi. Otherwise, I want to even dare to continue running deliveries. Super Bro is mighty. Super Bro is amazing. Super Bro, you are my idol. The chat group was filled with praises for Yang Wanchao, as if he had instantly become a hero of the apartment after dealing with Yu Xiangming. Meanwhile, those who had previously criticized Yang Wanchao for his killing spree had fallen silent. It was unclear whether they had changed their opinions or were simply too intimidated to speak against him. At the same time, those fervently praising Yang Wanchao naturally hoped he would eliminate Huang Qi as well. Looking at the chat group, Huang Qi's face turned ashen. His eyes narrowed, and a fierce killing intent flickered within. This jubilant swarm of ants, how irritating. I much prefer to see these worthless beings begging for mercy in their final moments. With that, he coldly turned his gaze toward Jiang Yi. And you? Jiang Yi pressed his lips together and, with unwavering resolve, declared, I too wish to become a formidable force. Humph. To grow stronger, one must be ruthless. Huang Qi, with a thoughtful demeanor, inquired, what is your relationship with that Yang Wanchao? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, revealing with minimal reservation, prior to arriving at this apocalyptic apartment, my relationship with my classmates was rather ordinary. However, there was an instance when I defended Yang Wanchao. And upon entering this apartment, he had the opportunity to eliminate me but spared my life, stating that we were even at oh. Is that so? Huang Qi appeared somewhat taken aback, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he asked. So, strictly speaking, you are not well acquainted with Yang Wanchao, and neither with your other classmates? Jiang Yi nodded, sensing that Huang Qi's words were leading to something more. Indeed, upon receiving his affirmation, Huang Qi squinted slightly, a flicker of cunning flashing in his gaze. He then resumed his relaxed demeanor and continued, all right, now please answer the 3 questions I posed earlier. Jiang Yi nodded and replied in one breath. Regarding the mysterious bald man, I am also unclear about his situation, but since he is capable of utilizing the battle room, the initial apartment must be on the 20th floor. Furthermore, all the students believe he is likely the Zhang Jintian on the leaderboard. As for why my panel level differs from the leaderboard level, Jiang Yi paused, locking eyes with Huang Qi for a rare moment. His expression was no longer that of anxious timidity. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. It's quite simple, because I have slightly concealed my strength. The tone was frank yet laden with implication. Huang Qi narrowed his eyes and chuckled, concealing strength? Ha, splendid. Now, let me witness your true capabilities. After a brief silence, Jiang Yi voluntarily displayed his data panel. Jiang Yi, level 1. Physical ability, 7.4. Energy, 8.6. Combat power, 75. Survival points, 0. Talent, hard work pays off, S. Gold element affinity, C. Skills, absolute focus, A. Combat posture, A. Golden light technique, D. Golden cicada shedding, D. Indeed. At this moment, Jiang Yi once again utilized his clone fusion, yet he had no intention of attacking Huang Qi. Upon viewing his panel, Huang Qi was visibly astonished. A glint of peculiarity flickered in his eyes as he remarked, dual talents. No wonder you chose to hide. You clever lad, playing the fool to catch the tiger, are you? Jiang Yi refrained from responding, instead adopting a posture of initiative. I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier proposal of eliminating players one apartment at a time. However, if you expect me to surrender 10 survival points for each apartment, you might need to showcase something in return. At this point, he had completely shed his earlier anxiety, exuding the aura of a strong contender. This transformation amused Huang Qi, who chuckled. Ah, your words carry more weight now that your true strength is revealed. However, your actual prowess remains insufficient in my eyes. With that, Huang Qi voluntarily presented his data panel, but curiously, he only displayed 3 items. Huang Qi, level 3, combat power, 88, as he showcased this. He waved his hand dramatically, causing a 2-meter-tall bronze dressing mirror to materialize before him. He then continued, addressing Jiang Yi, having such combat power at level 1 is indeed commendable. Yet, your bare combat power does not surpass mine. Do you truly believe your equipment can contend with one who has already slain 2 apartment players? Jiang Yi, understanding the situation, responded affirmatively, that's not an issue. I'll pay 10 survival points per apartment. Huang Qi was pleased with this attitude, beckoning Jiang Yi closer, come here, and present your data panel before this mirror. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant. Huang Qi shot him an exasperated look, I've already stated that killing you would be a trivial matter. There's no need for any schemes. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi complied and stood before the mirror, displaying his panel. Huang Qi added, for 30 seconds. Jiang Yi remained silent. After the allotted time, he was astonished to see the reflection of himself moving on its own. Moments later, the mirrored version of him stepped forth from the mirror, and astonishingly, its data panel mirrored his own. What in the world? What kind of artifact is this? This is not a direct replication of him. Huang Qi, in a leisurely tone, remarked, now, you may continue with your cleaning duties. The task of testing Yang Wenchao shall be entrusted to this mirrored clone. His tone was exceptionally casual, as if he reveled in Jiang Ye's astonishment. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ye's shock stemmed not only from the mirror's ability to create an identical clone, but also from the realization that his D-grade clone fusion, skilled, could also be applied to this mirrored clone created by Huang Qi? What the heck? So does this count as a bug exploit? If he were to merge this mirrored clone with his primary clone now, what would transpire? Chapter 40. Clone Replication Mirror. The clone fusion skill, of course, has a cooldown period. However, its cooldown mechanism operates as follows. If A and B clones are fused into C, only A and B fall into cooldown. This means that when Jiang Yi possesses only his first and second clones, he can briefly achieve a fusion of Clone 1 into Clone 2 and vice versa, allowing for 2 fusions in total. Yet, he had already exhausted both opportunities, plunging the skill into a complete cooldown. However, when this mirrored clone emerged, the skill that had been in cooldown suddenly became available again. It indicated that he could fuse with this mirrored clone. What the heck? Jiang Yi was utterly bewildered by this revelation. He gazed at the mirrored clone in astonishment. Huang Qi, meanwhile, burst into hearty laughter. Is a mere mirrored clone truly that shocking? As he stroked the ancient-looking dressing mirror, he explained with a sense of pride. The high-end mall of the novice apartment does indeed allow for the exchange of game currency for various items. However, to be frank, those items are rather mundane, accessible to any novice player with sufficient game currency. But this clone replication mirror is different. It wasn't purchased with game currency from the high-end mall. Instead, when I sought to exchange survival points for game currency with the Shadow, he discovered my survival points had exceeded 100 and granted me a special privilege, allowing me to directly exchange survival points for items from his inventory. This clone replication mirror is one such item, he continued, his pride palpable. It even possesses a uniqueness. At this juncture, Huang Qi was evidently quite proud, for not everyone is afforded such a privilege by the Shadow. The number of novice players currently possessing survival point items is likely quite limited. As Jiang Yi listened, he could hardly suppress a swallowed eye in his eyes. The clone replication mirror had already become a possession within his grasp. No. I must not appear too obvious. Jiang Yi quickly suppressed his emotions, adopting a demeanor of reasonable admiration. Suddenly, as if struck by a moment of folly, he asked Huang Qi, is this replicated clone obedient to my commands? Huang Qi paused, then regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Are you thinking of Peach? The item I acquired for over 100 survival points cannot possibly create a clone that obeys you. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, that clone would still heed my command. However, he added, there is a somewhat disadvantageous aspect to this item. It requires the replicated individual to stand before the mirror and display their data panel for 30 seconds. Thus, it cannot defy the will of others to directly replicate a formidable opponent. Yet, it can be utilized up to level 100. As long as I am strong enough, the replicated clone will also be stronger. In the future, as my organization grows, I can consider prioritizing the replication of those with impressive bare data to serve as my powerful allies. He then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yi, stating, your bare data is quite commendable, as one of the earliest to follow me. Rest assured, I shall nurture you with great emphasis. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly and then turned to the mirrored clone, asking, this clone must have a time limit, right? Will it suddenly disappear while in use? You need not concern yourself with that. Survival point items are far more potent than you can imagine. Huang Qi, clearly growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, signaling he wished to avoid further time wastage. He proceeded to issue a command to the mirrored clone, instructing it to join Yang Wenchao's group under the pretext of leveling up. Seeking an opportunity to ambush and test Yang Wenchao's strength, Jiang Yi understood that his actions were not only to assess Yang Wenchao, but also to sever any potential escape routes. In a manner reminiscent of certain gangster films, The initial step to ensnare an individual into the criminal underworld often involves compelling them to commit murder, thereby obliterating their social standing and leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Once this mirrored alter ego of Jiang Yi engages in nefarious deeds among his classmates, becoming a pariah loathed by all, there will be no turning back for him. He will have no choice but to accompany Huang Qi in a relentless campaign to eliminate their fellow residents. Embarking on a path of indiscriminate slaughter, Tio put it plainly, Huang Qi harbors little trust in Jiang Yi. His faith lies instead in the avatar he has conjured. Yet, just as Huang Qi is detailing various tasks to this mirrored persona, it suddenly vanishes into thin air. What on earth is happening? Huang Qi stands bewildered, as if he has seen a ghost. Meanwhile, the real Jiang Yi, having successfully executed the avatar fusion bug, swiftly examines his new data panel. After all, he is uncertain whether this identical fusion will indeed facilitate the accumulation of attributes, talents, skills, and other aspects. Should it merely be a fusion with no changes to the data panel, he dares not act recklessly. Fortunately, upon reviewing the data panel, he is met with an immense surprise. Jiang Yi, level 1, physical strength, 14.8, energetic level, 17.2, combat power, 208, survival points, 0, talent. The way rewards diligence, S. Gold element affinity, B. Skills. Absolute focus, S. Battle posture, S. Golden light technique, B. Golden cicada shedding shell, C. Wo Chi Ao. Combat power exceeding 200, and he has directly acquired 2S level skills. The originally D-level golden light technique has ascended to B level. This is incredible. Jiang Ye's heart races with exhilaration. Instantly, he resolves one thought. Today, even the mightiest of kings could arrive. But this mirrored replica belongs to the Jiang lineage, not Huang's. Thus, propelled by overwhelming combat power and an intense yearning for the avatar replication mirror, Jiang Yi, with hardly a moment's hesitation, begins to stack his buffs. Absolute focus, battle posture, golden light technique, golden cicada shedding shell. A streak of swifter golden light, radiating a more menacing dark gleam, hurtles straight towards Huang Qi's forehead. Simultaneously, an ordinary kitchen knife arcs through the air toward Huang Qi. Jiang Yi himself does not remain idle, clenching his fist and dashing forward. After all, even the protagonists in novels dare to challenge foes far beyond their strength when they are weaker. With his combat power of 208 against Huang Qi's 88, it is sheer domination. If he cannot prevail here, however, in the midst of Huang Qi's incredulous shock, the jade pendant around his neck glimmers, and a faint green energy shield materializes before him. With a sharp clang, the kitchen knife is thwarted by the shield. It even becomes dulled and falls to the ground. Yet, Huang Qi does not revel in this triumph, for through his shattered gaze, he witnesses a piercing golden light that directly penetrates his shield. It unyieldingly drives into his vulnerable forehead. A sharp pain sears through his brain, and it does not end there. Jiang Ye's bare fists also shatter his shield. With a colossal force, his fist ruthlessly strikes against Huang Qi's chest. Speed, power, all are overwhelming. Blood seeps from Huang Qi's lips and brow, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Is this the manifestation of mere 75 combat power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, why? Why is this Jiang Yi so formidable? Why did the avatar he created suddenly vanish? Huang Qi, in his final moments, could not fathom the answers. He could only collapse, burdened by unfulfilled ambitions and profound resentment. Chapter 41. The Third Avatar. Almost instantaneously after Huang Qi's demise, the apartment chat group erupts in fervent discussion. What the hell? Huang Qi has vanished from the leaderboard. No way. We just suggested that Gu eliminate Huang Qi, and he actually went and did it? Of course. Have you seen who Gu is? He merely needs to make a slight effort. No matter the cross-apartment overlord, they will fall in an instant. Wow. Gu is magnificent. Gu is incredible. From this moment on, I declare you my god, and I am your dog. Xiao Likuan. I must say, Gu truly is powerful. Even those cross-apartment overlords are no match for him. Wang Chong. Indeed. Previously, Lu Shun and Ku Zhengfei had no means to retaliate against the cross-apartment overlord. They were instantly annihilated. Gu's speed in dispatching cross-apartment foes must be equally swift. Thus, Yang Wenchao's strength in our apartment is undoubtedly the strongest. Right. I suspect he is not only the strongest in our apartment, but also ranks among the top in all novice apartments. Exactly. Having a powerhouse like Chao Gu is a tremendous honor for our novice apartment. The group continues to shower praises upon Yang Wenchao. Meanwhile, those who harbor disdain for him, fearing his propensity for indiscriminate slaughter, dare not voice their opinions in light of his overwhelming strength. However, in the depths of the third-floor corridor, Wang Lingling and her support group cannot help but whisper among themselves. Yang Wenchao has barely left the team when Huang Qi meets his end. This speed seems rather too swift, does it not? Was Huang Qi truly slain by Yang Wenchao? Who else could it be? Huang Qi was capable of swiftly dispatching Ke Zhengfei, a cross-apartment overlord. Surely he could not have been defeated by some random passerby? That is true. Elushin nods slightly, quickly theorizing. Given Yang Wenchao's speed in eliminating Huang Qi, I suspect he deliberately concealed his strength while we were fighting monsters together. Wang Lingling also nods. His talent and insight are likely superior to mine. Moreover, he was initially assigned to the 20th floor, enjoying privileges that enable him to grow faster than I can. Gao Chang furrows his brow, swiftly suggesting, "Why don't we expedite our efforts to earn money and rent an apartment on the 20th floor?" As he speaks, he lowers his voice deliberately, adding, "Considering Yang Wenchao's character, I truly do not trust him to reign supreme alone in our apartment. After all, he has already killed 4 of our classmates. Should he continue his spree, none among us could possibly stop him." Lu Xun glances around cautiously, echoing in a hushed tone. Chang Guo is correct. While Yang Wenchao is indeed powerful, he is also akin to a ticking time bomb. Wang Lingling, perceiving their shared trepidation towards Yang Wenchao, seizes the opportunity to assert, "Currently, the only force that can potentially restrain Yang Wenchao is our support group. However, to be frank, given Yang Wenchao's ability to eliminate Huang Qi, I fear that all of us in the support group combined may not stand a chance against him. Thus, I propose a thought. We could consolidate the resources of the entire support group to elevate a new resident to the 20th floor." Upon hearing this, Lu Xun, Gao Chang, and other strong members of the support group exchange glances, their eyes flickering. They comprehend Wang Lingling's intention, to cultivate a powerful ally to confront Yang Wenchao. Yet the implication is clear. She is suggesting that they rally their collective strength to elevate her, Wang Lingling. This is ludicrous. What a joke. Even Gao Chang and Lu Xun, as members of the support group, harbor their own ambitions. Particularly as males, they are inherently reluctant to see a female like Wang Lingling as the leader of their group, as anticipated. Wang Lingling's insinuation is unmistakably clear, yet the male members of the team remain silent. Only Su Yuewan, another female member, supports Wang Lingling's suggestion. "I believe we could gather loans for the support group, and after covering each member's rent, perhaps we could use the surplus to allow Ling Jie to stay in the 20th floor apartment first." And that Jiang Yi, Su Yuewan begins, hesitating to voice her thoughts, seemingly reluctant to utter anything too cold-hearted. Elushin picks up on her train of thought. Speaking of the 20th floor residents, that enigmatic bald man also resides there. I wonder what his strength is like, and if we could recruit him into our support group. Wang Lingling, noting the attitudes of Lu Xun and Gao Chang, realizes these boys are not inclined to follow her lead. While feeling a sense of helplessness, she refrains from further discussing the idea of nurturing a powerful ally. She can only lament her lack of strength. If only she possessed absolute power like Yang Wenchao. Then the entire support group would fall under her command. At that point, Gao Chang and Lu Xun would no longer dare to treat her with such condescension. In essence, it all boils down to insufficient strength. Meanwhile, as the support group contemplates their strategies for battling monsters, Yang Wenchao has just exited the red light elevator, staring blankly at the chat group. What? He hasn't even located Huang Qi yet, and the man is already dead? Who could have done it? It can't possibly be some random passerby who resolved the matter so easily, can it? Are cross-apartment powerhouses truly this inept? He had hoped to slay Huang Qi and reap a fortune from it. Instead, someone else has claimed the kill. No, given his status as a player in this novice apartment, there should be no one else capable of killing Huang Qi besides him. Could it be that the man foolishly wandered into a monster-infested corridor and met his demise? Are cross-apartment players truly this naive? Yang Wenchao cannot comprehend it, and an inexplicable sense of unease begins to brew within him, as for the misunderstandings in the chat group. His typically aloof demeanor prevents him from offering any clarifications. At this moment, Jiang Yi, who had truly slain Huang Qi, was busily collecting the various items that Huang Qi had dropped, such as the spatial watch, jade pendant, bracelet, and dagger. Swiftly, he stowed these treasures along with the doppelganger replication mirror into Huang Qi's spatial watch. Then, like a thief, he dashed toward room 2025. With a combat power exceeding 200, his speed was remarkable. Upon reaching room 2025, he slammed the door shut, and only then did a wild ecstasy burst forth in his eyes. He had struck it rich. This counterattack against Huang Qi had indeed made him fabulously wealthy. No wonder the saying goes, killing and arson bring gold belts. Targeting such affluent individuals was truly a lucrative endeavor. The survival points and the doppelganger replication mirror were invaluable, and anything that could enhance his doppelgangers was precisely the top-tier resource he urgently sought. Furthermore, there were various equipment items. Jiang Yi immediately summoned Xiaobing and began to assess each item with his identification technique. Heart-protecting jade, stamina 4, automatically generates a shield when attacked, physical defense 50, magic defense 50. Ghost ring dagger, stamina 4, can return to hand after being thrown within a 10-meter range, has a chance to inflict a stun effect upon hitting a target. Lucky bracelet, energy 1, slightly increases luck attribute. Duration, 38 minutes, can be recharged. Good heavens, another item that enhances luck? Moreover, this bracelet was even better than the lucky lantern, as it could be reused. Jiang Yi, disregarding how to recharge the bracelet, immediately donned it. He then transferred the 1 survival point gained from killing Huang Qi to his main body. Subsequently, he swiftly used this 1 survival point to generate a new doppelganger. Ding! Congratulations on generating a doppelganger. However, the creation of this new doppelganger caused Jiang Yi's main body to collapse entirely. A dull pain surged through his brain, and he felt utterly drained of strength. In that moment, he realized his main body's attributes were simply too weak. 3 doppelgangers were already his limit. If he wished to continue generating new doppelgangers, he must urgently enhance his main body's attributes. He hastily commanded his doppelgangers to carry his collapsed main body to the bed, barely managing to check the data panel of the 3rd doppelganger. Upon examination, he was met with yet another surprise. Jiang Yi, level 0, stamina 5.8, energy 7.2, combat power 58, survival points 0, talent, ice element affinity S, skills, ice domain S, ice fog assault A, extreme cold ice blade B, an S-level talent doppelganger with 3 initial skills. Among these initial skills, there was even an S-level domain skill. In addition, both Ice Fog Assault and Extreme Cold Ice Blade were formidable offensive skills, particularly the A-level Ice Fog Assault, which could ignore defenses and infiltrate the lungs through breathing. Despite being an ice-type skill, it was akin to a biochemical weapon, making it nearly impossible to defend against. It could be said that among Jiang Yi's 3 doppelgangers, the freshly generated 3rd doppelganger possessed the strongest power. Of course, the 2nd doppelganger also held great potential, but it required some time to develop. However, there was no time to bask in joy. The 1st and 2nd doppelgangers had pressing tasks. The 1st doppelganger's cleaning duties needed to be completed within 10 minutes. The 2nd doppelganger had to use the privilege card before the veteran players descended into the battle zone. Jiang Yi had no time to examine the other items in Huang Qi's spatial watch and redirected his focus to the doppelganger replication mirror. He wanted to test if this mirror could still exploit any bugs. Since one of his doppelgangers could only fuse once within a short time frame, the doppelganger produced from the replication mirror should still count as a new doppelganger, right? Therefore, could he use the mirrored doppelganger to bypass the cooldown of doppelganger fusion? Or even, could he use the doppelganger created from the mirrored doppelganger to replicate another mirrored doppelganger? Jiang Yi attempted this, only to find it failed. A brief study revealed that the limitation of the doppelganger replication mirror stipulated that only one mirrored doppelganger could exist at any given time. Even if he fused that mirrored doppelganger with another, it would still count as an existing mirrored doppelganger, preventing further replication. Restore the replication mirror to a usable state. The existing mirrored doppelganger must first be eliminated. According to this principle, even using the doppelganger fusion skill, the mirrored doppelganger could only fuse once, making repeated bug exploitation impossible. However, the cooldown of the doppelganger fusion skill could be bypassed using the mirrored doppelganger. Each newly created mirrored doppelganger counted as an entirely new doppelganger. This meant Zhang Yi now possessed a mirrored doppelganger that could repeatedly fuse with other doppelgangers without regard for cooldown. This significantly increased the value of his doppelganger fusion skill. At that moment, the first doppelganger, having exited the fusion state, promptly set out again toward room 2064 to continue its cleaning duties. With newfound confidence, Zhang Yi was increasingly eager to check the apartment's top floor. Meanwhile, the mirrored doppelganger, having also exited the fusion state, was dismissed by Zhang Yi. He then used the third doppelganger and the replication mirror to create another mirrored doppelganger capable of continued fusion. Simultaneously, in the battle room, the second doppelganger utilized the privilege card just before the veteran players parachuted into the battle zone. Ding? You have a privilege card. Would you like to use it? Yes, no? Yes. Please select your opponent from the list of matched opponents. Alongside this prompt, a lengthy list appeared, displaying the seeding numbers of opponents that met the matching criteria. Indeed, only seeding numbers were shown, with no additional information. However, Zhang Yi had already learned about the wealthy seeding numbers through the observation function. At this moment, he simply needed to filter through the seeding numbers. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhao Yudi's seat number, 151, was also among his matching list. After comparing it with other wealthy seeding numbers, Zhang Yi swiftly made his choice. Designate seat number 151 as the matching target. Ding! Privilege card used successfully. Matching complete. With this notification, Zhang Yi found himself in the familiar arena space. However, unlike before at this time, the arena was filled with spectators occupying the surrounding seats. Even more astonishingly, Su Jingyao, who had previously wronged him, was now seated in the audience. She widened her eyes in disbelief and quickly messaged Li Ran. Ranjia, that bald man who previously tricked us is actually matched up with Zhao Yudi. According to the spectator speculation about Zhao Yudi's combat power. In other words, that despicable bald man has a combat power exceeding 50 points. What the hell? Over 50 combat power, and he dares to trick two weak women. How shameless. Chapter 42. Instant kill Zhao Yudi. Oh my. As Su Jingyao was busy venting her frustrations, she suddenly noticed that Li Ran had also appeared in the audience, right beside her. She gasped and turned to Li Ran in surprise. Wait, Ranjia, didn't you say you didn't want to waste time and money on spectating? Why are you suddenly here to watch Zhao Yudi's match? She instinctively questioned but quickly realized. Oh, I see. You want to watch Zhao Yudi teach that shameless bald man a lesson and avenge us, right? You can rest assured. With Zhao Yudi's strength, she will effortlessly crush that bald man. I heard from the surrounding spectators that Zhao Yudi had already achieved 5 consecutive victories when she released the announcement. Later, she continued to secure 6, 7, and 8 consecutive victories. This match is her 9th consecutive victory. Against that bald man, it will be an absolute breeze. Moreover, I've heard many spectators speculate that Zhao Yudi possesses luxurious equipment and exceptional battle awareness, making her an invincible presence against opponents of the same combat power. Su Jingyao's tone was filled with admiration and envy for Zhao Yudi, and she seemed certain that this battle would undoubtedly end with Zhao Yudi's 9th consecutive victory. Li Ran remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the bald man in the arena. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly pursed her lips and uttered an astonishing statement. Do you think? He might be the mysterious bald man who lured VIP players into 1,000,000 battle machines. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed at Li Ran as if she had seen a ghost. Simultaneously, the surrounding audience, who had overheard this remark, cast astonished glances at her. Soon, the entire audience began to discuss this topic. Could this bald man be the mysterious bald man who had brought a multitude of veteran players into our battle zone? Surely not. He doesn't seem to possess any impressive equipment. Besides, this bald man can match with Zhao Yudi, so he should only have a combat power of over 50. The mysterious bald man who offended a big shot must have a combat power exceeding 100. He might even be a strong contender on the Battle God rankings. Let us hope this bald man is the same one. Otherwise, it would be a pity for Zhao Yudi to lose her 9th consecutive victory. Definitely not. Zhao Yudi's luck is on her side. It is utterly inconceivable that one could narrowly lose after a remarkable streak of 9 consecutive victories. As the audience buzzed with discussions, Zhao Yudi on the stage caught sight of the bald figure of Zhang Yi, and her heart momentarily skipped a beat. However, she quickly reassured herself. Her luck could not possibly be that unfortunate. Moreover, someone capable of provoking a prominent figure must possess combat prowess exceeding 100. It was improbable that they would be matched against her. Hence, this battle should pose no issue. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, who was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, he surveyed the audience with a sense of elation. These spectators represented monetary value. He also noted that in previous matches devoid of an audience, the countdown to commence the battle was direct and immediate. Yet, this time, whether due to the presence of a substantial crowd or Zhao Yudi's special seating number, there was a surprising 2-minute preparation period before the fight officially began. This interval was quite fortuitous, allowing more spectators to gradually enter the arena. Meanwhile, in the battle room of the number 1008 novice apartment, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong stared, dumbfounded, at the screen of the number 2 battle machine. Wang Chong, his eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, This woman looks remarkably like Zhao Yudi. Xiao Likuan swallowed hard and scolded. What do you mean? Looks like that is Zhao Yudi herself. Instantly, Wang Chong's eyes turned red with envy, filled with admiration and jealousy. What the hell? Who is this bald guy? His luck is outrageous. He encounters the star Zhao Yudi? Moreover, this is the first time I've seen Zhao Yudi in such an outfit. The black vest, the tight black pants, the way her figure is accentuated. Wow. She is the epitome of allure. Xiao Likuan nodded in agreement. Stars are indeed stars. Their beauty and physique are beyond reproach. And the way she carries herself, it's simply to my taste. Damn. Even if this bald guy loses the match, he is still a definite winner in life. I wonder which novice apartment Zhao Yudi is in? The players in her apartment are truly fortunate. I sense Zhao Yudi appears quite formidable. This bald guy may very well face defeat. Amidst their envious discussions and under the watchful eyes of the audience, the 2-minute preparation period concluded, and Zhao Yudi's battle for her 9th consecutive victory swiftly commenced. As the countdown to the battle reached its end, Zhao Yudi, clad in form-fitting black attire, surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, those phantoms lingered, indistinguishable from her true self, filling the entire arena space. From the spectator's perspective, it seemed as though the stage was entirely populated by Zhao Yudi's likeness, rendering it impossible to discern which was the genuine Zhao Yudi. Li Ran, witnessing Zhao Yudi's battle for the first time, was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Beside her, Su Jingya swiftly explained, "This must be an ability of Zhao Yudi's outfit. These numerous clones lack offensive capability, yet discerning the real Zhao Yudi among them is extraordinarily challenging. Furthermore, it appears she can seamlessly transition between these clones with remarkable agility." Just as Su Jingya was about to elaborate on Zhao Yudi's other abilities, an unexpected chill swept across the arena. In an instant, all of Zhao Yudi's copies, scattered throughout the stage, became sluggish. Subsequently, every last one of them collapsed, with not a single exception. This sudden turn of events left the audience in sheer astonishment. Most of them had yet to comprehend what had transpired when a familiar announcement echoed from above the arena. Ding! Congratulations to the victor of this match, the contestant seated at G79-1049. Immediately thereafter, both combatants vanished from the stage, leaving the audience area in an eerie silence. The atmosphere turned bizarre, with no one daring to speak for an extended period, until a chorus of exclamations erupted. The audience finally broke into a tidal wave of discussions. What? Zhao Yudi was defeated in an instant, and not even in the manner of identifying her true form, but rather, all her clones were eliminated in one fell swoop? How is that even possible? Such an extensive area of effect attack could not possibly be so absurdly powerful. Exactly. Their combat strengths should be comparable. How could an area attack possess such lethal force? This defies logic. The freezing effect that instantaneously took out Zhao Yudi is definitely not a mere skill. It must be a powerful item. Skills with a similar combat strength to Zhao Yudi's shouldn't reach such heights. Yes, it can only be a formidable item, one that can be exchanged with survival points. Goodness, Zhao Yudi has been incredibly unlucky. After striving for 9 consecutive victories, to have it abruptly halted like this? So, this bald guy, could he be the one who provoked the VIP bigwig? Good grief. I strongly advocate for veteran players to descend into our battle zone and eliminate this bald man to avenge Zhao Yudi. Indeed, having her streak cut short, this bald guy is truly heinous. While Zhao Yudi's fans seethed with indignation, wishing to rend Jiang Yi limb from limb, Su Jingya and Li Ran remained in a daze, staring blankly at the now empty stage. Particularly, Li Ran fixated on the spot where the bald figure had recently stood, unable to collect her thoughts. Until Su Jingya, with difficulty swallowing, poked her finger into Li Ran's arm. Sister. I suddenly feel, perhaps we weren't deceived, but rather toyed with. Chapter 43. Discovering the Survival Stone. Wasn't this mere teasing? How could such a powerful entity possess only a lone limit of 500, given his strength? He could have outright seized the victory in the battle room, yet he deliberately played along with their performance, only securing a win of 400. This is blatant mockery. The worst part is that he feigned such an innocent demeanor. It's utterly infuriating. Su Jingya's face flushed with anger as she lamented, but this guy is truly ruthless. Zhao Yudi's 9 consecutive victories were abruptly severed. Now, to achieve 10 consecutive victories, she'll have to start all over again. Moreover, once the veteran players arrive, her chances for a 10-win streak will only increase in difficulty. This bald guy is truly just a magnet for trouble. Li Ran, jolted back to reality by Su Jingya's nudge, did not respond to her grievance. After a moment of silence, she muttered, I truly feel incredibly weak. With that, she departed the audience area on the other side. In the number 985 novice apartment, room 2008, Zhao Yudi returned to her designated seat after her defeat. Her exquisite features shadowed by a pallor of anger. Her 9 consecutive victories, abruptly interrupted. It was simply too unfortunate. The worst part was that the bald figure possessed the strength to eliminate her in an instant. Had it not been for the instantaneous defeat, she could have negotiated terms, such as offering a certain amount of game currency or survival points. She would have considered agreeing, as long as it meant preserving her 9-win streak. Yet, she had lost too quickly, leaving no opportunity for negotiation. This situation grew increasingly vexing, for Zhao Yudi had purchased a package for 10 consecutive victories. This defeat not only meant starting anew for her streak, but also that she would miss out on the benefits of the package. Originally, she had aimed to complete her 9 victories before the arrival of veteran players. Alas, the opponent she faced during this streak was perhaps even more formidable than the veterans. She suspected that even veterans of comparable strength would struggle to swiftly eliminate her in such a manner. Had she known, she would have preferred to wait for the veterans to arrive before engaging in matches. Zhao Yudi gritted her teeth, seething with frustration, increasingly unwilling to accept her fate. Suddenly, she vanished from her designated seat in box 151. In the second-floor hall, beside seat G79-1049, a tall figure clad in tight black attire materialized. However, that moment, seat G79-1049 was left vacant, with no sign of the bald figure nearby. Damn that bald guy. He is surprisingly swift. Zhao Yudi, unable to locate him, clenched her teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, having already exited the virtual battle space, was utterly oblivious to the aftermath of the confrontation. Upon emerging from the No. 2 battle machine in his apartment, he encountered the astonished expressions of Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong. The two, still in shock from the recent battle, recoiled a few steps as Jiang Yi emerged. Wang Chong, likely still dazed from the shock, stared at him wide-eyed and blurted out, "Dude, you're incredible." Afterward, he froze in fear, retreating a few more steps. Jiang Yi casually scanned the two with indifference before disregarding them entirely and departing the battle room. Although taking a life could yield survival points, the act of killing was far from simple. Unlike in games or novels, where death merely represented data or mere figures, in reality, it would result in the irrevocable loss of a human life. Growing up in peaceful times, Jiang Yi found it impossible to commit such wanton acts of violence against familiar classmates without just cause. Perhaps, in another apartment, facing complete strangers, he might be able to strike with the same decisiveness as in a game against monsters. Jiang Yi remained uncertain. For now, his true self could not sustain more clones, so he did not rush to kill for survival points. Meanwhile, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, watching the bald figure depart the battle room, finally exhaled deeply in relief. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but express his lingering fears, exclaiming, "Fortunately, this bald head should indeed belong to one of our classmates. Otherwise, if he were to turn against us, we would have no means of resistance whatsoever." Wang Chong also felt a twinge of apprehension as he patted his chest to calm himself. He couldn't suppress his imagination, pondering, if only this bald individual were Luo Rue, that would be splendid. My relationship with Luo Rue is the strongest. If he ascends, I could bask in his glory. Xiao Likuan shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "You really have a vivid imagination. You're either dreaming of your parents soaring to success or hoping for your close friends to do the same. If he were truly the kind of friend who would elevate you, would he need to conceal his identity from you? I suspect this bald fellow must have had a rather ordinary relationship with us. He bears no grudges against us, hence he hasn't made an attempt to harm us. Yet, we are not particularly close, so he has also chosen to ignore us. Moving forward, we should exercise caution when speaking in the group. If we inadvertently offend someone formidable with our words, our camaraderie as classmates may prove utterly ineffectual." Wang Chang nodded vigorously. "I've noticed that the number of classmates speaking in the group is dwindling, and those who do speak are becoming increasingly cautious. It seems everyone is a bit frightened. Regarding the incident where this bald man eliminated Zhao Yudi, let's refrain from discussing it in the group chat. If we provoke this powerful individual, we might find ourselves in grave danger." Xiao Likuan initially intended to mention it in the group to prevent any classmate from provoking the bald man. However, he ultimately acquiesced to Wang Chang's perspective. If a classmate were to provoke the bald man, it would be their own folly. He decided it was best to mind his own business and ensure he didn't offend any strong individuals. Thus, news of Jiang Ye's exploits in the battle room did not circulate in the chat group. When he sought out the apartment manager regarding his loan, he discovered that the classmates were engrossed in discussions about their meals. They had arrived at the novice apartment at the stroke of midnight game time, yet it was already bright outside. Many classmates, exhausted from running errands, felt utterly drained. Consequently, some wandered into the low-end marketplace of the apartment in search of dining solutions. However, they soon realized that while entertainment expenses in the low-end marketplace were relatively cheap, the prices for food were markedly high. At that moment, the group chat was filled with classmates lamenting about meal costs. "Oh my goodness. A bowl of congee costs $10, a small bowl of vegetables, 20 for vegetarian and 40 for meat. This is outright highway robbery. Even a bottle of mineral water costs $10. The tourist spots I visited wouldn't dare to be this extortionate. If I were to stick to my usual spending habits, a single meal would cost me at least $1,000. And that's while exercising restraint. Damn it. After paying the rent, I can hardly afford a meal with the meager earnings from my hard work. Are we here to be mere beasts of burden? Wait, you've already paid your rent? I've been busy all morning, and I can't even afford to pay my rent, let alone eat. Is there any other way to solve the dining dilemma? I used to ask my parents for money without batting an eye for a meal costing $1,000. But now, after toiling away for a single order, I am left with just a few bucks, and spending it feels like a burden. Didn't Tilingjie and Chenggu go to the 3rd floor to fight monsters? I wonder if the meat from those monster corpses is edible? If it is, it could save us some money." Wang Lingling Gaochang Lu Shan, however, Lu Shan quickly replied, "There's no way. The monsters vanish immediately after being slain, leaving no meat to consume. Can't you think of another solution, Lu Shan? I'm really starving. If my parents knew I was this hungry, they would be heartbroken." "Lu Shan, stop with the parents talk. There are no parents here to coddle us. And, to be blunt, our parents in other apartments might not be faring much better than we are." After Lu Shan's remark, the group fell into an uneasy silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken dread. It was not long before a girl broke the silence. "Wang Rue, by the way, do you guys know how those 2 cross-apartment players managed to do so? I really wish I could cross over and reunite with my family right now, QAQ." Upon hearing this, the group remained silent for quite a while. With no response forthcoming, Wang Rue felt compelled to be more direct. "Yang Wenxiao, do you know how to cross apartments?" Yang Wenxiao as soon as the message was sent. Another girl quickly chimed in. "Wang Rue, are you out of your mind? Yang Wenxiao warned us before not to tag him again." "Wang Rue, I'm so sorry, I forgot. I didn't mean to. I just really want to be reunited with my parents." Boo-hoo. It was evident that Wang Rue, at this point, was already in tears. The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly somber. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenxiao, who seldom spoke, responded to Wang Rue, "Where are you? I'll take you to reunite with your parents." Wang Rue. This statement sent shockwaves through many classmates. Yang Wenxiao truly knew how to cross apartments, and he could accurately escort Wang Rue to the apartment where her parents resided. However, it seemed that Yang Wenxiao was indeed displaying an omnipotent demeanor. Many classmates did not dwell on it further. The girl named Wang Rue was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Boo-hoo, Thank you, Yang Wanchao. You're such a good person. We all misunderstood you before. I'm currently at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. Yang Wanchao. Yang Wanchao. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Yang Wanchao's agreeable demeanor was quite surprising to the other classmates. Before long, other girls also expressed their desire to reunite with their families, tentatively inquiring whether Yang Wanchao could assist them as well. To their astonishment, Yang Wanchao responded graciously, inquiring about their locations and promising to take them one by one to reunite with their families. Many female classmates were so moved they burst into tears, eagerly sharing their locations with Yang Wanchao. Numerous male classmates, filled with envy, speculated that Yang Wanchao's friendly demeanor toward the female classmates must harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps he was enjoying great fortune. However, not long after, the joyful tears of the girls and the envious speculations of the boys turned into sheer terror. For shortly thereafter, Wang Rui met her demise. Soon after, the second girl who had informed Yang Wanchao of her location also perished. The consecutive deaths of these two girls left the remaining female classmates, who had sought Yang Wanchao's help to reunite with their families, terrified, hastily changing their tune in the group. No, I don't want to reunite with my family anymore. Please don't kill me. Lingjia, save me. Wang Lingling boo-hoo. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Why must I endure such terrifying experiences? Is there anyone who can help me? Help me, Lu Shun. Please save me. I've had a crush on you for 3 years now. Boo-hoo, Lu Shun. By Ruobing, what do we do? Lingjia, Changgu, you must think of a way to handle Yang Wanchao. In an instant, a suffocating atmosphere of dread enveloped the group once more. Jiang Yi observed from the sidelines, opting not to involve himself in the fray. He too felt a pang of hunger, and after settling his loan, he ordered 4 dishes and a soup from the low-end marketplace and began to relish his meal. Meanwhile, his clone number 1 followed the white-clad female from room 2064 up to the top floor. Clone number 3 remained in room 2025, continuing to organize the items obtained from killing Huang Qi. He had no intention of engaging in the disputes among his classmates. Before long, it was Wang Lingling who stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Those who just revealed their coordinates to Yang Wanchao should quickly take the elevator to gather on the 1st floor. Additionally, members of other mutual aid groups should also assemble on the 1st floor promptly. Everyone has been busy all morning. On one hand, we've gained insight into the apartment circumstances, and on the other, we all need to address our dining issues. Therefore, I wish to utilize this mealtime to plan the future development of our mutual aid group. I aim to strive for a collective effort to swiftly alter our challenging circumstances. Wang Lingling's words instantly resonated with the girls who had been frightened senseless by Yang Wanchao, as they felt they had found a pillar of support. They dared not voice any dissent and promptly made their way to the 1st floor to gather. Other classmates, who felt that personal advancement was too daunting while also facing dining difficulties, hesitated briefly before also heading to the 1st floor. At that moment, Wang Lingling suddenly tagged Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, how much have you earned so far? Did you discover any survival stones while working on the 20th floor? Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not feign ignorance, casually replying, I'm currently on the 20th floor, and I have yet to complete my cleaning duties, so I haven't discovered any survival stones as of now. Wang Lingling did not expect much from him but reminded him, none of the other classmates have found any traces of survival stones, so I suspect they might exist only in the apartments above the 20th floor. If you wish to survive, you will likely need to exchange survival stones for money. Thus, while working on the 20th floor, you should keep an eye out for survival stones. It will also benefit your rent. Jiang Yi contemplated for a moment before responding. All right, I will pay attention. As the other classmates observed the exchange between Wang Lingling and Jiang Yi, they quickly deduced, previously, we thought survival stones should be used for survival, and converting them into money was not worth it. However, now, nearly 10 classmates have already met their demise. Thus, the 80 survival stones distributed in our apartment must be in surplus. It seems that our initial decision to exchange survival stones for money might indeed be a prudent choice. Just as many classmates were turning their attention toward survival stones, someone in the group suddenly stated, actually, I found a survival stone. As soon as those words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the entire group chat. Even Jiang Yi couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. After all, the survival stones were not merely a means to exchange for currency. They were the key to successfully navigating the novice apartment. Chapter 44. Drying hair on the rooftop, it was evident that the mindset of Jiang Yi and the other students had undergone a transformation. Upon arriving at the apartment and discovering that the rent soared to over 120,000, Jiang Yi had immediately contemplated using the survival stones for monetary exchange. Conversely, the other students believed that the survival stones were essential tools for clearing the novice apartment. Each stone represented a lost opportunity for someone to succeed. Therefore, such a crucial item should not be traded away unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, after enduring a grueling stint of labor, Jiang Yi had earned some money through the battle room and found himself no longer considering the survival stones as currency, but rather yearning to acquire one swiftly to ensure his passage through the novice apartment. In contrast, the other students began to think, given that many had perished, there must be plenty of survival stones remaining. Their arduous labor yielded only a meager sum, and after paying rent, they found themselves struggling to make ends meet. They reasoned it would be wiser to exchange some survival stones for money to improve their circumstances. That moment, when someone announced they had found a survival stone, the previously quiet group chat erupted into lively chatter. Is it true? You found a survival stone. Yang Xiaoman, where did you find the survival stone? Please elaborate on the process. Yang Xiaoman, what does a survival stone look like? Let us all gather at the first floor of the mutual aid group to take a look. Yang Xiaoman, indeed, the student who claimed to have discovered a survival stone was named Yang Xiaoman. However, Jiang Yi had no recollection of this individual. The group chat was soon filled with inquiries from his classmates. Is this Yang Xiaoman from our school? I don't recall her at all. Could she be like those two new players who transferred from another apartment? However, this comment was swiftly countered by a student from Class 2. Don't be ridiculous. Class 1. Yang Xiaoman is from our Class 2. She has only been at the school for less than a month, so she is unfamiliar with many of us. Some students from Class 2 who also couldn't remember Yang Xiaoman responded, Oh. Now that you mention it, I do recall there is such a student in our class. She is a slowpoke like a sloth, not very tall, but she sits in the last row. I remember her too. But I can't shake the feeling. Did Yang Xiaoman really find a survival stone? Yuziyu. It seems that Yang Xiaoman hasn't joined the mutual aid group. Her information isn't listed in my member registry. Is that true? Now I'm even more skeptical about whether Yang Xiaoman actually found a survival stone. Could it be that she is aware of her lack of presence and is deliberately trying to attract attention in this manner? A few boys, known for their sharp tongues, openly expressed their doubts about Yang Xiaoman in the chat. Of course, they might also have been attempting to provoke her into revealing more about the survival stones. Yet, after her initial announcement, Yang Xiaoman remained silent amidst the ensuing debate. The students grew increasingly suspicious that she was merely seeking attention. However, the controversy didn't linger for long. Surprisingly, Wang Lingling stepped forward to assert, I've interacted with Yang Xiaoman. She is not the type to lie just to garner attention. Therefore, I believe she truly found a survival stone. With Wang Lingling's endorsement, those who had doubted quickly fell silent. Wang Lingling then tagged Yang Xiaoman and continued, Xiaoman, are you hesitant about something? Don't worry. We won't pressure you to hand over the survival stone you found on your own. I understand you haven't been at the school long and are not familiar with everyone. But will you trust me? Yang Xiaoman, if you're willing to trust me, please join the mutual aid group. I will protect you. Yang Xiaoman, if you really don't want to join, would you be willing to share some information about how you found the survival stone? Or perhaps you could leave me a signal and I could come find you. Yang Xiaoman, it must be said that Wang Lingling, as a girl, was far more reliable in comforting another girl than a group of boys. One could almost sense her gentleness and patience towards Yang Xiaoman through the text in the chat. The other students refrained from interjecting, leaving it to Wang Lingling to take the lead. Jiang Yi watched with anticipation, hoping that Yang Xiaoman would reveal the details of her discovery of the survival stone. However, under Wang Lingling's gentle coaxing, Yang Xiaoman didn't directly disclose any information about the survival stone but rather responded with a rational tone. Honestly, I hadn't planned to mention finding the survival stone, but in our apartment, among the 80 novice players, the death toll has already approached 10. Thus, I feel it is necessary to remind everyone, if we truly wish to find as many survival stones as possible in our apartment, it is best to refrain from indiscriminately taking lives. For if I'm not mistaken, each of us who remains alive corresponds to the opportunity to find one survival stone, and the difficulty of locating the survival stones corresponding to those who have perished is exceedingly high. In other words, with each player's death, the probability of their corresponding survival stone being found diminishes significantly. Yang Xiaoman's words concluded here, and the chat fell into a prolonged silence. Observant individuals could discern that her statement was directed at Yang Wenchao, as he had been the most egregious perpetrator of violence in their apartment. Currently, nearly 80 of the death toll could be attributed to his actions. Just recently, he had killed several girls who merely wished to reunite with their families. Yet, from this perspective, students became increasingly doubtful of Yang Xiaoman's claims. Perhaps she hadn't truly found a survival stone, but was merely using the topic to caution Yang Wenchao against further senseless killings. However, Jiang Yi, observing the group chat, leaned towards believing that Yang Xiaoman was not lying. Her choice of terminology suggested that she referred to her fellow classmates as players rather than peers, indicating a lack of emotional connection due to her short time at the school. Moreover, her statements were logical. A logical girl would consider the ramifications. What if Yang Wenchao was already aware of the true nature of the survival stones? Yang Wenchao had displayed a level of skill and understanding that surpassed his classmates. If Yang Xiaoman were to fabricate a story, would she dare to assume her concocted narrative could deceive Yang Wenchao? Thus, it was highly probable that she was telling the truth. According to her assertion, it implied that each player corresponded to one survival stone, with a higher likelihood of finding the stone that matched their identity. Once a player perished, the difficulty of locating their corresponding survival stone would increase. From this perspective, where might the survival stones be concealed? Jiang Ye's immediate thought was the apartment itself. More precisely, within the initial apartment rooms allocated to each individual. However, the issue was, among 80 students, they should have thoroughly searched their initial apartments from the outset. Including Jiang Yi, none had discovered a survival stone. So, could it be that the stones were not in the apartments but rather linked to each student's identity information? Or perhaps there were hidden mechanisms within the apartment rooms? As Jiang Yi pondered, other students in the chat began to voice scattered opinions. There were doubts, speculations, and calls for Yang Xiaoman to disclose further information. Yet, even with Wang Lingling's patient guidance, Yang Xiaoman remained silent in the group chat. The students began to gather one by one on the first floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi's avatar, carrying a tank filled with 10,086 strands of hair, accompanied the woman in white to the rooftop of the apartment. He returned to room 2064. Of course, more than 10 minutes had passed. According to the woman in white, he would receive a low rating for this delay. However, a low rating was preferable to having his order cancelled outright, incurring a penalty fee. Moreover, the so-called low rating seemed merely a tactic of intimidation. Upon returning to room 2064, Jiang Yi noticed that the mask the woman in white had been wearing was gone, and she had changed into a loose-fitting white bathrobe. She appeared to have taken a quick shower during the 10 minutes, and despite the bathrobe being dry, a layer of moisture seemed to envelop her. Her long, straight black hair, reminiscent of Sadako, was now tightly wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Jiang Yi return late, she shot him a sideways glance, her gaze sharp as a blade. Nonetheless, the woman in white said nothing further and prompted Jiang Yi to bring the hair care toolkit and the tank of hair to the rooftop. Of course, they did not ascend to the rooftop via the red light elevator, but rather through the oversized television that the woman in white had used to suddenly appear in the apartment. When Jiang Yi returned, the shattered screen of that television had been restored to perfect condition. As the woman in white prepared to lead him to the rooftop, she pressed her hand against the television screen and instructed him to place his janitor's badge against it as well. To be honest, Jiang Yi felt a wave of anxiety at that moment. After all, he had witnessed Sadako emerge from the television. Fortunately, it was only a C-rank avatar. Summoning his courage, he pressed his badge against the screen. Immediately, he felt as if he were being drawn into the television. In the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by bare, leafless trees, each adorned with pristine white sheets. On some pristine white sheets, there were eerie stains of crimson. The trees stood lifeless, exuding an ominous aura reminiscent of a ghostly presence. This bizarre scene resembled something straight out of a horror film. Yet, the woman in white remained utterly composed, guiding him through the desolate grove of withered trees, ultimately selecting a sheet that was untouched by red. With a swift motion, she pressed her hand down, instructing Jiang Yi to affix the janitor's badge once more. Jiang Yi felt a surge of audacity. Amidst such a terrifying and chilling atmosphere, he even committed to memory the tree chosen by the woman in white and the pristine sheet. Later, he quietly complied, adhering the badge as instructed. Then, an inexplicable force engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, the haunting ambience dissipated, replaced by radiant sunlight, so bright that it compelled one to instinctively squint. within the apartment. Whether in the brightly lit lobby or the dimly lit corridors, or even in the pitch-black, red-lit elevator, sunlight was a rarity. Jiang Yi had not been in this apartment for long, yet the sudden exposure to sunlight gave him the sensation of finally being alive. Even his original self, sprawled on the bed of apartment 2025 from exerting control over 3 avatars, felt an inexplicable comfort wash over him. If not for the water tank he clutched for his hair, he would have eagerly stretched out under the sun. The woman in white exuded a ghostly eeriness, yet now, basking in sunlight, she appeared remarkably cheerful. Adjusting the towel wrapped around her hair, she tilted her head back and exclaimed, "What a rare delight to have such splendid sunlight. My little strands of hair, today you are truly fortunate." The term little strands of hair was rather peculiar, making Jiang Yi almost break into goosebumps. The woman in white then pointed at him and commanded, "In this outer circle, apply hair oil to my 10,086 strands of hair and lay them all out under the sunlight. Your task will then be complete." Jiang Yi squinted, finally acclimating to the brightness, surveying the so-called top floor. The space was vast, and he currently found himself in the outer circle as described by the woman in white. The entire outer circle resembled a colossal square corridor, with an imposing marble floor basking in ample sunlight. Encircled within this square corridor lay what could be termed the inner circle. The ground of the inner circle was black, its material unknown. Scattered throughout the inner square were several half-height black consoles. Some consoles appeared to have owners, adorned with various scattered props or unknown objects laid out to dry. Others looked pristine, devoid of any sign of use. Jiang Yi speculated whether the method Huangqi had revealed for transporting from the top floor to other apartments involved those consoles. He felt an urge to investigate one of the untouched consoles. However, the woman in white seemed to indicate that he should restrict his movements to the outer circle on the marble floor. Reluctantly, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to complete his janitorial duties first. Meanwhile, as Avatar number 1 applied hair oil to each strand in the sunlight, Avatar number 3, remaining in room 2025, began to explore the apartment's television. Given that the third avatar was also quite valuable, he transformed it into a less valuable mirror avatar, allowing it to poke and prod at the enormous screen in the living room. Jiang Yi was curious to see if the television in his apartment might conceal some hidden secrets, perhaps even being the key to discovering the survival stone. However, after much prodding, the television showed no signs of life. He then recalled the janitor's badge. Unfortunately, the badge he left in the apartment belonged to his original self. The freshly created third avatar had yet to receive a badge. Engaging in risky endeavors was something he dared not allow his original self to undertake, especially in its current state of utter fatigue. Just then, Avatar number 2, having finished its meal, prepared to head to the high-end mall, hoping to purchase some fruits to enhance its attributes, thereby boosting the original self's capabilities. However, just as the bald Avatar number 2 made its way to the high-end mall, it was intercepted by a figure clad in a black windbreaker. "Hey, wait up." The voice was familiar. It was Yang Wenchao. Jiang Yi turned around and indeed saw Yang Wenchao approaching him from the direction of the mall entrance. To say he was walking would be an understatement. He moved with such speed that his legs appeared to be a blur, akin to a ray of light darting from point A to point B, then from B to C to I in just a few moments. He stood before Jiang Yi. This peculiar mode of movement left Jiang Yi somewhat astonished, and he glanced down at Yang Wenchao's feet, noticing the black cloth shoes he wore, which seemed to belong to a style more reminiscent of ancient times, entirely mismatched with his black windbreaker. Thus, it seemed likely these were some sort of shoe equipment, possibly even of bronze quality. Jiang Yi mused this while remaining vigilant, prepared to merge avatars at a moment's notice to confront Yang Wenchao. Yet, this time, Yang Wenchao appeared to harbor no ill intent, merely stating coolly, "Heading to the high-end mall? Care to join me?" To be honest, Jiang Yi was not particularly keen on accompanying Yang Wenchao. Although he believed that, after merging avatars, his combat strength would surpass that of Yang Wenchao, the merging had a time limit and was best reserved for the moment just before a confrontation. Moreover, strength was one thing, but the dynamics of the situation could not be reduced to mere power comparisons. After all, didn't novels and films frequently depict protagonists overcoming stronger foes against all odds? What if Yang Wenchao had some trick up his sleeve, catching him off guard and leading to his downfall? Even if Yang Wenchao had no intention of playing tricks, the absence of any trust between them made even a simple mall visit feel fraught with tension. Thus, Jiang Yi felt a deep-seated reluctance to travel alongside Yang Wenchao. Previously, when his strength was lacking, he had no choice, but now that he possessed strength, he intended to refuse outright. However, unexpectedly, Yang Wenchao suddenly fixed him with a meaningful gaze. Stepped closer and lowered his voice. "You're not a player in Doomsday Apartment, are you?" "What? Not a player in Doomsday Apartment?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking Yang Wenchao had misjudged his identity, concluding he was not one of the 80 novice players in the starter apartment. Yet, inexplicably, in response to Yang Wenchao's profound gaze, he sensed that Yang Wenchao's words might carry a different implication. What else could he mean by that? Doomsday Apartment, game player. Though their experiences in this novice apartment did resemble a game in many ways, including initial prompts referring to them as novice players, and the use of the term offline when someone perished, they had seldom used the term game player in conversations. When discussing players, they typically referred to novice players or veteran players, rarely employing the phrase game player. Coupled with Yang Wenchao's knowing gaze, a startling notion suddenly surged in Jiang Ye's mind. A game. Could it be that before their collective crossing, someone had played a game based on this Doomsday Apartment? Thus, Yang Wenchao appeared to possess foresight, developing more rapidly than the average individual? And what about the first to discover the survival stone, Yang Xiaoman? Was she also a game player? Her prior references to classmates as players in group chats could imply that she had also participated in a game called Doomsday Apartment. Jiang Yi felt uncertain about his deductions as he glanced back at Yang Wenchao, who offered a calm smile. Then he reiterated his earlier question. Going to the high-end mall? Care to join? Well, it seemed he was waiting for him. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yi ultimately nodded. All right. Thus, the two made their way toward the high-end mall. The low-end mall in the apartment resembled a large marketplace accessible to all players. While the high-end mall had a designated entrance, exclusively for residents of the 20th floor and above. Upon entry, there was a security checkpoint to verify identities. As they passed through the checkpoint, a normal beep sounded, and an entrance fee of 1,000 was deducted from their accounts. In the low-end mall, some classmates spotted the duo entering the high-end mall from a distance and immediately expressed their envy and jealousy in the group chat. Yang Wenchao and that mysterious bald guy just entered the high-end mall together. High-end mall. Isn't there a 1,000 entry fee? How can they afford that? Damn it. 1,000 is enough for me to have 10 meals in the low-end mall. You must eat quite lavishly then? I could manage 20 meals. It's infuriating how some people are so wealthy, while others struggle to make ends meet. The rich indulge in luxury while the rest of us scrape by, unable to afford rent or food. Damn. If it weren't for this cursed place, I would have been wealthy too. Spending 3,000 to 5,000 on a meal would have been a norm. And what about now? How much do you spend on a meal? I just bought a bowl of plain porridge, and even that felt too expensive. You're making me weep. This is the most severe case of consumption downgrade I've seen this year QAQ. But speaking of which, that battle chamber must be quite profitable, right? Yang Wenchao and that bald guy seem to be well off without working. Surely their money comes from the battle chamber? But wait, I heard Xiao Likuan and Wang Cheng say that Yang Wenchao lost all his earnings in the last battle. How does he have money now? Could it be that he earned money by leveling up in the depths of the third-floor corridor? It should not be the case. Lingjie and Changgu have both stated that defeating monsters only leads to leveling up, with no monetary gain involved. I understand now. It must be the money earned from killing those two prominent figures from the neighboring apartment. Those two must be quite wealthy. After Yang Wenchao eliminated them, he undoubtedly acquired their riches. But where did those prominent figures in the neighboring apartment amass such wealth? By killing and robbing, of course. Isn't that how it works in reality? The money of the affluent ultimately comes from the toil of hard-working individuals. Does it not? Just as the discussion on wealth disparity seemed to be concluding, Wang Cheng suddenly interjected. I have serious doubts that players residing on the 20th floor or higher do not possess any other means of earning money. My colleague Xiao Likuan and I have observed the battle room for quite some time, and we have noticed that those individuals appear to be rather affluent. This is clearly abnormal. They must possess additional methods of income. The other students became intrigued, eagerly inquiring. What could those methods be? I am truly desperate for money, damn. I previously thought that living on the 20th floor, with its exorbitant rent, was a dreadful fate. But now, the 20th floor is home to powerful figures. Thus, finding a way to move into the 20th floor must be the true way to unlock the potential of the novice apartment. right? I too am convinced that only by residing on the 20th floor can we truly be considered apartment players, gaining access to a new world. Damn. What about Jiangyi? Doesn't he also live on the 20th floor? Why isn't he as formidable and wealthy as Yang Wenchao and the bald fellow? What the hell? Jiangyi has gone off to work as a cleaner. Damn. What a waste of the excellent resources afforded by initially living on the 20th floor. If I had started on the 20th floor, I would have surely become a powerhouse like Yang Wenchao and the bald fellow by now. Indeed, despite both living on the 20th floor, it is evident that Jiangyi has fallen behind. By the way, do you all remember the initial announcement that mentioned the apartment offer services for lease termination and subletting? I'm wondering, can Jiang Ye's apartment on the 20th floor be sublet to someone else? Right, after all, Jiang Ye initially intended to terminate his lease, and subletting should save him a significant amount compared to outright termination. Right? Many students, who previously thought Jiang Ye's inability to pay rent on the 20th floor would lead to his demise, have now witnessed the splendor of the two powerful figures who also started on the 20th floor. They began to see living on the 20th floor not as a burden of exorbitant rent, but as a mark of honor. It is the key to becoming stronger. Consequently, several students began suggesting that Jiang Yi should sublet his apartment to a true powerhouse. After all, Jiang Yi was already planning to terminate his lease. The penalty for lease termination is higher than that for subletting. Now that someone is willing to take over Jiang Ye's exorbitantly priced apartment, it could indeed be considered a helping hand, allowing him to save on the difference between lease termination and subletting. Wang Lingling also entertained such thoughts, planning to discuss it with Jiang Yi upon his return to the mutual aid group. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who had entered the high-end mall alongside Yang Wenchao, took note of the students' discussions in the group. He brushed it off, remaining vigilant towards Yang Wenchao while surveying the high-end mall. The high-end mall appeared to be significantly smaller in size than the low-end mall. However, its decor was evidently more luxurious. Various props were displayed in dazzling glass showcases. Additionally, there was a row of display cases specifically for showcasing treasure chests. This meant that players could either purchase props directly or buy treasure chests to open for props. Buying treasure chests could potentially yield more valuable items for a lesser price, but there was also the risk of receiving items that were not desired. Clearly, there was an element of gambling involved. While Jiang Yi continued to observe, he noticed Yang Wenchao heading directly towards a display stand located at the northernmost point of the high-end mall. After considering, he decided to follow Yang Wenchao. However, upon arrival at the northern display case, he found that there were no products on display. Instead, there was an operational platform to the right. Yang Wenchao approached the operational platform and began manipulating it. After observing for a moment, Jiang Yi quickly discerned that this display stand served as a place for players to conduct cross-apartment transactions. Yang Wenchao nodded, operating the platform while casually remarking that the items displayed for sale in the mall were generally overpriced, offering poor value for money. When players sought to sell their items, they typically sold them for less than the mall prices. However, while cheaper, transactions between players were akin to second-hand marketplaces, primarily dealing in used goods. Jiang Yi had no qualms about second-hand items. Saving money was undoubtedly beneficial. Moreover, some of the props he had discarded could be resold through player transactions, allowing him to recoup some funds. This trading feature was likely quite popular among players. At that moment, Yang Wenchao was in the process of listing his unwanted props for sale in the player trading area. Observing his adeptness, Jiang Yi contemplated inquiring about the players in the game. Just as he was formulating his questions, Yang Wenchao suddenly blurted out, "You must be Yang Xiaoman, right?" "What?" Jiang Yi was taken aback. Yang Wenchao continued, seemingly lost in thought, "Apparently not." "You are Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi frowned. Yang Wenchao then mused, "Seems that isn't the case either. So, who exactly are you? The disguise mask should have a more practical invisibility effect than a camouflage one, yet you opted for camouflage instead of invisibility. Why is that? Do you have compelling reasons for not concealing your identity?" Jiang Yi initially thought this guy was simply probing him with a calm demeanor, believing he could glean something from others' reactions. However, it turned out he was merely putting on an act. With his own strength as assurance, Jiang Yi was unperturbed by the probing. Just as he was about to turn the tables and inquire about Yang Wenchao's gaming experience, Yang Wenchao preempted him, continuing his investigation. "I heard from Xiao Likuan and the others that you used an ice-type area attack skill to eliminate Zhao Yudi. With such strength, there should be no need for a hidden identity, right?" Moreover, he paused, his expression suddenly turning serious, his gaze towards Jiang Yi growing complex. Your 3 consecutive victories couldn't possibly have been achieved solely by yourself, could they? Jiang Yi was on the verge of explaining that he had purchased the consecutive victories. However, before he could even draft his lie, Yang Wenchao cut to the chase. The consecutive victory rewards given by the battle room may seem random, as players draw rewards from 3 cards. But that is not the case. Generally speaking, if you purchase the consecutive victories, you would only be able to draw lower-end cards like the announcement card, which are of little use. However, if I am not mistaken, the match against Zhao Yudi must have utilized a privilege card, and those who receive privilege card rewards typically achieve consecutive victories through their own efforts. Well, there exists such a hidden setting? Jiang Yi was completely unaware, yet he suddenly thought, the upgrade card must also be a high-end card, right? Did you achieve your consecutive victories through your own merit? His wording implied acknowledgement that he indeed won his consecutive victories through skill. Yang Wenchao's expression grew more serious, and his gaze towards Jiang Yi became increasingly cautious. Simultaneously, he shook his head. The upgrade card is indeed considered a high-end card, but I also purchased my consecutive victories. Huh? Isn't that contradictory? Wasn't it established that purchased consecutive victories only reward low-end cards? Jiang Yi had yet to ask this question when Yang Wenchao preemptively clarified, much like the issue of match fixing. Some individuals are blatantly obvious about it, easily discernible as engaging in such practices. However, others can disguise their actions convincingly. I purchased my consecutive victories, but there were additional requirements, necessitating the cooperation of my opponent to act convincingly, making it appear as though I were exceptionally strong. Thus, through performance, I deceived the consecutive victory reward mechanism into believing I earned those victories through skill. Goodness, it can be done that way? If Yang Wenchao's claim holds true, then the merchants selling consecutive victories should also be aware of this. Yet unscrupulous merchants would not voluntarily disclose such hidden information to customers. Only someone knowledgeable like Yang Wenchao would be able to truly obtain value for their money. This further highlighted at that moment, Jiang Yi followed Yang Wenchao's lead. Before entering the battle room, you eliminated 4 players, earning 4 survival points. And this just happens to be the price for the 5 consecutive victory package. Therefore, that you were already aware of the situation prior to entering the battle room, knowing you could purchase consecutive victories, even being aware of the package price. Because you are, what shall we say, a seasoned player? Chapter 46. The hidden owner of the apartment. Jiang Ye's interrogative phrasing, however, was delivered in a declarative tone. After all, Yang Wenchao's demeanor was indeed unusual. Compared to the outrageous scenarios of reincarnation or possession, having played a similar game seemed to be a more rational explanation. If this line of thought holds, then it is possible that this game is not solely familiar to Yang Wenchao. The obstinate bronzes on the war god ranking in the battle room might largely consist of individuals who have played the game. With more information at their disposal, their development would naturally progress at a faster rate than that of ordinary players. In contrast, Yang Wenchao does not appear to be particularly formidable among those who have played the game, as Jiang Yi had witnessed him lose a substantial sum of 10,000 in a match. Reflecting on this, could the female opponent he lost to for 10,000 also be a player from the game? While he pondered these thoughts, Yang Wenchao did not intend to conceal anything. In fact, he cast a faint glance at Jiang Yi and candidly stated, I indeed spent 4 survival points to purchase a 5-game winning streak package, and I have successfully completed 5 consecutive victories. So, he lost that match during his attempt to achieve a 10-game winning streak after the 5 victories? Jiang Yi pondered. However, Yang Wenchao seemed to have guessed his thoughts and suddenly added, nonetheless, my winning streak was not interrupted by the loss of that one match. What? He lost the battle, yet the winning streak remained intact. What could be the reasoning behind this? The random reward I received for my 5 consecutive victories was a waiver card. The effect of the waiver card is to nullify one record of defeat in battle. For instance, if one loses after a 9-game winning streak, the waiver card can be employed to erase the loss record. The next match would still be counted as a 9-game winning streak. Oh, there exists such a card? Jiang Yi thought, immediately surmising, this waiver card must be considered a high-end card, right? Yang Wenchao nodded, explaining that the rewards for consecutive victories in the battle room increase with the number of wins. For players who have accumulated a certain number of consecutive victories, losing even one match and interrupting their streak is undoubtedly a disheartening experience. Hence, the ability to avoid a disruption in their winning streak with a waiver card is incredibly valuable. In fact, to some extent, it is even more precious than a privilege card. Jiang Yi nodded. Although he was currently on a 3-game winning streak and did not find it particularly significant if he were to suddenly interrupt a winning streak of 99 games. That would indeed be quite distressing. Thus, the waiver card becomes increasingly invaluable for strong players as time progresses. If given the opportunity, Jiang Yi would certainly wish to acquire a waiver card as a safety net. However, on another note, can the rewards from the battle room for consecutive victories be traded among players? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Of course, as he spoke, he raised his hand to navigate a few commands on the console and pointed to the display stand. Look. Through the player trading function in the high-end mall, various cards obtained from the battle room can indeed be traded at that moment. Jiang Yi glanced at the display stand and discovered a trading list showcasing various cards available for sale. Among them, the announcement card was the most common and least expensive. Even so, its price still exceeded 100,000. The price of an upgrade card generally started at 300,000. The privilege cards were rarely seen, with only 3 listed. One for 600,000, one for 800,000, and another for 1,000,000. This is simply outrageous. Such exorbitant prices, however, upon reflection, it made sense. Among ordinary players, relying solely on labor, they found life difficult, unable to pay rent or afford meals. Yet for players above level 20, they could earn 100,000 with a single kill. This setup led to inflation among them. If one were to tell players below level 20 like Wang Lingling, you give me 300,000, and I will elevate your level directly, she would absolutely refuse. She would rather level up by battling monsters than spend 300,000 on an upgrade card. But for players above level 20,300,000 is merely the equivalent of 3 lives. Killing 3 worthless individuals without skill comprehension would undoubtedly involve far less risk than leveling up through battling monsters. Therefore, for these players, selling an upgrade card for 300,000 was not considered expensive. This realization made Jiang Yi acutely aware of the disparities in the world. It seemed that before arriving at the Apocalypse apartment, reality was similarly structured. Some toiled tirelessly, earning a mere 100 or so, while others luxuriated in lavish cars and grand residences, with tax evasion amounts that took others a lifetime to earn. Indeed, regardless of location, such outrageous wealth disparities persist. Jiang Yi reflected on this, while Yang Wenchao suddenly inquired about the earnings from his battle against Zhao Yudi. Curious about how much he had made if calculated according to the price of a privilege card, anything below 600,000 would be considered a loss. Jiang Yi did not respond, yet he felt somewhat conflicted. Anything below 600,000 is deemed a loss. Initially, after battling Zhao Yudi and seeing the money he had earned, he felt elated. However, upon hearing Yang Wenchao's statement, he suddenly realized he might have indeed suffered a loss. After all, he had not earned 60,000 from that match. He had initially thought that the bulk of the earnings from the battle against Zhao Yudi would stem from the audience fees, considering she had quite a number of spectators. Yet, to his surprise, the final tally revealed that the audience fees amounted to only over 60,000. This meant that there were merely a little over 6,000 viewers. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was delighted to discover that Zhao Yudi's wager had reached a staggering 500,000. Consequently, he ultimately earned 560,000 from that battle. This windfall not only allowed him to eliminate his substantial debt, but also provided extra funds for some indulgences in the high-end mall. Yet now, gazing at the price of the privilege card, he began to feel perhaps he had indeed suffered a loss. However, he had also used the privilege card to avoid the potential interference of seasoned players. Otherwise, delaying the card's usage until there were more players in the battle room, allowing him to match with stronger opponents, would likely have yielded greater earnings. This thought left Jiang Yi feeling somewhat regretful. Had he known earlier, he would not have used the privilege card to challenge Zhao Yudi, but instead sold it in the trading area. Alas, one cannot turn back time. If Zhao Yudi were to discover Jiang Ye's thoughts at this moment, she would likely be furious, especially if she were to find out that this cunning player had specifically used the privilege card against her for the sake of profit, ultimately leading to her 9-game winning streak being interrupted. She might be driven to despair. After all, such a precious privilege card. Why on earth would you use it on me? And to naively believe you could make a fortune at my expense. Moreover, you have the audacity to cause me to lose my 9-game winning streak. This is not only a squandering of resources, but also a calamity inflicted upon an innocent bystander. Truly infuriating. Thankfully, Zhao Yudi remained unaware. Yang Wenchao, however, seemed to have an inkling and felt some sympathy for her. Nevertheless, there was little that could be done, as novice players often lacked understanding, and such unconventional tactics were not uncommon. He contemplated for a moment before explaining to Jiang Yi, to be frank, the privilege card is not meant to be used in such a manner. Its true value lies in its ability to secure consecutive victories. Cards that facilitate critical winning streaks like 3, 5, or 10 consecutive wins can be obstructed by formidable veteran players. Among novice players, there are likely some who consciously engage in similar tactics, utilizing privilege cards to disrupt players' 8 or 9 game winning streaks, then demanding payment to restore their streaks. Players who have managed to achieve an 8 or 9 game winning streak typically have no financial constraints. Even if they are strapped for cash, they are usually willing to pay a hefty price to maintain their streak. For instance, in your match against Zhao Yudi, if you had displayed your capability to defeat her and then negotiated with her, I believe she would have been willing to offer a higher price to purchase back her winning streak. Perhaps even a few million. She might have reluctantly accepted. Good heavens, a few million? Just a short while ago, Jiang Yi had been worried about his 350,000 debt. Yet now, he found himself in a position to earn a few million. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, making money is not a difficult endeavor. However, Jiang Yi then thought, but if I deliberately lose to her, wouldn't my own winning streak be interrupted? Yang Wenchao nodded. Exactly. Hence, the best course for a privilege card is to list it in the trading area and sell it to organizations that specialize in securing winning streaks. These organizations will cultivate players who do not care about their win rates. Well, it seems that indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a community. Veteran players have formed certain organizations, while new entrants also contemplate establishing their own groups and alliances. Jiang Yi then inquired, in the game you played? Did they also have organizations like that? Yang Wenchao nodded, yes. He hesitated for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Speaking of which, my motivation for playing that game was actually to profit from those organizations. Although you have not played Apocalypse Apartment, you should have gained some insight from your experiences in the Novice Apartment, right? That game is inherently unfair. Paying players and casual players are like two different realms of play. Upon reaching this point of the conversation, Jiang Yi suddenly perked up, eager to learn more about the nature of that game and any hidden information he might not be aware of. However, Yang Wenchao deliberately kept him in suspense, choosing not to divulge any game-related details but instead stating his purpose directly. You should have realized by now that I am not a benevolent philanthropist. Therefore, if you wish to know about the game, you will need to offer something in return. Jiang Yi understood his intention. After a moment of contemplation, he succinctly stated, you approached me first. Therefore, you wish to use the information you possess to strike a deal with me. Correct. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Rather than calling it a deal, it would be more apt to refer to it as a collaboration. As I mentioned earlier, the ordinary mode and the pay-to-win mode of this game offer two distinctly different experiences. I wish to collaborate with you to conquer the Novice Apartment through a microtransaction model. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. Yang Wenchao must have recognized his capabilities. However, emulating Yang Wenchao, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, is it not possible for me to complete the quest in microtransaction mode solely by relying on my own abilities without the game information you provide? His tone conveyed a sense of pride, underscoring Jiang Yi's confidence in his own prowess. Yet, Yang Wenchao smiled enigmatically. You may indeed be formidable, but, he paused, suddenly inquiring, do you know how to traverse between apartments? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and replied directly, there is a teleportation device on the top floor of the apartment. This was information he had received from the shadow in black he encountered during a 3-game winning streak. Yang Wenchao seemed unfazed and continued to question with a smile. And do you know the conditions required to activate the teleportation device? Jiang Yi answered again, it requires the payment of 1 survival point. However, this time, Yang Wenchao shook his head. No, the survival points paid are merely the teleportation fee. To traverse between apartments, players must also earn the favor of the apartment's behind-the-scenes owner. The apartment's behind-the-scenes owner? That sounded like a figure who controlled the entire apartment. Yet, Jiang Yi had yet to become familiar even with the apartment administrator. The very notion of a behind-the-scenes owner was new to him. However, could the shadow he encountered on the 20th floor, while obtaining the survival jade token, possibly be the apartment owner? It didn't quite seem likely. A dignified apartment owner should not be so secretive, right? Thus, how could he garner the favor of someone he had never even met? As Jiang Yi pondered, he suddenly thought of Huang Qi. Since Huang Qi had successfully traversed between apartments, had he earned the favor of the apartment owner? And what about Yu Xiangming? What quality did they possess that would attract the apartment owner's favor? Suddenly, Jiang Yi looked at Yang Wenchao and speculated directly. If I eliminate all the players in the apartment, will I earn the apartment owner's favor? Upon hearing this, Yang Wenchao was instantly taken aback. Did you deduce that? Or did you obtain some information from somewhere? It was a deduction. Jiang Yi maintained a calm demeanor, fabricating an answer with a straight face. However, it was not entirely ungrounded. He had thought of this point after hearing Huang Qi's words, relying on guesswork. Yang Wenchao observed his expression, appearing somewhat complex. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "Very well, since you have deduced that, I shall share more information with you. There are actually 3 special entities in the entire novice apartment, which can also be referred to as the 3 major bosses. The first is the apartment administrator, who exists in plain sight. The second is the shadow in the corridor who distributes survival jade tokens, accessible to tenants above the 20th floor. The third is the apartment owner, who only reveals themselves after all players in the apartment have been eliminated. As you have surmised, to traverse between apartments, one must eliminate all players in the apartment, confront the apartment owner, and obtain their permission for inter-apartment traversal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He had initially thought that reaching the top floor would enable him to traverse between apartments. Yet he was now informed that such traversal required the elimination of all other players. No, Jiang Yi mused for a moment before abruptly turning to Yang Wenchao. "Since you dared to disclose this information, you must know that there are alternative methods for inter-apartment traversal, aside from eliminating all players and confronting the apartment owner, right? Otherwise, are you not concerned that I might eliminate all my classmates because of what you said?" Chapter 47. The Return of the VIP Player's Maneuver. Naturally, all of his classmates included Yang Wenchao. This fellow should not be so confident as to believe that Jiang Yi, merely a player, would hesitate to eliminate him, right? Therefore, his willingness to disclose this information must have been backed by some assurance. Yang Wenchao had no intention of concealing the truth. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, generally speaking, to traverse between apartments, the only route is to eliminate all players in the apartment. However, our apartment situation is somewhat unique. At this point, he paused, seemingly gauging whether Jiang Yi could further deduce what made their apartment special. Jiang Yi recalled a unique item within Huang Qi's spatial watch and smiled, venturing a guess. The uniqueness lies in the fact that 2 inter-apartment players have already arrived in our apartment. They possess items that allow them to bypass the apartment owner and achieve inter-apartment traversal. Good heavens, he guessed correctly again. Yang Wenchao's gaze towards Jiang Yi grew increasingly astonished and complex, tinged with a hint of wariness. He pursed his lips and nodded. Correct. Why Yu Xiangming and Huang Qi possess inter-apartment items obtained from their respective apartment owners. Moreover, other players can utilize these inter-apartment items as well. Yang Wenchao's words concluded here, but the implication was clear. Within the chat group, it was widely accepted that Yang Wenchao was the one who eliminated the 2 inter-apartment players. Thus, he was subtly implying that he had 2 inter-apartment items at his disposal. However, Jiang Yi was aware that this fellow only possessed the inter-apartment item obtained from defeating Yu Xiangming. The other item, belonging to Huang Qi, was now in Jiang Yi's possession. Yet, Yang Wenchao evidently remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yi had been the one to eliminate Huang Qi. After all, Huang Qi's demise coincided with the time the bald man was in the battle room. Thus, Yang Wenchao aimed to create an illusion that he possessed 2 inter-apartment items, using it as leverage in negotiations with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi pondered briefly but chose not to expose him. Instead, he played along and raised an eyebrow. Since you are leveraging the inter-apartment items as bargaining chips, does that imply that your so-called microtransaction mode must be realized through inter-apartment traversal? Yang Wenchao nodded, contemplating for a moment before elaborating. Let me put it more plainly. Success in the novice apartment's microtransaction mode essentially entails eliminating the apartment administrator before the apartment self-destructs. Yet, it is clear that the administrator's strength is beyond that of ordinary players. They even possess the authority to obliterate players. Therefore, to defeat the administrator, one must meet exceedingly stringent conditions. Just in terms of strength, survival point items will undoubtedly be required. The so-called survival point items are those exchanged using survival points. Such items are significantly more potent than those we can procure from the high-end mall. However, to trigger the exchange of survival point items, the survival points in the survival jade token must exceed 100. Yet, in a novice apartment, even if you eliminate both new and old players, it is impossible to accumulate 100 survival points. After all, with 100 players, you cannot eliminate yourself. Thus, it effectively means that to exchange for survival point items, one must traverse between apartments and eliminate 100 players. Yang Wenchao's revelation coincided precisely with Huang Qi's information. However, beyond the survival point items, what concerned Jiang Yi more was, the apartment administrator possesses the authority to obliterate players. Such authority would surely require specific items to counter, correct? Indeed. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming more emphatic. I can unequivocally inform you that the specific item required to counter the obliteration privilege cannot be obtained. No matter how many survival points you trade with the shadow. This crucial piece of information was also an important bargaining chip for my collaboration with you. Very well, this information is indeed critical. Yang Wenchao's willingness to divulge so much information demonstrated considerable sincerity. After pondering for a brief moment, Jiang Yi directly stated, "Please elaborate on your proposed collaboration." Yang Wenchao's eyes shifted, and he suddenly blurted out, "You must be a girl, right?" "What?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yang Wenchao, however, appeared convinced of his deduction and systematically analyzed. "You reside on the 20th floor, fully aware that one survival point can be exchanged for 100,000, yet you have never harmed anyone. Moreover, you showed no hesitation in battling a goddess like Zhao Yudi. Thus, I deduce that you, like Wang Lingling, are a female powerhouse. Furthermore, you value the camaraderie of your classmates and are reluctant to strike against those you know without reason. Good heavens! This is absurd." Jiang Yi felt a sense of peculiarity at Yang Wenchao's unwavering assertion of him being a girl. However, recalling this fellow's earlier denial of his confidence, he found some solace. Yang Wenchao, despite appearing extraordinarily self-assured, seemed to possess an ordinary level of discernment. His confidence merely made him appear more imposing. Jiang Yi, wishing to conceal his identity, opted not to explain further and simply observed as Yang Wenchao continued confidently. "I can understand your reluctance to harm familiar classmates. However, when it comes to eliminating strangers between apartments, you should have no qualms, right?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, adopting a posture of tacit agreement. Seeing that he had no objections, Yang Wenchao continued, "Thus, our first step in collaboration would be, I will provide you with an inter-apartment item and instruct you on how to traverse between apartments. In return, you will need to accumulate over 500 survival points in your survival jade token within 3 days. Afterward, we will reconvene in this apartment, and I will inform you of the next steps in our collaboration." Yang Wenchao's proposal for the initial collaboration appears to require Jiang Yi to earn 500 survival points within 3 days. However, in reality, it imposes almost no substantive restrictions on Jiang Yi. If both parties do not sign a contract, it essentially grants Jiang Yi a cross-apartment tool for free. Furthermore, Jiang Yi is acutely aware that Yang Wenchao possesses only one such tool. If that sole tool is given to Jiang Yi, how does Yang Wenchao intend to traverse the apartments? Will he resort to eliminating all his classmates to gain favor with the apartment owner? Viewed from this perspective, Yang Wenchao's so-called collaboration may merely be a facade. His true intention might be to lure the tiger away from its lair, to remove Jiang Yi, a potential threat, from this apartment, ensuring his continued dominance as an absolute powerhouse here. It is plausible that after Jiang Yi's departure, Yang Wenchao may have ulterior motives. His presence here is simply a nuisance, of course. It is also possible that the notion of luring the tiger away is genuine, and so is the collaboration. After removing Jiang Yi from this apartment, Yang Wenchao could secure 3 days of solitary development. After 3 days, they would reconvene according to their collaboration plan, and the dynamics of the situation may no longer favor Jiang Yi. After all, Yang Wenchao possesses more information and acts with greater ruthlessness. Thus, he should be confident in surpassing Jiang Yi's strength within those 3 days. When the time arrives for the so-called next step in their collaboration, he would emerge as the one wielding greater influence. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yi pondered Yang Wenchao's various motives, eager to extract more information about the game from him. However, unexpectedly, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Emergency announcement from the newbie apartment. VIP player Yume is merging this apartment with newbie apartment No. 1010. The merger of the two newbie apartments will be completed in 10 minutes. The rules for apartment merging are as follows. Chapter 48. Apartment Merging 1. The apartment chat group and the apartment level leaderboard will undergo a standard merger. 2. The apartment administrators will optimize and filter the merger. A PK battle among administrators will take place within 10 minutes. If an administrator emerges victorious within 10 minutes, that administrator will be promoted to the merged apartment administrator. If no administrator wins within 10 minutes, the merged apartment administrator will be selected primarily based on the number of players on the apartment level leaderboard, with the total number of players in the apartment as a secondary criterion. 3. After optimization, the merged apartment will be named after the original apartment number of the administrator. 4. During the merging of apartment rooms, if two players occupy the same room number, optimization and filtering will occur. The two co-renting players will engage in a PK battle within 10 minutes. If no winner is determined within that time, the one with higher combat strength will be declared the victor. The victor retains the right to use the room, while the loser forfeits that right. The rent paid by the loser will not be refunded. If rent has not yet been paid, they must compensate for the breach of contract. 5. For more details, please consult the optimized apartment administrator after the merger. Upon hearing this announcement, the students were utterly dumbfounded. The chat group erupted in chaos. What is this? What on earth is a VIP player? Why are they suddenly merging our apartment? The rules for room merging are simply outrageous. Why should the loser forfeit their already paid rent and even incur additional fees? Exactly. Shouldn't the apartment be responsible for losses incurred due to this merger? Indeed. In my experience with games, when a server malfunctioned, it was typically the game that compensated the players. Now, we're merging apartments without any compensation. And those who clash over room numbers are expected to pay out of pocket. This is utterly unfair. If this were a regular game, I would certainly leave a scathing review and file a complaint. However, with so many floors and rooms in an apartment, the probability of clashing room numbers should be low, right? Even if the probability is low, I still feel that the apartment merger cannot bode well. Think about it. Yang Wenchao was once our classmate, and he was quick to resort to violence. Now, merging with our apartment is likely to involve unfamiliar strangers. They could very well be individuals with a rough background. In this scenario, I feel conflicts are likely to arise, leading to potential casualties. I too believe that the apartment merger is not a good sign. What on earth is this VIP player thinking? And how do they possess the ability to merge apartments? Is it simply because they are a VIP player that their permissions are elevated? Will we ever have the chance to become VIP players ourselves? Stop dreaming too far ahead. Simply managing to clear this newbie apartment is already quite an achievement. I suspect that among us, only top-tier figures like Yang Wenchao have the potential to become VIP players. Even Wang Lingling seems to fall short. By the way, could this apartment merger have anything to do with Yang Wenchao? After all, the chat group is public. Now that the students are aware of Yang Wenchao's prowess, they speak of him with a hint of caution. Following this wave of comments, the group fell silent for a moment. Eventually, someone replied. The announcement clearly stated that this apartment merger is the work of a VIP player. Why are you trying to pin everything on Brother Chao? This is all because Yang Wenchao has exhibited extraordinary capabilities, while the students know too little about him, leading them to rely on conjecture. Many of them suspect that Yang Wenchao is a reincarnator or has awakened an SSS-class talent. Some even believe he is the fated protagonist with limitless potential. Numerous classmates dream of latching onto his coattails. Jiang Yi, having personally interacted with the enigmatic Yang Wenchao, has managed to demystify him. He quickly glanced at the chat messages, realizing they offered little in the way of useful information, and prepared to inquire about the VIP player and the apartment merger. However, while he remained composed in the high-end mall, his avatar on the top floor, basking in the sunlight and leisurely drying her hair, encountered a predicament following the announcement of the apartment merger. Specifically, the one causing the trouble was the woman in white. She seemed to relish the sunlight. While Zhang Yi was busy tending to her hair on the top floor, the woman in white set up a lounge chair, donned sunglasses, and leisurely basked in the sun on the rooftop. To those who knew she was on the rooftop terrace, it was a familiar sight. To those who did not, it would appear as though she were at a sunny beach. Zhang Yi feared that she might suddenly say to him, "Come here, handsome, pay me, and I'll offer you a special service." That, of course, such inappropriate scenarios did not unfold in the sunlight. However, after the announcement of the apartment merger, the expression on the woman in white suddenly shifted. Her previous relaxation transformed into rage and terror. After a brief moment of hesitation, she seemed to suppress her emotions and sprang to her feet. Jiang Yi, who was sitting nearby, naturally felt tense, causing his hands, which were applying hair oil, to tremble slightly as a result. The woman in white, reacting to his tremor, exploded in anger. "What are you shaking for? You just wasted a drop of my precious hair oil." Her inexplicable fury was clearly misdirected. Jiang Yi remained silent, contemplating the implications of the apartment merger on these NPC-like residents. What would happen if the players' rooms coincided with those of the apartment's NPC residents after the merger? Yet, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the enraged woman in white suddenly lashed out. With a swift motion, she raised her arms, and Jiang Ye's unfinished strands of hair seemed to come to life. Surging toward her arms, in that moment, each strand appeared significantly thicker. The way they slithered toward the woman in white's arms resembled two black water snakes. Ultimately, the water snakes crawled up her arms and onto her head, dislodging the towel that had wrapped her hair. To his horror, beneath that towel, the woman in white's long, straight black hair appeared as though it were a multitude of living black water snakes, hissing and writhing atop her head. Even under the bright sunlight, the eerie sight and sounds sent chills down Jiang Ye's spine. He instantly prepared himself to choose between merging his avatar and relinquishing this C-class talent. Chapter 49. I save myself. Hiss, hiss, whoosh. When one of the black water snakes shot from the woman in white's head and wrapped around Jiang Ye's neck, he was already bracing himself to abandon this avatar. However, the slender, slippery black water snake merely coiled around his neck without exerting any further pressure. Meanwhile, the woman, now consumed by her emotional turmoil, had transformed into the woman in black. Her white robe fell away, and her once black hair now billowed into a flowing black cloak, fluttering on the rooftop in the absence of wind, producing a haunting sound. The stark contrast between the white and black evoked memories of Lan Longkue and Hong Longkue from the legend of the Sword and Fairy 3. One was gentle and serene, while the other was violently tempestuous. It was evident that the woman in black displayed a proclivity for violence. Her gaze had transformed into a tempestuous, piercing glare, and as it swept across Jiang Yi, she left behind a chilling remark. "Pray that I survive. Otherwise, you shall accompany me to the grave." With that, her figure flickered and she vanished into thin air. Left behind, Jiang Yi felt the constricting presence of the black water serpent entwined around his neck. He stood rigid, hesitant to reach out and touch the serpent. As he cursed under his breath, a sudden realization struck him. This apartment fusion seemed to pose a catastrophic risk to the NPC residents. The woman in white, no, now she was clad in black, might very well perish in this apartment fusion. Just as he pondered this, he noticed fellow students in the chat group discussing similar occurrences. Wang Hengyi exclaimed, "What the hell? I've noticed that after the apartment fusion, those NPC residents have suddenly become so irritable. I spent an entire day delivering packages, and the NPC residents I encountered were mostly quite amiable, often giving 5-star reviews, which has allowed my errand badge to level up to level 3. But just now, after the apartment fusion, when I went to request a 5-star review as usual, that guy erupted in anger and even gave me a 1-star rating on the spot. Damn it, that was my first negative review. I don't know how many good reviews I'll need to make up for that." Wang Hengyi was the epitome of a relentless academic, often referred to by teachers as a prodigy from Qingbei. Since entering the apartment, this scholar had remained silent until now, his first utterance causing a stir among the other students. "What the hell? Hengyi's errand badge has leveled up to level 3. How on earth did he manage that? Damn. The academic god truly lives up to his title. Even in a new environment, he remains leagues ahead." If the ability to comprehend initial skills is indeed related to intelligence, Hengyi should possess strong initial skills akin to Lucian. Not necessarily. Lucian hardly studies and plays games daily, yet he still aces his math exams. Hengyi, on the other hand, is diligent. His intelligence may not surpass Lucian's. What good is high intelligence? Lucian's talent is only rated C. Hengyi might even have a higher talent. If he truly had greater talent, why hasn't he appeared on the ranking board? To me, leveling up to 3 is nothing remarkable. It merely signifies a higher tier of labor. In this apartment survival, only leveling up and growing stronger will lead to success. Working is a dead end. This is just ridiculous. Working has no future. Is your rent paid by Lingjie or Changgu? Yang Wenchao has never worked, yet he still shines brightly, effortlessly surpassing various academic elites. This sparked an unexpected uproar. Some students maintained their original mindset, convinced that even in a new environment, scholars would always excel beyond their peers. Others believed that survival in the apartment depended on talent and strength. No matter how illustrious a scholar had been, if their current abilities faltered, they would inevitably fall from grace and become ordinary. Strangely, the issue raised by Wang Hengyi regarding the NPC's growing irritability went largely unaddressed. Jiang Yi contemplated for a moment before deciding to voice his thoughts in the group. The NPC residents have indeed become more irritable. Currently, I am trapped in the apartment's top floor by the resident I'm serving. Upon this revelation, the group's attention swiftly shifted. Even Wang Lingling responded, "The top floor of the apartment? How did you get to the top floor?" Jiang Yi, intending to establish a normal persona with his first avatar, did not conceal anything and replied directly. "The resident requested me to dry her hair, so she took me to the top floor." Wang Lingling then inquired about details regarding the top floor, and Jiang Yi shared what he had observed without reservation. He also expressed his predicament of being trapped on the top floor, hoping his classmates could devise a solution. However, the other students had little constructive advice, simply suggesting he fend for himself and hope that the woman in white could survive and subsequently release him from the top floor. It was Wang Lingling, utilizing the information from Jiang Yi and Wang Hengyi, who speculated that the apartment fusion might also bring changes to the NPC residents. Unable to contain herself, she tagged Yang Wenchao. "Yang Wenchao, do you know what specific challenges the NPC residents face during the apartment fusion?" Yang Wenchao. However, Yang Wenchao completely ignored her. At that moment, Jiang Yi, who was with Yang Wenchao, posed a similar question. Yet, Yang Wenchao shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm aware of the apartment fusion, but I haven't experienced it firsthand, so I'm unclear about how the NPC residents will react. However, once the apartment has fully fused, we could ask the administrator." Jiang Yi was unsure if he was genuinely uninformed or deliberately withholding information. He opted not to press further, instead speculating. According to Jiang Yi, the woman in white did not kill him outright but chose to confine him. Moreover, he had not heard of any classmates being slain by NPC residents in the group. Does this imply that the NPC residents cannot kill players? Yang Wenchao nodded and elaborated. That should be the case. Under normal circumstances, NPC residents cannot actively kill players. Yet during the apartment fusion, when their own lives are at stake, they naturally will not concern themselves with the fate of players. The woman in white's implication is clear. If she dies, Jiang Yi will accompany her. At this juncture, Yang Wenchao couldn't help but frown again. Jiang Yi truly has some nerve. He should not be a gamer, yet he dares to go directly to the top floor. For the first time, Jiang Yi found himself discussing his situation under the guise of a disguise, which felt rather peculiar. However, he was determined not to abandon his first avatar and thus probed Yang Wenchao. Is Jiang Yi's fate reliant solely on the survival of his customer in white? You previously mentioned that the first step in our collaboration was to help me traverse the apartment while also revealing the method to reach the top floor. If I reach the top floor, can I hope to save Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao, initially taken aback, blurted out. You want to save Jiang Yi? However, after saying this, he recalled that this bald-headed individual had never taken a life and seemed genuinely concerned about his classmates. After a moment of contemplation, he theorized. The black water serpent that confines Jiang Yi must be a special item. It is an inanimate object, yet possesses a semblance of consciousness. It likely received an order that if the woman in white perishes, it will strangle Jiang Yi. As he pondered this, Yang Wenchao suddenly brightened and raised his voice several notches. I cannot guarantee that we can save Jiang Yi, but if luck is on our side, we might be able to tame that black water serpent. Tame the black water serpent? Jiang Yi was taken aback, eager to inquire further. Yet Yang Wenchao interjected swiftly. If you are truly resolved, there is no time for lengthy explanations. We must act immediately. Time is of the essence. What Jiang Yi was attempting to save was not just an ordinary classmate, but his very own avatar. Thus, without hesitation, he made his decision. Let us go. Just tell me what to do. This decisive moment caused Yang Wenchao to seriously question whether the girl behind this bald-headed individual might secretly harbor feelings for Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi did possess a certain charm. Yang Wenchao did not dwell on this thought and instead swiftly operated the control panel, making several adjustments before shaking his head. There isn't any. We'll have to purchase it from the marketplace. He then quickly navigated through the various display cases in the high-end marketplace, while simultaneously calling out to Jiang Yi, "The item we need to buy will cost approximately 300,000. However, saving Jiang Yi and taming the black water serpent may not necessarily succeed. Are you willing to take this risk? 300,000. Jiang Yi had only slightly over 560,000 on hand, and this purchase would consume more than half of his resources. Moreover, according to the conversion rate of survival points, 300,000 equated to 3 survival points, enough for him to generate 3 additional avatars. Should he reconsider? Perhaps it would be better to let the first avatar perish? The new avatars he generated using survival points might even possess stronger talents than the first. Yet soon, Jiang Yi realized that this was not how he should be calculating. 1 survival point could indeed be exchanged for 100,000, but 100,000 could not be traded for survival points. As veteran players would collect survival points during consecutive victories, new players using privilege cards to achieve consecutive wins would receive game currency instead. According to Yang Wanchao, Jiang Yi could have garnered several million in game currency from his match against Zhao Yudi. Meanwhile, purchasing 10 consecutive wins required only 10 survival points. If calculated this way, wouldn't the fee for 9 consecutive wins be more expensive than 10? However, that was not the correct way to assess the situation. No amount of game currency could compare to survival points. In fact, to veteran players, game currency might hold no value, while survival points were the truly invaluable asset. Thus, from this perspective, Jiang Yi felt less regretful about the 300,000 expenditure. After all, the avatar was of paramount importance. Resolutely, he affirmed, "I can bear the risk of 300,000. All right." Yang Wenchao continued his search among the various display cases. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to check the player trading function on the control panel. His primary purpose for entering the high-end marketplace was to purchase attribute fruits. The attribute fruits possess the remarkable ability to directly enhance one's attributes, thereby enabling their host to bear a greater number of avatars. However, after conducting a thorough search, he was astonished to discover that the player trading zone had no attribute fruits available for sale. Consequently, he turned to Yang Wanchao and inquired, "Do you know where I might find attribute fruits in this high-end mall?" "Attribute fruits?" Yang Wenchao responded, somewhat taken aback. After all, while both are of the same bronze grade, the attributes enhanced by attribute fruits are inferior to those provided by bronze equipment. Moreover, the combat power boosted by attribute fruits is prominently displayed on the data panel. Once the combat power on the panel increases, it is highly likely that matched players will be considerably stronger. Additionally, even within the same bronze grade, the price of attribute fruits is significantly higher than that of equipment. Thus, many players prefer to purchase bronze grade gear rather than consider attribute fruits. Of course, this applies primarily to ordinary players. Gamers like Yang Wanchao are well aware of the advantages of attribute fruits, as they are the sole survival point items that can be exchanged with in-game currency. Naturally, the attribute fruits available for purchase with game currency are severely limited in level. It was perplexing that this bald man, evidently not a gamer, should possess such decisiveness. Yang Wanchao felt an increasing wariness towards this enigmatic bald figure. He quickly pointed out, "Attribute fruits can be found at the display stand in the northeast direction." Thus, Jiang Yi hurriedly made his way toward the northeastern display stand. Sure enough, he soon spotted stamina fruits and energy fruits within a delicate and compact display case. The quantity was limited, with only black iron, bronze, and silver levels available. To Jiang Yi's surprise, the prices of these items were exorbitantly high. A single black iron attribute fruit cost over 10,000. The price for a bronze-level fruit soared to over 100,000, while the silver-level fruit was a staggering 5 million. This was quite outrageous. At that moment, Yang Wanchao had already located the items he sought and began to urge Jiang Yi onward. With a resolute heart, Jiang Yi purchased 1 stamina fruit and 1 energy fruit of bronze level, along with 2 of each at the black iron level. In one fell swoop, he had spent a total of 240,000. Following this, the 2 items selected by Yang Wanchao swiftly drained another 300,000. Just like that, a hefty sum of 560,000 had dwindled down to a mere 20,000. As Jiang Yi followed Yang Wanchao in haste from the high-end mall, he could not resist asking, "What exactly is this 300,000 worth of grass and a tube of water for?" Yang Wanchao, while hastening down the staircase, replied casually, "You'll find out when we deal with that black water snake later." Right now, there's no time for explanations. If the woman in white survives, then we still have ample time. However, if she perishes, it would likely be during the apartment fusion. Thus, the urgency of the situation is paramount. This is exceedingly urgent. At that moment, over 8 minutes had already elapsed since the fusion announcement. This meant they had just over a minute left. Would they make it in time? However, just as they believed they had over a minute to spare. Once they entered the staircase, a prompt echoed in their minds. Apartment fusion completed. Indeed. The previous announcement indicated that the fusion had to be completed within 10 minutes, not precisely 10 minutes. Thus, this occurrence, happening 1 minute earlier, still fell within the 10-minute window. Yang Wenchao instantly realized he had misunderstood the timing and his expression darkened. Nevertheless, he promptly sent a message in the group chat. Jiang Yi, are you still alive? Jiang Yi, am I still alive? I'm standing right in front of you. Furthermore, even if Jiang Ye's first avatar were to perish, he could not disclose his demise. After all, as long as a player dies, it would be evident from the chat group member list. If it were merely an avatar's death, the member list should not indicate being offline. Therefore, even if an avatar were to die, he must find a way to conceal it to avoid revealing the truth in the chat. Fortunately, the first avatar located on the top floor had not perished. He promptly replied to Yang Wenchao. I'm still alive, Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao responded, good. Stay on the top floor and wait. I will come to rescue you. Upon hearing this, many classmates felt that Jiang Yi was doomed. It seemed inevitable. After all, previously Yang Wenchao had volunteered to help Wang Rui reunite with her parents, only to end up killing her. Now, he claimed he was going to rescue Jiang Yi on the top floor. Could this truly be a rescue? However, due to Yang Wenchao's formidable strength, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, should he become displeased, he could easily eliminate those classmates who had spoken ill of him in the group chat. However, at that moment, the apartment fusion was complete, and their chat group had undergone a transformation. The member list now displayed 108-162. Quickly, another player from the 1008 apartment spoke up. Zhou Qiong. Jiang Yi, Yang Wenchao. Are you referring to Jiang Yi and Yang Wenchao from Class 1, senior year at Mingli High School? Ranzi. What the heck? Lu Shun, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chong. Aren't these familiar classmates? Xi and Hang. Oh my. For real. This apartment 1008 seems to be filled with our high school classmates. My goddess, Sui Woan, is also here. Xingman. Damn. Why is Wang Rui's name grayed out? Who was it? Who killed Wang Rui? Before long, the students from apartment 1008 realized, what the heck? This fused apartment 1010 is filled with familiar classmates too. Great. It's Teacher Zhou, we're saved. Could it be that because apartment 1008's number is so close to 1010, we have a higher chance of encountering familiar faces when crossing into adjacent numbered apartments? Xingman. Ranzi. These seem to be classmates from Class 9, right? I initially thought that after the apartment fusion, we would have to face strangers from society, but unexpectedly, they are all fellow students. And there are even teachers. What a joke. Didn't you notice the member list? Our apartment originally had 70 people, yet after merging, the total is 108. This means only 38 people survived in apartment 1010 during the fusion. Over 80 people perished. How could so many people die? Aren't we all classmates? Surely we wouldn't resort to infighting. Could it be that they died during monster hunting and leveling up? As the occupants of apartment 1008 expressed their shock regarding the survival count in apartment 1010, someone from apartment 1010 quickly replied, Zhou Qiong. It wasn't due to monster hunting and leveling. It was truly a massacre among classmates. I never expected that 70 of you from apartment 1008 would still be alive. However, beneath this reply, another message popped up. Xingman. Teacher Zhou, you still love to talk too much. Seems you have no gratitude for letting you off easy. This comment left the students from apartment 1008 utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Qiong was the Chinese teacher for both Class 1 and Class 9. At this moment, many students from Class 1 immediately expressed their astonishment in the group. No way. Teacher Zhou was merely speaking normally. Are you threatening her? Xingman. Exactly. Your words are quite harsh. Is this how a student should speak to a teacher? Xingman. What on earth happened in your apartment 1010 to create such a bizarre atmosphere? Xingman, I feel I've heard that name before. That notorious student from Class 9 who frequently gets into fights. I can't help but think that the students in Class 9 are primarily delinquents and underachievers. Are there any students in their class who ranked in the top 10? With so many exams in senior year, their class seems to always be at the bottom. I even heard that Xingman's father has a criminal record. His mother abandoned him. He is practically ungoverned and lawless. As Apartment 1008 discussed the situation regarding Class 9, the previously quiet Apartment 1010 suddenly erupted with messages. Xi and Hang. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Those good students from Classes 1 and 2 must have read their books to the point of being foolish. Ranzi. Ha ha ha. For real. The way they express themselves is so naive and amusing. They dare to openly discuss the underachievers from our Class 9 in the group? Do Hemming. Ha ha ha. Good students. Why don't you take a look at the level rankings and see how we underachievers are doing? Xi and Hang. This is genuinely hilarious. These good students clearly have no grasp of the situation. Just now, someone even said, "Great. It's a teacher." Ha ha ha. I almost died laughing. Ranzi. I can't imagine these are senior students. If one didn't know better, they'd think they were elementary school students. Ha. Tangxian. What can we say? Good students are like this, always listening to their teachers. Ha ha ha. Xingman. I've noted the names of those students from Class 1 who spoke up just now. And you should remember, when you go hunting or working in the future, be cautious. You'll never know how you might meet your end. The audacity of Xingman's statement was utterly brazen. Brimming with threats, simultaneously, it seemed only a few students were speaking from Apartment 1010, all of whom were following Xingman's lead. Xi and Hang. To the good students from Classes 1 and 2. Haven't you realized yet? In Apartment 1010, only we few have the right to speak. Other students who refuse to comply with Brother Xing either hide in their apartments awaiting demise or have already perished. Now, have you grasped the situation, little chicks from Classes 1 and 2? Ranzi. If you haven't understood, allow me to elucidate further. This group may appear to be a public chat channel. However, from this moment forth, only Brother Xing and we, his loyal followers, shall have the privilege of speaking. Should anyone dare to chatter aimlessly, be prepared for annihilation at any moment. Xingman. All right, now that the terms are clear, the group has indeed quieted down significantly. Now, we inquire about the occupant of Apartment 1008, who is responsible for the death of Wang Rue. Do not dare to tell me it was merely a consequence of her leveling up and being slain. Given her timid nature, it would be surprising enough for her to even leave her apartment room, let alone venture into the depths of the corridor to engage in monster hunting. So, who was it that ended her life? A profound silence enveloped the chat, as the students from Apartment 1008 felt the pressure reflected in the rankings. Level rankings of newbie Apartment 1010 first. Xingman, Level 5, second. Ranzi, Level 4, third. Xi and Hang, Level 3, fourth. Tangxian, Level 3, fifth. Do Hemming, Level 3, sixth. Yang Wenchao, Level 3, seventh. Yinzhua, Level 3. After the merging of the two newbie apartments, it was renamed Apartment 1010, and the leaderboard showcased a striking dominance of students from Class 9 of Apartment 1010. Their strongest, Yang Wenchao from Apartment 1008, could only secure the 6th position, while their second strongest, Wang Lingling, fell even further beyond the top 10. This disparity is staggering. If previously in school, Class 1 was the elite class while Class 9 was the average, the roles have now completely reversed in this survival apartment. The once underperforming students have risen to become the titans of the leaderboard, while the erstwhile high achievers languish in mediocrity, many failing to even reach Level 1. This vast chasm of difference has struck the diligent students of Apartment 1008 with overwhelming force. Coupled with the brazen declarations from Xingman and his cohorts, they naturally dared not engage in frivolous chatter, fearing the repercussions. Consequently, when Xingman posed his question, no one dared to respond. Thus, he pointedly called out, "Yang Wenchao Jiangyi, you two, answer my question immediately. How did Wang Rue meet her end?" He likely noticed their conversation in the group chat just after the apartment had merged, and seeing that Yang Wenchao was the only Level 3 powerhouse from Apartment 1008, he specifically summoned them for an answer, wishing to further establish his absolute authority. However, at that moment, Yang Wenchao and Jiangyi were entirely oblivious to the chat's dynamics. After all, as Yang Wenchao asserted, rescuing Jiangyi was a matter of urgency that required their utmost speed. Upon confirming that Jiangyi was alive, he swiftly produced a poster-like sticker in the stairwell, affixing it to the wall before pressing his hand upon it. Jiangyi observed, believing the poster to function similarly to a transport device akin to those used in the white-clad woman's home. Indeed, through the poster, they were instantaneously transported to the top floor, bypassing the eerie, forest-like space entirely. Upon reaching the top floor, they were met with the sight of Jiang Yi ensnared by a black water serpent. As Yang Wenchao rushed towards her, he spoke in a rapid-fire manner to the bald-headed version of Jiang Yi. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the woman in white has survived the apartment's merging. Thus, according to her words, she should come to release Jiang Yi. However, if we attempt to forcibly capture her black water serpent now, we might provoke her wrath. Fortunately, we possess cross-apartment devices that allow us to flee with the captured serpent to another apartment. In a matter of moments, he arrived before Jiang Ye's first avatar, his gaze fixated on the serpent coiling around her neck. The bald-headed Jiang Yi followed closely, furrowing his brow. If we escape across apartments, what becomes of Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao, appearing unfazed, replied. Did I not mention before? These NPC residents typically do not harm players unless their lives are directly threatened. Moreover, since it was us, not Jiang Yi, who attempted to seize her black serpent, Jiang Yi will likely only receive a negative review or miss out on cleaning fees. In truth, it is not a significant concern. As he spoke, he held a small, grass-like item purchased from the high-end mall, offering it to the black water serpent. Though he appeared calm, his hands were noticeably trembling. When the serpent flicked its tongue towards the grass, he gradually exhaled in relief. Though tension still lingered, he continued to watch the serpent intently while handing a dark diamond-shaped chip to the bald-headed Jiang Yi. This chip serves as the cross-apartment device. The operating station over there can be activated using this chip. After paying 1 survival point, it enables teleportation to the same region of another apartment. Teleportation to more distant areas consumes more survival points, which is unnecessary. Of course, accepting this chip implies your tacit agreement to the collaboration we discussed earlier. It is evident that Yang Wenchao remains resolute in his intention to relocate the mysterious bald-headed individual. This operation seemingly aims to procure a special item for him while simultaneously causing friction with the woman in white, thus providing him with a new rationale for cross-apartment movement. Furthermore, the urgency of the situation compels the bald-headed individual to act without further contemplation. However, Jiang Yi had already made up his mind. He had originally planned to send an avatar across apartments to explore. Now, confronted with Yang Wenchao's scheme, he was more than willing to comply. Grabbing the diamond-shaped chip from Yang Wenchao, he furrowed his brow and asked, "But what if I have no survival points?" Yang Wenchao looked exasperated but did not express doubt. After all, aside from Huang Qi's demise, the identities of other deceased individuals from their apartment had been discerned through group discussions. The bald-headed individual had indeed not taken a life. Yet, from the chatter, Yang Wenchao quickly recalled that Jiang Yi had previously killed Ding Ding. Thus, while guiding the serpent, he assertively remarked, "You should have at least 1 survival point in your survival token, right? We went out of our way to save your life. Is it too much to ask for that survival point in return? This is simply absurd," Jiang Yi thought. "Are you truly here to rescue me? You are evidently here to seize the black water serpent and orchestrate the bald-headed individual's departure." Yet, given that his current persona is that of an ordinary tenant on the 20th floor, it would be unwise to directly criticize Yang Wenchao. Just then, the black water serpent, having been guided to consume the grass, seemed dazed as Yang Wenchao led it into a small glass vial. The vial contained a transparent liquid, reminiscent of the fluid Jiang Yi had used to collect the white-clad woman's hair. Once the black water serpent entered, it quickly transformed back into strands of hair. Released from the serpent's grasp, Jiang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly explained to Yang Wenchao, "However, when I killed Ding Ding, I had not yet acquired the survival token. Thus, my survival token contains no survival points. If you don't believe me, take a look." He produced the survival token, revealing a large 0. Yang Wenchao appeared somewhat defeated. After all, only survival points stored within the token are exchangeable, while those displayed on the data panel are untouchable. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. Yang Wenchao's gaze hardened. "Very well. If there are no survival points, then you shall be the substitute." Chapter 51. Cross-apartment, pursued by the woman in white. "How dare you kill me in my presence? You truly underestimate my prowess in eliminating Zhao Yudi, do you?" Jiang Yi wasted no time, merging an avatar, and the bald-headed individual's strength surged instantaneously. Another ice field ensued, causing Yang Wenchao's speed to plummet. Alongside Yang Wenchao, two unfamiliar classmates suddenly appeared on the top floor. Huh? Unfamiliar classmates? Wait a moment. Yang Wenchao's fierce gaze seemed directed toward the unfamiliar classmates who had just materialized. Jiang Yi quickly adapted, shifting the ice field's range toward the direction of the two new arrivals, appearing as though he was cooperating with Yang Wenchao. Simultaneously, he seized a moment to glance at the chat group. Upon doing so, he realized that the chat in this now larger group post-merger was even quieter than before. The displayed chat records were dominated by messages from students of the other merged department. Xingman, Yang Wenchao, Jiang Yi, you two, immediately answer my question. How did Wang Rui meet her end? Xingman, very well, so you choose to ignore me? Do you still believe you possess the ability to ascend to the top floor? I heard you intend to rescue Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao, no problem. I'll ensure you and that Jiang Yi meet your demise on the top floor. Then, the group fell into silence. Even the classmates who had previously called him Super Brother refrained from speaking. Jiang Yi scrolled up the chat interface, quickly realizing, this time, the students who merged into the apartment were, astonishingly, their high school classmates. However, the students of Class 9 appear to lack the camaraderie that is evident among their counterparts in Classes 1 and 2. Out of 80 students, only 38 remained after the merging of their dormitories. Yet, from the conversations in the chat group, it becomes apparent that not all of Class 9 are reckless. Rather, a few individuals, led by the assertive Xingman, exhibit a remarkably aggressive demeanor. The deaths of the 42 students from another dormitory can likely be attributed to their actions. This group of merciless classmates displays an audacious attitude in the chat, hurling threats and insults at the students from Classes 1 and 2. Ultimately, they have even set their sights on Jiang Yi and Yang Wenchao. It seems that Xingman, perceiving Yang Wenchao as the strongest in their dormitory, plans to use him as an example. Coincidentally, during the dormitory merging, the conversation between Yang Wenchao and Jiang Yi exposed their whereabouts on the top floor. Thus, it is likely that one of the two students who suddenly appeared on the top floor is Xingman. Jiang Yi quickly checked the ranking board. Goodness, no wonder the students from Class 9 are so arrogant. It turns out they dominate the top 10 rankings. Most astonishingly, Xingman has already reached level 5. Undoubtedly, he stands as the strongest among the occupants of Dormitory 1010. With this realization, Jiang Yi's alertness heightened. He moved with remarkable speed, swiftly pressing his palm against the forehead of a frozen classmate. In the next moment, an icy mist surged forth, rapidly invading the classmate's lungs. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, prepared to merge with his third clone if this attack proved insufficient. Once merged, the power of the third clone's mirror image combined with his own would result in a significant surge in strength. Defeating a level 5 opponent like Xingman should pose no challenge. Of course, this was merely Jiang Yi's speculation. In reality, he never even needed to rely on his third clone. That icy mist instantly obliterated the frozen classmate he had subdued. Another student, caught within the high-intensity ice domain, also found himself instantly frozen. The fear etched on his face formed slowly, reminiscent of a slow-motion scene from a horror film. However, in this state of extreme cold, his body rigid and thoughts sluggish, he still managed to send a plea for help in the chat. Tangxian, Xinggu, save me. This single message led Jiang Yi to realize that neither of the unfamiliar students was Xingman. That fellow had cunningly stayed off the top floor, sending his minions instead. Yet, it made sense. His subordinates were all at level 3. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao and Jiang Yi were at levels 3 and 1. Respectively, logically, 2 level 3 subordinates should suffice. Yet the outcome was at that moment. Yang Wenchao found himself also trapped in the ice domain, his body immobilized, thoughts and actions sluggish. He was experiencing firsthand the power of this enigmatic bald man. If not for his resurrection ability and the safety net of being a game player, he speculated that the bald man would not kill him so easily. Otherwise, he would likely be grappling with the fear of death right now. What the hell? This is the 50+ combat power that matches Zhao Yudi. Yang Wenchao seriously doubted that this was anything less than 100 combat power. Moreover, this skill is an exceptionally advanced domain technique. Domain skills are, at the very least, of A-grade quality, and A-grade domain skills are exceedingly rare. The more common domain skills are typically S-grade. As for S-grade skills, it is known that within their dormitory, both Wang Lingling and Gao Cheng possess S-grade talents. Yet, they have not grasped any S-grade skills. Yang Wenchao knew that S-grade skills are not easily comprehended. not to mention domain skills. Generally, one must use skill scrolls to comprehend them. Moreover, the probability of grasping domain skills significantly increases only after reaching level 10. But this bald man, how many levels does he have? And yet, he possesses a domain skill. Damn. What luck. What insight. What strength. Better hurry and leave this apartment. Don't linger here as an eyesore. Yang Wenxiao mentally berated the bald man while feeling immensely relieved that he had opted to lead the tiger away from the mountain rather than confront him directly. He couldn't help but wonder if, 3 days later, he would surpass the bald man's strength. He was also puzzled. How could that love-struck girl be interested in Jiang Yi? He, Yang Wenxiao, was not lacking either. With handsome features and considerable strength, he thought that most girls naturally gravitate towards strong, capable men. Just then, an even more absurd scene unfolded. He witnessed the bald man realizing that the other classmate was not Xing Man and lacked significant power. He then waved his hand, summoning Jiang Yi over. This person and the survival point are yours. In truth, it was the same person performing a double act. Jiang Yi, not being a professional actor, was uncertain of his own acting skills. He feigned confusion as he looked at the bald man, then cautiously approached, refraining from saying much as he killed the unfamiliar classmate. Only then did the bald man dispel the ice domain. Subsequently, holding a diamond crystal in one hand and seizing Yang Wenxiao's black water snake test tube with the other, he swiftly snatched the spatial ring from Jiang Ye's hand. After placing several attribute fruits purchased from the high-end mall into the spatial ring, he returned it to Jiang Yi. Yang Wenxiao was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. This is beyond love-struck. It should be called love cancer. As Jiang Yi received back the spatial ring, he continued to feign an air of trepidation and confusion. The bald man then addressed Yang Wenxiao with utmost seriousness. Jiang Yi is my close friend. He has saved my life. If I return to the dormitory in 3 days and do not find him, our collaboration may not proceed. Yang Wenxiao felt increasingly exasperated upon hearing this. What the hell? Am I supposed to protect your little lover just to collaborate with you? However, he had no intention of collaborating. In 3 days, who would be stronger remained uncertain. At that moment, Yang Wenxiao pondered. If, 3 days later, his strength overshadowed the bald man's, would it be exhilarating to ruthlessly kill Jiang Yi in front of him? While lost in thought, he suddenly felt another chill. Yet this time, the chill was different from the bald man's ice domain. This chill did not stem from ice-based abilities, but rather emanated from dark abilities. An ominous wind swept through. Yang Wenxiao's expression changed. The next moment, he indeed saw. What was once a sunny sky on the top floor was now shrouded in shadow. In an instant, waves of ominous wind surged forth. The bald man's reaction was quick. He dashed towards the control panel in the inner circle of the top floor. Upon getting closer, he noticed a diamond-shaped indentation on the control panel. He inserted the diamond crystal, and the control panel successfully powered on, revealing a multitude of functions on its screen. However, Jiang Yi had no time to study it and immediately sought the most conspicuous interdormitory function. Among the options, he saw that he could reach any dormitory numbered from 0000 to 9999 by paying 1 survival point. Calculating, he noted that their dormitories, 1008 and 1010, were relatively high on the list. Not wishing to encounter acquaintances, he chose the furthest option available, dormitory 9999. Almost as soon as he stepped away from the control panel, a black water snake lashed out towards the spot where he had just been. Unfortunately, the thicker and longer black water snake struck the control panel instead. It remained unscathed, as the material of the control panel seemed impervious to such force. Jiang Yi, now left in the current dormitory, felt his body tense. He beheld an enraged woman in white, her bare toes poised on the railing of the top floor. She had donned a white bathrobe that billowed without wind above her. Black water snakes writhed, appearing ominous in the gusts of shadowy wind, sending chills down one's spine. With a swift motion, the black water snake that had aimed at the bald man but missed recoiled back. The black snakes above the woman's head quickly morphed back into black hair. Yet her demeanor remained furious, her gaze piercing towards Jiang Yi and Yang Wenxiao. She then delivered a chilling warning. You two? Just wait. As she spoke, a luminous barrier materialized before her, resembling the screen of her television. The woman pressed her hand against the barrier, and in an instant, she vanished. Jiang Yi, astonished, immediately turned to Yang Wenxiao and asked, What? Does this woman in white also possess inter-dormitory capabilities? Yang Wenchao shot him a disdainful glance. Look at this top floor, with such splendid sunlight. How many dormitory residents have come up here? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi quickly realized, this woman with the ability to reach the top floor is certainly not ordinary, even among the residents of the dormitory. What the hell? So, she intends to pursue the bald man across dormitories. Thus, Jiang Yi abruptly turned to Yang Wenchao. You intentionally set up that bald man. Yang Wenchao, however, remained unfazed. That's not the case. Don't make baseless accusations. After all, I had no idea that the woman in white could also traverse dormitory boundaries. Moreover, NPC residents rarely take action against players. She is likely just seeking out that bald man to reclaim her hair. Along the way, she might create some trouble for him. I had no knowledge of any of this. It is not my fault, he spoke with such candor. Yet Jiang Yi could not help but internally curse. You bastard, do you truly not know, or are you just pretending? At that moment, a thought flickered through Jiang Yi's mind. What if he merged both the third clone and the mirror clone into the first clone? Then he could teach Yang Wenchao a lesson? However, Jiang Yi quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Yang Wenchao seemingly possessed a resurrection ability. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether there are any additional hidden cards. He acted under the identity of Jiang Yi. And if he failed to achieve a decisive strike, it would expose his secret. As he pondered this, Yang Wenchao took the initiative to speak to him. Speaking of which, I never realized you were quite popular. I previously let you off the hook, and that bald fellow is wholeheartedly protecting you. A life-saving grace. Are you some kind of living lay feng, tirelessly seeking good deeds to perform? Jiang Yi thought to himself. Wasn't that just to make my story sound more plausible? Otherwise, why would such an impressive bald man take such a keen interest in me? Yang Wenchao casually lamented, then seamlessly inquired, since you owe him your life. You must have some inkling of the bald man's true identity, right? As he spoke, Yang Wenchao also checked the chat group for the apartment, eager to see whose name had faded during this time. After all, the consequences of crossing apartments were akin to death. Members would show as offline in the list. However, in such a short span, many had already perished. Furthermore, the members from Class 9 were once again clamoring. To be precise, this time it was the students from Classes 1 and 2 who had risen first. After Tang Xian sought help from Xingman, Wang Chang's message suddenly popped up in the group, as expected. Given the situation, Tang Xian and Yin Zhua from Class 9 were instantly taken out by Chao Ge. I mentioned this before. Chao Ge can eliminate even the big shots from cross-apartment. Although Xingman has a higher level, it doesn't necessarily mean he can contend with Chao Ge. Now it's proven that my suspicions were indeed correct. With Wang Chang's opening, the students from Classes 1 and 2 seemed to regain their confidence in an instant. Gradually, more began to respond, countering the jeers from Class 9. After all, while fear of death was natural, they were all spirited young individuals. No one wished to be mocked by those whom they once looked down upon, yet dared not retort. Thus, swiftly, more classmates began to support Wang Chang's viewpoint, asserting that although Yang Wenchao's level was lower than Xingman's, his strength surpassed that of Xingman. Following these remarks, the students from Classes 1 and 2 began to fall one after another. Multiple names on the member list dimmed in such a brief period. This left Yang Wenchao unable to discern which student among the cross-apartment bald fellows had fallen during this time. He could only continue to look towards Jiang Yi, awaiting his response. Chapter 52. Is my apartment safe? Jiang Yi's expression appeared as though he were deep in thought. Yang Wenchao could not help but repeat, You aren't truly a living lay feng, are you? Have you done so many good deeds that you've forgotten them all? Jiang Yi immediately shook his head. Of course not. In reality, I rarely meddle in others' affairs and haven't done much good at all. As he spoke, he bore an expression that suggested he was completely at a loss regarding the bald man's identity. Upon hearing his description, Yang Wenchao's gaze inexplicably became somewhat dazed. He felt that this fellow had remarkably peculiar luck, rarely intervening in others' matters, yet somehow involved with his, having done little good, yet had saved the bald man's life. It seemed the world was wondrously strange. Some individuals spend their lives doing good deeds yet suffer from grave illnesses and meet a dismal end. Others commit a single act of kindness throughout their lives and are rewarded handsomely. Living in opulence, the saying good deeds are rewarded truly seems to be selective. Yang Wenchao even began to doubt, are those who receive rewards really good people? Doing good deeds is merely a flimsy excuse when fate favors someone. As he felt a surge of emotion, Jiang Yi suddenly appeared to recall something, exclaiming with delight, "I remember now. When I was very young, I saved a little girl who was almost abducted. However, that was long ago. And I can scarcely remember what she looked like. I only recall that during a harsh winter, she was bundled up so much that she resembled a chubby penguin. So that little girl grew up to be my classmate?" But if that's the case, he clearly only recalled having saved someone, yet remained oblivious to the identity of the individual. However, to say such a thing, isn't that too much like a plot from a romantic drama? A childhood fate leading to a reunion in adulthood? Yang Wenchao felt a wave of inexplicable emotion surge again, casting a strange look at Jiang Yi. "You should check the list of girls who went offline during this time in the group to see if any could possibly be that bald man." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi instantly realized, apparently, players crossing apartments would go offline in their original apartments as if they were dead. However, after the merging of the apartments, those arrogant students from Class 9 had entered kill mode. In such a brief span, numerous classmates had already gone offline. At the beginning of the merge, the member list still showed 108 individuals. Yet now, only 96 remained. This meant that within a short time, 12 had perished. A sense of panic once again pervaded the chat group. However, at this moment, the members of the assistance group who had previously teamed up with Yang Wenchao attempted to stabilize the students' nerves in the chat. Particularly, Wang Lingling finally stepped forward to take charge. Given the current situation, members of the assistance group should refrain from gathering on the first floor. The safest place for players in the entire novice apartment is within their own apartment rooms. If everyone is truly fearful, quickly retreat to your own apartments. As for these arrogant killers, our assistance group will find a way to deal with them. Once this statement was made, a classmate quickly exclaimed with joy, "Sister Ling has confidence in being able to deal with Xingman?" If the members of the assistance group band together, along with Yang Wenchao and the mysterious bald man, there should be hope to take down Xingman, right? Wang Chong. I still believe Yang Wenchao alone could take down Xingman. After all, he has someone who can eliminate even the big shots from cross apartment. This Wang Chong had evidently become a devoted admirer of Yang Wenchao's eye in his eyes. Yang Wenchao was practically omnipotent. Simultaneously, he audaciously provoked Xingman in the group. "Xingman, didn't you ask who killed Wang Rue?" "Xingman, I can tell you, it was Yang Wenchao who killed Wang Rue. Previously, when 2 big shots from cross apartment came to our apartment, Wang Rue said she wanted to cross apartments and reunite with her parents. Yang Wenchao offered to escort her to reunite with her parents, and then Wang Rue died. If you truly wish to avenge Wang Rue, go find Yang Wenchao, but I guess you wouldn't dare. Because my Chaoge can eliminate even the big shots from cross apartment. His level may not be as high as yours, but to eliminate you despite the level difference would be as simple as slicing through melons. Now I ask you, Xingman, do you still dare to say anything about wanting to kill my Chaoge? Xingman. Oh my goodness? This Wang Chong, isn't he being too arrogant? Is he trying to draw enmity towards Yang Wenchao? Isn't he afraid that Yang Wenchao and Xingman will first deal with him? In reality, Wang Chong did not feel he was drawing enmity towards Yang Wenchao. He genuinely believed Yang Wenchao could eliminate Xingman. He was merely expressing his loyalty. As for whether Xingman would deal with him first, he had no concerns about that, as he had already hidden in his apartment room. That place should be absolutely safe. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi appeared to be deducing the bald man's identity through the member list, but in truth, he was simply observing the group chat. It was at this moment that he suddenly discovered a crucial point. According to Yang Wenchao, the rhombus crystal given by the apartment owner was a means to eliminate players within the apartment. However, if players remained hidden in their own apartments, wouldn't they be absolutely safe? How then could players hiding in their apartments be killed? Yet Huang Qi also mentioned he had eliminated all players in an apartment. Thus, Yang Wenchao must be telling the truth. This implies, even a player's initial apartment is not absolutely safe. This is quite alarming. Jiang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was untroubled while his avatar roamed outside. As long as his original body remained unscathed within the apartment, everything would be fine. But now he learned that the apartment was not safe either. Moreover, his original body had once heard a knock on the door in room 2025. To this day, he remained unaware of the specific reason for that occurrence. Jiang Yi's emotions instantly tightened with concern for his original body. After all, his original body was currently in a paralyzed state. And no matter how strong the avatar became through integration, If the original body were to be taken out by someone seizing an opportunity, he would cease to exist. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Yi yearned to return to apartment 2025, administer the attribute fruit to his original body, and protect it with his avatar. However, before he could, he anxiously inquired of Yang Wanchao, "If we just hide in our respective apartment rooms, will we really be safe?" Almost simultaneously as he posed this question to Yang Wanchao, a message fortuitously appeared in the group chat. "Xingman, do you really think hiding in your own apartment room will keep you safe?" This statement made Jiang Ye's pupils contract, because according to Xingman, it seemed he truly could invade others' apartments to kill. No, it wasn't merely a possibility. Following this, Xingman arrogantly declared, "I find you good students to be astonishingly naive and somewhat foolish. Establishing some ridiculous assistance group is one thing, but you even registered members' information in a booklet. And the key point is, this registered information contains not only the initial talents of your assistance group members, but also their room numbers." Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Zhou Qiong, Teacher Zhou, come out and see. This is what you frequently commend as the students of Class 1. Now, teacher, as you observe these top students, do you not begin to question whether their minds have completely deteriorated? Zhou Qiong Xingman's remarks remain audaciously arrogant. In that moment, Jiang Yi suddenly realizes the player's room number may hold information even more crucial than initial talent. At this juncture, Yang Wanchao is evidently also attentive to the information circulating in the group. He does not wait for Jiang Yi to speculate about the bald man's identity, nor does he seem overly concerned. After all, the bald man has already departed. Whether he can return alive remains uncertain. In contrast to the bald man, this excessively arrogant Xingman is the true eyesore. Yang Wanchao furrows his brow, noticing Jiang Ye's rigid expression, and raises an eyebrow. "Have you also revealed your room number?" Jiang Yi nods like a chick pecking at grain. Yang Wanchao scoffs disdainfully, uttering, "Truly foolish." As he speaks, Yang Wanchao ignores Jiang Ye's recent question and directly addresses the group chat. "Xingman, shouldn't you be released soon? Did you not just say something about us dying together on the top floor? Yet, the ones who died are your 2 lackeys." Xingman, "With 2 lackeys dead, and I still remain on the top floor? Why have you not come up to settle the score with me?" Xingman, "Moreover, what Wang Chang said is indeed correct. I also killed Wang Rue. If you seek revenge, make haste on the top floor. I shall wait for you for only 3 minutes. If you do not arrive in 3 minutes, I shall consider you cowardly. Henceforth, when you encounter your brother Chao, you shall walk around him and refrain from being a nuisance in the group chat." Xingman, this brash tone is hardly inferior to that of Xingman. Instantly, students from both Class 1 and Class 2 feel a surge of excitement, as if they have found a rallying point. Especially Wang Chong, whose name has astonishingly been mentioned by Yang Wanchao in his statement. This is simply exhilarating. He feels as if he has reached the pinnacle of life. Thus, Wang Chong exuberantly exclaims, "I told you so." Brother Chao fears nothing from Xingman. Rather, it is Xingman who, fully aware of Brother Chao's presence on the top floor, dares only to send his lackeys to probe. What does this signify? It signifies that he is indeed cowardly. Ha ha ha, Brother Chao is the greatest. What is Xingman from Class 9 even worth? The other students are similarly inspired, particularly those who have retreated to their own apartments. Feeling secure, they begin to taunt Xingman. Ha ha ha, Brother Chao is the greatest. Quickly eliminate that dog of a Xingman. Indeed, Xingman, did you not claim you would kill Yang Wanchao and Jiang Yi? They await you on the top floor. Go and kill them. I see you are simply too afraid. Do you not see? This Xingman only dares to bully us, the mere 0-level Karamis who haven't even made it onto the ranking board. Yang Wanchao, he cannot provoke. A level 5 fearing a level 3 Yang Wanchao. I truly wonder where Xingman finds the audacity to be so arrogant. The students intentionally provoke, hoping to spur Xingman to confront Yang Wanchao on the top floor. Yang Wanchao's boldness suggests he is capable of defeating Xingman. Although Yang Wanchao is also quite arrogant and has killed before, his killings do not seem to possess the same reckless abandon as Xingman's. In their eyes, Yang Wanchao is a fellow student from the same apartment, while Xingman, who hails from a merged apartment, feels like an alien invader. It is imperative that Yang Wanchao eliminates this invader. Ideally, both of these arrogant individuals would perish together on the top floor. Then, Wang Lingling's mutual aid group could reclaim control of the apartment. Compared to that, Wang Lingling has far greater numbers. At this moment, These students even dare to fantasize, imagining a climactic confrontation between Yang Wenchao and Xing Man on the top floor, leading to both their downfalls, allowing the opportunistic Jiang Yi to reap the rewards of their demise. Although this would be too generous to Jiang Yi, it seems he is not one to kill indiscriminately. Allowing him to benefit is certainly preferable to letting either Xing Man or Yang Wenchao survive. And just as the students, believing themselves safe in their apartments, fantasize and bravely provoke Xing Man, compelling him to confront Yang Wenchao, Xing Man suddenly issues another message in the group. All right, since this is the case, let this student Wang Cheng tell everyone why I am so audacious. This statement sounds somewhat perplexing. The group chat falls silent for a moment. Xing Man continues, speak up, Wang Cheng, were you not quite loquacious earlier? Wang Cheng, after a considerable pause, Wang Cheng's fragmented messages suddenly appear in the group chat. I was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare me, Xinggu, Xingyi. I do not wish to die. Upon receiving this message, students from Class 1 and Class 2 are thrown into an uproar. What is happening? How could Wang Cheng, who was so arrogant moments ago, suddenly beg for mercy? And although it is merely text, his disjointed tone is clearly unsettling. Subsequently, it becomes glaringly obvious. Wang Cheng, as if under some threat, begins to insult Yang Wenchao in the group. Yang Wenchao? Useless. Yang Wenchao? Big fool. Wad, please spare me. Wad. Save me. Who will come to my rescue? Brother Chao, save me. Following a final, desperate plea for help. Wang Cheng's name in the list dims. Simultaneously, his previous messages vanish. How could the students not comprehend? Just moments ago, Wang Cheng was killed, murdered by Xing Man. Even at the moment of his death, he was forced by Xing Man to insult Yang Wenchao in the group. But Wang Cheng had secluded himself in his apartment, had he not? Why then was he killed? In an instant, the students who believed they were safe within their apartments are once again engulfed by a frenzy of terror. The lower-level apartments are far from the luxurious abode Jiang Yi occupies on the 20th floor. Some of the more humble apartments contain little more than a bed and a wardrobe. In that moment, those terrified students hurriedly hide in their closets, trembling in fear, terrified of meeting the same fate as Wang Cheng. Yet, Xing Man continues to make announcements in the group. Let me continue to peruse your mutual aid group's registry. Gu Zining, apartment 0602. Yang Wei, apartment 0836. Bai Ruowan, apartment 1208. Lu Shun, apartment 1444. Jiang Yi, apartment 2025. The recitation of each student's apartment number resembles the proclamation of a death list. Upon mentioning Jiang Ye's familiar name, Xing Man adds with apparent relish, "Oh, Jiang Yi, you are a tenant on the 20th floor, are you? However, if you are on the top floor, there should be no one in your apartment, right? As for Yang Wenchao, if you want me to go to the top floor, I would be losing face, would I not? How about this? Come to Jiang Ye's apartment 2025. Let me see whether you are merely all talk or if you possess some genuine skill." Yang Wenchao, Chapter 53. It's your turn. What? Why does Yang Wenchao provoke you in the group? What does that have to do with me, Jiang Yi? Yang Wenchao killed your lackey. I am but an innocent bystander. Why should the innocent be entangled in the power struggle between you giants? This is utterly excessive. Does one truly believe that bystanders have no temper? At this moment, Jiang Yi, along with several of his avatars, is filled with indignation. Fortunately, his apartment 2025 still has a third avatar remaining. Including the mirror avatars, he can summon them at will. However, there is, after all, a paralyzed main body in the room, serving as a cumbersome liability. Jiang Yi realizes that this situation, involving the main body, is unprecedentedly perilous. Above all, he must ensure that the main body remains unharmed. The third avatar hastily gathers all the items salvaged from Huangqi, loading everything that can be carried. Meanwhile, the newly created mirror avatar stands ready. The first avatar on the top floor wears a panicked expression, beginning to act. It's over. What should we do? Brother Chao, are you truly confident you can eliminate that Xing Man? If not, should you wait by my apartment door? Once Xing Man arrives, you can eliminate him immediately? As Jiang Yi speaks, he feels that this is not a viable option. What if Yang Wenchao, in a moment of recklessness, eliminates Xing Man only to seek entry into his room? Thus, perhaps Yang Wenchao and Xing Man should indeed engage in a mutually destructive death match. Yet, that doesn't seem right. Jiang Yi contemplates and realizes that the crux of the matter now is clarifying the issue of this room. How do individuals like Xing Man, Huang Qi, and those murderous fiends intent on exterminating the entire apartment's players intrude upon others' rooms? And do players within the room possess any means to prevent such incursions? On one hand, he must ensure that his main body can thwart and prevent others from intruding. On the other hand, the second avatar, which spans apartments, must also acquire the ability to invade others' apartments if it truly wishes to slaughter the entire building. He feigns panic, all the while deep in thought. Suddenly, he feels a firm grip on his shoulder. It is Yang Wanchao, looking remarkably calm, who places a hand on his shoulder and casually says, "Bro, calm down. Do you genuinely believe that Xing Man refrains from coming to the top floor due to some notion of face?" "No, he simply does not grasp my capabilities. Conversely, I also lack knowledge of his strength. Thus, if he instructs me to seek him out in your room, I would certainly reject him for the sake of face." Indeed. As he utters these words, Yang Wanchao types a retort to Xing Man in the group. "If you expect me to go, then I would be losing face, would I not?" In that instant, Jiang Yi clearly perceives the situation, so that's how it is. These two are hurling provocations at each other in the group, each more audacious than the last. It seems as though they could effortlessly annihilate one another. Yet, in reality, they are merely probing their opponent while putting on a facade of bravado. Simultaneously, neither is prepared to engage in combat. Each, under the pretext of preserving face, insists that the other come to them, while they themselves remain passive. Thus, the situation that unfolds is one where neither party is inclined to cause trouble for the other, is it not? Consequently, despite appearing to be at each other's throats within the group, on the verge of a fierce confrontation, in truth, they harbor no intentions of clashing in the immediate future. Nevertheless, prolonging this standoff is hardly a viable solution. Eventually, they must confront each other, mustn't they? Jiang Yi cast a puzzled glance at Yang Wanchao. Yang Wanchao narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "If it comes to facing Xing Man, I possess a certain degree of confidence, though I cannot claim it to be absolute. For now, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to enhance our strength. I believe the opponent is likely contemplating the same," he continued. "The question now is who can elevate their capabilities more swiftly in this brief period." With that, Yang Wanchao waved his hand, producing a poster. After a moment of contemplation, he stated earnestly, "Your room has been exposed to Xing Man, rendering it exceedingly unsafe. In truth, the entire novice apartment is fraught with peril." After pausing to reflect, he added, "At this juncture, if you wish to survive, you essentially have two options, the first being to sublet. This means relinquishing your room at 2025 and securing another. Subsequently, you must keep the new room number a secret from everyone. If you possess sufficient funds, you could even opt for a higher floor, such as the 30th, 40th, or even the 50th. At such heights, no player can reach at this stage, and with the room number undisclosed, your safety would be considerably assured. However, a rather pragmatic issue arises. You lack the funds. You are exceedingly impoverished. Moreover, the ground floor apartment administrator is likely under the watchful eye of Xing Man's lackeys. Thus, attempting to execute a sublet there would inherently carry risks. Therefore, your only viable course is the second option." Jiang Yi listened attentively, initially believing that Yang Wanchao's second option would entail forming an alliance with him. He even began to ponder whether to join forces with Yang Wanchao, as it appeared he was intent on rapidly enhancing his strength. Partnering with him could potentially provide insight into swift methods of power augmentation. However, he was acutely aware that staying close to Yang Wanchao would undoubtedly entail dangers, including the significant risk of his identity being exposed. He was still deliberating when, unexpectedly, Yang Wanchao presented a second option that had nothing to do with teaming up. "Instead," he remarked, "the current situation is rather unique. That woman in white has gone after the bald man. She may not return anytime soon. This means, during this interval, you could seek refuge in the white-clad woman's room." "You are aware of her room, correct?" This suggestion startled Jiang Yi. "You want me to go to the white-clad woman's room? Is that feasible?" Yang Wanchao raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't it be feasible? Were you not employed there as a cleaner? The cleaning order on your ID badge should still be marked as incomplete, correct?" Leveraging this, coupled with the haste of the white-clad woman's departure, her intellectually challenged domestic assistant robot would typically not reject your entry request. Should the white-clad woman return unexpectedly, you could simply explain that you were awaiting her to confirm the cleaning order due to its incompletion. Although this behavior of lingering in someone else's residence to await confirmation may appear foolish and suspect, your demeanor inherently suggests a lack of intellect, so the white-clad woman would likely harbor no suspicions. Furthermore, as the white-clad woman's room is designated for NPCs, Xingman and his lackeys would probably not intrude. Thus, your safety would be guaranteed until the white-clad woman's return. This does seem to possess a certain logic, doesn't it? Yet, Jiang Yi could not suppress his doubts. Was Yang Wenchao scheming to ensnare him once more? Just as he hesitated, Yang Wenchao bluntly stated, "The analysis I provided is for you to decide upon. Ultimately, your survival is your concern. If you do not wish to enter the white-clad woman's room, wandering aimlessly throughout the apartment is also a choice available to you. However, the option of trailing behind me and becoming a hindrance is not on the table. That is simply impossible. Such coldness and ruthlessness. QAQ upon the return of my bald companion, I shall certainly leverage his influence to assert myself." Jiang Yi mused theatrically. Simultaneously, he realized that Yang Wenchao's offer of choices was merely a fade. He had no intention of concerning himself with Jiang Ye's fate. How he chose was entirely his own affair. Yang Wenchao had merely extended a suggestion. He had not even waited for Jiang Yi to reach a decision before abruptly seizing his hand and pressing it against the poster. In an instant, Jiang Yi felt as though he had been thrust into the poster itself. Stumbling, he found his surroundings transform. He appeared to have arrived in the stairwell of the 20th floor. Yang Wenchao left him with the words, "Your fate lies in your own hands," before vanishing in a flash. Jiang Ye's first avatar, whose strength was indeed lacking, hastily departed the stairwell and hurried towards his room at 2025. At this moment, Xingman had not yet ascended to the 20th floor. Following Yang Wenchao's dismissive response, the two had exchanged a few more rounds of arrogant banter before Xingman proceeded with his previous agenda of executing his death list. Currently, Go Zining from room 0602 and Yang Wei from room 0836 had already gone offline. Moreover, in their final moments, it seemed they had been coerced by Xingman to issue desperate pleas for mercy in the group chat. From their messages, it was evident that both had faced despair and torment before their demise. However, Xingman appeared to have developed an obsession with this method of textual live-streaming. Jiang Yi rushed back to 2025. He encountered Xingman's brazen declarations in the group chat. Who will be next? It's time for Little by Ruowan from room 1208. That name certainly sounds feminine, doesn't it? TSK. I shall have to be gentle with the ladies. These four simple lines seem to be imbued with an air of perversion. An atmosphere of dread permeated the novice apartment, spreading like wildfire through the chat group. At this moment, the majority of students were trembling in utter despair. They dared not voice their thoughts in the group, yet inwardly they seethed with resentment. Why is Yang Wenchao's reputation so paramount? Would not the gratitude of his classmates for vanquishing Xingman yield a greater sense of accomplishment than mere face-saving? Or perhaps Yang Wenchao was merely posturing, lacking the actual capability to confront Xingman, thus using face as an excuse? Yet if that were the case, what were they to do? Surely, all of them would meet their end, if only the heavens would send someone to eliminate Xingman. What of that VIP player responsible for the apartment's amalgamation? Does she not possess privileges? Could she not utilize her status to devise some means of rescuing the players within their apartment? The overwhelming sensation of being engulfed by the fear of death was truly unbearable. Many students were steeped in despair, utterly unaware of where to place their hopes. Previously, they had lamented the high prices of meals in the low-tier marketplace, enduring hunger with great indignation. Now they acutely felt the anguish of facing something far more desperate than mere hunger. They had once believed that nothing could be more arduous than the trials of their senior year. Now, confronted with the threat of death, they found themselves fantasizing about returning to the tribulations of their exams. Knock, knock, knock. By Ruowan, it's your turn to open the door now. Xingman's textual live-streaming continued unabated. Jiang Ye's first avatar successfully returned to room 2025. The first order of business was to feed the paralyzed main body, one by one, the attribute fruit stored in his spatial ring. The first black iron-grade stamina fruit augmented his stamina by 0.5. However, upon consuming the second, the increase was merely 0.4. When he ingested the bronze-grade stamina fruit, Jiang Yi had anticipated a substantial boost of 5 points of stamina, given that the price of bronze-grade stamina fruits was tenfold that of black iron-grade. Yet, to his dismay, the bronze-grade stamina fruit only yielded an increase of 1 point. This meant that after consuming 3 stamina fruits and expending 120,000 game coins, his stamina had only risen by 1.9. The same applied to the 3 energy fruits he consumed, which collectively increased his energy attribute by 1.9. Jiang Yi surmised that there must be a limit to the consumption of these attribute fruits. After all, the effects of the first and second black iron-grade fruits differed. Moreover, the effects did not correlate with the prices, if each fruit had identical effects, with black iron grade providing a 0.5 increase and bronze grade providing a 1. Their prices should only differ by a factor of 2. The tenfold disparity likely stemmed from consumption limitations. It was plausible that the third black iron grade fruit would yield only a 0.3 increase, and by the sixth, it might become entirely ineffective. Thus, it seemed that the silver grade attribute fruit, priced at a staggering 5 million per piece, might not possess the potency he had initially presumed. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. If attribute fruits were devoid of restrictions, one could simply roam the world, slaying foes and exchanging survival points for wealth, consuming attribute fruits until they became invincible. As Jiang Yi mulled over this, a sudden wave of exhilaration washed over him, because he realized that ordinary players could only rely on attribute fruits to enhance their abilities, which would impose certain limitations. However, this did not apply to him, for he possessed the power of infinite clones. When one clone had consumed enough attribute fruits, he could simply switch to another clone to continue the feast. Moreover, with the ability to fuse clones, didn't that essentially mean that there were no limitations whatsoever? Of course, contemplating such matters felt rather distant at the moment. He currently had merely 20,000 left in his pocket. Nevertheless, even so, he remained resolute in his decision not to exchange survival points for money. Instead, he transferred the survival points obtained by defeating Tang Xian with clone number 1 back to his main body. Following this, his main body, having increased its attributes by approximately 2 points, generated a 4th clone. These 4 clones represented the pinnacle of his capabilities for the day. By midnight, he would likely need to select a clone to fuse, significantly boosting his main body's attributes to ensure the generation of more clones the following day. With this in mind, it would be prudent to ensure that the clone he intended to fuse had consumed as many attribute fruits as possible before the fusion. However, to fully consume the attribute fruits required to elevate from black iron to silver grade would entail an exorbitant expense. Particularly, the silver grade attribute fruits commanded a staggering price of 5 million, yet clone number 2, stationed across the apartment, was already causing a stir in apartment number 9999. Much like Huang Qi and Yu Xiaoming's sudden arrival at their apartment, Jiang Ye's unexpected descent into apartment number 9999 undoubtedly drew the attention of its players. However, their focus was primarily on one aspect. What the hell? How dare a mere level 1 player engage in cross-apartment activity? Chapter 54. A Gathering of Titans. Apartment 9999. Jiang Yi felt a sense of unease upon reading this line. It reminded him of the moment Huang Qi had suddenly parachuted into their apartment No. 1008. The first reaction from his classmates was one of bewilderment, leading to a series of discussions that resulted in the conjecture of cross-apartment movement. Yet, in apartment number 9999, the very first comment explicitly mentioned the term cross-apartment. Furthermore, the tone of this comment displayed an utter disregard for him as a cross-apartment player, instead expressing a hint of condescension regarding his level 1 status. Jiang Yi instinctively shifted his gaze toward the level leaderboard of apartment No. 9999. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Newbie apartment number 9999 level leaderboard. First, Zhu Jing, level 10. Second, Wang Qingjin, level 10. Third, Ku Peng, level 10. Fourth, Zhang Wenhan, level 10. Fifth, Li Junqi, level 10. Sixth, Sha Bo, level 10. 42nd, Yu Ya, level 10. 43rd, Cheng Kun, level 9. 118th, Wan Xian, level 8. 119th, Jiang Yi, level 1. What the? Jiang Yi was the one taken aback. Apartment number 9999 boasted over 80 players on its leaderboard. Had they also experienced apartment fusion? Or were there simply too many players crossing apartments? Regardless of whether it was apartment fusion or cross-apartment movement, the level leaderboard of apartment number 9999 was simply outrageous. Before Jiang Ye's arrival, the lowest rank on this leaderboard was a remarkable level 8. Yet after his arrival, his rank as the 119th player, at level 1, stood in stark contrast to the preceding 118 players. The others were uniformly level 10, 9, and 8. Meanwhile, he was merely level 1. It felt as if a novice had stumbled into a high-stakes match, completely out of place. Moreover, the names of the top 6 players on this leaderboard seemed somewhat familiar. If Jiang Yi recalled correctly, these 6 names appeared to belong to the resilient bronzes on the War God rankings in the battle arena. So, what on earth was the situation in apartment No. 9999? Why was it teeming with such formidable players, a congregation of elites? Just as Jiang Yi was grappling with his astonishment, the high-level players also expressed their bewilderment at his presence, engaging in fervent discussions. A level 1 player daring to cross apartments is one thing, but to come to our apartment in the 9000s? This kid, could he be a pure novice who accidentally crossed apartments? Otherwise, I can hardly believe that a normal player would dare to come to our apartment No. 9999 at level 1. Could he be hiding his true strength? Perhaps an SSS-level talent, with all attribute fruits consumed and equipped with a full set of survival points. After all, under normal circumstances, even a novice would be scared out of their wits just by glancing at our leaderboard, right? This kid, considering he has been listening to us chatter without running away, might he be a hidden powerhouse playing the pig to eat the tiger? Could it be that this novice is so foolish that he crossed apartments with only 1 survival point, thus arriving at our apartment 9999 without enough points to escape? Jiang Yi, this is bad. They hit the nail on the head. He was indeed contemplating a hasty retreat. However, he lacked sufficient survival points. This is ridiculous. Had he known better, he would have instructed Clone No. 2 to deal with those 2 minions of Xing Man, and he would have had enough points for a return trip. He cursed himself for not thinking clearly at the time, being greedy for that 4th clone. He had previously assumed that crossing apartments was akin to Huang Qi's experience, venturing into an unfamiliar apartment amidst unfamiliar players. Coupled with a do-or-die mentality and lacking survival points for a return trip, he figured he would have to steel himself and take down those strangers. However, the reality was he could muster the resolve. But did he have the ability to defeat these unfamiliar players? Thus, Clone No. 2 could only seek refuge in apartment number 9999, waiting until midnight to fuse back into the main body. Speaking of which, would he be able to fuse directly in this cross-apartment scenario? Jiang Yi found this situation utterly absurd. At the same time, he contemplated, what about Wan Xin, the level 8 player at the bottom of the leaderboard? How formidable could he be? Would he stand a chance of defeating him during the fusion of his clones? However, he felt that the hope was exceedingly slim. He had a premonition that the level 8 player in this apartment 9999 was not on the same level as an ordinary level 8 player in another apartment. To take on a level 8 player here at level 1 would likely prove to be an insurmountable challenge. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Yi suddenly sensed that someone was observing him. Yet, as he scanned his surroundings, he saw no one. A sense of tension enveloped him, and he placed his hand on the control panel on the top floor, feigning a demeanor of calm observation, ready to cross apartments at a moment's notice. Just then, a message suddenly appeared in the group chat of apartment number 9999. Wan Xin. Good heavens, he truly is a hidden powerhouse playing the pig to eat the tiger. Can you guess who this level 1 player daring to cross apartments is? Yuya. Who? Is he a whale from the game rankings? Chung Kun. Even if he was once a whale, entering a real apartment seems to offer no special privileges, does it? Wan Xin? No, you're all mistaken. He is not from the game. He is that mysterious bald guy who recently caused a stir in the battle arena. Li Junqi. No way. The one who defeated Zhao Yudi and seemingly offended the Dune organization, catching the attention of VIP players? Wang Qingjin. Are you sure you didn't team Issy? The bald figure in disguise seems quite similar. Wan Xin. I'm certain. I personally witnessed the match where Zhao Yudi was taken down. There's no way I could be mistaken. Wang Qingjin. Bro, why don't you come out and respond? Are you the one who eliminated Zhao Yudi? Jiang Yi. Wan Xin. Are you here in our apartment to challenge us to a deathmatch? Jiang Yi. Zhou Qi. Wait a minute. While that bald guy certainly has exceptional combat awareness, matching against Zhao Yudi would mean he possesses over 50 combat power, which aligns with his level 1. But even at level 1, with over 50 combat power, does he dare to come to our apartment? Isn't he afraid that one of us could turn him into survival points with a mere flick of a finger? Xian. This guy must have come prepared. Right now, he's resting his hand on the control panel, ready to teleport away at any moment. He's likely assessing our attitude. If we can negotiate, he'll negotiate. If not, he'll flee. Wang Qingjin. Flee. Does he have that much confidence in his ability to escape? If even our esteemed Jingyi were to take action, whether he's pressing the control panel or not, no matter how quick his reflexes, there's no way he could escape, right? This mention of Jingyi undoubtedly referred to Zhu Jing, the top-ranked player in apartment number 9999, as well as the number 1 on the War God rankings in the battle arena. As Jiang Yi pondered this, he noticed that the next message in the group chat bore the unmistakable prefix of Zhu Jing's name. Zhu Jing, what do you wish to discuss with us? Speak plainly, Jiang Yi. The moment this message was sent, the group chat of apartment number 9999 erupted into a flurry of activity. Just moments ago, only a handful of individuals had been speaking, but now, a torrent of comments flooded the chat, swiftly pushing Zhu Jing's message out of sight. What the hell? Lin Shun has appeared. The esteemed Zhu Jing has actually come out for this level 1 guy. How many matches does Lin Shun need to achieve 100 consecutive victories? I wonder if he can accomplish it today. If the apartment can take down the administrator on the very first day. Damn, just thinking about it gets me excited. A variety of messages from adoring fans, akin to idol worship, dazzled the eyes. However, Jiang Yi quickly managed to discern some key information amidst the rapid-fire comments. This Zhu Jing seemed to be challenging the battle arena's 100 consecutive victories. Furthermore, the players in this apartment were also preparing to take down the administrator. Moreover, as previously mentioned, the so-called spenders suggest that the players here, much like Yang Wenchao, are indeed gamers. In fact, even among gamers, they must be exceptional. They are likely prepared to employ the spending strategy that Yang Wenchao spoke of to conquer the apartment, perhaps even attempting to overthrow the apartment manager on the very first day. As he pondered this, Jiang Yi was also considering how to respond to Zhao Jing. It appeared that Zhao Jing, along with the other influential figures in the apartment, assumed he was here specifically to negotiate with them. However, the truth was that Jiang Yi had merely chosen an apartment far from home, stumbling into this situation by mere coincidence. He had no intention of negotiating and was completely unaware of the circumstances here. Yet, if he were to speak the truth, the outcome could be quite dire. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi decided to muster his courage and replied, I want to engage in a life-and-death battle. Zhao Jing. To be honest, Jiang Yi had no idea what a life-and-death battle entailed. However, during the earlier conversation among the prominent figures in the group, someone had speculated that he was there for such a battle. Thus, he went along with that assumption. Yes, for what a life-and-death battle was. It sounded like a match that could potentially result in fatalities. In any case, he thought he would learn more about it. If he could fight, he would. If not, he would delay until midnight, hoping to escape by merging with a clone. Just as he was contemplating this, Zhao Jing responded again in the group. Zhao Jing, report your battle record. Jiang Yi. Oh no. Jiang Yi felt that his identity as a novice was about to be exposed. What on earth did battle record refer to? If he asked directly, would that make him seem foolish? But if he answered randomly, getting it wrong would be quite embarrassing, right? 100 consecutive victories in a life-and-death battle. It seemed this record was asking about consecutive wins. Jiang Yi hesitated and tried to respond. 4 consecutive victories in the battle room, does that count as a record? As soon as he said this, the entire group chat suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, messages began to appear. Wang Qingjin. No way. Buddy. You haven't even achieved 10 consecutive victories. What the hell are you doing in a life-and-death battle? Xian. Exactly. Are you here to make us laugh? You even managed to get Lin Shun involved. And you only have a measly 4 consecutive victories. Yuya. Nevertheless, ha ha ha, I really want to laugh. I can't wait to see the expression on Lin Shun's face. Ha ha ha. Chung-kun, just look at me. I feel like my expression right now is probably similar to Lin Shun's. Yuya. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi. So it seems that his answer was somewhat correct, but that record was too pathetic. What could he do? He only had 4 consecutive victories. And why was 4 consecutive victories considered poor? He had only played 4 matches. Perhaps by the time he reached 100 matches, he would indeed have 100 consecutive victories. Who knows, he might even surpass Lin Shun and achieve 100 consecutive victories before Lin Shun did. Does anyone understand the saying, do not underestimate the youth? Jiang Yi silently observed the laughter. He thought, since it was just a clone, he might as well be bold. Thus, he directly typed in the group, "What if I achieve 100 consecutive victories before your Lin Shen does?" As soon as this was said, the group fell into an eerie silence once more. After a long while, new messages popped up. "No way, buddy, that's not how you boast." "Exactly. Do you have any idea what 100 consecutive victories entails? Do you know how many consecutive victories Lin Shen has already achieved?" Jiang Yi thought to himself, "I don't know, nor do I wish to know. Indifferent.jpg. I'm just making a casual boast. Let everyone take it as a joke, but please don't take it seriously." Jiang Yi was at a loss for how to conclude this situation. Suddenly, the highly esteemed Zhao Jing finally replied to him. To be precise, he wasn't replying to him directly. He was simply giving him an ultimatum. "Zhao Jing, you have 10 minutes, achieve 10 consecutive victories, and we'll take you along. Fail to do so, we'll send you on your way." The implication of "send you on your way" was evidently akin to Yang Wanchao sending Wang Rui and her parents to reunite. Observing Jiang Yi from the top floor, Wan Xian thought to himself, this arrogant bald guy seemed destined to flee in disgrace from the control panel. After all, achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes was utterly impossible. Even if this kid had already achieved 4 consecutive victories, he only had 6 matches left to play. However, the 5th and 10th matches were both against seasoned players who were notorious for their consecutive victories. If it were someone else, they might be able to purchase a consecutive victory service to expedite the 5th and 10th matches. But this bald guy had already offended the organization responsible for consecutive victories. This meant that his 5th and 10th victories would have to be earned solely through his own efforts. Moreover, he would likely be specifically targeted by the organization for causing trouble. Furthermore, due to his conflict with the organization, they had connected 1,000,000 battle machines belonging to veteran players to the combat zone. While this didn't necessarily mean that 1,000,000 veterans would log in simultaneously, the probability of matching with veteran players in ordinary combat arenas had certainly skyrocketed. In such circumstances, achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes was utterly impossible. Therefore, this kid should have the sense to make a hasty retreat. However, what these elite figures did not realize was that Jiang Yi had long considered fleeing, but he simply lacked the funds to do so. He could only force himself to act confidently. Consequently, he quickly typed a seemingly impressive boast in the group. "Okay, no problem. However, as esteemed figures, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Would you really speak as if you were just letting out hot air?" This statement sounded extraordinarily brazen. It was as if he truly had the confidence to achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes while fearing that Zhao Jing might not keep his promise. This naturally left the chat group silent for quite a while before a barrage of retorts followed. "You really think too highly of yourself, don't you?" "Exactly. One life only costs 1 survival point. With Lin Shen's strength, he wouldn't even glance at you. If you truly can finish 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, do you know what that would mean? It would mean your value is equivalent to infinite survival points. In such a situation, no fool would go back on their word and kill you." Zhao Jing. Wan Xian, take him to the 99th floor. 10 minutes, and the timer starts as soon as you enter the battle machine. Chapter 55. The Mutual Aid Group's Encirclement Plan. The 99th floor. Zhang Ye's main body was still lounging on the 20th floor while his clone had already made its way to the 99th floor. This was truly exhilarating. Observing these influential figures, Jiang Yi felt they didn't seem like they were colluding to deceive him and then turn against him. Moreover, since he had no funds to escape, he could only proceed boldly. Thus, when the person hidden on the top floor suddenly revealed himself and beckoned him, saying, "All right, whether you're pretending or truly confident, anyone ready to achieve 10 consecutive victories should follow me." Jiang Yi hesitated little and calmly walked from the control panel to the outer circle. He even casually inquired, "Are you on Xian?" He had a strong impression of that name. It belonged to the player ranked last except for himself on the leaderboard. And he was also the first to reveal in the group that he was the bald guy who defeated Zhao Yudi. Indeed, it was Wan Xian. The fellow nodded. He was also dressed in a black tactical jacket. Quite similar to young Wanchao. With dark skin and strong features, he appeared quite young, resembling a youth who had just completed military service. Wan Xian also scrutinized Jiang Yi, his expression clearly one of surprise. Initially, Jiang Yi was unsure of what he found surprising. But upon glancing at the group, he realized this guy had directly posted his data panel in the group. What the hell? Did he have no sense of privacy? Meanwhile, in the chat group, various prominent figures were astonished by his panel. Wow, he really is level 1 with a combat power exceeding 50, and he has only an S-class talent. This panel? It looks utterly unimpressive. Moreover, it appears he hasn't fully consumed his attribute fruits. With this, can he even achieve 10 consecutive victories? Let alone 10 minutes. Can he even reach 10 consecutive victories? Wait. Don't you all see the silver lining? This guy clearly utilized ice abilities against Zhao Yudi. It even seems like he employed a domain skill related to ice. If he has used an ice domain skill, how could he not have an ice talent or ice skills on his panel? I suspect this guy is hiding his strength. This Heaven S Path rewards diligence talent is merely what he wants us to see. He must have another ice talent. Dual talents? To be honest, Heaven S Path rewards diligence combined with any other talent creates an effect far greater than mere addition. If he truly has Heaven S Path rewards diligence alongside an ice talent, then he is indeed quite formidable. He has the grounds to be arrogant. But that doesn't make sense, right? Even if he is hiding a dual talent? How does he explain the combat power issue? When he matched with Zhao Yudi, his combat power was merely over 50. Keep in mind, there's no hidden strength mechanism that can deceive the matching system of the battle room. Right? So, the panel we see is really as unimpressive as it looks. Thus, that ice domain skill, could it be a one-time forbidden spell scroll? No way, right? How much could he earn from defeating Zhao Yudi? Even if Zhao Yudi is wealthy, he could earn 5 million. But the value of a one-time forbidden spell scroll 0.5 million. Even if it were worth 10 times that, he would still be at a loss. Could it be that he was hired by someone to deliberately interrupt Zhao Yudi's 9 consecutive victories, so it wasn't about the money? Hired by someone? Who the hell hates Zhao Yudi so much to the point of wanting to disrupt her wealth? In summary, Jiang Ye's data panel and his performance against Zhao Yudi are clearly inconsistent. Moreover, the various explanations provided are utterly unconvincing. These individuals act as if Jiang Yi does not exist, brazenly discussing him in the group chat. Meanwhile, Wan Xin observes the chat while using a poster-like teleportation device to bring Jiang Yi to the 99th floor. The entire 99th floor resembles the top floor, boasting an enormous area. Furthermore, there are neither corridors nor individual apartments here. It is merely an expansive space akin to the top floor. However, this space does have a ceiling. Inside, rows of battle machines are scattered throughout, resembling an ultra-luxurious internet CAF, or perhaps an opulent professional esports arena. The rows of battle machines appear even more lavish than the 20 machines on the first floor of the apartments. They seem grander, with a more refined appearance, aside from the number 1 battle machine, which has a small crowd of 7 or 8 spectators. There are also sporadic onlookers around the other machines. All of these individuals are clad in black tactical jackets, as Jiang Yi observes. He can't help but feel that the black jackets resemble a uniform for esports. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's return with Wan Xin, the powerful players gathered near the battle machines turn their heads to look at him. In that instant, Jiang Yi suspects he has been subjected to an untold number of reconnaissance spells. Shortly thereafter, a burly man steps toward him from beside the number 1 battle machine, directly stating, "Why don't you tell us how your data panel managed to eliminate Zhao Yudi in an instant?" Jiang Yi remains vigilant internally, yet projects an aura of aloof confidence, replying calmly, "I am here to achieve 10 consecutive victories." The underlying message. I did not come here to enlighten you. The burly man pauses momentarily before breaking into a chuckle. Huh? Fine. Go ahead and aim for your 10 consecutive victories. In 10 minutes, I shall see how you continue to boast with such a meager display of skill. While Jiang Yi appears composed, internally he is in a state of panic. He is confident in securing 10 victories, but he truly lacks assurance regarding completing them within 10 minutes. This means he must eliminate his opponents in nearly every match. Each time he creates a new mirror clone. It takes him 30 seconds, moreover, in matches with spectators. The preparation time before the battle extends from 3 seconds to 2 minutes, allowing more viewers to join, if fortune does not favor him, and all 6 matches are witnessed by spectators. The waiting time alone could accumulate to 12 minutes, however, this may not be entirely accurate. Matches against veteran players aiming for consecutive victories presumably default to no spectators. Thus, both the 5 consecutive victories and the 10 consecutive victories can commence without reliance on luck, as they will not be observed. Yet, he has already offended veteran players aiming for consecutive victories. Can he still swiftly eliminate his opponents in the upcoming 5 consecutive matches? Truthfully, Jiang Yi harbors considerable doubt. It is at this juncture that his main body generates a 4th clone. However, this time, despite the fortunate effects being active, the panel for the 4th clone appears rather unremarkable. Jiang Yi, level 0, stamina 2. 4, energy 8.8, combat power 18.2, survival points 0, talent, energy enhancement B, just a single attribute enhancing talent, and he lacks initial skills. It is utterly useless. At this moment, a significant amount of time has passed since Xingman's last message. Logically, he should have already breached Bai Ruowan's apartment. Yet, within the group chat, there is no live text update of him ruthlessly eliminating Bai Ruowan. Even Bai Ruowan's name has not disappeared. Despairing classmates can't help but feel a flicker of hope. Could it be that Yang Wanchao, unable to bear it any longer, has finally gone to rescue Bai Ruowan? Nonetheless, Jiang Yi believes Xingman, having slaughtered his way through, has already showcased his capability to forcibly invade others' apartments. Those classmates who revealed their room numbers on the registry would be better off seeking refuge elsewhere rather than waiting in their rooms for death. Thus, he deduces that Bai Ruowan must have left her apartment before Xingman arrived. The same likely applies to Lu Shun, who is probably no longer in his own room. Consequently, Xingman may soon make his way to Jiang Weidai in order to ensure the safety of his main body and to eliminate Xingman without exposing the existence of his clones. He will undoubtedly need to utilize clone fusion. Be doubly cautious. He should merge the 4th clone and the mirror clone into the 3rd clone simultaneously, ensuring the utmost security for his main body. However, this would mean the 2nd clone would be left without any clones available for merging for a period of time. Therefore, on the 99th floor of the 9999 apartment complex, Jiang Yi resolves to delay the time required for his 10 consecutive victories. Conveniently, he possesses an item that can prolong time. Thus, when the burly youth and Wan Xian lead him to a battle machine, Jiang Yi deliberately produces a small vial containing the hair of a woman in white. As he contemplates how to weave a tale around this object, he is taken aback when Wan Xian exclaims, "Goodness, is that an NPC item? Have you completed an NPC quest?" The burly youth, Wang Qingjin, glances at Jiang Yi with a look of surprise. However, he quickly adopts a dismissive tone. "You don't actually think that because you completed an NPC quest, we would hold you in higher regard, do you? If you don't finish those 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes, it won't matter if you received a world-saving mission from the King of Heaven. You'll still meet your demise." Jiang Yi ponders for a moment and lifts the small vial to his eye level, peering at it curiously. "How did you recognize this as an NPC item at first glance?" Meanwhile, the trembling Bai Ruowan, while anxiously monitoring the group chat, weakly makes her way deeper into the corridor. The further she ventures, the dimmer the light becomes, and at any moment, monsters could emerge. The darkness and uncertainty instill fear within her. Yet the mere presence of Xingman fills her with even greater dread and despair. Her face pales, but when she finally catches sight of familiar figures deep within the corridor, a tear, which she had been holding back, cascades down her cheek like a crystal-clear raindrop falling from an ancient Eve, unrelenting and pure. Struggling to suppress her trembling voice, which betrays her tears, she calls out, "Ling Jie? Wan, and Gao Chong, Lu Shun." She sniffles and chokes on her words. You are indeed here, Werwo." Finding her comrades from the support group feels akin to discovering family amidst the overwhelming pressure that Xingman exudes. Wang Lingling and the others, who had been quietly discussing something, suddenly spot Bai Ruowan, and Su Yuowan's eyes light up with surprise. "Wan, you truly didn't foolishly remain in your room. But how did you know we were here?" Bai Ruowan lets out another sob, sniffling as she musters the strength to control her emotions. "I dared not go to the 1st floor. It felt certain I would be discovered there. I was unsure where else to go. Later, I recalled that you had previously battled monsters with Yang Wanchao deep in the 3rd floor corridor, so this place is the only location, aside from the 1st floor, where our support group has ever acted together. I had no other place to turn, so I came here on a whim, and unexpectedly, I found you all. QAQ. Indeed, communication within the chat group has become impossible. However, Bai Ruowan firmly believes that the support group would not idly stand by while Xingman rampages uncontrollably. Thus, she sought them out here. To her astonishment, they are indeed discussing how to deal with Xingman. Aren't they? As she speaks, her gaze suddenly lights up. Yang Xiaoman is also here. Yang Xiaoman nods slightly, pursing her lips as she replies. Xingman is indeed too arrogant. If we do not intervene soon, he may very well eliminate all of us. Bai Ruowan instinctively shrinks her neck and hurriedly inquires. Do you all have a plan? Yuziyu exhales. We were just discussing it when you suddenly appeared. Giving me quite a fright with that, they prepare to continue their discussion. Elyushan seizes this opportunity to cast a meaningful glance at Wang Lingling. He then chimes in. Considering our current situation, even if we collaborate in a group to ambush Xingman, the success rate would still be quite low. Unless, Lingjie, you have concealed your true strength. He continues, all members of our support group have voluntarily showcased their data panels. Yet yours, Lingjie, was displayed through the chat group. I suspected at that time that the data panel you showcased might not be genuine. Later, when you claimed to have used Shadow Clone, but lacked a clone perspective, and then your clone perished, resulting in a 24-hour cooldown, I was quite skeptical. After all, Shadow Clone is an A-grade skill. No clone perspective. Even if it truly perished deep in the corridor, the cooldown shouldn't be as lengthy as 24 hours. Thus, Lingjie, you must possess hidden capabilities. Moreover, regarding your teaming up with Yang Wenchao to level up, you must have had some confidence and self-preservation to agree to join him. Am I right? Lu Shun's words convey a sense of assurance, indicating that he has long harbored suspicions about Wang Lingling concealing her strength. However, Wang Lingling merely cast a glance at him without offering a reply. Subsequently, she resumed the discussion regarding the ambush of Xingman. We cannot designate the 20th floor as our ambush point, as it is beyond our reach. Moreover, any other potential locations for the attack should ideally be characterized by dim lighting, facilitating stealth, and must be accessible to all members of our team who are set to encircle Xingman. Indeed, they had just been deliberating the venue for their ambush and strategizing how to lure him in. For the likelihood of success. Their numbers were substantial, bolstered by experts such as Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, and Yang Xiaoman. Coupled with the element of surprise, they might just possess a chance of victory. Elyushan was about to seize the opportunity to delve deeper into the analysis when unexpectedly, Wang Lingling paused mid-sentence. Adjusting her glasses, she solemnly stated, however, before that, there is a matter of greater importance, a matter of greater significance. What could it be? The members of the mutual aid group exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, in the next instant, a glint of cold light flickered from the shadows. A figure, with eyes wide open, slowly collapsed. Chapter 56. Deception among us. With the body hitting the ground came a heavy sound of footsteps. In an instant, the members of the mutual aid group, deep within the corridor, felt their bodies tense and stiffen. Especially Bai Ruowan, who had just arrived, found her legs weakened to the point of nearly collapsing. She nearly let out a scream, but the paralyzing fear rendered her voiceless. With terror etched across her face, she rigidly turned her neck and beheld the fallen form of Yuziyu, and behind him stood a skeletal warrior with a physique as formidable as steel. Wait, a skeletal warrior? Bai Ruowan abruptly turned her gaze back to Wang Lingling. To be precise, the moment she discerned the skeletal warrior, all present fixated their eyes on Wang Lingling, their expressions betraying a hint of dread. After all, this skeletal warrior must have emerged from Wang Lingling's dark abilities. Yet, during their recent team leveling, she had never showcased such a power. At that time, she had relied solely on a black whirlwind, paired with high attributes, making her one of the strongest members of the mutual aid group. And now, the strength she revealed confirmed Lu Xun's earlier assertion that she had been concealing her true capabilities. But why had she suddenly turned to murder? Was it merely because Lu Xun pointed out her hidden strength? In that moment, many recoiled in fear, as if dreading that Wang Lingling might strike again. However, that Lu Xun, though equally tense and rigid, found the courage to address Wang Lingling. Is this what you meant by a matter of greater importance? Wang Lingling's gaze remained calm as she slowly nodded. Elyushan's eyes flickered, and he feigned nonchalance as he addressed the other members of the mutual aid group. In truth, I had my suspicions about Yuziyu as well. But out of respect for our camaraderie, I refrained from voicing them. Don't you find it strange? The registration log of our mutual aid group was managed by Yuziyu. Yet now, that log has fallen into Xingman's hands, while Yuziyu remains unscathed. Have any of you not questioned this? Once this explanation was out, the other students immediately understood. Indeed, the log had ended up with Xingman, Yet Yu Ziyu was entirely unharmed? With his strength, how could he possibly escape from Xing Man? Moreover, what right did Xing Man have to know about their apartment's registration log? So, was Yu Ziyu a traitor? Yet, perhaps he was not? Wang Lingling had not even asked a single question before delivering a lethal blow. What if she had wrongfully killed an innocent? At that moment, Bai Ruowan, who had just joined, was overwhelmed with terror. She feared that Wang Lingling might strike again, taking her life as well. In the aftermath, she could easily be accused of being a traitor aligned with Xing Man. Instinctively, Bai Ruowan took 2 steps back. Just moments ago, she had seen Wang Lingling here, weeping profusely, as if she had found a family member. Yet now, she regarded Wang Lingling as a stranger. It seemed as though this was no longer her former classmate, but rather a ruthless leader. Yes, in that instant, Bai Ruowan thought of this term. It was not to suggest that Wang Lingling truly possessed the tyrannical demeanor of a ruthless leader, but rather, it evoked in her a historical reference. A tale concerning the rift between Cao Cao and Chen Gong. History has continued to debate. Was Elbushing truly wrongfully executed by the suspicious Cao Cao, or was he deserving of his fate? Albeit romanticized by history, now, with Yu Ziyu dead, it was challenging to ascertain. Had he genuinely betrayed them, or had he been wrongfully slain by Wang Lingling? Yet, the implications of his death, alongside Wang Lingling's concealed strength, hinted that Wang Lingling's establishment of the mutual aid group was not out of altruism to protect her classmates. Much like Cao Gong's affection for talent, it was primarily driven by self-interest. Bai Ruowan, having retreated 2 steps, found herself unable to withdraw further. She swallowed hard. Her gaze stiffed. Liu Shan cast a fleeting glance in her direction before addressing the mutual aid group. Ling Jie's actions, in my opinion, are justified. The manner in which the registration log fell into Xing Man's possession is indeed suspicious. If Yu Ziyu is worthy of suspicion, then his demise is not unwarranted. In contrast, consider Gu Zining and Yang Wei, those classmates who did nothing wrong yet were slaughtered by Xing Man. If a powerful individual like Ling Jie must face scrutiny for eliminating a traitor, do you desire that the strong in this apocalypse act as Xing Man does, wantonly killing without justification? This rhetoric, though a form of sophistry, resonated with the members of the mutual aid group. The reasoning was straightforward. Xing Man killed without cause. Wang Lingling had reasons to kill. Thus, she was superior to Xing Man. In fact, given her strength, she could have recklessly slaughtered like Xing Man, yet she refrained, which was already commendable. The moral standards of the past, applied to this apocalyptic apartment, could only restrain the weak, failing to bind the strong. Now, regardless of whether Yu Ziyu had betrayed them, he was deemed a traitor. For Wang Lingling believed him to be one. This perhaps constituted a sophisticated version of calling a deer a horse. The difference lay in their inability to discern whether Yu Ziyu was a deer or a horse. Sui Yuewan glanced at the pale-faced Bai Ruowan and then at Lu Shan, deliberately praising, "Lu Shan is indeed astute. I previously failed to recognize Yu Ziyu's suspicious behavior." Gao Chang cast a glance at the steel-gray, coldly charismatic skeletal warrior, pursed his lips and nodded. My focus was entirely drawn to the arrogant Xing Man. I completely overlooked the issue with Yu Ziyu. Other members of the mutual aid group chimed in agreement. Indeed, we were all terrified by Xing Man. How could we have noticed Yu Ziyu at that time? Reflecting on it now, if Yu Ziyu had perished when the registration log fell into Xing Man's hands, it would have been the more reasonable scenario, right? If Yu Ziyu was still alive, then there was indeed something amiss. Bai Ruowan, observing this unfolding situation, felt no surprise. She mustered her courage, suppressing her trembling legs, and took 2 steps forward, her soft and timid voice echoing, "Yes, Lu Shan's reasoning is always accurate. It seems Yu Ziyu does indeed have issues." However, upon voicing her agreement, she found Wang Lingling's gaze fixed intently upon her. Bai Ruowan's heart sank, and tears threatened to spill once more. After all, if one could be killed merely on the basis of suspicion, then what excuses could not be fabricated? She should have been the one to be mercilessly slaughtered by Xing Man in that room. Yet, here she stood. Wasn't that also worthy of suspicion? Initially believing that joining the group would bring hope, Bai Ruowan was engulfed in despair. She suddenly turned her gaze toward Lu Shan. She had joined the mutual aid group alongside him. She hoped he would speak up for her. However, to her surprise, Lu Shun clearly acted according to Wang Lingling's cues, showing no intention of assisting her. Instead, Wang Lingling abruptly shifted her focus from Bai Ruowan and addressed the crowd solemnly. We had shared our experience of battling monsters on the third floor in the group chat. Therefore, the classmates in the apartment should be aware of it. I do not believe our classmates are the type to keep secrets under severe torture. Indeed, their classmates likely belong to the category that would divulge everything after a mere threat. Hence, Bai Ruowan could find her way here, and so could Xing Man. Therefore, we must swiftly relocate our base. Wang Lingling's assertion left no room for dissent among the others. However, Lu Shun, quick-witted, turned his eyes thoughtfully and lowered his voice. It would be ideal if we could mislead Xing Man during our relocation, luring him to the place where we plan to ambush him. That was indeed an excellent idea. But how would they entice him? We could leave a message here, pretending it is meant for other potential members of the mutual aid group. In reality, it would be intended for Xing Man once he discovers the coded message we left for our classmates. He would follow the clues to find us. Lu Shun articulated his thoughts fluently. Yet the other students lacked confidence. Will that really work? Such plots of deceit they had only witnessed in the Three Kingdoms. In reality, could one truly anticipate another's actions and guide an enemy into a trap? Sui Wewan, being an academic, stepped forward to support Lu Shun. To my knowledge, Xing Man possesses an average intellect. In the context of the Three Kingdoms, he would likely rank below Elbu in terms of capability. His current arrogance is merely a product of good fortune, having acquired formidable strength. Like a nouveau riche, such a petty individual, having achieved success, is most prone to inflation of ego. He boasts so brazenly in the group, as if he intends to hunt each person down one by one for torment. Yet, after a series of failures, he is bound to become furious with shame. He must be curious about the whereabouts of those classmates he failed to catch. Subsequently, if he randomly tortures a classmate, he should be able to uncover the location of the third floor. However, if he finds nothing there, his rage will surely intensify. At that point, upon discovering the information we left for our mutual aid group, his anger will turn to joy, and he will be eager to come after us. With his inflated sense of self, he certainly would not suspect that we would dare to encircle and eliminate him. Thus, this plan is indeed feasible. The only question is whether his limited intellect can lead him to the information we provided to our classmates. If only we could place a traitor among his ranks as a spy. As Su Yuewan analyzed this, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Clearly, she was captivated by the scheming and calculating plots that one might find only in dramas. Wang Lingling was also willing to explore the notion presented by Lu Shun and Su Yuewan. However, after a moment of contemplation, she slowly added, "This method is indeed viable, but the issue lies in its passivity. We must wait for Xing Man to take action. We need him to torture the classmates to discover the third floor, and then to find the information we deliberately left there. Our only course of action is to remain in passive anticipation, while the initiative lies entirely in Xing Man's hands. We cannot predict when he will take the step to interrogate his classmates and head to the third floor." Indeed, the other classmates fell into a contemplative silence. Wang Lingling then unexpectedly declared, "Actually, I wish to protect Jiang Yi." Upon hearing this, the other classmates were taken aback and looked at her in surprise. Wang Lingling offered no further explanation but turned her gaze to Bai Ruowan. Bai Ruowan, who had been frightened moments ago, turned pale as she felt Wang Lingling's intense stare. Previously, she regarded Wang Lingling merely as a peer. Now, she perceived her as a figure of authority. She could hardly bring herself to call her Lingjia, only wanting to exclaim "Big Boss." Fortunately, the big boss seemed to harbor no intentions of harming her, instead asking, "I recall you have an affinity for the Three Kingdoms. You must have heard of the strategy of feigned injury, correct?" Bai Ruowan instantly comprehended. I am to play the role of Huang Gai?" However, Wang Lingling shook her head. "There's no need to suffer as much as Huang Gai did. In fact, you need not risk your life by going to Xing Man to act. After all, your psychological resilience is rather weak, and your acting skills are lacking. You might easily be exposed." By QAQ, what can I do? Wang Lingling remained calm, methodically outlining her plan. Just now, the demise of Yuziyu must have caught the attention of other classmates, as indicated by the group chat member list. However, due to the peculiar circumstances, no one dares to speak up in the group, nor has it sparked discussion. Nevertheless, you can voice your grievances in the group. Accusing me, claim that I suspected Yuziyu of treachery, leading to his demise, and now I suspect you. planning to eliminate you as well. You may adopt a more desperate demeanor, expressing yourself in a disjointed fashion in the group chat. Through your desperate and incoherent discourse, you can convey certain information to Xing Man. This certainly presents a far swifter alternative than merely waiting for Xing Man to come to us. Moreover, should Xing Man indeed be drawn to this distraction, he might temporarily abandon his pursuit of Jiangyi on the 20th floor. Perhaps we can truly safeguard Jiangyi. Additionally, the information by Ruowan reveals could suggest that our mutual aid group is rife with suspicion and has descended into infighting, thereby further lowering Xing Man's guard. Lu Xun and Su Yuewan exchanged knowing glances, agreeing that this tactic was indeed sound. However, they needed to prepare further. While they were to ready themselves, Bai Ruowan's act of betrayal must be executed without delay. Otherwise, if she were to wait until Yu Ziyu had been dead for a considerable time before betraying Wang Lingling, it would appear disingenuous. Thus, Wang Lingling and the others hastily began their preparations, while Bai Ruowan simultaneously commenced her performance in the group. Stung by Wang Lingling's critique of her acting skills, she was determined to astonish everyone with this performance. Unbeknownst to the mutual aid group, Jiang Yi remained oblivious to their machinations. He was still in room 2025, patiently awaiting Xing Man's arrival, contemplating that if he could eliminate Xing Man, the crisis would be averted. During this time, he noticed Yu Ziyu's name dimming, but thought little of it in his view. Once it fell into Xing Man's hands from the registry, Yu Ziyu must have met with misfortune. The reason for the delay in his demise, he assumed, was due to Xing Man's underlings employing severe interrogation tactics. However, to his surprise, while he was anxious, waiting for Xing Man to come knocking, he suddenly received an urgent message from Bai Ruowan in the group. Bai Ruowan, help! Is there anyone who can save me? Waqaq. Jiang Yi's heart sank. Bai Ruowan. Had she ultimately fallen victim? Had Xing Man found her? Does this mean Xing Man did not ascend to the 20th floor but instead sought out Bai Ruowan? As he pondered this, he suddenly heard a knock at his apartment door. Chapter 57. Breaking into the white-clad woman's home. Here it comes. Finally, he has come knocking. Jiang Yi swiftly entered a state of readiness. He quickly concealed himself in the innermost room of the apartment. Donning a protective jade amulet on his chest and a lucky wristband on his arm, he also held a completely black syringe, a tool procured from Huang Qi's spatial watch, capable of releasing poison needles twice more. Furthermore, there was a scroll that could randomly teleport him. However, he had no intention of using it unless absolutely necessary, as the teleportation was random. He could end up in a perilous location. Huang Qi had refrained from using it just before his demise, likely for the same reason. Despite having various defensive measures, Jiang Yi's main body was not prepared to engage in combat. He envisioned that no one should be able to breach the room where his main body resided. However, if Xing Man were to summon all his underlings, and the numbers became overwhelming, that said, it was unlikely. Even if Xing Man had considerable resources, not everyone would reside on the 20th floor. Therefore, the intruders should be few. After merging with his doppelganger, he believed he could handle the situation in 3 minutes. Thus, all of Jiang Yi's focus was directed toward preparing for battle with his third doppelganger. He even found his second doppelganger in apartment 9999, slightly distracted. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Yi's heart raced in tandem with the knocks on the door. He had dispatched a mirrored doppelganger to peer through the peephole in the dim light. He discerned a vague figure seemingly fiddling with the apartment door handle, holding something that resembled a black card. The figure indeed bore a resemblance to Xing Man. Meanwhile, Bai Ruowan continued to plead for help in the group. Jiang Yi couldn't help but wonder, if Xing Man was at his door, why was Bai Ruowan calling for assistance? Had she been captured by one of Xing Man's underlings? However, what caught everyone off guard was the subsequent revelation from Bai Ruowan. Help! Help! Wang Lingling is trying to kill me. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? What? Wang Lingling. It was Wang Lingling who was pursuing her, not Xing Man or his underlings. How could this be possible? Observing the bewildered expressions of their classmates in the group chat, Bai Ruowan continued to cry out for help. I swear, it was Wang Lingling who killed Yu Ziyu. She claims that the registry fell from Yu Ziyu into Xing Man's hands, but since Yu Ziyu is not dead, it indicates he betrayed us and aligned himself with Xing Man. Now she accuses me of being sought out by Xing Man but still alive, suspecting that I too have defected to Xing Man. What should I do? No matter how I explain it, she won't believe me. She is resolute in her intent to kill me, Wah. Wang Lingling, she is merely seeking excuses to kill. She desires survival. She yearns to become like Xing Man and Yang Wanchao. But I don't want to die yet. Wah, what should I do? Jiang Yi kept a close watch on the door, which could be broken open at any moment, while simultaneously observing the messages in the group chat, utterly shocked. Wang Lingling wished to kill like Xing Man and Yang Wanchao. Had she killed Yu Ziyu and now sought to eliminate Bai Ruowan? This? Jiang Yi felt a sense of confusion. If it were indeed true that Wang Lingling had murdered Yu Ziyu, then there was a reasonable chance he had defected to Xing Man, yet Bai Ruowan's claims warranted further examination. It could very well be, as she stated, that Wang Lingling, unable to contain herself any longer, sought to relish the taste of killing, creating justifications to eliminate Yu Ziyu and now pursue her. However, it was also plausible that both Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan had indeed defected to Xing Man and that Wang Lingling had uncovered this, leading her to kill Yu Ziyu and attempt to eliminate Bai Ruowan, only for Bai Ruowan to escape and retaliate. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Lingling had made a grave misjudgment, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than risk letting anyone go. Regardless of whether her motives were rooted in suspicion or self-interest, she undoubtedly had reasons to eliminate both Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan. Yet, Jiang Yi felt a nagging sense of peculiarity. Previously, Wang Lingling had been the first to suggest that when attacked, everyone should immediately expose the perpetrator in the group. Yet now, as she set out to kill, she had afforded Bai Ruowan the opportunity to expose her? Jiang Yi couldn't shake the feeling. If Wang Lingling truly intended to kill Bai Ruowan, then Bai Ruowan likely would not have had the chance to reveal her. But if she did not genuinely wish to kill her, Jiang Yi's mind swiftly conjured another possibility. Merely the thought of it conjures a subtle sense of astonishment within my heart. Just how formidable is Wang Lingling's cohort? Can they truly ensure a successful counterattack against Xing Man? While the ruse of feigned suffering unfolds fervently within the group chat, Jiang Yi suddenly hears a more intense knocking at the door. Having waited for quite some time, Xing Man has yet to make his entrance, occasionally thudding twice, which only serves to irritate him. This leaves him in a state of indecision. Should he take the initiative and open the door himself? However, just as he hesitates, his mirror image notices through the peephole a vague silhouette that now appears rather impatient, manipulating a card prop as it repeatedly brushes against the doorknob. It seems as if the figure is frustrated by its inability to open the door. Unable to open the door? Why could that be? A wave of suspicion washes over Jiang Yi, while outside, Xing Man finally ceases his attempts to force entry and takes a step back. The indistinct form becomes more apparent. It is indeed Xing Man, yet, just as Jiang Yi ponders this, he sees Xing Man suddenly tag him in the group chat. 2025. You must have filled in a false room number on your registration, right, Jiang Yi? It seems your mutual assistance group isn't as united as you'd like to believe. One member filled in a false room number, and now the leader kills his own underlings. Truly a fascinating display of human nature. I know some of you are pondering. Do you really think that Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan have genuinely allied with me, making Wang Lingling's actions justifiable? Have you not considered that, with my strength, I would need the allegiance of such lowly zero-level Karami? Moreover, I can assure you, those like Wang Chong, Gu Zining, and Yang Wei, when they perished, they were all eager to serve me, only wishing to survive. However, I have no use for such worthless servants. So, have you come to a realization? Wang Lingling does not suspect traitors. She has finally discerned the true nature of the doomsday apartment and is beginning to awaken. She seeks to learn from me. She aspires to become a powerhouse like myself. But alas, it may already be too late. Wang Lingling, you have missed your opportunity to grow into a strong individual. To Jiang Yi's astonishment, this wave of Bai Ruowan's accusations against Wang Lingling has led Xing Man to boast about himself. In an instant, the entire chat group seems to have transformed into his monologue. Only his domineering and arrogant statements emerge, one after another. Oh no. There are also Bai Ruowan's desperate pleas, surfacing at the most inopportune moments. Xing Man appears to grow impatient with the interruptions, directly tagging her. Where were you being hunted by Wang Lingling? I will come to your rescue, Bai Ruowan. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ruowan would not believe such words. Yet, at this moment, she is evidently disoriented and devoid of reason. Her frantic cries for help in the group chat come out in a flurry, even her responses to Xing Man lagging behind. Grasping at what seems to be a lifeline, she hardly registers that it is Xing Man who offers to save her, replying, "It's the place we teamed up to level up. The third-floor corridor. Hurry, please come to rescue me." Only afterward does she seem to realize it is Xing Man, and panic ensues. Why is it Xing Man? No, please, is there no one else to save me? Wu Wu QAQ by Ruowan appears to be on the brink of madness. Xing Man does not reply again and heads directly towards the elevator bathed in red light. This leaves Jiang Yi within the apartment, utterly perplexed. Wait, my friend? Wasn't the plan to break in? You haven't even breached the door yet? No, this guy clearly arrived at my doorstep. Why then does he claim that the room number on the registration is false? Is it because he failed to break in successfully? But why? Could it be a ruse? Or does he sense danger? Or perhaps, to break through, there are other conditions. Does my apartment not meet the criteria for him to force entry? Jiang Yi is fully prepared for battle, yet his opponent suddenly retreats. This leaves him in an awkward predicament. Should he pursue Xing Man and eliminate him? What if this is the opponent's cunning ploy? And by stepping outside, he falls right into their trap. Or does Xing Man possess some extraordinary life-saving or lethal item? Jiang Yi hesitates, opting not to chase after him. Instead, he switches to his fourth clone. Standing guard at the door, peering through the peephole. Meanwhile, in the 9999 apartment where his second clone resides, when he inquires how Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian recognize the NPC props, the two respond with a peculiar look. This sends a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine, making him doubt whether he has once again revealed his novice status. Fortunately, Wan Xian, perhaps lost in his own thoughts, promptly explains, "Of course, with our probing technique. If the new player apartment features props that are completely question marks, they can only be NPC props." Jiang Yi reflects, realizing that since he has 10 minutes to achieve 10 consecutive victories, he is not particularly concerned about exposing his novice status. He then asks, even if the props are exchanged with survival points, will they still not appear as all question marks? He merely asks out of curiosity, hoping to gather more information. However, to his surprise, both of them suddenly change their expressions. Their gazes towards him reveal a mix of incredulity and shock. Just moments ago, Wang Qingjin had displayed disdain in his tone, yet now his expression grows complex. After a brief silence, he slowly replies, "Of course, when props exchanged with survival points exceed the new player apartment threshold, there is a chance they could display differently." However, he pauses before delivering the second half of his statement. "Do you seriously believe you could exchange for props worth over 10,000 survival points?" This statement may appear to be a taunt, yet it carries an air of gravity. Evidently, Jiang Yi's two novice inquiries have sparked their imaginations. They do not realize Jiang Yi is a novice. So they instinctively think that a mysterious figure like him has no reason to pose pointless questions. Thus, the combination of his inquiries suggests his props may very well not be NPC props. But if they are non-NPC props, how could they appear as all question marks in their probing technique? What kind of remarkable survival point items could that be? Over 10,000 survival points? That is merely an estimate. Therefore, could it be that the item in the test tube is the reason this mysterious bald man has drawn the attention of the Dewey organization and swiftly eliminated Zhao Yudi? Perhaps, with such an item, he could indeed achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes. In that moment, both Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian cannot help but entertain a flicker of intrigue. Yet, they remain uncertain, after all. How could one accumulate over 10,000 survival points in such a short span of time? Jiang Yi, however, remains blissfully unaware of the two experts' speculations. He is simply asking questions to broaden his knowledge. Upon hearing Wang Qingjin's assertion, his immediate reaction is, if props worth over 10,000 survival points show as all question marks in your probing technique, and NPC props also show as all question marks, does that not imply that the value of NPC props is comparable to that of 10,000 survival points? However, as soon as these words escape his lips, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian are left utterly dumbfounded. The expressions on their faces grow increasingly bizarre. How could this fellow pose such an absurd question? Is he genuinely unaware? Or is he attempting to mislead them by feigning ignorance? Does he suspect they are coveting the item in his possession, and thus seeks to dispel their suspicions regarding its non-NPC nature? Yet, did they not begin to suspect precisely because this bald man asked two questions? The two experts find themselves more and more baffled by this bald man, particularly Wang Qingjin, who, instead of responding, furrows his brow and states, "Are you merely trying to be cryptic, Or are you attempting to buy time? Jiang Yi feels a sense of helplessness within, wishing to exclaim, I'm genuinely unaware. Is it too late for me to claim I'm a novice who has stumbled in? Clearly, it is too late. His earlier bravado in the group chat has left these two experts with a profoundly negative impression of him. They are now set on ensuring he faces consequences if he fails to achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes. This moment. Not only do they refrain from answering his questions, but they hasten their pace, leading him to an idle battle machine. Wan Xian promptly retrieves a timer. Let us not say we are bullying you. I will only start timing 30 seconds after you enter. Now, commence your challenge. This method of timing is indeed considerate. However, Jiang Yi stirs up trouble again, turning to Wan Xian and asking, by the way, can I borrow some game coins from you? Or perhaps I could take out a loan from the apartment administrator? After all, I hope to profit from this 10 consecutive victories. Wan Xian, taken aback, is left speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Qingjin snaps at him. Quit your incessant chatter. Hurry up and finish, then get lost. His reprimand carries such intensity that it seems he would kick Jiang Yi into the battle machine if given the chance. With no other option, Jiang Yi trudges towards the battle machine. Simultaneously, his first clone sets forth on a different course. Instead of pursuing Xing Man, it cautiously heads towards the 2064 apartment of the woman in white. Indeed, he intends to heed Yang Wenchao's suggestion. While the woman in white is away hunting the bald man, he will take the opportunity to tidy up her place. Just as the second clone is about to enter the battle machine and the first clone approaches the 2064 apartment, Wang Qingjin, who is urging Jiang Yi to enter the battle machine, suddenly lets out a terrified exclamation. Chapter 58. The choice question. So easy. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Similar exclamations echo repeatedly. At the same time, an eerie, chilling sensation exclusive to the dark element envelopes the entire 99th floor. At this moment, the powerful individuals engaged in high-level battle machines remain unaffected. The players within the arena were all acutely aware of the ominous atmosphere that suddenly enveloped them. A palpable tension gripped the air, as if they were all facing a formidable adversary. Yet, they could not see the source of this dread. Only a select few, endowed with heightened senses, discerned the origin of the chilling wind emanating from the ceiling of the 99th floor. They instinctively craned their necks upwards, gazing at the ceiling that soared over 5 meters high. To their astonishment, they beheld a network of intricate black lines sprawling across the surface, resembling fissures in the darkness. However, it soon became evident that these were not mere cracks, for cracks do not exhibit movement. The black lines appeared to writhe upon the ceiling, accompanied by a faint hissing sound, leading them to suspect that these were not mere lines, but rather some form of sentient being. The other formidable players stood astonished and on guard at this unexpected turn of events. Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian abruptly turned their gazes towards Jiang Yi. More precisely, their attention was fixated on the test tube he held, which contained strands of hair. Were these strands not akin to the very black lines they had just observed? Could it be that this extraordinary occurrence was somehow orchestrated by the bald man? What intentions did he harbor? Did he truly intend to challenge the entirety of the 9999 apartment complex? Just as they pondered whether Jiang Yi was the architect of this chaos, a cold, authoritative female voice resonated from above, commanding them with an icy tone, "Before I truly unleash my wrath, return my hair to me." The final 3 words were delivered with a deliberate cadence, suffused with an overwhelming sense of menace. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian suddenly realized that this upheaval was not the doing of the bald man after all. The reality seemed to be that Jiang Yi had pilfered an NPC item and was now facing the consequences. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere and the chilling wind above, Wan Xian refrained from vocalizing his thoughts directly, opting instead to voice his incredulity in the group chat. Isn't this a bit audacious? Not only has this guy offended the Dewey organization, but he's also managed to anger an NPC. Wang Qingjin, equally exasperated, responded, "So, he didn't come to our 9999 for a battle to the death, but rather to seek refuge?" The other members of the apartment, still oblivious to the situation, inquired, "What? Is this ceiling dweller after the newcomer Jiang Yi?" Wan Xian confirmed, "Indeed. It appears he has stolen an NPC item." The chat erupted with disbelief. "What? He stole from an NPC? How outrageous. So, he truly intends to seek asylum in our 9999. Surely, he doesn't think we possess the courage to confront such NPCs head-on. Even if we did, it would be absurd to risk our lives for him. What on earth is he thinking? The crucial point is, don't you find it absurd? He crossed apartments, which means the NPCs he angered did as well. Cross-apartment NPCs. Need I elaborate on their significance? Those must be among the most formidable entities in the novice apartments. Second only to the apartment owner. An entity of that caliber could very well surpass even the apartment manager. We have already accomplished something remarkable by challenging the apartment manager, and yet this fool dares to provoke such a boss-level NPC. One Xian remarked, I suspect he may be lacking in mental faculties, truly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, the subject of these doubts, could only reflect calmly. Damn that Yang Wenchao. Just wait until I return to deal with you. At that moment, Yang Wenchao in apartment 1008 sneezed, feeling a pang of indecision. Should he seize the opportunity to raid room 2064 while the white-clad woman pursued the bald man? Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, that NPC could traverse apartments. Such beings were best left undisturbed. Go be candid. When he assisted the bald man in acquiring the NPC item, he had no intention of setting him up for failure. After all, NPCs capable of traversing apartments were exceedingly rare. Under normal circumstances, as he had envisioned, if the bald man fled with the NPC item, the NPC would have no recourse until he voluntarily returned to the apartment. Generally, NPCs were incapable of crossing apartment boundaries. Who could have foreseen that he would encounter such a formidable NPC? This was not Yang Wenchao's fault. If anyone were to be blamed, it should be Jiang Yi. His luck was simply abysmal. He merely accepted a cleaning task and stumbled upon an NPC of that caliber. Yet, it is often said that the line between extreme misfortune and extraordinary fortune is razor thin. It now depended on whether the bald man possessed the ability to turn the tide. However, it seemed unlikely, as he was not a player. Jiang Yi himself held little hope. Nevertheless, he recalled Yang Wenchao's earlier assertion that NPC residents in the apartments typically did not engage in direct combat with players. Thus, he reasoned that returning the test tube containing the hair to the white-clad woman should resolve the matter. The only loss he would incur was the 300,000 he had spent on 2 items in exchange for the hair. While 300,000 was still a substantial amount to him, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. However, just as he contemplated returning the hair and deemed himself safe, another thought struck him. Both he and Yang Wenchao had previously been ambushed by monsters. Yang Wenchao had been attacked by giant cockroaches in the battle room, while he himself had encountered a venomous snake in the corridor on the 20th floor. According to Yang Wenchao, the reason for their ambushes was their prior transgressions of stealing packages. Yet, they had stolen from NPCs. In light of this, might it be the case that NPCs were indeed incapable of directly assaulting players, but could unleash their trained monsters to ambush them? Could it be that the moment he returned the hair, a powerful monster would appear and eliminate him in an instant? On the flip side, given the strength of the white-clad woman, she should have been able to forcibly reclaim her hair. Yet, she had refrained from doing so, instead affording Jiang Yi the opportunity to relinquish it willingly. Suddenly, a revelation struck Jiang Yi as he recalled the assistant robot of the white-clad woman during his cleaning task, which had remarked, "Every strand of hair is exceptionally precious. Should any be harmed, the consequences will be yours to bear." That statement resurfaced in his mind, and he realized, perhaps the reason the white-clad woman had not directly snatched her hair was due to her concern over its potential damage. Therefore, the item in Jiang Yi's possession was akin to a hostage. If he were to surrender it outright, it would spell disaster. Retaining it in his grasp instead provided him leverage. With this in mind, Jiang Yi tightened his grip on the test tube, exerting enough pressure as if he might shatter it at any moment. Simultaneously, he composed his expression and looked up at the ceiling, addressing the white-clad woman. "Please? Calm your temper. I have no interest in your hair. However, if your demeanor is too intimidating and it causes me to inadvertently harm this strand, it would be a loss for both of us. Would it not?" His tone, while seemingly cordial, bore an undercurrent of veiled threat. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere on the 99th floor intensified, causing many players to shudder involuntarily as if a venomous serpent had slithered up their spines, chilling them to the core. Moreover, they witnessed the audacious bald man maintaining his composure, casually messaging in the group chat despite facing a cross-apartment NPC. Jiang Yi inquired, "By the way, do you all know what will happen to these NPCs when the novice apartment is destroyed?" A sudden silence enveloped the group chat before one Xian was the first to respond. It seems that NPCs in the game are purely data. When the novice apartment is destroyed, the NPC data should also be obliterated. Yet, regarding this reality-based novice apartment, we are uncertain of the exact circumstances. He added, "Why you speculated? It should follow a similar fate, being destroyed alongside the novice apartment." Zhang Yi pressed on, "What about the apartment owner?" To which Wan Xian replied clearly, "The apartment owner will undoubtedly be unscathed, as we will have the opportunity to interact with them after we conquer the novice apartment and transition to the doomsday apartment city. Therefore, the apartment owner is likely a high-level NPC that transcends the constraints of the novice apartment," he concluded. Wang Qingjin affirmed, "Indeed, for the apartment owner, the novice apartment is probably just a trivial asset. Even if we wreak havoc in the novice apartment, the apartment owner generally pays little attention, delegating authority to the apartment manager. During this time, the apartment owner is likely engaged in the more significant doomsday apartment city beyond the novice apartment." As the group continued their brief discussion, the chilling female voice resonated once more from the ceiling, this time directed squarely at Zhang Yi, her tone frigid. "Are you threatening me?" The implication was clear. The white-clad woman appeared to be genuinely enraged, poised to take action at any moment. Yet, Zhang Yi remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected as he replied, "Of course not. I merely wish to discuss another matter with you before returning the hair." The white-clad woman fell silent, neither responding nor launching an immediate attack. Zhang Yi, not one to prolong the suspense, tightened his grip on the test tube and directly inquired, "Are you aware that the apartment will be destroyed in 10 days? The revelation left the prominent figures of apartment 9999 in a state of shock and astonishment. What could this audacious young man possibly want to convey to the NPC? Was he courting danger? Generally speaking, the demise of a novice apartment typically occurs between the 8th and 10th day, coinciding with the arrival of seasoned players. At this juncture, the NPCs within the apartment, sensing impending destruction, will erupt into chaos. This includes instances of apartment fusion, where NPCs also engage in rebellion. The NPCs in a state of revolt pose a significant threat. Under the shadow of death, they will disregard the rules and turn against the players. At this moment, Zhang Yi declares that the apartment is on the brink of destruction. Could this be an attempt to incite an NPC uprising? Yet, to the astonishment of these influential figures, the cross-apartment NPC suspended from the ceiling appears entirely unfazed by Zhang Yi's proclamation, as if she had already foreseen the impending ruin of the apartment. Nevertheless, she remains silent in response to him. Zhang Yi, maintaining his composure, further inquires, "Whether through apartment fusion or destruction, this must certainly cause you some distress. Correct? What if I offer to alleviate your troubles?" Upon hearing this, the prominent figures of apartment 9999 are left dumbfounded. Is he truly aware of what he is saying? Alleviating the NPC's troubles. Could he possibly believe he can save them from the apartment's demise? Surely, he doesn't naively think that providing these NPCs with survival stones would ensure their safety? This fellow is utterly outrageous. He appears as if he is actively seeking tasks from the NPCs. Moreover, the task he seeks is one that seems utterly insurmountable. Not only are the players astonished, but even the white-clad woman is taken aback. After a prolonged silence, her voice, now tinged with disdain, drifts down from the ceiling. "Alleviating my troubles, ha! Do you even comprehend whom you must address to resolve them? Hey?" Zhang Yi's eyes flicker with a glimmer of hope. If the white-clad woman had directly asked him if he knew how to resolve her troubles, he might genuinely have been at a loss for words. However, her question, whom to address, now carries a pointed significance. The term whom, or who, generally refers to a person. Thus, it can be interpreted as a multiple-choice question. A. Apartment players B. Apartment administrators C. Corridor shadows D. Apartment owner I. Others. This multiple-choice query is straightforward. He could easily guess. Moreover, based on the discussions among the esteemed figures of apartment 9999, combined with the white-clad woman's dismissive demeanor towards his words, it must be to select the toughest option. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi confidently declares his guess. Isn't it simply about addressing the apartment owner? As soon as this declaration escapes his lips, Zhang Yi senses a sudden stiffness permeating the air on the 99th floor. Even the chilling aura descending from the ceiling fails to permeate this rigid atmosphere. Thus, the previously eerie and cold ambience is abruptly reduced to mere awkwardness and tension. Why the awkwardness? Did he guess correctly or incorrectly? Or perhaps is the apartment owner truly difficult to deal with? Upon reflection, it seems likely to be quite the challenge. After all, from what he has gathered, the apartment owner possesses far greater power than the apartment administrator. Even these gaming elites dare only to confront the apartment administrator in their quest to navigate the novice apartment, utterly refraining from setting their sights on the apartment owner. Furthermore, Yang Wanchao had previously mentioned that the apartment administrator possesses the ability to eliminate players. To counteract this ability, a specific item is necessary. This implies that defeating the apartment administrator is already a monumental challenge for players. Confronting the apartment owner is a scenario that even the gaming elites have never contemplated. Thus, has he inadvertently boasted beyond measure? Just as Jiang Yi contemplates whether to concoct an excuse to backtrack amidst this uncomfortable atmosphere, a peculiar voice, no longer cold, resonates from the ceiling. Are you certain you truly wish to confront the apartment owner? Chapter 59 NPC Task, The Masked Madman. I didn't mean it. I was just joking. Is it too late to regret now? Clearly, it is far too late. The white-clad woman does not wait for his response before continuing. Since you are so eager to confront the apartment owner, allow me to assign you a task. You shall accept it. What? The other esteemed figures of apartment 9999 are left utterly bewildered. In a way, has he genuinely managed to request an NPC task? However, this task is unlikely to be so simple. Jiang Yi is equally perplexed, for a notification rings in his mind. Ding! The apartment resident In Su has initiated an SSS-level confidential task for you. Task requirement: eliminate the apartment owner in your current region. Task deadline: before the novice apartment's destruction. Task Phase 1. Eliminate the apartment administrator, S level. Task Phase 2. Eliminate the apartment merchant, SS level. Task Phase 3. Eliminate the apartment owner, SSS level. Task Phase 1 rewards: Yuan. Game currency: 50 million. 2. Skill scroll, bronze level, 1. 3. Bronze treasure chest 3. 4. Exemption card 10. 5. A golden level combat machine. In Su's special setting. Rewards for Phase 1 will be distributed upon task acceptance. Task failure penalty: none. Do you wish to accept the task? Yes, no. What the heck? 50 million in game currency, skill scrolls, bronze treasure chests, exemption cards, and even a golden level combat machine. Isn't this akin to a sudden windfall? Although Jiang Yi is uncertain of the specific utility of the golden level combat machine, it must possess considerable value, given its position as a final reward. The crucial aspect is that this task will grant rewards upon acceptance, with no penalties for failure. Is this not somewhat unreasonable? If he accepts the task but fails to complete it, wouldn't he, the white-clad woman, suffer immense losses? Or does she intend to personally administer punishment? From this perspective, it seems this SSS-level confidential task is not as daunting as it appears. Since he has accepted the task, the white-clad woman should refrain from causing him further trouble during the task period, right? Moreover, the first phase of the task aligns perfectly with the goals of the gaming players. If he tags along with the players to eliminate the apartment administrator, it should pose no issue. Therefore, shall he accept this task? Just as Jiang Yi contemplates this, the option in his mind automatically selects yes. Following closely, another notification resonates in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the SSS-level confidential task. Ding! You have garnered the apartment owner's attention. Jiang Yi has a nagging feeling that he may have fallen into a trap. Is this task truly devoid of failure penalties? Without time for further contemplation, a slender black thread descends from the ceiling, carrying a silver ring that gradually lowers before Jiang Yi. Upon retrieving it, he discovers it to be a level 1 space ring. Just as he inspects the items within the ring, the black thread wraps around the test tube in his hand, seemingly to retrieve the hair as well. Noticing that the items within the space ring correspond closely with the task rewards, Jiang Yi hesitates briefly before loosening his grip on the test tube, allowing it to ascend with the black thread into the ceiling. Moments later, the white-clad woman's voice emanates once more from the ceiling. You should be aware, right? The masked madman, required to defeat the apartment administrator, can only be obtained after achieving a 100 game-winning streak in the combat room. Therefore, I have provided you with 10 exemption cards and a golden-level combat machine. Strive to achieve 100 consecutive victories swiftly. Acquire the masked madman. Eliminate the apartment administrator. Upon completing the first phase of the task, I will present you with a grand surprise. Jiang Yi cannot shake the feeling that the term surprise uttered by the white-clad woman carries a peculiar undertone. Let's hope it doesn't turn out to be a fright instead of a delight. Just as he wishes to utter something more, he observes the black threads in the ceiling swiftly retreating. Disappearing entirely, the atmosphere on the 99th floor resumes a sense of normalcy. The task notification that had just echoed in Jiang Ye's mind evidently went unheard by the others on the 99th floor. However, they did catch the last words of the white-clad woman. Wan Xian cannot help but exclaim, 10 exemption cards, a golden-level combat machine? You mean to say you anticipated that you would receive an NPC task from the pursuit of the NPC? And that the task rewards would conveniently aid you in swiftly achieving a 10-game winning streak? Is that why you boasted so confidently about achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes? And just now, you intentionally delayed entering our combat machine, all to wait for the NPC task to secure a golden-level combat machine. Wan Xian's indignation is palpable, his gaze seemingly ready to strip Jiang Yi of his skin. Even Wang Qingjin cannot help but cast a strange glance at him, exclaiming, "No wonder you dared to claim you would surpass Lin Shun in achieving a 100-game winning streak. Turns out you're relying on the golden-level combat machine." Jiang Yi, in truth, has no idea of the specific benefits of the golden-level combat machine. However, he is intrigued by the notion that it may enable players to swiftly achieve a 100-game winning streak. Just as he intends to inquire about the advantages of the golden-level combat machine, a clamor erupts from the position of the combat machine on the 99th floor, accompanied by the discussions of powerful players. Lin Shun? The deity Lin has emerged. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Jiang Yi swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction of the number 1 battle machine. There, he beheld a slender young man clad in a black, tactical jacket. Stepping out from the battle machine, he traversed through the throng of people surrounding him and strode directly towards Jiang Yi, his steps measured, as he inquired in a rhythmic manner, "Is your task to eliminate the apartment administrator?" Even if some players had succeeded in the game, the administrator of the novice apartment was no easy foe to vanquish. Firstly, upon being attacked, the administrator would acquire the authority to annihilate the player outright. This terrifying privilege could only be countered by the frenzied mask, which one must earn through achieving 100 consecutive victories in the battle arena. However, the reward for 100 consecutive victories is a choice among 3 items, meaning the likelihood of selecting the frenzied mask is a mere 1 in 3. Thus, the rarity of this item is self-evident. What's more, its effect in negating the annihilation privilege is limited to just 3 minutes. In other words, even while donning the frenzied mask, one must eliminate the apartment administrator within 3 minutes. I recall in the game, a group of affluent players formed a 10-member team and barely succeeded in defeating the administrator, having endured countless failures prior to that. Thus, it is practically impossible for you to single-handedly eliminate the apartment administrator during your novice phase. Is that true? The apartment administrator requires at least 10 individuals to collaborate for the kill? And those 10 must be among the strongest in a novice zone? Jiang Yi mused, casting a glance at the 99th floor of the 9999 apartment, filled with battle machines. He then directly asked Zhai Jing, "Are you all gathered here for the frenzied mask from 100 consecutive victories in order to deal with the apartment administrator?" Jiang Yi posed the question casually as Zhai Jing approached him. This prominent figure bore a rugged countenance, typically serious, yet he unexpectedly smiled, adding with a significant tone, "You are indeed not a player." Jiang Yi had no intention of concealing the truth and nodded. After all, it is far simpler to masquerade as a scholar than to feign ignorance as a novice. He had indeed never played the game Doomsday Apartment, and thus could be exposed at any moment. Furthermore, these elites of the 9999 apartment had preconceived notions of him as a player. With a little more thought, they should easily discern that he was not one of them. I inadvertently eliminated a cross-apartment player and, through his cross-apartment chip, unexpectedly arrived at the distant 9999 apartment, he stated candidly. The elite players present were taken aback, particularly Wang Qingjin, who suddenly realized, "Wait, so you truly had no idea about the NPC items when you asked me earlier?" Wang Xian was equally astonished. "So you're not a player, yet you eliminated Zhao Yudi. What about that 3 consecutive victories? Are you the bald man targeted by the Crossing Misfortune organization?" Jiang Yi responded with mock seriousness. "There are many bald men using disguised masks. It might not necessarily be me. I'm not sure." Wang Xian shot him a skeptical glance. "Quit pretending." The announcement clearly stated the seating number. How could you not know if it matched yours? "Ah? It seems so," Jiang Yi replied, but still stubbornly insisted. "I truly don't know if it was me." Wang Xine rolled his eyes again, utterly unconvinced. Meanwhile, the gathered elites could not help but murmur among themselves. What a kid! He picked up a cross-apartment player's item and just waltzed into our 9,999 apartment. Is it really that coincidental? Damn it. How did we not consider the possibility of a novice wandering in? After all, it's only the first day. Which novice could possibly cross apartments on their first day and conveniently land in ours? Yet this novice is no ordinary one. His audacity is remarkable. He actually attracted the attention of an NPC from another apartment, and in the end, secured an NPC quest. The critical point is that this NPC quest directly awarded him a golden level battle machine. Jiang Yi ignored the chatter, focusing instead on the strength of the apartment administrator. He wondered if there were more detailed strategies for defeating the administrator beyond just the frenzied mask. Just as he was about to inquire further from the serious-looking Zhai Jing, the young man pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and solemnly stated, "Given your circumstances, it is likely unwise for you to utilize the golden level battle machine. Do you recall our previous agreement? Achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, and we will assist you. Otherwise, we will send you on your way. Now, you need not rush to prove yourself with 10 consecutive victories. Simply hand over the golden level battle machine to me, and I shall guide you." How does that sound? What do you mean? How does that sound? That is not happening. Jiang Yi frowned, regarding Zhai Jing with an odd expression, and replied in a serious tone, "Why should I give you the golden level battle machine if I can achieve 10 consecutive victories within 10 minutes? Upon his utterance, the surrounding atmosphere abruptly stiffened. The whispers that had been filling the air moments ago fell silent. Zhai Jing's expression hardened, his features becoming more pronounced. After a brief silence, he replied with gravity, "When I said I would guide you, it included assisting you in battling the apartment administrator." Pausing for effect, he continued, "Essentially, among the players in the novice zone from 0000 to 9999, those with a significant chance of achieving 100 consecutive victories to obtain the frenzied mask, and who might contribute during the battle against the administrator, are all located in the 9999 apartment. In other words, without joining us, it is virtually impossible for you to complete your task of eliminating the apartment administrator." Jiang Yi mused to himself that if eliminating the apartment administrator necessitated teamwork and could not be accomplished solo, how would he possibly fulfill the second stage of his task, which involved slaying the apartment merchant, and the third stage, which entailed defeating the apartment owner? Therefore, if he genuinely wished to complete the task given by the woman in white, he would likely need to take down the apartment administrator alone. The intentions of these individuals regarding whether to assist him were of no consequence. Moreover, Jiang Yi reiterated, "So, you truly intend to go back on your word? What you previously stated about achieving 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes to play with me was merely empty talk?" His words carried a hint of defiance, permeating the atmosphere with tension. Many gazes turned towards him as if he were a ghost. Though they did not speak, their expressions clearly conveyed the sentiment. Is this kid overly bold or simply foolish? How dare a mere level 1 player with such pitiful combat skills speak so arrogantly to the esteemed Zhai Jing? Does he genuinely believe that having accepted an NPC quest, he has become significant? The golden level battle machine would be utterly wasted on such a novice. Zhai Jing could have taken it by force but chose to negotiate. And yet this brat remained unsatisfied? Damn it, Lin, please step in. Show this audacious rookie a lesson. However, while the onlookers contemplated intervening, Zhai Jing remained composed. He did not lash out at Jiang Yi for his impudent tone. Instead, he followed Jiang Yi's lead and clarified. "When I previously mentioned guiding you, it referred to engaging in life and death battles, but it did not imply assisting you in confronting the apartment administrator." "Oh, I see." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "In that case, no problem. I do not require your help to battle the apartment administrator." The underlying message was unmistakable. He preferred to achieve 10 consecutive victories rather than relinquish the golden level battle machine. Zhai Jing's expression remained unchanged, although his gaze towards Jiang Yi grew somewhat intricate. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Are you certain?" Jiang Yi nodded. "Certain." Finally, he added, "I am indeed prepared to take down the apartment administrator solo." Chapter 60. Zhai Jing's admiration solo against the apartment administrator? The declaration sent a shockwave through the atmosphere once more, and the looks directed at him became increasingly peculiar. The elites had initially held their tongues, observing Zhai Jing's demeanor, but now they could no longer contain themselves. Wang Qingjin, who had been skeptical from the start, exclaimed, "This kid! His audacity is astounding. I feel like his words are nothing but hot air. Purely empty boasts." Exactly. Even Lin said it was impossible to solo the apartment administrator, yet he insists on attempting it. Moreover, previously, he claimed he could achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes, even outpacing Lin to reach 100 victories. It is truly preposterous. I have never encountered someone so shameless. The critical point is, this fellow is merely a novice. He is either irresponsibly spouting nonsense or blatantly ignorant and arrogant. Evidently, at this moment, no one believed Jiang Yi could truly solo the apartment administrator. In fact, some of the more ruthless gazes among the strong whispered, "So what if Lin actually reneges on his word?" This is not a game played in peaceful times, but rather a real apocalypse. For the sake of survival, killing is permissible. Thus, the justification for slaying someone over a golden-level battle machine is even more compelling, right? I believe that even if Lin were to betray his word and act violently, it would only serve to highlight this brat's inferiority. Truthfully, I even suspect that the cross-apartment NPC aimed to have us eliminate this kid. The innocent are faultless, yet the possessor of riches invites calamity. The golden-grade battle aircraft might very well be the reward bestowed upon the player who slays this individual by that NPC. Indeed, thus, she intentionally revealed that this person has acquired a golden-grade battle aircraft. Moreover, typically, NPC tasks require completion before rewards are granted. Correct. Why does this person get the reward beforehand? Goodness, that makes sense. So, are these task rewards, in fact, intended for the players who eliminate this individual? Precisely. Indeed. Let us not forget that this NPC is, after all, pursuing this player. The prominent figures, as they continued to analyze, found themselves increasingly convinced. Even Jiang Yi. Upon hearing this, couldn't he suppress his doubts? Could it be that the woman in white truly provided such generous rewards to incite these prominent players to eliminate him? Were these rewards genuinely prepared for them? However, just as he was steeped in suspicion, the esteemed Lin Shen suddenly cast a sweeping glance. That imposing gaze instantly silenced the players of apartment 9999. Moreover, Guo Jing directly addressed those players, stating, "Is it necessary to reward a level 10 player with a golden-grade battle aircraft for a task to kill a level 1 player? Generally speaking, task rewards correspond to the difficulty of the task. If the golden-grade battle aircraft is indeed a reward for slaying Jiang Yi, then that only signifies that in the eyes of this NPC, Jiang Yi is formidable, not someone who can be easily dispatched." Furthermore, Guo Jing did not believe that the NPC would go to such lengths to design a simple level 1 task. If she truly wished to eliminate Jiang Yi through an NPC task, she could simply assign tasks directly to other players, without the need for such convoluted methods. Thus, the speculations of these players from 9999 were purely self-serving. If only they exerted a bit of thought, they would surely feel a tinge of embarrassment. Guo Jing's gaze shifted away from them and fell upon Jiang Yi. He paused for a moment, his tone taking on a peculiar quality. "The task you undertook should not merely involve slaying the apartment administrator, right? Your prior conversation with the NPC, while it sounded rather outrageous, could it be, are you tasked with eliminating the apartment owner?" Framed as a question, yet Guo Jing's tone bore the weight of a statement. Moreover, within that statement lay a hint of indescribable complexity. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, sensing that Guo Jing's words carried an undertone of calculation and ill intent. He chose not to respond. Yet, it seemed that the other party did not require his answer. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Jing slowly continued. "According to my previous assertion, winning 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes implies that we would accompany you into a life-and-death battle. However, the golden-grade battle aircraft also possesses capabilities for such battles. Hence, I believe our prior agreement is no longer necessary to fulfill. However, you seem to have interpreted this as me coveting your golden-grade battle aircraft. But truth be told, Jiang Yi, I hold you in high regard. They believe your claim of defeating the apartment administrator is mere bluster. Yet I think that your confidence already surpasses that of many others." Upon hearing this, the other players of apartment 9999 widened their eyes in disbelief. Hardly able to believe their ears. This must be the first time Lin Shen has expressed admiration for someone, right? Furthermore, he even praised Jiang Yi's audacity. Could it be that he genuinely believes Jiang Yi could slay the apartment administrator alone? Meanwhile, due to Guo Jing's words of admiration, The gazes of the 9,999 players toward Jiang Yi shifted significantly. Previously filled with disdain for the newcomer, they now looked upon him as if witnessing a ghost, filled with suspicion, shock, and, for some, a hint of envy and jealousy. After all, none among them had ever received such admiration from Guo Jing. Jiang Yi himself initially felt an uncontrollable surge of joy at Guo Jing's words. After all, being praised and recognized is inherently a source of pride. What makes it even more commendable is when one receives accolades from someone more powerful than oneself. It's akin to an elementary school student feeling elated when praised by a preschooler, but feeling an extraordinary sense of pride when commended by a respected teacher. Guo Jing embodies that esteemed figure within the realm of apartment 9999. Thus, the mere expression of admiration from him stirred Jiang Yi's emotions. However, he quickly regained his composure, becoming increasingly alert. How had the black-clad figure been defeated during the 3 consecutive victories? How had Huang Qi from across the apartments been swiftly eliminated? Jiang Yi recalled these events. Sensing that Guo Jing's words felt too abrupt, this praise likely harbored ulterior motives. Consequently, he maintained a stoic expression, his demeanor unchanged, and quietly observed Guo Jing. This display of composure only served to irk the powerful players of apartment 9999 further. Yet Guo Jing appeared unfazed, continuing with praise. In my view, among all of apartment 9999, you might be the only one truly qualified to fight alongside me. At this, the surrounding powerful players felt even more vexed. Their gazes towards Jiang Yi growing increasingly complex. Guo Jing chuckled lightly to ease the tension before returning to the original topic. Perhaps you genuinely possess the strength to slay the apartment administrator. However, on which day do you intend to carry out this task? Tomorrow? The day after? Or perhaps 5 or 7 days from now? Tomorrow or the day after, your strength should not be sufficient to reach the level required to defeat the administrator. 5 or 7 days later, even if you gain the ability to slay the administrator, the time you have left to tackle the task of eliminating the apartment owner will be exceedingly limited. Therefore, I would prefer that we collaborate on the matter of killing the apartment administrator. Let us strive to ensure the administrator is defeated within 3 days. As for the Golden Grade battle aircraft, if you are unwilling to part with it, I shall not press the matter. However, while the task of eliminating the administrator is indeed our shared goal, the benefits of collaboration would be mutual. Yet you have taken the task to kill the administrator, which gives you an advantage. Thus, I hope to be involved when it comes to slaying the apartment owner. What do you think of this cooperative arrangement? This, rather than a cooperation, it seemed that Guo Jing was merely aiding him in completing his task. Jiang Yi couldn't help but doubt, why is Guo Jing being so accommodating, praising him, acknowledging him, and now assisting him with his task? On the surface, his request appeared to be about eliminating the apartment owner. Yet in reality, this request also served to assist Jiang Yi, didn't it? Could it be that Guo Jing possesses keen insight and has discerned the aura of a protagonist within him, thus seeking to curry favor and forge an alliance? No, absolutely not. There was something amiss with Guo Jing. Jiang Yi grew increasingly cautious. However, he feigned a touched demeanor in response to Guo Jing's overtures. After a moment of silence, he finally took the initiative to speak. So, does that mean we no longer need to achieve 10 consecutive victories in 10 minutes? Guo Jing smiled once more. Of course. After all, I do not have the right to merely play with you. I wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Jiang Yi fell silent. The other players of apartment 9999 grew even quieter. They could scarcely fathom witnessing Lin Shen extend such goodwill towards a player. What on earth? Who exactly is this Jiang Yi? Could it be that he is an extraordinary figure even before the apocalypse? One whom even Lin Shen must look up to, however, while the other players believed Jiang Yi's identity was exceptional, leading to Guo Jing's respect. Wang Qingjin suddenly had a flash of insight, capturing a memory from the recesses of his mind. He recalled in the game Apocalypse Apartment, when the first cash-earning team successfully defeated the apartment administrator, subsequent cash players naturally followed suit. Ultimately, the number of teams that defeated the apartment administrator was not insignificant, totaling around 10. However, among those 10 teams, an extraordinary event transpired. That very event birthed the strongest player in the game. Yet, the player responsible for that event was later confirmed to have died unexpectedly at home. Thus, no one knew how that event came to be. But now, Wang Qingjin suddenly thought, could it be that the player who died unexpectedly due to the game, leading to the outcome of the administrator's defeat, was one who, like Jiang Yi, had undertaken the task to slay the apartment owner? If that were true, then Lin Shun's actions would make perfect sense. He was not genuinely admiring Jiang Yi, but rather seeking to collaborate with him to eliminate the apartment administrator, thereby replicating the path of the first strongest player in the game. With this realization, Wang Qingjin couldn't help but ponder. The players revered Lin Shun not truly out of faith, but because of his immense power. Lin Shin was not a god. They were not genuine devotees. If one day, a being with strength surpassing Lin Shun were to arise, then that being would usurp Lin Shun's place and become the new deity. Why couldn't that new deity be Wang Qingjin himself? He too aspired to follow the path of the first strongest player. Wang Qingjin lowered his gaze, quietly clenching his fists. A surge of youthful fervor welled up within him, bubbling over and becoming uncontrollable. And of course, in reality, he was still quite young. He should be brimming with vigor, commanding respect, rather than merely idolizing others. With this thought, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yi. This oblivious and fearless novice was merely a stepping stone on the path to becoming the first strongest player. As the moment approached, the anticipation grew. Who would be the first to step onto this stepping stone? He or Zhao Jing? Wang Qingjin's fists clenched tighter, reminiscent of an exuberant youth establishing grand ambitions. When he lifted his gaze again, a spark of determination illuminated his eyes. While other players were still speculating about Jiang Yi's identity, he boldly approached, abandoning his previous mockery and disdain, and loudly praised Jiang Yi. Goodness! I never expected you, young man, to possess genuine potential that even Lin Shin admires. It appears I have underestimated you. Do not take it to heart. Oh, by the way, I've been calling you bro and youngster. You must be male, right? Can you perhaps reconsider that bald appearance? The other players, witnessing Wang Qingjin's swift transformation, harbored contempt, deeming him a sycophant. However, Wang Qingjin remained unfazed, fixated on the thought of surpassing Jiang Yi to become the unrivaled powerhouse that would force these same individuals to curry favor with him in due course. As for Jiang Yi, he had no intention of discarding his bald persona. Uncertain of the intentions of Zhao Jing and Wang Qingjin, he perceived that, for the time being, they could coexist without conflict. With 10 consecutive victories already secured, there was no rush to continue battling. In truth, he contemplated returning to his apartment directly, but that would cost him 1 survival point, which he currently lacked. Furthermore, he sensed that Zhao Jing would not permit his departure until he had eliminated the apartment administrator. Thus, he refrained from mentioning his desire to return, but instead cited a need to check his task rewards and proceeded to the first-floor administrator to rent an apartment on the 20th floor. Subsequently, he began to organize the task rewards provided by the woman in white within the confines of his rented apartment. Meanwhile, the woman in white, having reclaimed her hair, returned to her apartment 1008. Specifically to room 2064. Upon arriving, she did not find Jiang Yi's presence. The living assistant's robot remained silent, offering no commentary. With a calm demeanor, she surveyed her apartment before making her way to the large television in the living room. She chuckled softly, pressing the remote control, which activated the screen to reveal the foreboding forest Jiang Yi had traversed when she had taken him to the rooftop. The images on the screen shifted, as if a pair of eyes were searching for something within the eerie woods. Soon, the figure of Jiang Yi's first doppelganger emerged amidst the trees. Chapter 61. Redemption List. Jiang Yi's silhouette stealthily navigated the ominous forest. Initially, when his doppelganger 1 arrived at the woman in white's residence to carry out a heist, doppelganger 2 was being enlightened by the powerful 9,999 players about the formidable nature of cross-apartment NPCs. Sensing impending trouble, doppelganger 1 contemplated a hasty retreat upon entering room 2064. However, to his astonishment, while gaining entrance was effortless, as the living assistant's robot granted him passage, attempting to leave proved futile. He could not even open the door. The robot had no intention of allowing him to escape. Thus, while Doppelganger 2 was venting frustrations over Yang Wenchao's grievances, Doppelganger 1 was equally agitated. Later, when Doppelganger 2 accepted a task, and the woman in white seemingly departed, Doppelganger 1 felt an immediate sense of foreboding. In that moment, he made a bold decision. He attempted to grasp the identification badge and explore the television at the woman's abode. Remarkably, just as before, he was transported through the television screen into the unsettling forest. Uncertain of when the woman in white would return, he recalled the location of the white sheet that could transport him to the apartment's rooftop. Therefore, As long as he reached it before she returned, he should be safe, right? Thus, he found himself stealthily traversing the eerie woods. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in white was leisurely seated on her living room sofa. Watching the footage of him navigating the forest, her gaze drifted, pondering whether this young man could truly eliminate the apartment owner. Generally, when NPCs issue tasks, they hope for completion, believing the chosen player possesses a significant chance of success. Yet, the task of eliminating the apartment owner, even she deemed it implausible. This sneaky level 0 nuisance on the screen, leaning back on the sofa, she shook her head slightly, unable to comprehend why she had assigned him such a task. Moments later, her expression hardened as she raised her hand, sending forth a thin black line that shot toward the television screen. Simultaneously, within the foreboding forest, Jiang Yi finally located the white sheet leading to the apartment's rooftop. The pristine white sheet was draped over a barren tree devoid of leaves, untainted by blood. However, just as Jiang Yi was about to dash toward the targeted sheet, he was abruptly engulfed by a blood-stained white sheet hanging from another nearby withered tree. What the hell? Jiang Yi's expression shifted in shock, only to find the surroundings transforming dramatically. The eerie ambience persisted, yet the sky was now a dark crimson, and a mist of blood enveloped him. Each breath carried a damp, chilling scent of blood that weakened his body. Simultaneously, he noticed that the already feeble attributes of his first doppelganger were further diminished, rendering him utterly frail, akin to his original state before any enhancements. All while controlling 3 doppelgangers. To make matters worse, amidst this debilitating state, the hiss of venomous snakes echoed through the blood mist. Within mere seconds, hundreds of black snakes swiftly encircled him. What the hell? Jiang Yi nearly erupted in expletives, yet, more pressing than venting frustration was the urgency to merge his third doppelganger with its mirror image. Typically, merging 2 third doppelgangers would undoubtedly elevate his combat power beyond 200. However, under the influence of the blood mist, his attributes were halved. The fusion of the 2 doppelgangers yielded results akin to that of a single doppelganger. Thankfully, as he unleashed the ice domain, the encroaching snakes were frozen, their movements severely impeded. This time, Jiang Yi truly grasped the formidable strength of his domain skill. Without hesitation, he unleashed an icy mist, swiftly assaulting the serpents. Simultaneously, prompts echoed in his mind. Successfully killed a level 1 Shadow Ring Serpent. Gained 10 energy points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 1. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. Successfully killed a level 1 Shadow Ring Serpent. Gained 1 energy point. Evidently, after leveling up, the energy points gained from defeating a level 1 serpent had plummeted to merely 1 point. Nevertheless, with hundreds of serpents surrounding him, the notifications of gaining 1 energy continued to resonate until a new leveling prompt emerged. Ding. Your level has risen to level 2. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your stamina has increased by 1 point. The attribute increase from level 1 to level 2 was a mere additional point each. Subsequently, no further energy was gained from slaying additional serpents. Fortunately, within less than a minute, the serpents were largely eradicated. Yet, from the hundreds of snakes, only a single black iron treasure chest materialized. Jiang Yi picked it up and collapsed onto the ground. Overwhelmed by a sense of having survived a calamity, however, he hardly had time to rest for a few seconds before the rustling sounds returned amidst the blood mist. He sensed the ground beneath him subtly tremoring. Instantly alert, he dared not linger in repose. Soon, he noticed that the rustling originated from the surrounding distorted trees. The alarming fact was that the number of these trees far exceeded that of the previous serpents. Moreover, they seemed to possess the capability of ranged attacks, extending their branches from a distance to disrupt him. Under such circumstances, his ice domain could only cover 2 or 3 trees at the periphery. Those slightly farther away remained beyond its reach. Despite the urgency, Jiang Yi released the ice domain, combining it with the icy mist and the ghost ring blade to swiftly dismantle one of the trees. Prompt notifications followed. Successfully killed a level 3 Twisted Treant. Gained 100 energy points. This time, defeating a level 3 entity while he was at level 2 granted him a substantial 100 energy points. Yet, he did not immediately ascend to level 3. Jiang Yi remained vigilant, deftly maneuvering to evade the tree branches while continuing to slay the Twisted Treants. Successfully killed a level 3 Twisted Treant, gained 100 energy points. Successfully killed a level 3 Twisted Treant, gained 100 energy points. However, as time progressed, the pressure on Jiang Yi intensified. While he had dispatched hundreds of serpents with relative ease, it had necessitated the fusion of 2 doppelgangers. Once the 3-minute fusion period elapsed, the only remaining merges would be between Doppelganger 4 and the mirror image of Doppelganger 3. Furthermore, creating a mirror image required displaying the data panel for 30 seconds before the replicating mirror. In a perilous battle, 30 seconds could prove fatal. So, what should he do? Was his first doppelganger destined to sacrifice itself? As Jiang Yi grappled with this crisis, burdened by stress and anxiety, in room 2064, the woman in white reclined on the sofa, observing the scenes unfolding on the television screen, lost in contemplation. This should be doppelganger fusion? This young man. The heavens reward diligence, affinity with the gold element. Affinity with the ice element? These 3 attributes should all be tied to his doppelgangers. His original form must possess an SSS grade talent, right? Surely, he must have an SSS grade talent. After all, possessing a data panel. Even the probing technique cannot distinguish, as it appears to be exactly like a normal player's avatar. It is also her first encounter with this, and level talent is rare, but not entirely non-existent. However, even with an SSS level talent, the prospect of defeating the apartment owner, who governs the novice apartment during the initial phase, remains exceedingly bleak. Nonetheless, Insua gazed at the screen, where Jiang Yi swiftly eliminated the 10th distorted treant, successfully leveling up to level 3. She consoled herself, perhaps rounding up a bit. A dim hope could be approximated to a glimmer of possibility. On the other side, in apartment 9999, room 2025, the second avatar of Jiang Yi. Upon witnessing the first avatar being drawn into the blood mist space, immediately sensed impending doom and sprang into action, attempting to seize a slim chance for the first avatar. He directly retrieved the golden grade battle machine from the spatial ring given by the woman in white. When the battle machine was first extracted, it was only the size of a palm. With a press of the top button, it suddenly expanded into a colossal entity measuring 3 meters on each side and approximately 5 meters in height. Its dark, matte texture appeared more upscale and luxurious than any battle machines Jiang Yi had previously encountered. However, given the dire situation with the first avatar, he had no time for sentiments and hastily attempted to enter this golden grade battle machine. Upon entry, there was no fee deducted like in the battle room's machines. Instead, it directly bound his identity. Thus, it felt akin to the computers at an internet CAF versus those at home. The battle machines in the battle room could be used by anyone upon payment, while this private battle machine required identity binding but no payment, allowing exclusive use for one person. Generally, acquiring such a private battle machine would entail a considerable expense for ordinary players, at the very least. Jiang Ye's golden grade battle machine was certainly not inexpensive. It was plausible that game currency might not suffice and survival points would need to be spent. Thus, the existence of a survival point item was no wonder that Guojingdu coveted it. Hopefully, this golden grade marvel possesses some formidable abilities. After swiftly binding his identity, Jiang Yi entered the virtual battle space. However, unlike before, he did not find himself in the first floor lobby of the battle apartment or the second floor filled with battle seats. Instead, it felt as though he had arrived in a discreetly luxurious VIP suite. The suite was furnished with a sofa, coffee table, wine cabinet, bookshelf, and even equipped with a projector for movies and sound systems for karaoke. All these amenities, found in the apartment's low-end mall entertainment section, required payment to enjoy. Yet, he could indulge in them directly within the golden grade battle machine. However, Jiang Yi had no time to relish these luxuries. He immediately began to investigate the specific functions of the golden grade battle machine. Soon, he discovered that the 4 walls of the suite seemed to correspond to 4 distinct functions. The wall to the north displayed his personal information: Jiang Yi, combat power, 54, winning streak, 4 consecutive victories, 100, title, nameless black iron, game currency, 50, 020, 000, points, 0, survival points, 0, items, announcement card 3, privilege card 3, exemption card 3, quick battle card 1. Wait, what is this item? Where did he acquire so many items? After a quick investigation, he discovered a silent prompt from the control panel in his mind. Upon first login to the golden grade battle machine today, automatically received Announcement Card 3, Privilege Card 3, Exemption Card 3, Quick Battle Card 1. WOW.SO The Golden Grade Battle Machine not only offers a VIP suite but also automatically grants item cards daily. How much would these cards be worth in game currency? This essentially means that using this battle machine, he not only incurs no cost but also earns money daily. Truly, the Golden Grade Battle Machine is exceptional. However, none of this resolves the predicament of the first avatar. Thus, Jiang Yi, without even investigating the function of the Quick Battle card, continued to explore other features. On the east wall of the suite, he discovered options for battle modes: Novice Mode, Normal Mode, and Survival Mode. Yet these two could not address the immediate crisis, so he hastily moved to the south wall. This time, upon placing his palm against it, the wall displayed the exchange list. Its primary function was to allow the use of game currency, points, or survival points to exchange for items displayed in the list. Additionally, based on titles, one could enjoy a certain degree of discounts during exchanges. However, the nameless Black Iron title offered almost no discounts whatsoever. Thus, if the apartment's high-end mall could be likened to a physical store in reality, then this exchange list corresponded to online shopping, right? The items listed here were not tangible like those in the high-end mall. They could only be viewed as images and product information, akin to online shopping. Nonetheless, the advantage of online shopping is that it isn't limited by space as physical stores are, allowing one to quickly browse numerous products directly in the list. It even features a search function, which is incredibly convenient and saves a considerable amount of time. Currently, Jiang Yi could only utilize the exchange list for game currency. Fortunately, he possessed a staggering 50 million game currency. Essentially, he could afford nearly anything he desired. However, the issue is that any items purchased would only appear on the second avatar's side. Including skill scrolls from the task rewards given by the woman in white, he wished to use them for his main body. But how could he transfer them to the main body? As his gaze swiftly scanned the myriad of products, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered a rather familiar item, a parcel box. Black Iron Grade Parcel Box. Price: 100 game currency. Effect: within 3 days, delivered to the designated apartment's errand service station. P.S. The Black Iron Grade Parcel Box has no defensive properties and carries the risk of lost parcels. It is advisable to purchase additional shipping insurance. Bronze Grade Parcel Box. Price: 1,000 game currency. Effect: delivered to the designated apartment's errand service station within 1 day. P.S. The Bronze Grade Parcel Box possesses certain defensive properties, but still carries some risk of parcel loss. Additional shipping insurance is advisable. Silver Grade Parcel Box. Price: 100,000 game currency. Effect: delivered to the designated location within 3 seconds. P.S. The Silver Grade Parcel Box has an extremely low risk of parcel loss. It is recommended for the delivery of high-value items. Chapter 62. New Skills for the Main Body: Delivery within 3 seconds. This silver parcel box is remarkable, however, its price is also outrageous. Just to send a parcel, it costs a staggering 100,000 game currency. Thus, anything sent using this parcel box must be worth at least millions. Furthermore, it is not completely secure. It merely has a very low risk of parcel loss. But very low does not equate to none. Moreover, if someone were to specifically target the silver parcel box for robbery, they could reap millions in items with just one successful heist. Jiang Yi simply lacked the capability. If only he knew how to rob the silver parcel box, he would certainly attempt it. Thus, the silver parcel box isn't foolproof. He wished to see if there were any golden grade parcel boxes available. However, he had previously noted that regardless of whether it was the apartment's high-end mall or the exchange list of this battle machine, the highest item grade visible was only silver. Indeed, there was no golden grade parcel box. There was no choice. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Yi might have considered the safety issues and hesitated to use the silver parcel box. But no, the first avatar was undoubtedly more important than that amount of game currency. Therefore, after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi promptly purchased 1 silver parcel box. Next, he swiftly selected the items he intended to send. Although the danger lay with the first avatar, Jiang Yi had no knowledge of the first avatar's specific address. Thus, he planned to send this parcel to his main-bodied TOA the avatar. His primary goal was naturally to focus on the skill scrolls. If he could obtain another potent skill like Avatar Fusion, then perhaps it could resolve the crisis faced by the first avatar. Moreover, he also contemplated his 100 consecutive victories. The big shots of apartment 9999 had made achieving 10 or 100 consecutive victories sound exceedingly challenging, causing Jiang Yi to feel apprehensive in his heart if, at this stage, he were to fuse the second avatar with the third avatar's mirror avatar. Attaining 100 consecutive victories would naturally be difficult. Even a 10-game winning streak could potentially falter. The underlying reason was that his third avatar had yet to mature. The third avatar's ice condensation domain and ice mist invasion indeed constituted quite formidable skills. However, the third avatar was only at level 0, with a combat power of merely 58. While fusion does not equate to simple addition of 1-1, what if the attributes of the third avatar exceeded 10, allowing its combat power to surpass 100? Furthermore, if we were to be even bolder, hypothetically, what if the third avatar's combat power exceeded 500? Then, using the second avatar to match against players with combat power in the 50s, and subsequently fusing with an avatar boasting 500 combat power. After fusion, even if the combat power amounted to just over 500, that would be tremendous. A combat power of 500 against one in the 50s. Good heavens! The imagery is so beautiful it almost makes one burst into laughter. Moreover, following this line of thought, Jiang Yi's consecutive victories would feel akin to cheating. He merely needs to ensure that the avatar responsible for the winning streak has sufficiently low combat power, while the avatar responsible for fusion possesses sufficiently high combat power, akin to a small Karami facing another small Karami, suddenly invoking divine intervention. Under this particular paradigm, achieving an unbroken winning streak of 100 games truly seems remarkably effortless. If fortune favors, it could even surpass the accomplishments of Zhuo Jing, reaching that milestone even sooner. What? You say that the Madman's mask is exceedingly rare. Jiang Yi believes that if his avatars can attain consecutive victories, then he can undoubtedly accumulate a sufficient number of Madman's masks. In that case, any surplus can be sold for a handsome profit. Merely contemplating this brings forth an uncontrollable grin. Thus, the items dispatched this time include not only skill scrolls for the main body but, more importantly, the resources necessary for nurturing the third avatar. Moreover, the crisis encountered by the first avatar has made Jiang Yi acutely aware that each avatar must be cultivated to stand independently, rather than relying solely on avatar fusion when troubles arise. While e-avatar fusion is indeed formidable, capable of resolving numerous crises, without the replication mirror cards bug, given his current number of avatars, they would likely all be in cooldown, rendering fusion impossible for a considerable duration. Therefore, he must not overly depend on items. Instead, each avatar should evolve into a top-tier powerhouse. Consequently, Jiang Yi spent the 50 million game coins with great resolve. First, he procured skill scrolls. These items are far more expensive than attribute fruits. The bronze level starts at 500,000, while the silver level soars to a staggering 8 million. Clearly, silver level items are generally much pricier than their bronze counterparts. The same applies to attribute fruits. Yet, Jiang Yi is convinced that there is merit in their costliness. After a brief calculation, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for 2 silver level skill scrolls and 2 bronze level skill scrolls, spending a total of 17 million. Following this, he purchased 6 silver level attribute fruits, costing 30 million. At this juncture, he was left with less than 3 million. He then bought 10 bronze level attribute fruits for 100,000 and 20 black iron level attribute fruits for 20,000. Subsequently, he reluctantly acquired a silver level treasure chest for 120,000. Adding to this, with the silver express box, this round of spending totaled a staggering 49,500,000, leaving him with a mere 52,000. With this thought, as Jiang Yi packed the acquired skill scrolls and attribute fruits into the express box, a feeling of unease crept into his heart. It was a package valued at nearly 50 million. If anything were to go awry, or if it were to be stolen through some underhanded means, no. It will not be lost. Jiang Yi meticulously sealed the packed express box and proceeded to fill out the delivery address and recipient details. Following the apartment fusion, apartment 1008 was renamed apartment 1010. Thus, the address is room 2025, apartment 1010. Recipient: Jiang Yi. Confirm information is accurate. Confirm. Confirm immediate dispatch. Additional delivery time can be set. Confirm. And thus, that high-tech, silver-white express box, seemingly transformed into photons, vanished into thin AI or die in that fleeting moment. Both Jiang Yi's avatars felt a surge of tension. Fortunately, Lady Luck seemed to have dozed off, overlooking this fortunate yet unfortunate individual. In scarcely 3 seconds, the silver-white express box materialized in the living room of the main body's apartment. Once Jiang Yi confirmed the recipient's identity and signed for the delivery, he pondered whether the express box could be reused multiple times. However, it too vanished like photons. Jiang Yi did not dwell on it. He had acted swiftly enough. However, on the first avatar's side, the effects of avatar fusion ultimately concluded. The good news was that he managed to level up to level 3 just before the fusion ended. As the fusion concluded, Jiang Yi was still contemplating whether his first avatar might indeed have to make the ultimate sacrifice. He wondered if he could transfer this level 3 status to the third avatar. Evidently, that was not an option. The avatar fusion skill explicitly delineates the primary avatar and the secondary avatar. Achievements such as leveling up, consecutive victories, and survival points acquired through kills belong solely to the primary avatar and cannot be transferred to the secondary avatar. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that he had indeed leveled up to level 3, enhancing his attributes to a certain extent. As the avatar fusion concluded, the first avatar did not succumb to total incapacitation but retained some degree of mobility. However, this mobility was nowhere near the formidable attributes and agility exhibited during the fusion of 3 avatars. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a vine from the twisted tree spirit lashed violently against the first avatar. Thankfully, he was adorned with the protective gear acquired from Huang Qi. Otherwise, this strike would have rendered him unconscious. Meanwhile, the main body dared not linger. He refused to abandon the first avatar, immediately tearing open a silver-level skill scroll. Simultaneously, the third avatar continued to stand before the avatar replication mirror, generating a mirror image. 30 seconds. If the first avatar could endure for 30 seconds, there would be a glimmer of hope. However, perhaps due to his impatience after tearing open the skill scroll, Jiang Yi did not experience the expected surge of enlightenment from the scroll's radiance. Just as he began to doubt whether he had encountered an improbable occurrence, failing to comprehend the skill, he was relieved to find a new skill upon accessing the data panel. However, it was not the C-level skill he anticipated, but rather a D-level skill akin to avatar fusion. Shared space, D, a shared space accessible by all avatars. Items possessed by different avatars can be instantly transferred using the shared space. This skill cannot be deemed inadequate, at the very least. It is significantly more advanced than by Ruowan's personal space. It signifies that in the future, when transferring items between avatars, there will be no need for the silver express box. They can simply place items into the shared space, allowing the other avatars to access them. Yet, the pressing issue remains unresolved. Could he place the silver attribute fruit into the shared space for the first avatar to consume? But Jiang Yi intended to use the attribute fruits to enhance the third avatar, facilitating the first avatar's consecutive victories. Time was of the essence. With no time for further contemplation, Jiang Yi took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset. He was uncertain whether his state of mind while using the skill scroll would affect his understanding. Yet at this moment, he had no choice but to compel himself to calm down and sincerely perceive the radiance emanating from the torn scroll. This time, the sensation was markedly clearer. His mind felt lucid, as if his consciousness had transformed into numerous tendrils, grasping at the profound essence of something elusive. Upon regaining his focus, the first avatar was on the brink of collapse. Even the heart-protecting jade acquired from Huang Qi was showing signs of cracking. The first avatar felt an intense wave of pain coursing through him. This agony drastically diminished his capacity to move, rendering him almost incapable of evading the strikes of the twisted tree spirits. Moreover, those twisted tree spirits seemed to exhibit a form of intelligence. Previously, they had been deterred by his freezing domain and icy mist, fearing to approach. However, witnessing his cessation of the domain and after repeatedly striking him without consequence from the icy mist, their assault intensified ferociously. In such a scenario, the first avatar might not endure even a few seconds. Even if he were to consume an attribute fruit at this moment, it would likely be futile. In room 2064, Insu leaned back on the sofa, observing the screen depicting the incapacitated youth, shaking his head in disappointment. 3 minutes of avatar fusion. Was there truly no other trump card? With such capabilities, did he dare to claim he could eliminate the apartment owner? Insu had seen the power of avatars before. The only unique trait of Jiang Ye's avatars was their access to the player panel, making it indistinguishable from an avatar. Yet, The individual strength of each avatar was lamentably inadequate. While they were useful for laboring in the apartment, playing the fool, or portraying multiple roles, it was hardly impressive. However, the theme of the End Times apartment had never been labor or cunning schemes. The only undeniable truth here is brute strength. Yet the fists of the avatar displayed on the screen were undeniably feeble. Even 100 or 1,000 would not be able to ruffle a single hair on the apartment owner. In fact, not even the apartment administrator would be easily handled. Insu felt a profound sense of disappointment, observing coldly without any intention of intervening. However, just as the twisted tree spirits intensified their assault, launching a more ferocious strike towards the beleaguered and weakened Jiang Yi, he appeared to transform in that fleeting instant. It was as if all his suffering had dissipated, and his reaction speed surged dramatically, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike just before it connected. Phew. Jiang Yi exhaled forcefully, and in truth, evading that blow had been extraordinarily challenging. However, almost immediately, the mirror image of the third avatar successfully materialized and quickly fused. The tides of battle began to shift slightly. Jiang Yi exhaled another heavy sigh, dodging while throwing the ghost ring knife, unleashing the freezing domain once more and re-engaging in battle with the twisted tree spirits. This time, the fight was not as effortless as the previous fusion of 3 avatars. Nonetheless, despite his attributes being inferior to before, under the enhancements of absolute focus and combat posture, his neural reactions and combat awareness were evidently superior. The evasion of the tree spirit attacks became increasingly fluid. Indeed, in that very moment, standing amidst the blood mist was no longer the first avatar, but rather the second avatar. The reason was simple, because the main body had acquired a new C-level skill. Avatar Exchange, C. Designate 2 avatars for exchange. PS. There exists a possibility of failure under certain special circumstances. Although uncertain if the blood mist space where the first avatar resided constituted a special circumstance, Jiang Yi had no other options. He had originally intended to exchange the third avatar with the first avatar. However, the third avatar was currently before the avatar replication mirror. Exchanging them now would cause the replication to fail, necessitating another 30 seconds. Thus, he opted for the second avatar located in the distant 9999 apartment for the exchange. Fortunately, the swap was successful. The diligent second avatar, although lacking the formidable offensive abilities of the third avatar, possessed an almost innate combat awareness that significantly enhanced its effectiveness. It was during this encounter that Jiang Yi realized that, in the face of adversity or even dire circumstances, the second avatar's absolute focus and combat stance were capable of unleashing their utmost potential. In evading the attacks of the treants, it proved remarkably effective. He even contemplated harnessing these treants to elevate his own combat awareness. Regrettably, time was not on his side. Jiang Yi ultimately chose a swift resolution, as the second avatar was at level 1. Notifications echoed in his mind. Successfully defeated a level 3 distorted treant. Gained energy points 200. Ding. Your level has been upgraded to level 2. Your physical strength has increased by 1 point. Your stamina has increased by 1 point.